Knowledge changes destiny. By Sheng, who studied late into the night and died from overwork, earning the title of prison brother, had no objections to this. Konoha year 56, autumn. Noonan Alley. 6 years later, 5-year-old Bai Sheng walked into the dim alley and was instantly stunned by the scene before him. A filthy blonde boy was surrounded by 3 boys a head taller than him, who kept cursing and sneering at him. In Konoha village, it was common for the strong to humiliate the weak, especially that blonde child named Uzumaki Naruto, who was a source of amusement for the villagers. But what truly shocked Bai Sheng was a blue light screen that suddenly appeared before his eyes. Ding! Female-oriented counterattack Golden Finger Encyclopedia has been bound. This system will provide guidance and assistance for your growth, helping you avoid scumbags, meet your destined true love, reach the pinnacle of life, and shine like a phoenix above the 9 heavens. Searching the world. Search successful. You have transmigrated into a female-oriented fantasy world. Tinya Great World. Fan Kingdom Yeching. Your parents are dead, you have a beautiful face, but mediocre talent. You happen upon the former city lord's orphan Ming being bullied by cruel children. Just then he and the bullies also look at you. What do you choose? Choice 1, avoid their edge and endure for now. Reward Golden Finger. Modest beauty appearance 10. A choice 2, join the strong and humiliate the orphan. Reward Golden Finger. Spirit Field, a 10 cubic meter spirit field that you can freely enter and exit. Within the space, the quality and growth speed of crops are greatly enhanced. Choice 3, help the orphan and confront the bullies. Reward Golden Finger. Ice Jade Body appearance 50, a male attraction 50, a ice affinity 100. System, do you even hear what you're saying? Bai Sheng's small face showed confusion. Thanks for the invitation. M and Naruto, gender male, gender identity male, orientation female. What the heck is a female-oriented counterattack Golden Finger system? This is clearly Naruto, and I'm a pure-blooded man. What the hell is this female-oriented counterattack system? Redetecting. Detection complete. This is the female-oriented fantasy world. Tinya Great World. Host panel as follows. Name Bai Sheng. Gender. Charm 52, modest beauty, rank F, Ninja Academy, 1st grade, bloodline none, skills none, Golden Finger none, evaluation a maiden yet to bloom. Bai Sheng's head popped up a question mark. Charm 52 being rated as modest beauty is 1. In this life his appearance was inherited from his mother. Black hair, purple eyes, fair skin, delicate and cute. At this age before secondary growth, it's understandable that he looks like a girl. He firmly believed that he would grow tall and handsome when he became an adult. But what's with the, in the gender field? Was he some kind of attack helicopter? Believe it or not, elbow. System will give you one more chance. Look carefully. Redetecting. Detection complete. This is the female-oriented fantasy world. Tinya Great World. Host panel as follows. Test again. Redetecting. Detection complete. This is the female-oriented fantasy world. Tinya Great World. Host panel as follows. Damn it. Bai Sheng finally couldn't hold back. System busy, please try again later. Damn it. System busy, please try again later. System busy, please try again later. Damn it. I've been trolling my whole life, and now life is trolling me. What is this? Has the dark force truly acted? Grief flowed like a river in reverse. Bai Sheng was bewildered and began a flashback of his past life. Bai Sheng just turned 5, was a transmigrated. In his past life, he was utterly ordinary. Average build, average looks, average grades, obeyed traffic rules, and aside from having the same household registration as Batman, he was no different from any normal person. One dark and stormy night, he opened his sinful study materials, vowing to use actual results to overthrow the rumor that college students, undergraduates, and postgraduates are all worse than being born by mama. He wanted to take the civil service exam. Then he was reborn into another world. From not knowing his blessing to having it delivered, it only took a short dark dream. Since things had come to this, let's drink some milk first. After learning the language, he roughly understood from adults' conversations that he had transmigrated into Naruto. He also learned his own name, Hoshino Bai Sheng. Living anew, Bai Sheng set himself a goal, at least survive. Existence is everything for existence. And to avoid being killed by unknown AoE damage in the calamity-ridden world of Naruto, he first needed power. However, in this life, only his father was an ordinary chunin. As their child, barring accidents, Bai Sheng's talent would at most reach special jonin. Even as a fanfic enthusiast, Bai Sheng knew that by the later stages of the plot, even elite jonin and cage-level powerhouses were nothing more than big cannon fodder. His special jonin self might accidentally be suffocated by the breath of mass libido. No talent, no background, no bloodline, no golden finger. The feeling of doom was maxed out. Bai Sheng was ready to work hard, join Naruto and Sasuke's class, and forge close friendships with them. Just like Irika Yumino, he could live peacefully under the protection of the 2 main characters until old age. But now the female-oriented counterattack Golden Finger system had arrived. As should he take it? Use this female-oriented system that rewards a bunch of weird traits to strengthen himself and elbow Kaguya Otsutsuki. Baisheng hesitated for only a moment. Let's do it. It's just about becoming a bit prettier and having higher charm toward men. In ancient times, Lu Xuanda, a mere straw mat weaver and sandal seller, didn't he rely on his great Han's succubus behavior to make heroes across the land bow down and divide the world into three? Great achievers are not bound by trifles. If Hashirama Senju can be the succubus of a ninja world, so can I. All in, Baisheng quickly scanned the system panel details. Among the three choices, Choice 1 was the most useless. Choice 2, joining the bullies to harass Naruto, had the richest reward, a 10 cubic meter spirit field. According to the system introduction, he could enter it anytime and even absorb nearby objects into it. If used properly, it could function as an inferior version of Kamui space. But bullying Naruto conflicted with Baisheng's plan to befriend the two main protagonists, so he passed it. After comprehensive consideration, Choice 3, helping Naruto, was the most suitable. Oi oi, kids, what are you stirring up? Baisheng quickly approached, and while the three kids hadn't reacted, he delivered an Iron Mountain lean. He elbowed them. A sneak attack. Aye, that hurts. The lead bully kid fell to the ground. When he came to, he glared fiercely at Baisheng. Damn it, who are you? We didn't provoke you, why did you sneak attack me? Oomph. Baisheng snorted. You three are bullying one person, or I can't stand it. He's a demon fox. We're just telling him to stay away. Demon foxes bring misfortune. You helped the demon fox against us. Could you be its kind? Don't think just because you're a girl we won't hit you. The three kids babbled, their eyes turning vicious toward Baisheng. A girl. Baisheng laughed in anger, his little face flushed, purely from anger. Forget it, I can't be bothered to reason with you. You're not worthy. Listen up. I don't care if he's a demon fox, demon pig, or demon snake. From now on, he's my little brother. If you want to bully him, you'll have to get through me, Hoshino. Baisheng. Uzumaki Naruto, upon hearing this, raised his head from his defensive crouch, looked at Baisheng standing in front of him, opened his mouth, but said nothing. But his eyes were fixed on the girl before him. At that moment, history underwent a dramatic change. You fell for it, you silly girl. This was my real escape route. I'm going back to tell my father, and he will teach you a lesson. Just you wait. The three little brats, faces bruised and tear-streaked, sobbed as they ran home. Tisk, the trouble with a society based on personal connections is that if you hit one, you have to kill the whole family. Ahem, that's going too far. Baisheng wiped the sweat from his fair and delicate little face. He was 5 years old. Barring accidents, he would join the Ninja Academy next year. In order to be placed in the same class as Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, and the other second-generation children, he had begged his Chunin father to start physical training and chakra refinement early. As a result, he had gained some martial prowess. Dealing with three little kids was as easy as Zhang Wenliao defeating Sun Shawani. Your kind heart saves the former clan leader's son Yi Ming from a group of bullies, and you stand up for him. As a reward, you receive a golden finger, ice skin and jade bone, physique, beauty 50, male attraction 50, ice affinity 100. Name Baisheng, gender. Charm 102, bright eyes and white teeth, rank F, Ninja Academy, first year, affinity, ice 100, bloodline none, skills none, golden finger, ice skin, and jade bone, physique evaluation. The family has a young girl just beginning to blossom. A young girl just beginning to blossom. Baisheng twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling the coolness on his face. It was a signature feature of a female-oriented golden finger to drastically alter the host's appearance, and one had to accept it. To survive in the world of Naruto, where gods and demons clashed, and even to reach the moon and stand shoulder to shoulder with Kaguya, these sacrifices were necessary. Just a little wind and frost. Besides that, the ice skin and jade bone physique also added 100 points of ice affinity. In the Naruto world, it might even awaken the ice release bloodline limit. A timid voice came from behind. Baisheng turned around. Naruto, his small face with 6 whisker marks flushed bright red, lowered his head, not daring to look at him. His 2 index fingers touched together nervously, and his voice trembled as he spoke. Thank you for helping me chase them away. What's your name? Can we be friends? Baisheng tilted his head, his purplined white eyes flashing with joy. Just as he was about to continue building rapport, a system notification appeared. You saved Yi Ming. He is deeply grateful to you, harboring a budding affection. He already sees you as the moonlight in his heart and wishes to pledge eternal love to you. If you agree, you will come to the attention of those who covet Yi Ming's bloodline, Ninetales, forbidden body. His parents Yi Shuimin and Yi Kushina of Yi City both died while sealing the raging Ninetales forbidden body. To prevent another rampage, anyone who contacts him will be thoroughly investigated, dragging you into the vortex of the struggle under the curtain. You choose. Choice 1, I won't disturb you. Am leaving now. The 2 players behind the curtain are too massive for you. Getting involved may lead to utter destruction. Retreat, decisively reject Yi Ming and walk away. Reward, golden finger. Unknown sketchbook fragment speech skill 50, a charm, 10 a male attraction, 10 a choice 2, just messing with you a curse him as a demon fox claiming you only help because you hate bullies. A toad should not dream of being friends with a swan. Reward, golden finger, medical saints notes vol. 1 gain skill traditional Chinese medicine LV5, choice 3 love, knows no distance, mountains. He twitched an eyebrow and barely kept his expression under control. As expected of a female-oriented system. This was the classic plot: the down-and-out hostage is bullied, the heroic girl steps in to become the moonlight in his heart. Later the hostage turns dark and becomes 10 times stronger, but only recognizes the heroine turning into a devoted dog. A classic trope, right? Isn't this quite similar to the original plot of the young Kakashi Obito and Might Guy? So it turns out that Konoha has always had such bonds. That's fine then. Baisheng glanced at the system panel and silently pondered his choice. Option 1, unknown sketchbook fragment. Although I have no idea why a sketchbook adds 50 points of speech skill instead of painting skill. But it doesn't directly improve combat strength. Pass. Medical saints notes vol. 1 skill traditional Chinese medicine LV, 5 medical ninjas are too soft. Pass. Reincarnation of the strong Yuram Jujutsu Kaisen. Oh, anyone with even a basic understanding of Jujutsu Kaisen would pick the third choice right. Yuram. The strongest sorcerer, Sukuna's personal fridge and Souschef master of a wide-range ice-type technique, with a freezing debuff and a reverse curse technique that converts negative energy into positive to heal the body. If I fully develop this golden finger, I'm basically guaranteed to become an elite Jonin-level powerhouse capable of crowd control support and fearlessness of death. Especially since the ice-type technique might synergize with the ice skin and Jade Bone physique's 100 ice affinity, it's not impossible to awaken the Yuki clan's bloodline limit. Ice release. As for so-called love pacts, 1 life 1 partner, Baisheng curled his lips and pretended not to see them. Ridiculous. In his past life, for the sake of maximizing stats in a game, he had made his 9 feudal male character wear a white wedding dress to raid. He had done even crazier things. Besides, they're all just bros. In the original story, Naruto's sexual orientation was very normal. His bond with Sasuke was so deep that it would be weird if they didn't get married. But at the end, not only did he not ask Orochimaru to turn Sasuke into Sasuke, he married Hinata instead, proving he was a firm heterosexual. As for the system's mention of the attention of the 2 players under the curtain who covet Yi Ming, that must be 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and Shimura Danzo, who has a massive root organization. Baisheng thought before the system came I was terrified, timid, and hesitant, afraid that any abnormal behavior would get me killed as a spy. Now that the system is here, if I'm still terrified, timid, and hesitant, then what was the point of the system? Let them talk to my golden finger instead. While Baisheng was pondering, Naruto's heart was pounding so hard it nearly jumped out of his throat. Would this girl agree to be his friend? As far as he could remember, everyone in the village except the old Hokage and Tucci the ramen chef had been hostile to him. He wanted a friend, but all the other kids called him Demon Fox. If they got close, they would bully him like an explosion. He thought he was used to it. But today, a girl as beautiful as an angel had not only refrained from calling him a demon fox, but had also driven away the 3 bastards who bullied him. Naruto suddenly felt as if this was all unreal, like a dream. Everything was so surreal. He was afraid that if he woke up or blinked, the girl in front of him would disappear. Only by touching her, by binding her with the promise of friendship, could he feel at ease. Haha would want to be friends with. Suddenly, a delicate, adorable little face appeared in front of Naruto, carrying a faint, sweet fragrance. But the words she spoke made Naruto feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. WH. What? If you hate me, then don't bother saving me. Giving someone hope and then shattering it. Is that supposed to be funny? Naruto's breathing became rapid, his teeth clenched tightly, and a faint trace of blood-red energy coiled around his fingers. Huh, why is your face so red? But before he could lose control, the delicate elf-like girl narrowed her slightly upturned cat eyes and hummed, "Humph, catching a cold in the summer. What a weakling." She stretched out a small jade white hand, grabbed Naruto's withered yellow hand, and said, "Come on, I'm taking you to the hospital to buy medicine." Naruto was suddenly pulled by the little girl and hurried out of the alley. Hatred, anger, pain. All these emotions vanished in an instant, his mind going completely blank. He could only stare blankly at the back of the person leading him out of the dark alley and murmur, "Why are you taking me to the hospital? Didn't you say you didn't want to be friends with me?" Huh. The girl pulling him by the hand heard this as if it were something earth-shattering. She turned around, eyes wide, and said, "I just declared you my little brother, and you didn't object, right? Since you didn't object, it means you agree to be my little brother. As the big brother, isn't it only natural to help when my little brother is sick and weak?" Little brother. Big brother. Naruto was stunned. So it wasn't a rejection. With just one sentence, this girl had cast him from heaven to hell. With another, she lifted him from hell to heaven. He was like a toy played with in the palm of her hand, but he didn't hate this feeling. Friend, big brother, little brother. These were just labels. As long as a promise could bind them together, and he no longer had to be alone, he didn't care what it was. Then, Naruto's eyes narrowed into slits of watery shimmer, glistening at the corners, his voice unusually high-pitched, as if he were making a pact ringing with determination. Please, be my big brother for life. Having finally managed to placate Naruto, Baishin glanced at the revitalized boy, whose very whiskers seemed to radiate newfound vitality, and let out a quiet sigh of relief before curling his lips into a smile. As a time traveler with nearly 30 years of accumulated experience across 2 lives, he had always prided himself on being a mature and dependable adult, though not in stature nor truly in mentality, as his child's body often reduced him to puerility. Manipulating a 5-year-old brat was absolutely child's play. On Konoha's streets, the setting sun stretched the shadows of a tall figure and a small one far across the ground. Baisheng held Naruto's hand and swaggered along his other hand, carrying medicine and a medical kit purchased from the Konoha hospital. That child. Why is she holding the demon fox's hand? Hey, little girl, stay away from him, or you'll be cursed. The villagers' whispers crawled into their ears like ants. Baisheng frowned. Hey, you lot. He stopped, planted his hands on his hips, and looked up at the gossiping women by the roadside, his small face brimming with displeasure. He's my little brother now. Hoshino Baisheng's little brother. I'm protecting him from now on. You're not allowed to badmouth him, got it? His voice was clear and pleasant, and paired with his face, made even more exquisite by the ice-skinned jade bone constitution. It carried no intimidation whatsoever. Instead, it made the adult's expressions turn rather arrestingly improper. Oh my, what a beautiful child. Little one, what's your name? Didn't your parents tell you to stay away from that demon fox? He's no good, don't let him trick you. That's the Hoshino boy, his father is a chunin. He's a demon, a butcher. Don't be fooled by his looks. My brother-in-law was killed by that demon fox. Why does the village keep letting him live? If you ask me, they should have executed him long ago. Shut your... Baisheng's eyes went wide as he tried to retort, but he felt the small hand in his grip, so he turned to look. Naruto hung his head, his blonde bangs obscuring his eyes, lips pressed tightly together, body trembling faintly. He had heard these villagers' words countless times. But why? Why did they have to say them now in front of the one person who had finally been willing to get close to him? Finally, someone was willing to be his older brother. Finally, someone who wouldn't curse him. Was he about to lose it all? Hey! A crisp voice sounded in his ear. Naruto looked up to see Baisheng's adorable little face right in front of him, wearing an expression of pure disdain. You idiot, wilting just because a few people said some nasty things. Chin up. Baisheng cupped Naruto's face in both hands and forcibly tilted his head up, making those blue eyes meet his. Listen up, you're my little brother, not their demon fox. What they say has nothing to do with you. But what but? Baisheng cut him off, his small face brimming with righteous confidence. They're all blind fools who just parrot whatever others say. If you still feel upset, then work hard to become a great ninja. Become the Hokage, make those who look down on you regret it so much that they won't even deserve to stand before you to apologize. I know you can do it. The Hokage. Naruto froze. No one had ever told him such things before. Everyone had always told him he was the demon fox, that he was cursed, that he should disappear. But this person, this big brother who was actually a little shorter than him, said he could become a great ninja, even the Hokage. Do you really think I can become a great ninja? Obviously. Baisheng rolled his eyes. You're my... Naruto's eyes reddened, but he bit his lip hard to keep the tears from falling. I understand. I will definitely become the Hokage of Konoha. That's our promise. I will definitely become the Hokage of Konoha. That's our promise. Meanwhile, in another part of the village, at the Hokage's office building. Shut up, Danzo. I am the Hokage. You will regret this, Hiruzen. Bang. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, saw his old friend out of the Hokage's office side, and wearily gazed at the large crystal ball before him. The crystal ball clearly reflected the image of the 2 children busying themselves in the room. Cough. He took a puff from his pipe, his expression complicated as he glanced at the dossier delivered by the ANBU beside him. Hoshino Baisheng, age 5, father was Chunin Hoshino Psychica, a mother a civilian from outside, no ninja talent, utterly ordinary. At least according to the preliminary investigation. Yet the child's behavior today had caught his attention. He was well aware of Naruto's miserable circumstances. To protect Naruto, he had deliberately concealed the boy's identity as the son of the 4th Hokage and his status as a Jinchuriki, fearing assassination by enemy spies. But the rumors about the 9-tailed demon fox had spread nonetheless. He suspected Danzo was behind it, but by now the damage was done. After the 9-tails rampage, public anger was boiling over, and the villagers needed a scapegoat for their fury. Naruto was that target. He had wanted to rectify the situation. But in recent years, Konoha had been hit by one crisis after another: the Nine Tails incident, Orochimaru's defection, the departure of the Sannin Wars with Humogakure and Iwagakure, the kidnapping attempt on Hyuga Hinata by Cloud's envoy, and many other major events. Even his old friend Shimura Danzo was making countless moves behind the scenes, even inciting Kakashi to assassinate him. As Hokage, he was overwhelmed with work and simply had no spare energy to devote to Naruto in the short term. But now that he had noticed a child of the same age willing to befriend Naruto, he naturally didn't mind giving an extra. In fact, he had vaguely entertained a similar notion before. Finding a companion or mentor who carried the will of fire was kind-hearted and would genuinely embrace Naruto. Someone who would appear beside Naruto like a warm sun when he was drowning in loneliness, offering care and companionship, forging profound bonds and ties, imparting the will of fire, and ensuring Naruto would forever stand with the village. Naruto's mother, the previous Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina, had used that very method. However, the choice of candidate was a significant issue. Whether Hoshino Baishin could fulfill the role of the little son corresponding to Minato Namikaze's position remained to be seen. Careful observation was necessary. Have Kakashi come to the office. After a long while, he exhaled a puff of smoke and instructed the ANBU ninja lurking in the shadows. A sun-like radiance always draws those lost in darkness, allowing them to share in a sliver of light and reflect its brilliance. Let Kakashi get in touch with this child and ascertain his character. Even if it doesn't pull Kakashi out of his hellish emptiness, if it merely brings one more spark of color to his world, that would be enough. You successfully moved Yi Ming with kindness and friendship, forging a contract with him and gaining the Golden Finger, the rebirth of a powerful being, Li Mei. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the birth technique, ice condensation, spell reversal technique, and curse user physique. Bai Sheng felt his strength surging dramatically. Strength increased. Explosively increased. He extended a finger and looked down. A wisp of pale frost appeared at his fingertip, emitting a faint chill which was then dried by the scorching summer air, unnoticed by anyone. Birth technique, ice condensation spell. Those with the curse user physique have a brain structure different from that of ordinary humans. They can gather and transform their negative emotions into curse power, which not only enhances their physical strength, but can also be used as bullets in firearms known as birth techniques, unleashing a variety of attacks. It sounds quite similar to the chakra physique of ninjas. However, it is more like a lesser version. The so-called curse users are essentially ninjas who only know bloodline limits and physical techniques. Without conventional ninjutsu to make up for their shortcomings, most curse users, except for a few exceptional individuals, are generally not as versatile as ninjas, making them rather useless. But this is the mindset of the worthless. Bai Sheng rubbed his small belly. Recalling the negative emotions born from being tormented by the femilicentric system earlier, a stream of curse power flowed forth, slowly flowing towards his dantian. As the curse power traveled through the meridians and acupoints where the chakra resided, these two completely different supernatural energies did not interfere with each other, as if existing in two different dimensions. Yes, exactly. Chakra and curse power can coexist without interfering with each other. This means he has an extra blue bar compared to ordinary ninjas. He can simultaneously use both chakra and curse power, doubling the enhancement to his body and unleashing destructive power akin to that of a super elbow master. Additionally, he can wield the birth technique that commands solid ice and the reversal technique that can heal his body, as well as future skills he might learn such as lone binding and domain expansion, which are not too significant. Even if he doesn't use the femilicentric system to acquire new golden fingers from now on, after 10 years of learning ninjutsu, he might still be able to exchange a few moves with the peak version of the host. I want to see how difficult it is to dodge this spatial slash. This is my home, big brother. Naruto's voice filled with joy and embarrassment awakened Bai Sheng, who was lost in thought. Ah, here it comes. He held a plastic bag filled with medicine and followed Naruto into an old apartment. It was agreed that his big brother would help his sick little brother. How could he not personally escort him home? Next, his goal is to stay close to Naruto, figure out the triggering mechanism of this female-centric golden finger system, gather as many golden fingers as possible, and raise Naruto's favorability. Click. Naruto, filled with thoughts, took out the keys to open the door, and at the moment the door opened by Sheng. The floor was covered with instant noodle containers, milk cartons, dirty clothes that had been accumulated for who knows how long, and a chaotic mess of items. The whole room was permeated with an indescribable odor. Bai Sheng turned his head to look at Naruto, whose face was flushed. This is your home. I'll clean it up. Together, let's clean up. Bai Sheng pretended to be helpless and rolled up his sleeves, but inwardly, he couldn't help. How fortunate it is to find a pillow when you're sleepy. He was just thinking about how to turn his relationship with Naruto into that of close friends. Unexpectedly, Naruto jumped out on his own. Cleaning his private room with the big brother he just met, accompanied by a steaming bucket of instant noodles and a thirst-quenching soda. This was simply delightful and Naruto would surely never forget this day. Hey, what are you standing there for? Hurry and get the broom and cloth. Where can we get water? Big brother. Naruto's nose tinged with emotion, nodding vigorously yeah. The two small figures began to busy themselves in the room. Fancheng was responsible for picking up garbage and wiping the tables, while Naruto took care of sweeping and mopping. The sunset poured through the window, casting a golden hue over the two busy figures. While wiping the table, Naruto secretly glanced at the slightly shorter back. Big brother's hair was soaked with sweat, a few strands stuck to his fair forehead, and his cheeks were slightly flushed from the exertion. Naruto didn't know. He only knew that he wanted to remember this scene for a lifetime. However, it still felt quite strange. Clearly, she is a very cute and beautiful girl. Why does Big Brother insist on calling her Big Brother instead of Big Sister or Older Sister? What are you looking at? Get to work. Fancheng called out without turning back. Yes. Naruto quickly withdrew his gaze, but his actions became even faster. Yet he couldn't help but smile. Forget it, it doesn't matter what to call her. Compared to being scolded, bullied, or isolated by others, these things no longer mattered. Because he is no longer alone. Receiving a covert mission to monitor the Nine-Tails, Jinchuriki Kakashi Hatake arrived at the scene, immediately hiding in the shadows to observe, and then witnessed this scene. Two little ones, one black and one yellow, diligently cleaning the room, with 3 large garbage bags piled at the door. Once they finished tidying up, the two gathered around a small table on which sat 2 buckets of instant noodles. An enticing aroma wafted through the air. I'm about to dig in. 2 slurp. Naruto picked up a portion of noodles and devoured it ravenously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and a satisfied smile on his face. Fancheng sampled a bit, tasting the bizarre flavor of the instant noodles nearing expiration, and couldn't help but frown. Naruto, do you usually eat this kind of stuff? Long-term vegetarianism is not good. Naruto's expression dimmed. Some restaurants won't let me in and the villagers don't treat me well, so I can only buy more instant noodles to store, hiding at home and going out less. Hidden among the bushes, Kakashi Hatake Umbu stared with a dead fish eye, his expression showing no sign of emotion. He seemed like an emotionless task machine, dutifully monitoring this somewhat familiar young Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the little girl beside him. This scene, the rumors and ostracization from villagers, the concern of companions. It reminded him of when he was young after his father's death. Obito and Rin worried about him, secretly following him home, and he grilled fish to treat them. Wait a minute. His eyes sharpened. Blonde hair, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a 5-year-old orphan, the surname Uzumaki. These elements coming together seemed too coincidental, right? Could it be he is Lord Minato's child? Suddenly he seemed to remember something, and his gaze turned lifeless again. Even knowing, what could Kakashi Hatake do? Looking back at his life. Born to kill his mother, orphaned at a young age, he caused the death of companions and childhood friends, and then helplessly watched as his mentor and his wife sacrificed themselves. His life was continuously ravaged by a cruel world, initially causing pain, but now only leaving behind a numbing emptiness. Only the lingering sins and guilt drove him like a walking corpse, endlessly executing tasks. He yearned for the day he could embrace his fate as a hero of Konoha. Just like Obito. In such a state, if he were to take care of his teacher's child, it wouldn't be long before he would perish in enemy territory, plunging this child into the same hell he had experienced in his childhood. The atmosphere suddenly turned somber. Hearing this, Fancheng raised an eyebrow, contemplating how to comfort Naruto when a blue light curtain he both loved and hated appeared before him. Your action of helping Ming has attracted the attention of a player behind the curtain, who has sent his top assassin Shi to monitor you. Shi, the first assassin of the Yi family, trained as an assassin since birth, orphaned and witnessed his father abandon a mission to take his own life, instilling in him the belief that the assassin's mission is above all else. Fortunately, he turned this thought around with the help of 2 companions, but in this chaotic world, the 2 companions buried him in the past to save him, becoming his lifelong white moonlight. At this moment, Shi is currently hidden in the shadows, observing you, who bears some resemblance to his 2 deceased companions, as you comfort Ming. You choose. Option 1. You are a demon fox. It's normal for everyone to fear you, and I do too. Reward: Golden Finger. Superpower: Healing, awaken healing abilities. Option 2. Unmoved: it has come to this. Let's eat noodles first. Reward: Golden Finger. Lucky and prosperous physique, a physique that enhances the fortune of male partners. Option 3. Gently comforting Naruto: aren't you going to become Hokage? I will watch over you. Reward: Golden Finger. White moonlight: when you perform actions or speak words that touch the target's heart, the target will see the shadow of their important lost person in you. Not cool, bro. What the heck is the wife abetting physique in option 2? I demand to see the cards. Are you treating me like a Japanese person? A female-oriented golden finger in a male-oriented story is just too much. Fancheng's brain froze for a second. Calm down. Calm down. Kakashi is still watching from the shadows. Let's count prime numbers. They are indivisible and bring courage. 1993, 986, 979. How did I end up on the next set, you bastard? Ahem. Fancheng forced himself to calm down and quickly considered how to choose. First, option 2, the indifferent golden finger, the one he fortune-boosting physique that boosts male partners' luck absolutely cannot be chosen. Even with the caliber of the supreme fortune goo, the luck to pick up a divine tree chakra fruit outside, he cannot choose. He, Hoshino Fancheng, a true hero, a towering giant of 105 centimeters, yet possessing a wife-abetting physique, how is that acceptable? If this book were chosen, it should be placed in the female-oriented section. Ahem. Excluding option 2, Fancheng looked at option 1. Awakening superpower healing is indeed a very precious golden finger, but the condition requires using talk therapy to heal Naruto. This goes against Fancheng's consistent strategic policy of building good relationships with the dual protagonists. Moreover, he now masters reverse technique, which can multiply the negative energy represented by cursed power within his body, transforming it into positive energy to heal the body. In the future, he only needs to develop the technique to externalize the reverse technique, and he can effectively freeload a means to heal others. Thus, the cost-effectiveness of superpower healing becomes very low. So now only option 3 remains: comfort Naruto to obtain the reward Golden Finger White Moonlight. As long as you say or do something that moves others' hearts, you will cause them to hallucinate the white moonlight in their hearts upon you. In this world that values bonds, yet is brutally cruel, filled with death and tragedy, this Golden Finger is truly a divine skill. Just one sentence. He stands before Danzo Shimura and curses evil Uchiha. If that old geezer doesn't mistake him for the reincarnation of Tobirama Senju and shower him with gold, it would be restrained. It's just that gently comforting is too girly. Isn't there any male protagonist type in female-oriented stories who is domineering and decisive? Tough job. Sighing inwardly, Fancheng took a wet towel from the medical kit beside him and wiped Naruto. He blinked his slightly slanted purple eyes, then used a band-aid to cover the wound caused by stones from village children. A gentle smile curved his lips as he comforted, "Don't be sad, Naruto. The villagers' hatred is their fault. Don't punish yourself for others' mistakes. But I still feel very sad." Naruto's face showed pain and grievance. But then, he met a pair of large purple cat-like eyes. "Aren't you going to become Hokage?" Fancheng had somehow arrived in front of Naruto. He bent slightly, extended a pair of warm, soft, fair little hands, and without further ado, tightly grasped Naruto's cold hands. A warm smile curled on his fair, delicate face. His voice was clear, and his tone sincere, as if stating a fact. "This is our promise. I will always watch over you, Naruto." You gently comforted Naruto, making him no longer feel lonely and confused, and deeply moved Kishi Nishi, obtaining the Golden Finger White Moonlight. When you say or do something that touches a target's heart, the target will see the shadow of their lost important person in you. Without paying attention to the system prompt, Fancheng patted his chest, smiled, and made a heroic expression on his small face. "Oh, by the way, you are my little brother. If you don't eat well now, you'll be too short when you grow up, and it would be embarrassing for me to take. How about this? From now on, I'll bring you a bento every day. You must finish it all, no leftovers." "Okay, thank you, big brother." Naruto was silent for a long time, his voice choked. Kakashi, crouching in the bushes, was also silent. Even the summer insects fell silent. Silence was tonight's Konoha. After a long time, Kakashi, who had almost forgotten to breathe, came back to his senses. His eyes wavered, fingers trembled slightly, his heart felt tightly squeezed by something. Under his mask and face covering, his mouth opened, but no sound came out. He suddenly wanted to go to the cemetery, to see Obito and Rin, even if it's just the memorial stone. But for some reason his feet were firmly nailed to the branch. In a daze, he saw Rin and Obito appear before him, smiles on their faces, reaching out to pull him, making him unable to escape. He hastily reached forward, wanting to retrieve them. But Obito and Rin's figures vanished like bubbles in a dream, leaving only a scene of a tender-faced little girl comforting another little boy. After a long moment, "Hoshino, Fancheng, Uzumaki Naruto." He looked up at the sky and murmured, "So, it's already been so long." Evening. Fancheng bid farewell to Naruto and skipped home, a smile on his fair face. Anyone could see he was in a good mood. "Mom, what's for dinner today?" "Wow, so lavish. What's the occasion?" A gentle woman in an apron walked out of the kitchen. She crouched down, rubbed Fancheng's little head, and said with a warm smile, "Today your uncle, the traveling merchant, came to Konoha. Dad is drinking with him in the main room. We shouldn't disturb them." "Okay." Fancheng willingly reached out his small hand for the gentle woman to hold. Passing by the main room, he saw a middle-aged man with a somewhat receding hairline and a handsome young man respectfully pouring wine for him, talking enthusiastically. The two in the room were his father, Hoshino Saikaku. The handsome young man was his uncle, his mother Hoshino Riri's younger brother Mizugami Hikari. Baisheng believed that the reason he could shed his slightly feminine delicate features when he grew up was because his uncle was very handsome. The family had a pleasant dinner. Baisheng's father was a civilian ninja deeply in love with his mother. He was cheerful, loved telling dad jokes, and often drank with a fellow chunin named Haruno Cho, then returned home tipsy. Haruno Cho was the father of Haruno Sakura. Thanks to them, Baisheng got to know the legendary illusion master, who later formed the strongest trio in the ninja world with Six Paths Naruto and Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, in advance. Late at night, Baisheng, full and satisfied, yawned and lay on his bed. Now it's time for the Hoshino family bedtime story, little Baisheng. This is the most important inheritance I got from your grandfather. Father Hoshino Saikaku very dutifully took out a storybook, and in Baisheng's despairing eyes naturally began telling his child a bedtime story. Once upon a time. Yawn. The familiar opening made Baisheng yawn. Bored, he circulated cursed power to train his control. Just as he channeled cursed power into his ears to enhance his hearing, two familiar, uneasy voices reached his ears. Sis, I received news in the capital of the Land of Fire. Over in the village, the main family, the Yuki clan, has fallen. This was expected. Ever since that man started the bloody mist, the Yuki clan's destruction was inevitable. We managed to escape only because we were fringe members, our bloodline so diluted that not even 6 generations ago had anyone awakened the Kekkei Genkai. The main family's genealogy probably doesn't even have our names. Sis, even so we can't let our guard down. What if? Alright Hikari, I'm safe living in Konoha. On the contrary, you're always traveling as a merchant, which is far more dangerous. Baisheng. He slowly opened his mouth wide. Good heavens. The ice muscle Jade Bone Body Golden Finger was not taken in vain. He really had the ice release Kekkei Genkai bloodline. Wait. A name flashed in Baisheng's mind. Kishi Nishi no, it's Kakashi Hitaki. The ENBU ninja sent by the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi to monitor those who contact the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki. At this very moment, he is likely secretly watching him. That is to say, the conversation between his mother and uncle might have been heard clearly by him. The next day, Baisheng, who had been frightened all night, drooped his small shoulders and walked out of the room yawning. His slightly tired face and dark circles added a fragile delicateness to him. Your uncle Baisheng stayed up all night worrying about the possible appearance of the Umbu interrogation division. He was afraid of waking up to find himself in an unfamiliar ceiling. Then Deshiwan, dressed as a nurse, smiled at him and said, You're awake. The surgery was successful. From today. Eek. Baisheng shivered and quickly stopped this terrible fantasy. Meanwhile, a sense of urgency arose in his heart. The fact that his mother and uncle had household registration in Kirigakure was an absolute major stain. Especially now that he had actively approached Konoha's most sensitive nuclear weapon, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Xuanhuang Mingren. Once the Umbu, or root, uncovered this secret, he might be struck by a dozen kunai die of invasive iron poisoning and be judged as suicide. Or he could be captured by Jitsuin Tuanzang into root, implanted with a curse mark, and brainwashed. Of course, this could also be Baisheng's paranoia kicking in. His father Shinya Jingjue was a legitimate civilian chunin of Konoha among fewer than 1,000 in the entire village, and was part of the grassroots corps that supported the daily operations of the village. Whether his wife was an enemy village spy, the village's high ranks could not have been unaware for so many years. Ultimately, it's my own lack of strength. Baisheng looked down at his small jade-white tender palm. If he had the power of Datong Mu Hui now, he would have become a behemoth who cherished life, strengthening the entire shinobi world with his single power. To quickly gain the power to protect himself, the system was his only choice. The trigger condition of this system, with the lengthy name, Nupin Nishi Jinshuzi de Quanshidong, was initially inferred to be making choices that alter the life trajectory of target characters. Currently, only Mingren and Kakashi, who have significant roles in the original story, are determined as task targets by the system. It's not excluded that other characters with less screen time but high influence may become system targets. The urgent task is to contact Mingren, Kakashi, and other original characters as soon as possible to gain more cheats and enhance strength. But I can't appear too eager lest I arouse suspicion. Take it slow but make it fast. Oh system with the long and messy name, let me see your limits. With such thoughts, Baisheng left his room and went downstairs for breakfast. Konoha Cemetery. The afterglow of the waning moon slid off the memorial stone, fading into the last silver thread on the horizon. Silence reigned. A figure stained with dew stood before the monument with a bouquet of flowers, head bowed, silent, like a statue. Kakashi. A voice, aged yet sharp, sounded. Yuanfei, risen, wearing the Hokage hat, one hand behind his back, leisurely smoking his pipe, stopped beside Kakashi. Staying up all night, something troubling your mind. Hokage-sama. Don't deny it. Yuanfei risen sighed, and from behind his back, he produced a bouquet of flowers, placing it before the memorial stone. You're thinking about Xingye Baixing, that child, aren't you? You overheard that child's mother and uncle's secret conversation, didn't you? The remnants of the Blood Mist village. A truly formidable background. A moment's carelessness could provoke the enmity of Kirigakure. The Cloud Village just signed a ceasefire with us, but the Rock Village still clings stubbornly. The current Konoha can be called an eventful autumn. These old bones are about to give out. Kakaxi remained silent, but his hands were tightly clasped together. You always do this, Kakaxi. Whenever you encounter a difficult question, you stop talking. Yuanfei risen laughed. Seeing that Kakaxi remained silent, he looked at the memorial stone before them, sighed, and said casually, "Oh, by the way, Kakaxi, I intend to appoint you as the 5th Hokage." What? Kakaxi was stunned. Last night, while monitoring Xingye Baixing, he had overheard the conversation between the child's mother and uncle. He had considered that Yuanfei risen might have him continue monitoring the Xingye family, even execute them secretly, or hand them over to Root. The reasons for such measures were enemy village spies, diplomatic crisis, and the uncontrollable ice release bloodline limit. But he didn't want that child to face all this. He was still so young and so kind. As sharp and gentle as Lin, yet as firm in belief as Dai, too cherishing those around him. Compared to someone like himself who only brought death and disaster to those around him, this child was 10,000 times more dazzling. That was why he had left his post in the middle of the night to come to Konoha Cemetery. He was lost again, but he never expected the 3rd Hokage to say something like making him succeed as Hokage. Yuanfei risen stroked his chin and said seriously, "I know this is difficult, but it's an order. Kakaxi, I have great trust in your potential. Every time I see you I think of my younger self, but your psychological state is worrying and I am deeply concerned." A trace of remorse crossed his face. Your father Chimu Shimao, due to my momentary negligence, caused Konoha to forever lose a blade that could cut through anything. I deeply apologize for that. Had I discovered and stopped the gossip earlier, perhaps everything would be different now. Unfortunately, the wood has already become a boat. But now it's different. I have discovered the darkness and pain within you in time. The greatest tragedy has not yet come. There is still a turning point in everything. Yuanfei risen half-crouched before the memorial stone, his back to Kakaxi, a smile appearing on his aged face. We are also ninjas. The things you feel I have felt too. Do you know how I have come this far? Kakaxi shook his head. Yuanfei risen laughed kindly twice, then disregarding the dignity of the Hokage, sat directly on the ground leaning against the memorial stone and beckoned Kakaxi to sit beside him. Then looking at the sunrise on the horizon with clouds rolling and unrolling, he sighed leisurely. That is a long story. During the first Great Ninja War, Konoha was simultaneously at war with the other 4 major hidden villages. In the war I lost relatives, comrades, subordinates, and even at the end of the war, like you, I lost the teacher I respected and loved most. But I have come this far all the way. Not because I am strong, but because there have always been comrades supporting me by my side, disciples who respect me as much as I respected teacher Feijian, countless ninja and villagers who see me as their reliance, and countless predecessors who have paved the way with their bodies. They come together. That is Konoha. The village does not grant power, nor does it bestow courage, but it carries the best wishes and blessings of those predecessors who sacrificed for us, the later generations. Kakaxi, don't be sad and don't blame yourself. Yuanfei risen lifted Kakaxi's hand and placed it over his heart. The will of predecessors is inherited by later generations. Those who love us do not leave, they are right here. Each beat of our hearts is the right, they paid everything for us. Take up the will they have entrusted to us, until one day pass that will to the next junior. That is the will of fire of our Konoha. Where Konoha dances, fire also burns unceasingly. Yuanfei risen grasped Kakaxi's shoulders, his murky eyes meeting his, and declared, therefore, do not let down those who have entrusted their meaning to you, Kakaxi. From today on I will assign you a task. This task requires no report, no record, and no forced. The task has 3 parts. First, protect the safety of the Ninetales, Jinchuriki, Xuanhuang Mingren. Second, monitor and shelter the orphan of the snow, clan Xingye Baixing. Third, build new bonds to ease the darkness and pain within you until you completely step out of the shadows. Then become the new leaf and save the precarious Konoha. Until that day you will be the Hokage. The sun rose. The mountain mist was dispersed by sunlight, peaceful and silent. The old man in the hat and the white-haired youth left one after another. Suddenly the air before the memorial stone trembled as if space was distorted, and a mysterious figure wearing an orange-eared spiral mask and a black hooded cloak appeared eerily. He picked up the 2 bouquets of dewy flowers in front of the memorial stone, weighed them for a moment, and then threw them aside. Xingye Baixing. Days and nights passed, half a month fleeting like a snap of the fingers. In Konoha, A secluded training ground rarely discovered by anyone was where Bai Sheng and Naruto stayed. Morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. A slender figure appearing like a young girl stood before a wooden post, delivering punch after punch. Sweat soaked her white training uniform, outlining a still thin silhouette. 1,324. 1,325. 1,326. Bai Sheng silently counted each punch, her cheeks, slightly flushed lips parted as she regulated her breathing. His father Hoshino Masayoshi was merely a chunin, while his mother was a descendant of the Yuki clan. Though her bloodline had grown so faint, even the system could not detect it. Under normal circumstances, his highest achievement in this life would be at most a special jonin, and even that would require relentless, tireless training day and night. If he slackened even slightly and failed to reach the strength of an elite chunin during the critical developmental years between 10 and 20, he would likely remain a chunin for life, just like his father. But now things were different. The Icebone Jade Body granted him 100 points of ice affinity, and coupled with the ice sealing curse technique, which allowed him to grasp related concepts, a chance attempt a few days ago led to the awakening of his ice release Kekkei Genkai. No, I mustn't laugh yet. I have to stay composed. Hoshino Bai Sheng was no longer a plain vanilla ninja. He was now a proud possessor of a Kekkei Genkai. Though later in the original story, Kekkei Genkai holders were as common as stray dogs by the roadside. At present, it was undeniably synonymous with elite and strength. Haku at 15 possessed Jonin-level power, and his Kekkei Genkai was certainly instrumental. With the foundation of ice release layered with the Cursecaster system, his current strength was rated by the system as Genin. Like the prodigy Kakashi, he became a Genin at the age of 5. But fortune often comes with a hidden price. He soon discovered to his dismay that awakening the Yuki clan's Kekkei Genkai bestowed a unique aura upon its wielder, gradually beautifying the appearance and propelling him headlong toward becoming an ice beauty. In the original story, Momochi Zabuza's young wife, Haku, was a 15-year-old boy, yet still resembled a gentle fair maiden. Now combined with the Icebone Jade Body, his situation would only go from bad to worse. Oh well, this is the price of power. Those who cannot sacrifice anything can never change anything. I have faced too many desperate situations in my life. As long as it can help me, I will dedicate everything. I will go step by step, all the way to the top. I will become the strongest in history. Bai Sheng hypnotized himself and continued punching the wooden post. Not far away, a boy with golden hair was mimicking Bai Sheng's movements, hitting another wooden post while mumbling numbers under his breath. Boss, is this right? Look at you, always in a hurry. Bai Sheng tilted his head, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He chuckled. Naruto, tempering physical skills is a practice that requires persistence. Avoid impatience and haste. Also, your waist is too stiff. When throwing a punch, you must drive it with your waist, not just the strength of your arms. Oh. Naruto nodded vigorously, adjusted his stance, and continued punching. Ever since Bai Sheng saved Naruto in that alley and took him on as a little brother, whenever Bai Sheng went out, Naruto followed him like a little tail. The large-scale investigation by the Umbu and Root that he had dreaded. Neither the Umbu nor the Root launched any investigation. His daily life continued unchanged. Until a few days ago, when he returned home, he found his father Hoshino Masayoshi and mother Hoshino Rue wearing relieved smiles. That evening, his mother held him like a big plush doll as they watched TV, happily saying that his uncle had met the love of his life in Konoha and would be getting married soon. Finally, I won't have to worry about your uncle encountering danger while traveling as a merchant, his mother said, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Bai Sheng already knew the answer in his heart. His mother and uncle were orphans of the Yuki clan commoners who had wandered and drifted to Konoha after the clan was annihilated by Kirigakure. His mother married his father a chunin, while his uncle continued to travel as a merchant. Now his uncle suddenly planned to marry and settle in Konoha. This was not about meeting the love of his life at all. Clearly, the higher-ups of Konoha had discovered their identities and extended their grasp toward the orphan Yuki clan. Even arrangements for his uncle to marry and bear children were made, obviously intending to let the Yuki bloodline take root in Konoha. However, to avoid attracting Kirigakure's attention, the village temporarily decided not to reveal their identities. This meant that the political screening that had been causing Bai Sheng constant anxiety had finally concluded success. Since the Umbu had already investigated their family background, yet no one came to warn or stop him from approaching Naruto, it indicated that the third Hokage tacitly approved or even welcomed it. After all, it was beneficial for the village if the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki could forge a bond of friendship. Bonds, huh? Bai Sheng, familiar with all the Naruto manga and anime, knew well Naruto and Sasuke Obito and Kakashi and Might Guy Zabuza and Haku all had demonstrated it. Aren't they just tied together, tangled? Bonds are cares, restraints, shackles, bridges linking each other's pain. They are Naruto's words, as long as I'm here you are not alone. The empathy of that moment, and the space always reserved for each other. Baisheng understood it perfectly. Hell, I definitely won't let the Hokage down. Time flew to noon. I'm so tired. Naruto plopped onto the ground like a deflated ball, his stomach growling loudly. Boss, when do we eat? I'm starving. Right on time, I'm hungry too. Let's rest, Naruto. Baisheng stopped his movements, walked to the shade of a tree, and took 2 lunchboxes from the bag his mother had prepared. Lifting them above his head, he announced, Tada. It's 2 extra-large grilled fish bento boxes. Yage. Naruto played along, raising his hands in praise of the sun, took the bento box, and eagerly lifted the lid. Inside were rice balls shaped like small spheres, simple side dishes, a grilled fish placed in the center, and a few fried eggs as garnish. The steam rose, carrying the aroma of home. Baisheng opened his own bento, and ate small mouthfuls. Before long, Naruto, who had devoured his food in a few bites, smacked his lips, as if savoring the taste, his eyes darting toward Baisheng's half-eaten rice ball. Boss, what does that rice ball taste like? This is not a ginseng fruit. A rice ball is just a rice ball, what else could... Baisheng could tell Naruto was genuinely hungry. Helplessly, he stuffed the remaining rice ball into Naruto's mouth. Eat quickly, there's still training afterward. With the rice ball in his mouth, Naruto's cheeks bulged like a squirrel's, and he nodded heavily. Just then, Baisheng caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. 2 figures, one big and one small, were walking this way from behind a large tree not far away. Brother, you promised me yesterday that you'd train with me all day today, so don't brush me off with next time. I won't, Sasuke. Oh, is the burden-bearing king here? Someone's coming. Ming Ren's small ears twitched, his eyes darting away as he instinctively tried to hide behind Baisheng. But before he could act, his body suddenly froze. These days he had been following Baisheng around the village, idly strolling and training in physical techniques. At first, the villagers, out of deference to Baisheng's protection, hesitated to harm a cute and innocent child due to the demon fox. But after a few days, their bullying will found its own outlet. Ignoring Baisheng's presence entirely, they vented their malice even more brazenly toward him. Some adults, overflowing with resentment, even dragged Baisheng into the abuse alongside him. Ming Ren watched all of this in silence. He didn't mind being cursed or even beaten himself, but he couldn't bear to see Big Brother suffer the same disrespect, especially when it was because of him. Grr. Ming Ren's gaze suddenly sharpened, spreading his arms to shield Baisheng behind him, emitting a canine-like growl as he glared ahead. He would protect Big Brother. The black-haired boy who burst through the jungle into the training ground first was startled by the sight. Like a startled cat, his sleek black hair bristled upright, lowering his body as he locked eyes with Ming Ren, forming a standoff. Huh. The boy with the nasolabial folds who arrived later, Baisheng Omega, had these two triggered the underlying codes of Ajura Chakra and Indra Chakra, the primal dogbite, and Hachimi genetics. Who are you two? Why are you occupying the training ground my brother and I built? The black-haired boy, seeing his older brother arrive, immediately found his anchor. He crossed his arms, puffed out his cheeks, and spoke indignantly. This? You built it. Perhaps because the black-haired boy, Uchiha Xuanhuang, showed none of the villagers' naked malice or disgust in his words and manner. Ming Ren for a moment didn't know how to answer. Baisheng, however, stroked his own smooth and delicate chin. Xuanhuang was born a bit earlier than Ming Ren, just turned 5 this year. Still an innocent, playful child, though soon he would be at the age of leaving his family to live alone. In contrast, Ming Ren was more mature. Even a single meeting with his parents would allow him to fend for himself. Ahem. Xuanhuang, this forest originally belongs to the village. It's not exclusive to anyone. We came late. Nisong. The boy with the nasolabial folds, who had been silent, his gaze scrutinizing, gently comforted his brother before showing a kind smile toward Baisheng and Ming Ren. Hello. This training ground can accommodate 4 people. If you don't mind, let's each take one side. Baisheng appraised the boy with the nasolabial folds. This must be the renowned Uchiha, you no doubt. If memory served, as the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader, he was 5 years older than Xuanhuang, now probably just promoted to Chunin, or about to be. About 3 years remained until that night, when countless Uchiha clan members would shed blood and passionately pursue their dreams. At present, Uchiha Yu was caught between the village and the clan, deeply conflicted, yet still harboring hope. After all, his good big brother Uchiha Jishui had not yet plunged into the waterfall, his fate unknown. With Jishui Gu holding up the sky, he still had the leisure to occasionally spend entire days training with his beloved younger brother Uchiha Xuanhuang. We don't mind. Baisheng deliberately waited 2 seconds for the system options. Seeing it remain silent, he sighed inwardly. It seemed his plan to quickly acquire golden fingers by approaching plot characters had failed miserably. This stupid blessing system was nothing but an artificial idiot. Whenever he asked about options, how to gauge the target character, the only responses were always system busy, please try again later, and ciao and ima. A potato server was 100 times smarter than this thing. At that thought, a faint blush tinted the girl's fair cheeks from anger, and the peach blossom-like eyes slightly hooked at the corners, violet irises glistening with mist from the choking. Uchiha Yu's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. As a traditional Uchiha girls ranked in his heart after his younger brother Ji Shui, Gu his father, and his mother. In other words, he had no idea how to console a sad girl. But before he could speak, the little girl lifted her head as if pretending indifference when an adult had snatched her favorite toy and said with feigned bravado, "Ming Rin, let's go to the left corner and leave this place to them." But be obedient. The yellow-haired boy trudged dejectedly after the little girl. Uchiha Yu. Why did he sense an ominous premonition, as if an umbu was staring intently at the back of his head? An illusion? Humph. You're quite sensible. Hurry up and don't disturb me in my brother's training. Zuozhu planted his hands on his hips like a little general after a victory. At that moment, the distant jungle rustled once more. The voices of several youths talking quickly approached as they entered the training ground one after another. Ahead is the training ground I found a few days ago. We finally don't have to. Hey, how come there are people? Just chase them off. Wait, that ping-pong paddle, it's Uchiha. Damn, since they've taken it, let's just leave. TCH, hateful Uchiha. The youths came in a swarm and left in a swarm. Before leaving, they all glanced at Yu and Zuozhu with eyes that mingled fear and suppressed anger. Uchiha Yu's smile gradually faded, his mood sinking. The village, the clan. Villagers, clan members. High-ranking officials, elders. Hokage clan leader. The estrangement between the two sides had grown over the years, building an invisible wall called suspicion. With opposing stances, their hearts could no longer connect. Were Uchiha and Konoha destined to drift toward mutual indifference or even armed conflict? But the village was already in turmoil. When the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. If anything went wrong at this point, both Konoha and the Uchiha who depended on it would face extinction. Uchiha Yu's eyes slowly lowered, his gaze turning cold. Only when they touched Zuozhu did warmth reappear. If that day truly came, at least let Zuozhu. What is Uchiha, big brother? Ming Ren's innocent question reached Bai Sheng's ear. Uchiha. Bai Sheng clasped his hands behind his back, blinked his eyes, and paused his tone. You have encountered Yuan Yu and Yuan Zhua, who are both scorned and feared by the villagers at the training ground. Years ago, the city lord of Yicheng was assassinated, and the Yuan clan was suspected of being the culprit. Over the years, the rift between Yicheng and the Yuan clan has grown immense. Yicheng, the clan, the people. The 10-year-old Yuan Yu is caught in the middle, torn and exhausted both physically and mentally. At this moment, he hears you discussing the Yuan clan. You choose. Choice 1, express malice without concealment, stating that this clan produces lunatics, naturally evil. Uchiha clan, this old man will. Reward, golden finger. Animal communication, gain ability to communicate with animals in appearance. Choice 2, tell him in the most objective, straightforward, and uncompromising way Bai Sheng doesn't know. Reward, golden finger. Hidden identity, water country eldest princess. Gain hidden identity as water country's eldest princess. Upon acquisition, a reasonable background and related memories will be automatically arranged. Choice 3, the Yuan clan is part of Yicheng. As long as we keep moving forward, the path will keep extending, so don't stop. Reward, golden finger. Affinity, your words and actions more easily earn others' favor. Upon first meeting, a character's affinity increase by 50 up to a maximum of 50. Quite fond. Uchiha. Bai Sheng quickly scanned the system panel, his mind racing with countless thoughts. First of all, choice 1 can be ruled out. Animal communication. Just looking at it, that golden finger is utterly useless. In the ninja world, any creature with a bit of strength basically understands human speech. There's no communication issue. Some advanced beasts even speak better than humans. What could this animal communication do? Go deep into the mountains and call a few snow leopards and animal friends to fight for him. Besides, the phrase evil Uchiha contradicts Konoha's will of fire. No matter how hated Uchiha is still a part of the village. He still wanted to lean towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hokage faction, so he couldn't afford to stain his record. Choice 2, though. It's the worst among the worst. Bai Sheng's forehead twitched slightly, his face darkening. This choice not only wastes an opportunity to bond with the target character Uchiha Yu, but also punishes him with the golden finger, hidden identity, water country eldest princess. Exactly. Bai Sheng considered this golden finger a punishment. He was a man in childhood, relying on his androgynous appearance to act as a cute little dress-up doll. To trigger the system's selection for target characters was one thing. Thus, after eliminating all erroneous answers, only the third option remained. Never mind whether the golden finger was useful or not. At the very least, it wouldn't elbow the already fragile masculinity of Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng made his choice in his heart, his tone pausing slightly. His steps toward the edge of the training ground did not falter. His voice was warm, his tone resolute, as if stating a self-evident truth that needed no elaboration. They are part of the village, just like everyone else. Uchiha Itachi's expression grew taut, his hand stroking Sasuke's little head, pausing for a moment. Part of the village. Naruto scratched his head, a wave of bitterness rising in his heart. But I saw those people just now. They really didn't like the Uchiha just like me. I'm also a member of the village, but only Big Brother the old man and Uncle Ichiraku don't detest me. Well, if you put it that way, the conversation couldn't go on like that. Yar. Baisheng suddenly stopped walking and let out a sigh. He thought for a moment, then turned around and met Naruto's gaze, their height now level. His delicate face was like flawless art, eyes like amethysts gazing at Naruto with gentle yet steadfast resolve. Naruto, do you know? The reason they distance themselves from you, loathe you, and intimidate you is because they are afraid of you. Perhaps it was an illusion. When Baisheng uttered these words, the entire forest seemed to fall silent. Afraid of me? Naruto's cerulean eyes trembled, perplexed. Yes, but that's not the root cause. Fear stems from the unknown. Baisheng narrowed his beautiful eyes, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Just like before, I was terrified of the dark space under my bed, believing there were monsters lurking. But once dawn broke, I wasn't afraid anymore. Because after it got light, I crawled under the bed and searched every corner, only to find the teddy bear I had lost long ago. There was no monster at all. It's the same with the villagers. They don't know you, and the shadow of the demon fox shrouds them, preventing them from seeing you clearly. Naturally, they fear you, distance themselves from you, and ostracize you. If you let everyone get to know the real you, then. No. Naruto's eyes were dull and lifeless. He bit his lip and said petulantly, I don't want them to know me. I only need Big Brother. I don't care about anyone else at all. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, his heart tightened violently, and a terrifying thought echoed in his mind. Trembling, he asked, Big Brother, are you also afraid of me like them? Oh. Baisheng blinked, stepped closer, and his dreamlike face, so exquisite it seemed unreal, suddenly filled Naruto's entire world. His eyes curved with amusement. In your eyes, is the distance between us really that far, Naruto? Before, I was also influenced by other adults, thinking you were a fearsome demon fox that brought misfortune. Naruto's head sank lower. Faint traces of eerie crimson chakra began to appear around him. But one day, I saw you being bullied by a few guys even I couldn't beat. I thought then, how terrifying could a demon fox be if it could be bullied by others? And so, like the morning light illuminating the deep darkness under the bed, I came to you, walked out of the dark forest woven around you, and truly got to know you. I found that you're not some violent monster that goes berserk at any moment, nor a cold-blooded demon fox. You're just a foolish Naruto who hoards expired instant noodles and hates cleaning. What's this? This kid is completely incapable of taking care of himself. If I don't look out for him more, he might stay curled up in a corner forever. Thinking this, I gradually started taking care of you up until today. Big Brother. Naruto buried his head even lower. Drops of water fell to the ground, vanishing into the dry soil in no time. Am I so useless? I only cause you worry and drain your energy. But Big Brother, I don't want others to know me, nor do I want to know them. Let them keep fearing me. As long as Big Brother is by my side, I'll never feel lonely. Be my Big Brother forever. Onagai. Baisheng was speechless. What the hell? He just wanted to enlighten Naruto and act as a mediator between the villagers and Naruto, smoothing things over. Why did Naruto suddenly go into super heavy mode, saying he doesn't want to know anyone and will only be his little brother forever? Wasn't that turning him into his personal toy? No. Wasn't that turning him into his personal nuclear weapon? Was that good? That was not good. Not to mention whether such an emotionally heavy Naruto could earn the Sage of Six Paths recognition, gain the Six Paths power, and kick Kagaya Otsutsuki to save the ninja world. Even right now, neither Shimura Danzo nor Hiruzen Sarutobi could tolerate a situation where the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a strategic weapon, only obeyed one person. Was Konoha yours or mine? Unless that man was named Minato Namikaze. Remember our promise. Baisheng thought it over and directly sidestepped this dangerous slippery slope, continuing to console him. Become Hokage Naruto. That's my own dream. Now I'm passing it on to you. Once you become Hokage, you'll be known by everyone, gain everyone's recognition, and earn everyone's approval. It's difficult, but a person's dreams never end. As long as you keep moving forward, the path will stretch ahead. Don't stop. No, Big Brother. I don't want to become Hokage. Naruto bit his lips stubbornly, his eyes resolute as he met Baisheng's stunned gaze. I don't have any dreams. But if that is Big Brother's dream, then I'll make realizing Big Brother's dream my own dream. Naruto, you this kid get 100 points. Baisheng suddenly felt a bit touched. He had worked so hard trying to use Naruto to allude to the Uchiha and nudge Itachi Uchiha, completing the third option's task. He hadn't expected Naruto to be so moved, to react so strongly, so sincerely. He could feel the heavy emotions underlying Naruto's words. Honestly, he had only regarded Naruto as a cardboard cutout, a childhood character, a mission target in the system, a somewhat pitiful protagonist. But only now, with dull realization, did he understand that Naruto was also a living, breathing person worthy of his more genuine treatment. Little brother Naruto, just be my little brother from now on. Whenever I have a piece of meat, you'll have a bone to gnaw on. But then, now there's a big problem. He had boosted Naruto's favorability toward him far beyond the original Naruto's feelings for Sakura. Would the village still tolerate him continuing to dominate Naruto? Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Your sincere and resolute words moved Itachi Uchiha. Between the Uchiha clan and the Leaf Village lay a dark forest. As long as everyone stepped out of that forest and recognized one another, the rift could be bridged. Reward, Golden Finger Affinity, 50 base favorability for all. Ding. You have successfully raised Naruto's favorability to 100, bound by life and death. Reward, Golden Finger. Oh, could it be? Ding. You have successfully raised Ming's affection to 100, bound by life and death. Reward, Golden Finger. Heavenly Beauty 1 per month, no upper limit. Affection system activated. Host can check others' affection toward you. Ming 100, bound by life and death. Yuan 65 instant kinship. Yuan's 2150, 29 familiar. Heavenly Beauty. Bai Sheng's mouth twitched slightly. He was already exhausted. If this beauty attribute wanted to increase, so be it. Now he saw it clearly. Apart from a few exceptions like Spirit Field Space and Rebirth of the Strong, most of the female-oriented golden fingers rewarded by this female-oriented system were either aimed at making people more attractive or charging headlong toward becoming an irresistible charm demon. His self-positioning was like that of Liu Bang or Liu Bei, becoming the charm of the Han, winning others over with personal charisma to serve him. Like Hashirama Senju. Not to seduce others. But now he had yielded. As long as he didn't have to wear a skirt, that was his last bottom line. However, just as he had told Naruto earlier, a person's dreams never end. He still clung to one last hope. His uncle was also a member of the Snow Clan. But his uncle was extremely handsome, perfectly matching Bai Sheng's expectations. What if Hoshino Bai Sheng was like his uncle? A handsome man unchanged by any bloodline correction. How you want to become Hokage? A childish voice drew the attention of the three present. Uchiha Sasuke puffed out his cheeks, dissatisfied that his brother kept staring at that girl. He pouted, asserting his presence. How dare a mere commoner even think of that? The Hokage is a position respected even by father. What right do you commoners have to speak so arrogantly? Even if someone could become Hokage, it would only be my big brother. Haha. Let an Uchiha become Hokage. Bai Sheng couldn't help but laugh, and even the Umbu above. Fortunately, their elite ninja discipline kept them silent, though their bodies shook slightly. Uchiha Itachi's ears twitched, as if sensing something. Was that sound from the Umbu? His heart stirred. He discreetly observed the two little ones in front of him. A black-haired, purple-eyed little girl, very cute like Sasuke. But as the son of the Uchiha clan head, he had no information about her, so she must be an ordinary civilian. As a civilian child, her thinking already surpassed many adults. In her discussion of the villagers' bullying children incident, some viewpoints even he hadn't considered. Walking out of the dark forest together, he could mention this to Shursui. The other child, a yellow-haired boy with 6 whisker-like marks on his face, seemed to be called the Demon Fox by the villagers. Could it be? Hey, you arrogant brat, are you looking down on my big brother? Naruto was furious. He hated it when anyone insulted his big brother. He stepped forward and said sarcastically, are you a boy? A real man is so effeminate, and you keep going on about big brother this and big brother that like a girl. Why don't you go home and put on a skirt? Bai Sheng's forehead popped a vein, feeling oddly targeted. What? Sasuke felt insulted and stepped forward, glaring angrily at the yellow-haired brat he had disliked at first. Say that again if you dare. If the little glutton wants to hear it again, then I'll. Here. There should be room for 5 people to train right. Suddenly, a cold and different young man's voice came from behind Uchiha Itachi, completely unexpected. A thin layer of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. He instinctively shielded Sasuke behind him and turned to look warily. Hatake. Kakashi. A young man with spiky white hair, a forehead protector covering his left eye, and a mask hiding the lower half of his face, stood at the edge of the tree's shadow. Hatake Kakashi. Graduated at 5, became a Chunin at 6, Jonin at 12, the youngest Jonin record holder in Konoha. Creator of the Shrank Jutsu Lightning Cutter. The only non-Uchiha to wield the Sharingan. Of course. Uchiha Itachi placed a hand on Sasuke's head to calm him, his mind racing. Hatake Kakashi was an Umbu who answered only to the 3rd Hokage. Rumor had it that he was cruel and cold-blooded, having once killed a comrade for a mission. Why would such a ninja, perhaps if his guess was correct? The yellow-haired boy who had just clashed with Sasuke was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Hatake Kakashi was the Umbu assigned by the Hokage to protect the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The disaster 5 years ago had branded the Uchiha as the village's sinners and burdened the child with the curse of being called the Demon Fox. He had once wondered why the village's higher-ups allowed those rumors to attack the young Jinchuriki. Only after hearing the black-haired, purple-eyed little girl's speech did he roughly understand. The village intended to replicate on this generation's Jinchuriki the pattern of the previous Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, and her husband the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Another question occurred to him. Since the village had long planned the growth path of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, who was in a situation similar to the Uchihas, did the village have a brilliant plan for the Uchiha clan's future? Surely they did right. They couldn't just be planning to annihilate them, could they? Sorry, Sasuke was in the wrong. I apologize on his behalf. Uchiha Itachi reined in his thoughts. A smile appeared on the 10-year-old's handsome, youthful face as he looked at Fancheng and Naruto and voluntarily stepped back. This training ground is yours, Sasuke, and I will go elsewhere. I won't disturb you. I'm leaving now. As an Uchiha, and especially the son of the clan head, it was inappropriate for him and Sasuke to interact with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Hatake Kakashi's appearance was a reminder, or a warning. They needed to leave. It was a pity he hadn't had time to ask for her name. Leaving already. Naruto clicked his tongue. He hadn't finished arguing. That Uchiha Sasuke, though he had a smug expression, didn't look at him with disgust or hatred. Arguing with him had actually improved his mood. Naruto turned his attention to the other newcomer. Hey, are you also here to steal me and my big brother's training ground? Naruto, don't lose your temper at strangers. Fancheng tugged at Naruto's sleeve, then blinked his gorgeous eyes, curiosity and admiration in his voice. Are you Hatake Kakashi? Is Konoha's white fang your father? Mottled sunlight as if cut by the shade of trees scattered in fragments on the ground. The cicada's cries were hoarse like the voice of a youth. As an ANBU performing surveillance, Kakashi should not have stepped forward. Yet he stepped out. Or rather, his feet moved on their own. When he saw the Uchiha youth showing hostility toward the two children before his brain could issue a command, his body had already crossed beyond the tree's shadow. Konoha's white fang, what is that? Naruto looked up, his azure eyes filled with question marks. Kakashi remained silent. How should he answer? Konoha's white fang, Hatake Tsukumo, his father. A man who had severed countless enemies' throats and comrades' despair with a chakra short sword, only to end his own life with that same blade on an ordinary night. The reason was simple. He abandoned the mission to save a comrade. The village regarded him as a sinner, and even the very comrade he saved stepped forward to condemn him. A man even his son's teacher would rather not mention. Kakashi averted his gaze from Naruto's face, as if the scorching sun forced him to shift his eyes involuntarily. He felt an indescribable guilt toward Naruto, a heavy weight pressing on his chest, aching every time he saw that face. Naruto's father, his master. That golden flash with a spirit as brilliant as gold was no more. As his disciple, Kakashi lacked even the courage to appear before this child. If not for the fear that those two Uchiha brothers might harm Naruto and Fancheng, he would probably have remained hidden in the shadows like a ghost that feared the light. Konoha's white fang is a hero of the village, Naruto. A clear, bright voice shattered the silence. Kakashi was momentarily stunned, his gaze shifting to the child standing beside Naruto. Black hair, purple eyes, features so delicate they seemed drawn by a ruler. Hoshino Fancheng. The third Hokage had assigned him the task of monitoring and protecting this child. By now, Fancheng's mother's lineage had been confirmed by the village as not being spies of Kirigakure. His current mission was reduced to mere protection. At that moment, those purple eyes looked up at him, sparkling like grapes steeped in moonlight. His blade slew countless enemies, saved innumerable comrades, and rendered great merits to Konoha. At that time, any ninja from foreign villages who encountered Konoha's white fang on the battlefield, even if they abandoned the mission and fled on the spot, would not be considered a deserter. This was a dignity not even the legendary 3 Sannin had ever possessed. Kakashi looked down at the child before him. In a daze, he seemed to see Obito. Obito too had his eyes light up and his voice rise when speaking of Konoha's white fang. He also, Rin would not shout. She would only stand quietly, wait for Obito to finish, then nod gently, her smile as warm as the first ray of morning sunlight. So then how would he answer at such a time? Kakashi remained silent. Fancheng, however, didn't mind. He blinked, stepped forward, and said, Senior Kakashi, may I touch the white fang? That legendary chakra short sword. The white fang is shattered. He did not look at Fancheng's expression, but the corner of his eye still caught the sudden disappointment surging in those purple eyes. Huh. Fancheng let out a short exclamation. Not complaint, but pure regret. Kakashi felt a faint, inexplicable guilt rise in his heart. Then, Fancheng spoke again. You are the White Fang's son, surely you have inherited his swordsmanship. May I see it? I have already abandoned swordsmanship. The words left his mouth and Kakashi immediately regretted them, because he saw the light in those purple eyes dim another shade. Your name is Fancheng, isn't it? Kakashi forced himself to speak, pulling the conversation in another direction. He looked at the child before him and asked a question he himself wasn't sure why he was asking. Why? Do you admire Konoha's white fang? He paused, his tone cold, as if evaluating a stranger unrelated to him. He is a sinner of the village who abandoned a mission for his own selfishness, causing great harm to the village. Even in the end, he hung himself like a coward in front of his own child. Senior Kakashi sees his own father that way. Fancheng looked up, undisguised surprise on his face. In my heart, White Fang is a great hero. The wind suddenly stopped. The leaves ceased rustling, the cicadas seemed to fade from the world, and the sunlight, as if frozen, poured quietly over the three figures. Kakashi said nothing, his dead fish eyes finally meeting those purple eyes squarely. He broke the rules. He heard his own voice, drier than expected. Are rules more important than a comrade's life? Fancheng tilted his head. Mission failure would severely damage the village. Kakashi lowered his gaze, his expression unclear. If the village is severely damaged, shouldn't the blame fall on the enemy who sabotaged the mission? Fancheng replied. Kakashi paused. Why does Senior Kakashi blame his own father so harshly, yet not point the finger at the true enemy? Fancheng's voice was not loud, but every word was crystal clear. I believe the moment White Fang made his decision, he foresaw his own end. Yet he still rescued his comrade without hesitation. In my eyes, White Fang, who abandoned the mission to save a companion, is a gentle and kind great hero. If a person for the sake of his so-called greater good can abandon even his own comrades and even kill his own friends' clan parents, how can we believe that such a person who would not protect those around him would protect the village? Fancheng repeated, he is a hero. Kakashi opened his mouth, his eyes trembling, long silent. An Uchiha fool had said something similar. I think Konoha's White Fang is a hero. Those who break rules are considered scum. But those who don't cherish their comrades are worse than scum. A leaf fell through the gaps between the trees, landing before the white-haired man, falling into his slowly opening palm. The white-haired ninja's dead fish eyes moved slightly, barely perceptible, as if something had slipped through them. Naruto stood nearby looking at Fancheng, and then at Kakashi, scratching his head. I don't really understand what brother said. But what brother says must be right. Konoha's White Fang is the village's great hero. Kakashi took a deep breath, clenched that leaf, and the corners of his mouth lifted almost imperceptibly. Soulmate. Fancheng narrowed his eyes, gaze fixed on the four large characters on the system panel, the corner of his mouth twitching involuntarily. This female-oriented system never ceased to amaze with its dramatic proclamations. This was clearly just a perfectly normal relationship between a senior ninja and his junior. He helped Kakashi resolve his inner turmoil, and Kakashi took a liking to him. Fine, even Fancheng couldn't keep up the pretense. In this life, a man of iron had stooped to winning favor from other men. Truly a tale that would make the listener weep and the hearer grieve. If not for the fact that reaching 100 affection with the female-oriented system's task target would reward a golden finger, he would never have gone to such lengths to get close to Kakashi. The triggering of the female-oriented system's choices was entirely random. Heaven knew when the next option would pop up or what absurd content it would contain. Rather than waiting idly, it was better to take the initiative and max out Kakashi's affection first. However, the shinobi world was plagued by war, leaving a multitude of psychologically troubled children in its wake. Naruto was one, Sasuke another, Kakashi as well, and Uchiha Itachi was a severe case. If he kept spreading his goodwill like this, could something outrageous happen? And also, was he in a way a man who toyed with others' feelings? No, that line of thought was too disrespectful. Fancheng shook his head vigorously. We share a pure bond of Konoha. He was just a 5-year-old child at the level of a genin, and if he wanted to make a name for himself in this perilous shinobi world, taking some risks was necessary. If there were any problems, let him explain them to his future self, who had mastered divine skills. We are all striving to live. Fancheng lifted his head again, gazing at the man with white hair and lifeless eyes before him. The sky was just right. The atmosphere was thick. The timing was perfect. Strike while the iron was hot. Kakashi-senpai. Fancheng pressed his two delicate fingers together before him, his violet eyes glittering under the moonlight. As the son of Lord White Fang, you must know the White Fang blade technique, right? Kakashi met those hopeful eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. His voice was more sincere than he had intended. Though I've let it lapse for a few years. I'm still at the level of a jonin. Hearing himself say that, Kakashi was taken aback. Jonin level? After turning 12, his body had grown rapidly, gaining nearly 20 centimeters in height. Muscle memory, power techniques. Many things needed to be readjusted. If he were to perform a complete set of White Fang blade techniques now, he would probably only be at the level of a chunin. But seeing those eyes filled with hope and admiration, he couldn't help but exaggerate a little. Two blushes appeared on Fancheng's face. His hands unconsciously twisted together, and his voice turned shy. He lowered his head, his eyelashes trembling slightly, as if he had mustered all his courage to speak. Kakashi-senpai, Lord White Fang is my idol. Could you teach me the White Fang blade technique? A slight softness curved Kakashi's lips. He recalled how Obito had once come to him for help, wearing a similarly apologetic and awkward expression. Thus he decided to tease him, crossing his arms over his chest and adopting a deliberately languid tone. A ninja's work is quite busy. Any random mission of mine is worth hundreds of thousands of Rio. So how much are you willing to pay to hire me as your sword instructor? Wah. What? Bai Sheng's body trembled, his violet eyes shooting wide open. Why did it have to cost money? Couldn't he get it for free? That's not how it works in the Naruto fanfics. You were supposed to see a shadow of a Beto in me fall silent for a moment, then say in a low voice, "Alright, I'll teach you," and then over the days build a deep bond, exchange gifts during holidays to boost affection for special interactions, and finally unlock a special. No. Why did it turn into a clearly marked price with you? Bai Sheng lowered his head. He pulled out a small Hachika-themed pouch from his waist, carefully untied the knot, and poured out all the coins and bills inside, counting them one by one. A total of 5,000 Rio. This was the entire fortune he had saved up over time from a weekly allowance of 200 Rio and New Year's gift money. Is this enough, Kakashi-senpai? Bai Sheng held up the pile of coins and bills, looking up at Kakashi, his eyes filled with both anticipation and reluctance. Big bro, if you're short on cash, I have some. Take it all. Naruto pulled out a small frog-shaped wallet from his pocket, snapped it open, and pulled out a stack of bills, shoving them into Bai Sheng's hands. How can a little brother give his money to the big brother Naruto? Bai Sheng placed his hands on his hips and refused with righteous indignation. At the same time, he silently breathed a sigh of relief in hindsight. Really, having used the female-oriented system for so long, his thinking had unconsciously absorbed a hint of the idea of being a kept man. Hoshino Bai Sheng was an upright and towering man. How could a kept man be considered a man? A true man should face the harsh and unforgiving laws of survival that elbow every young dreamer in the face. With dignity and integrity. I've made up my mind, Kakashi-senpai. Bai Sheng lifted his head, his gaze burning with fervor, his small face brimming with fighting spirit. He'll go find a job and save up money starting tomorrow. When I've saved enough, he'll book one of your hours for special sword training. Kakashi was silent for a moment. There was something oddly strange about how that sounded. The third Hokage had given him 3 tasks. First, protect Naruto. The village's Umbu were even more diligent than he was. At this very moment, 3 Umbu were stationed in the shadows. Second, monitor and protect Hoshino Bai Sheng. Now that the village had basically accepted the orphan of the Yuki clan, the surveillance was no longer necessary. Only protection remained. Third, forge new bonds. The third Hokage's intention was clearly for him to take Hoshino Bai Sheng as his disciple. He didn't dislike that idea, but it was still too early. At least wait until the two were more familiar with each other. Using the pretext of teaching the White Fang Blade technique to get close to Bai Sheng was a perfectly reasonable arrangement. Kakashi thought for a moment, then crouched down to Bai Sheng's level. He picked up a dry twig from the ground, holding it in a reverse grip like a sword hilt. I often leave the village on missions, and every time I return, my house is covered in dust. If you truly want to learn the White Fang Blade technique from me, come clean my room every 3 days. In return, I'll guide your training whenever I have time. He paused, his single visible eye dull and lifeless, fixed on Bai Sheng. What do you think of this condition? Yage? It's settled then, Kakashi-senpai. Bai Sheng rejoiced inwardly. Cleaning Kakashi's house once every 3 days in exchange for personal guidance from an elite jonin. This was an absolute steal. What kind of person was Kakashi? The youngest jonin in Konoha, the copy ninja, a genius who created the Shrank Jutsu lightning cutter. Even if he had let his skills slide for a few years, teaching a 5-year-old child was more than enough. More importantly, through Kakashi, he could gain access to more characters from the original story. Mike Gaifu. Kof. Saratobi Asuma, Yuhi Kurinai, Moonlight, Hayate Shirinui Gima. All of them were Kakashi's contemporaries. Bumping into any of them could increase the frequency of triggering the female-oriented system's choices. As for the dignity of a man, not eating soft food and such. Have you not heard of the saying, red hair among men, Lu Bu among horses? Cough. By half a lifetime of toil only to regret not meeting a good teacher. What's this? A sour voice interrupted his thoughts. Naruto stood beside him, his cheeks puffed out in anger, his azure eyes glaring at Kakashi. You're being way too nice to my big bro. Don't you have some shady, evil plan? Big bro only cleans my room. I was here first. Naruto, don't be rude to Kakashi-senpai. Bai Sheng turned around and frowned at Naruto. Big bro. Naruto reluctantly closed his mouth, not daring to talk back, but he still couldn't help stealing a sharp, resentful glare at Kakashi. His lips moved slightly, letting out a murmur only he could hear. Kakashi-senpai. More like smelly Kakashi. Kakashi. How familiar this scene was. Truly. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the corner of his mouth lifted. A nostalgic sight. Kakashi 90 Soulmate 100. Ding. You have successfully raised Chi Muxus affection to 100. Reward Golden Finger. Past life reincarnation. The fourth daughter of Otsutsuki Kagaya obtained the reincarnation identity of the fourth daughter of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Related memories and historical processes have been engraved into the river of time. Fancheng had a dream. It was a boundless starry sky, countless stars flickering in the darkness like open. He floated in the void with no ground beneath his feet, no sky above his head, no direction around him. Then he saw it. A female silhouette emerged from the deepest darkness, growing larger and clearer. White robes, white hair, white pupils. A rinnegan with 9 tomo adorned her forehead, her face sculpted like moonlight. She looked down at him, her lips moving, speaking words he couldn't hear, but understood clearly. My child. When you are truly born, the entire ninja world shall call your name. Otsutsuki by Shang. Then he woke up. Precisely, he was blasted awake by the system chime. Ding! The historical progress of the Golden Finger past life reincarnation, the 4th daughter of Kagaya Otsutsuki, has been inscribed into the river of time. Meow, meow, meow. Bai Sheng's eyes snapped open. Before him was the familiar training ground and forest. The scorching sun had shifted a few degrees westward. The air was still suffocatingly hot. Naruto and Kakashi watched him with concerned gazes. The system? What the hell? Bai Sheng flashed an innocent smile. Bro, I'm really gonna throw hands. Thanks for the invite. I'm in Naruto, male, gender identity male, orientation female. What the hell is the 4th daughter of Kagaya Otsutsuki reincarnated? Past life reincarnation, the 4th daughter of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Every word made sense, but combined they struck him like a solid club, leaving his head buzzing. In his previous life, he was a studious youth. His biggest rebellion was staying up late to solve problems, indulging in ice cream and soda while running marathons. Then knowledge changed his fate. How did he become Kagaya Otsutsuki's daughter? And what did the historical progress has been inscribed into the river of time mean? That is to say, from now on, Kagaya Otsutsuki truly has a 4th daughter named Otsutsuki by Shang. This fact has been carved into the river of time, and the parties involved believe it without doubt. Was this system mechanism so insidious? Damn that Otsutsuki. No, damn that city head Earth. Bai Sheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He recalled the system's initial self-introduction, the ultimate collection of female-oriented comeback cheats. The target world at binding was the Grand Fantasy World, Tinya Grand World, not Naruto. The system had been interpreting this world through a female-oriented fantasy template from start to finish. According to that logic, the protagonist's past life must boast a sufficiently illustrious identity to support her comeback journey. Daughter of Kagaya Otsutsuki, direct descendant of the moon goddess. This identity was indeed prestigious. From this perspective, it made sense. Bai Sheng closed his eyes slowly, sensing his body. Little Bai Sheng was still there. He wasn't blessed, no blessings to enjoy. Limbs normal, chakra flowing normally. No extra no horn sprouting. No sudden comprehension of world-ending techniques like all-killing ash bones. He was still the 5-year-old Shinya, Bai Sheng, his body unchanged. He reopened his eyes and began to analyze seriously. The chakra of Rakuto Senin's 2 sons, Ashura and Indra, had been reincarnating in the ninja world. Naruto and Sasuke, Hashirama and Madara were all manifestations of this reincarnation. But chakra reincarnation was not the reincarnation of the soul itself, it was more like a transmission of ideals and will across generations. Naruto and Ashura were 2 completely different souls merely inheriting the same chakra and will. As their uncle, the 4th child of Kagaya Otsutsuki, his past life reincarnation should be of a similar nature, right? No, that's not right. Bai Sheng shook his head. The system wrote past life reincarnation, not chakra reincarnation. Moreover, a female-oriented system grants the host a genuine powerful identity and status it wouldn't fabricate. If it were like chakra reincarnation, a transmission across generations, it would only be a legacy of power, not a true identity. Only a genuine soul reincarnation could match the title daughter of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Does that mean I'll have to call Rakuto Senin Big Brother from now on? I hope Otsutsuki Hagoromo has a little sister complex. Please, that's my final wish. Twilight deepened. A drowsy dying sun hung an orange hue on the horizon. As an ENBU, Kakashi didn't stay long and took his leave. Before leaving, he pointed out some White Fang swordsmanship techniques for Bai Sheng to practice. After seeing Naruto safely home, Bai Sheng walked home alone with small steps. Villagers greeted him kindly on the street. A smile bloomed on Bai Sheng's little face as he responded to each. Without the demon fox beside him triggering the villagers' underlying bullying code, they were quite friendly and amiable toward a cute, pretty child. Of course, part of it was due to Bai Sheng's Golden Finger Affinity, all characters base favorability 50, coming into effect. Have we got a guest? When Bai Sheng changed shoes at home, he noticed an unfamiliar pair at the doorway and padded softly toward the living room. He saw a young girl around 17 or 18 with long black hair reaching her waist, delicate features, gentle brows, and a temperament like a quiet maiden sitting together with his mother. Seeing Bai Sheng arrive, she gave a soft smile and spoke in a voice very familiar to Bai Sheng. His uncle's voice. Bai Sheng, you're back. Who's speaking? Don't you recognize your uncle? The demure girl smiled, walked up to Baisheng, and spread her arms, her slender figure evoking thoughts of a maiden's fragility. It's no wonder. This is your uncle's true appearance. Before I had to disguise myself with secret arts to hide my identity. Now I can finally show my real face. Little brother, all these years hiding and wandering outside, not even daring to show your true face. Mother covered her mouth with both hands, tears welling, voice choked. Sis, it's all in the past. No more hiding now. Uncle's eyes glistened with tears. Today is the happiest. Thanks, but I don't have the surname happiest. My surname is WTF. Baisheng's face was expressionless. All his fantasies of growing tall and handsome as an adult shattered. Under the same moonlight, another conversation was taking place elsewhere. The land of rain. A weeping country perpetually shrouded in drizzling rain. Leaden gray clouds forever pressed against the horizon. Rainwater trickled down rusted drain pipes, forming muddy streams on the stone pavement. The air smelled of dampness and rust. In a dark, solemn chamber, candlelight flickered. A man clad in a black hooded cloak sat in the center. He wore a yellow spiral mask covering his entire face, revealing only a blood-red Freedom Sharingan that trembled faintly in the dim candlelight, emitting a terrifying red glow. Another man with brown hair draped in a black robe with red clouds sat across from him. Pale purple eyes bore concentric circles devoid of any emotion, calmly fixed on the masked man. After Hanzo's death, the Akatsuki needs to smoothly take over the reins of the land of rain. The brown-haired man's voice was cold like rain striking stone. To prevent his loyalists from resorting to desperate measures, please, Mr. Madam, keep an eye on them. Discuss this with Setsu. The masked man's voice came from behind the mask, unreadable. There's something unfinished. He'll take my leave. With that, ripples like concentric waves churned the space, transporting him to a cold, dead, alternate dimension. When he reappeared, he was in another hidden stone chamber. Candlelight flickered. Abito, that kid you asked us to investigate. Xingya Baisheng. We've got his intel. A creature clad in a black robe with red clouds, its skin split evenly between black and white, like a grotesque aloe vera plant, stood waiting there, a bizarre smile curling at the corners of its mouth. Let me have a look. The masked man took the scroll, his voice icy. And call me Ban. Haha. The black and white aloe let out another weird laugh, then fell silent. The masked man held the scroll in one hand, the other hand on his shoulder, as his blood-colored Xiaolunian scanned. Yuki clan orphan of Wuyin village. Chunin father. Placed under strict ANBU protection due to close ties with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He read each word aloud, his voice steady. This afternoon Shimu Kakashi recognized his potential and agreed to teach him swordsmanship. He paused there. In the end, Kakashi laughed. The air in the secret chamber seemed to freeze for an instant. Kakashi laughed. Huh. The masked man snorted coldly, his hand tightening, crumpling the scroll. His voice suddenly rose, laced with barely suppressed rage. Huh. He can still laugh? Has he forgotten how Rin died? Living in such a filthy, twisted world. How can he still laugh? He lowered his gaze to the name on the scroll, his blood-red Xiaolunian slowly rotating. Xingya Baisheng, is it? Let me see how you will. He stopped mid-sentence. His Xiaolunian shot up, staring coldly at the aloe-like creature. Hey Ju, I feel like this intelligence is subtly urging me to approach Xingya Baisheng. Am I wrong? The creature called Hey Ju shrugged unhurriedly, its voice oddly tonal, like two stones grinding together. Dai Tu, he has an excellent relationship with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If you can control him, it will greatly aid Lord Ban's plan. Hey Ju paused, its grin growing stranger. As long as you can steel yourself to make your Kakashi lose someone important once again. Humph. The masked man snorted coldly, tossing the scroll back to Hey Ju. How the plan proceeds is my decision. I don't need your guidance. Hey Ju set aside Xingya Baisheng for now. Go help Chongmin keep watch over Shanjiao Hanzang's subordinates. Dai Tu, you'll regret not heeding my advice. I am Ban's successor, Hey Ju. Space rippled in layers. The masked man claiming to be Ban's heir vanished, leaving only candlelight flickering in the empty chamber. Hey Ju stared at the spot where the masked man had vanished for a long time. Soon it sank into the ground, as if falling, disappearing. And in a corner, no one noticed. A small puddle of black sludge wriggled for a moment, coalescing into a slime-like creature. It was pitch black all over, with only two round eyes blinking on top, looking both eerie and somewhat comical. Hey! It let out a laugh. Dai Tu's stubborn temper. Working with him is always full of twists and turns. But no matter, he'll definitely go after little Baisheng. It crawled onto the ground with a squelching sound, looking up at the moonlight overhead. The night sky over the land of rain had finally cleared. A cold moon hung high, casting pale light onto the black sludge, pulling a crooked little shadow. Almost 1,000 years now. Its voice suddenly grew desolate, as if talking to itself or to the moon. Huh. It's been that long since Mother was sealed by those two traitorous sons, forcing her to send us prematurely born siblings outside the seal's range. Hey Ju shook its big black head, turning toward the direction of my The moonlight fell upon it, and cold light reflected in those round eyes. It hadn't lied. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a true child of Otsutsuki Kagaya, but merely a will incarnate, hastily split off by Kagaya at the moment of her sealing, carrying all her memories. Yet 1,000 years had passed, and that will incarnate had long become an independent life. To it, Otsutsuki Kagaya who created it was its mother, and mother had left behind one true child. Sigh little Baisheng, my poor little sister. Heiju's voice softened, its slime body suddenly turned into mud. You were even less complete in your birth than I. You didn't even see mother's final moments. Your body could only develop to about 11 or 12 years old, and you'll never grow up. Its tone carried a weariness and tenderness that spanned a millennium. For 1,000 years it had hidden and survived in the cracks of the ninja world. On one hand, it avoided detection by the two rebellious elder brothers. On the other, it painstakingly raised a congenitally deficient infant little by little. No one knew that Otsutsuki Kagaya's will incarnate could also grow tired or had a weakness it didn't want anyone to know. I have raised you with so much hardship over all these years. Now at last we have reached the moment closest to freeing mother. Hope flickered in its eyes. Mother had left 4 offspring when she was sealed. Otsutsuki Hagoromo inherited the sage body and the sage eye as well as the power of Yang. Otsutsuki Himura inherited the pure Byakugan of the Otsutsuki bloodline, the sage body, and the power of In. As for it, Heiju, strictly speaking, it was only a will incarnate inheriting mother's memories and obsession. Baisheng was different. Baisheng was mother's prematurely born little daughter with a severely flawed Otsutsuki bloodline and suffering from a serious bloodline disease. Her strength was far inferior to Hagoromo and Himura. But Baisheng had also inherited something from mother, her countenance, or rather her charm. Even though she was born perpetually young, forever maintaining the physique and appearance of an 11 or 12-year-old child, she still possessed a divine-like allure. A beauty that made people unconsciously feel fondness and spontaneously adore her, just as the ancient people had unknowingly worshipped goddess Kagaya. It was a beauty engraved in the depths of the soul, not of this mortal world. Little Baisheng, you must use your irresistible charm to firmly control Dai 2. Heiju's tiny short hands pressed together in front of its chest, as if praying. This plan had been laid out for far too long. When Uchiha Ban finally grew old and died in the underground cavern, when Uchiha Dai 2 took up Ban's mantle, when Changmen's Rinnegan gradually matured, everything had progressed step by step to the final stage. To ensure the plan was foolproof, its little sister Otsutsuki Baisheng willingly reincarnated through disillusion. Her soul bypassed the Pure Land, evading 6 paths Sage's surveillance, and entered the unborn infant within Xingye Li's body. She was reborn in Mai under the identity of Xingye Baisheng. Now Baisheng had built a deep bond with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. She had also caught the attention of Chimu Kakashi. Next, as long as Dai 2 was drawn by Baisheng's charm and became her admirer beneath her skirt, everything would turn out fine. By then Mother's seal could be undone. By then 1,000 years of solitude and waiting would have been worth it. Heiju pondered deeply. It submerged into the ground, hurrying toward Mai. Soul reincarnation was a bizarre affair. It had secretly observed and found no sign that its sister had awakened past life memories. This was good. Before the plan was completed, Baisheng didn't need to know her true identity. The less she knew, the safer. But it still felt uneasy. After all, its good elder brother Otsutsuki Hagoromo's soul was still hidden in the Pure Land, constantly monitoring the ninja world. This was evident from his 2 sons, who kept reincarnating in the ninja world. Ashura and Indra's chakra were still entangled, proving that the 6-path sage had never truly let go. Once he discovered a hint. I need to get to Mai right away. Heiju quickened its pace, sliding through the night like a drop of ink. Little Baisheng, big brother is coming. The signboard of Keru Q glowed with warm yellow light in the dusk, and the aroma of grease wafted through the gaps in the curtain. Baisheng sat astride his father Xingye Zhengju's shoulders, his short little legs dangling on either side of his father's chest. As his view rose, a surge of heroic spirit welled up in his heart, gradually making him forget his precarious manhood, and he began to speak grandly. On the day I return to the world, I shall suppress all enemies. Ere wrong, let me try again. I am the heavenly emperor, and all rebellious ministers shall die. Yes, that's it. Keiru Q is one of the top high-end barbecue restaurants in Konoha. Although his father was a chunin with a decent income, he was usually frugal and rarely set foot in such places. Baisheng glanced down at his father's beaming profile. The mother was happy, so the father naturally became happy too. With a grand gesture, he led the family to Keiru Q to celebrate. Jingjuet. Hey Jingjuet. A loud, vigorous voice came from behind. Baisheng looked back from his elevated position and saw a man with a pink 5-point star hairstyle waving at them. The arriving person was Chunai Zhao along with his wife, Chunai Yazi. Behind them followed a little girl with pink hair dressed in a brand new light green skirt, her head lowered shyly, hiding behind her parents' stealing glances at Baisheng. Zhao, what are you doing here? Xingye Jingjue turned around looking surprised. Sakura's birthday is today, so we brought her to celebrate. Chunai Zhao walked over with a hearty laugh. Xingye Jingjue put Baisheng down from his shoulders and patted his old friend on the shoulder. What a coincidence. My brother-in-law has officially settled in Konoha today, and our whole family is here for a dinner. Since we've run into each other, why not join us? The more the merrier, and ITLL add some liveliness to Sakura's birthday. Both the mother and uncle nodded in agreement, and the two families merged into one group, bustling into the restaurant. The adults were chatting and reminiscing ahead, while Baisheng slowed his pace and fell in beside Sakura. Baisheng-kun. The little girl lowered her head, fingers twisting the hem of her skirt, her voice so soft, as if afraid to disturb something. Long time no see. Baisheng noticed that her eyes were slightly red and her spirits low. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Sakura bit her lip, her voice muffled. They said my forehead is too wide. They called me forehead. Baisheng's mouth twitched, then returned to normal. He really had no idea what to do now. He couldn't possibly single-handedly beat up every child in the entire Konoha village, could he? Looking at it this way, Baisheng looked Sakura up and down, his tone as if conducting a serious academic analysis. Your forehead is indeed quite wide. Sakura's face turned pale. But Baisheng changed his tone, raised his hand, and swept his bangs to both sides, revealing a fair and smooth face. His purple eyes looked seriously at Sakura with a faint smile. Isn't a wide forehead very nice? My forehead isn't very wide, so I've always kept bangs to cover it. If my forehead were as wide as yours, I would have shown it off openly long ago. Sakura stared blankly at the face before her, so exquisitely beautiful it seemed unreal, momentarily forgetting her tears. Really? Baisheng squinted and waited for a long time. Yet the system did not pop up any options. He sighed inward. Chunai Sakura, as the female character with the most screen time in the original work, he had helped her untie her heart. Not yet. The system didn't show any response. It seemed that female characters probably couldn't be mission targets. Then what exactly is the system's criteria for mission targets? Male characters who fit the female-oriented novel's male lead template from the original story. The adults of both families reserved a large private room. Along the long table, grills were lined up, charcoal burning red. Plates of beef belly, pork shoulder, and chicken thighs piled up on the table, with sauce dishes crowded closely. The adults sat at one end, toasting and chatting about work and children. The two children sat at the other end, the atmosphere livelier than expected. At first Sakura was still a bit reserved, only daring to pick vegetables from the plate in front of her. Baisheng started conversations, and after a few tries Sakura gradually loosened up and began talking more. As she talked, Sakura suddenly stopped and tilted her head to look at him. Baisheng-kun, you're so skilled at grilling meat. Just call me Baisheng. Baisheng picked a perfectly grilled slice of beef tongue and placed it in her bowl. Naruto often eats instant noodles at night, so I occasionally go to his place to grill some food and eat together. Naruto, Emma, my new little brother. Wondering what Naruto was eating tonight, Baisheng put down his chopsticks and thought for a moment. Probably instant noodles again. He stared at the sizzling pork belly on the grill, suddenly feeling like bringing a portion back for Naruto. It didn't seem very feasible. Although his parents didn't object to him hanging out with Naruto, their attitude was far from warm. No help for it. The rumors about the demon fox had been spreading in the village for years, so the adults were inevitably affected. He would take it slowly. As Baisheng was thinking, the door of the private room suddenly opened. An old man appeared at the entrance wearing a white Hokage robe, holding a pipe in his hand with a kind smile on his wrinkled face. There was also a child held by his hand with blonde hair and blue eyes and 6 whisker-like marks on his face. Third Hokage-sama. As Chunin's Xingye Jingjue and Chunai Zhao stood up first, looking astonished. This old man is off work and accompanying Naruto shopping. I got a bit hungry, and when I passed by I heard familiar voices. Do you mind one more mouth to feed? Yuanfei Risen took the pipe out of his mouth and tapped it against the door frame, his tone as casual as an ordinary old man. Of course not, it's an honor to have you here. Third Hokage-sama, please sit here. Alright. Yuanfei Risen chuckled and led Naruto. The two mothers were in close contact with the Hokage for the first time, looking nervous. The uncle, as a prospective Konoha resident who had just completed his background check, was equally tense. But after a few warm and down-to-earth words from the third, everyone gradually relaxed. Naruto's eyes had been fixed on Baisheng since he entered, his expression both surprised and delighted. Baisheng put down the tongs and waved at Naruto. Naruto, what are you standing there for? Come sit. Naruto shook off the third's hand, took 3 steps and 2 ran over and plopped down next to Baisheng, grinning from ear to ear. Big brother, how are you here? I thought I wouldn't see you today. Family dinner. Baisheng placed a freshly grilled slice of pork belly into Naruto's plate. What about you? How are you with the Hokage, grandpa? The old man came to visit me and brought me here. As he spoke, Naruto stuffed the pork belly into his mouth, his eyes narrowing into slits with happiness. Delicious. Big brother, your grilled meat is the best. You weren't planning to have instant noodles again tonight, were you? No, absolutely not. Baisheng stared at Naruto's guilty face, sighed, and added 2 more slices of meat to his plate. Sakura curiously observed the blonde-haired boy. The village's demon fox, as many adults called him. Yet he called the gentle and kind Baisheng Big Brother. How strange. Naruto glanced at her. You also think Big Brother's grilled meat is delicious, right? It is indeed very tasty, Sakura said softly. Right. Naruto, as if finding a kindred spirit, waved his chopsticks excitedly. Big Brother can make rice balls grill meat use ninjutsu, and he's cute too. When I grow up. Baisheng grabbed Naruto's arm, which was about to elbow him, and said helplessly, hold your chopsticks steady, don't knock things over. Oh. Sakura watched their interaction, finding it very interesting. This boy called Demon Fox by the whole village was like a little fox that had been petted in front of Baisheng, obedient and clingy, his tail wagging as if it might fly off. Yuanfei Risen also watched this scene. He lifted his cup, took a light sip, and the corners of his wrinkled eyes curved. Xingjue. He suddenly spoke, his voice low but clearly audible to everyone in the room. You have a good son. Xingjue was stunned for a moment, then quickly bowed his head. Third Hokage flatters me. Naruto really enjoys playing with little Baisheng. As parents, we shouldn't break up the pure friendship of the children. By the way, a few years ago you applied for a transfer to the logistics department, right? Well, the Ninja Academy's first grade currently lacks a grade head. The organization has decided that you will take the position. I can't be a teacher. If you can't be a teacher, you can learn to be one. Xingjue felt as if he was being hit by a succession of pleasant surprises, his lips trembling. Suddenly, as if understanding something, he said respectfully, Yes, Hokage-sama. Yuanfei Risen said nothing more. He set down his cup, his gaze sweeping over the children's table again. Baisheng, while complaining, was leaning down to wipe the sauce from the corner of Naruto's mouth, his movements as practiced, as if done 100 times. Naruto tilted his head up to let him wipe, still chattering away. The pink-haired little girl watched them with a smile. The third withdrew his gaze, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Presumably after he passes away 100 years later, when he meets Minato, he can say openly, Minato, I have not failed your last wish, right? Meeting the 4th generation with a clear conscience. Half a year later. Morning sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, painting a golden pattern on the floor. Baisheng stopped lazing in bed. Today is the enrollment ceremony of the Ninja Academy, don't be late. His mother Xingye Li's voice came from downstairs, accompanied by the crisp clang of a spatula and the sizzle of eggs hitting the pan. Coming. Yawn. Baisheng sat up from the bed, rubbing his sleepy eyes and letting out a long yawn. His violet eyes were veiled with a thin layer of mist. It wasn't that he was purposely being lazy. Last night, a black slime suddenly appeared in his dream. It spoke a lot in the dream, rambling on and on. But Baisheng forgot all of it. He only remembered a voice hoarse yet filled with worry and concern. Take care, little sister. And beware of Dai too. It was quite frightening, to be honest. If Baisheng's guess was correct, the black slime was none other than Heiju. The will avatar of Kagaya Otsutsuki, the greatest schemer in the ninja world, the hidden hand that had manipulated the course of history for millennia. All because of the golden finger, past life reincarnation, 4th daughter of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Heiju seemed to be deeply concerned for his sister, even sending a dream to warn him. But why beware of Dai too? It's not like he himself was a badger. Baisheng walked downstairs while yawning, sorting out the information in his mind. In the dining room, his father Xingjue had already finished breakfast and was straightening his uniform in front of the mirror at the entrance. Half a year ago, he had been appointed by the 3rd Hokage as the grade leader of the Ninja Academy. He worked diligently, learning from senior teachers for a long time, and had now transformed from a combat ninja into a competent instructor. Seeing Baisheng pass by, he used a large hand covered in thin calluses to ruffle his child's hair. Only when Baisheng frowned with displeasure did he laugh heartily and withdraw his hand. Baisheng, Dad is going to school first. Remember not to be late. Today is the opening ceremony. If you're late, your father will make you stand as punishment. Got it, my hair. Baisheng looked at his messy long black hair in the mirror with a few disobedient strands sticking up on top of his head. It looks fine. Xingjue ruffled his hair again and then pulled open the front door. Uncle Xingjue, has Big Brother woken up? Oh, it's Mingren. Xingjue stepped aside to clear the doorway. Baisheng just woke up and is having breakfast. Have you eaten? If not, join us. Aunt Lee made thick omelet today. I've already eaten. Thank you, Uncle. I'm going to find Big Brother. Mingren had already dashed into the entrance while speaking. Xingjue watched Mingren's back, shook his head with a smile, and gently closed the door. From the time he was appointed as the grade leader by the 3rd Hokage, he had been well aware that this was thanks to his son Baisheng's influence. As a chunin who carried out dangerous missions for pay, he knew many secrets that ordinary villagers didn't, including about Jinchuriki. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki needed a stable growth environment and a social network where he wouldn't be isolated among his peers. And Bai Sheng was the core node of that network. At first he and his wife did have some reservations about Mingren given all the gossip circulating in the village. But after a year of interaction they discovered that Mingren was not the demon fox people talked about, but just an ordinary lively child. This child's fate shouldn't be like this. What he and his wife could do was to be as kind to him as possible. Big brother, hurry up and eat. We're going to be late. Mingren poked Bai Sheng's soft fair cheek. Bai Sheng was sitting at the table bearing a hypoglycemic foggy mind, pondering what Heiju truly meant, and whether he was friend or foe, moving as slowly as a hamster counting grains of rice. He yawned again, squeezing out a few physiological tears from the corners of his eyes. Mingren had always found this contrast cute. Big brother was always drowsy like this for a while after waking up. On normal days Big brother was gentle and reliable, speaking logically. But just woken up Big brother was soft and adorable. A huge contrast, super cute. But now was not the time for cuteness. Big brother, if we don't leave now, we'll really be late. The enrollment ceremony starts at 8, and it's already 7:30. Mingren stomped his feet in anxiety. See, you're getting anxious again. Bai Sheng still had his eyes half closed, taking his time. Yar, someone seems quite troubled. A lazy voice came from the doorway. Mingren turned and saw a white-haired masked youth standing at the entrance, his forehead protector covering his left eye, staring at them with dead fish eyes. Stupid Kakaxi, what are you doing here? Mingren exclaimed in surprise. Just got lost on the path of... Kakaxi didn't give Mingren time to ask further. He stepped forward, bent down, and slid his arms through Bai Sheng's underarms, lifting him up like picking up a kitten. Really, the Hokage gives a speech every enrollment ceremony. If you guys are late, ITLL, give him a headache. As the words left his mouth, he dashed out the door with Bai Sheng. Hey, I haven't gotten on board yet. Mingren clung tightly to Kakaxi's waist with both arms like a sloth and was dragged out the door. Hold tight. Kakaxi exerted force with his feet, and the three of them turned into a blur, dashing across the rooftops of Konoha. The morning wind howled into their ears, and Bai Sheng finally woke up completely. Thank you, Senior Kakaxi, Bai Sheng said softly in the wind. The voice wasn't loud, but Kakaxi heard it. He just curved his visible eye slightly without replying. Arriving at the Ninja Academy gate, Kakaxi put the two down. Bai Sheng tidied his windblown hair and collar, looked up at Kakaxi with a hint of shyness. Thank you, Senior Kakaxi. Kakaxi reached out and rubbed his head. To oversleep on such an important day, you weren't like this before. You used to go to the training ground before dawn every day. I had insomnia last night. Bai Sheng blinked his large eyes with an innocent expression, trying to bluff his... He couldn't very well say that last night he dreamed of a 1,000-year-old black mud rambling on and on, ruining his sleep quality. After all, one of the parties causing his insomnia was Kakaxi's old flame. Kakaxi remained silent, just kept rubbing Bai Sheng's hair until he noticed Bai Sheng's cheeks gradually puffing up. Then he squinted with a smile and said, all right, go on in. First day of school, listen well, and don't cause trouble with Mingren in class. Hey, I don't cause trouble, Mingren protested. Kakaxi didn't respond, turned, and quickly left. Bai Sheng, Mingren. A clear voice came from the school. A little girl with pink hair trotted over with a backpack. Xiaoying. Good morning. How come you came running from that direction? I thought you'd arrived early. Xiaoying caught her breath, looked at the messy hair blown by the wind, and couldn't help laughing. What happened to your hair? It looks like you've been caught in a gale. Well, Bai Sheng combed his hair with his fingers, expression unchanged. Senior Kakaxi brought us here. He ran a bit fast. Xiaoying, you finally showed your forehead today. Well, since you said it looks good, Bai Sheng. Hurry. We're going to be late. Mingren bounced twice beside them. The three ran together toward the school auditorium. The campus was already full of people, children everywhere in new clothes and new backpacks. Some were excitedly looking around, some were nervously clutching their parents' sleeves. Small groups of parents stood at the periphery, murmuring softly, their gazes following their children's backs. A simple podium was set up on the square in front of the auditorium. Good morning, everyone. A hoarse yet gentle voice rang out as the third Hokage, Yuanfei Risen, stepped onto the podium. His white haori fluttered gently in the morning breeze. In this golden autumn season with cool breezes. Once again, it's the annual enrollment season for the ninja school. We hold the purest. Here, on behalf of all the teachers, I sincerely wish. They'll just say 2 points. Let me add 1 more point. Finally, let me supplement 1 more point. Bai Sheng. Hokage-sama, please stop your divine powers. In helplessness, Bai Sheng looked at his personal panel. Name: Bai Sheng. Gender: appearance 108, 1028, bright eyes and white teeth. Rank: E Jinin, peak extreme perfection. Affinity: Ice 100, bloodline ice. Release: chakra. Constitution: curse technique. User constitution skills: Hataki sword technique 158500. Proficiency: innate technique. Ice solidifying curse method. Reversal technique. Golden finger. Past life reincarnation. Otsutsuki. By Sheng Affinity, White Moonlight, Ice Muscle, Jade Body, Stronger Reincarnation, Li Mei Evaluation Grab, the male lead refined instantly. My name is Yamanaka Ino, I like handsome boys, nice to meet you. The girl with the yellow ponytail stood at the podium, hands behind her back, her emerald eyes curved into crescent moons. Several boys in the audience unconsciously straightened their backs. Yumino Irika stood by holding a roster and nodded at Ino. The first grade classroom of the Ninja Academy was randomly assigned by convention. As for why the children of the 3 clan heads of Ino Shikacho were gathered in this class, the heirs of secret technique families like Aburame and Inazuka scattered sparsely, and even the youngest son of the Uchiha clan leader and the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan sat quietly in their respective seats. I can't say for sure. Shiro propped his chin on one hand, sitting by the window. His eyes narrowed slightly in the beam of light, contemplating the changes over the past half-year. First, peerless beauty, adding 1 point to appearance, each month 6 points, in 6 months from 102 to 108 him. He had checked in the mirror at home. The brows and eyes were still the same, the nose bridge still the same. But every detail had been subtly adjusted by an invisible hand to the most delicate curve. Eyelashes grew a little longer, skin became a layer finer. When he smiled, his eyes curved into an arc so gentle that even he found it excessive. Secondly, after Kakashi's occasional guidance, his proficiency in Hataki Kenjutsu finally crossed the threshold from novice and settled steadily at skilled. Ahead lay 3 more levels mastery perfection peak, a long road still. As for combat ability, thanks to the ice release Kekiai Genkai and a series of bonuses from strong reincarnation Li Mei, at the age of 6, he could push himself to the extreme and challenge a Chunin, all through hard work and sweat. Perhaps he had already far surpassed Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha at the same age. As long as he didn't face opponents at Chunin level or above, he would use his body strength doubled by chakra and cursed energy, plus his skilled level Hataki Kenjutsu for close combat. Although ice release and ice condensation curse were only supplementary, due to his chakra and cursed energy being still in development, if an enemy caught a hit, unexpectedly cold energy would invade the body, joints would freeze, and a slow debuff would be applied. It would basically spell a crushing defeat. Only one problem remained unsolved. He had never found a reasonable opportunity to reveal his ice release Kekiai Genkai. Big brother, it's your turn. Naruto poked the daydreaming Shiro beside him. Oh, got it. Shiro stood up and walked down the aisle toward. My name is Hoshino Shiro, I'm 6 years old. Please take care of me. He flashed a smile he thought was handsome. His pink lips curled up slightly, his brows and eyes relaxed, and his magnificent eyes shimmered with a soft glow beneath the shadow of his lashes. The audience was silent for a second, then erupted. So cute. A boy in the front row clutched his heart, his face showing an expression that Shiro really didn't want to understand. My heart is racing, I really am Danjio. I think I found something worth dedicating my life to protect. Decided, I must pursue this girl. She looked at me. Shiro stood on the podium, his mouth twitching. Thank you, my boy. If you don't need your eyes, donate them to Danzo. He cleared his throat, deliberately lowering his voice, but it remained warm as jade. Everyone, don't misunderstand. I am in fact a boy. The classroom suddenly fell silent. Shiro looked satisfied at the dead silence, nodded, and was about to step down from the podium. Oh, boys. Isn't a boy even better? No need to worry about gender boundaries, we can get closer and be more intimate. Girls are too troublesome and bothersome. They only slowed down my sword swinging speed. But if I have a brother, a companion who is 10,000 times cuter than any girl as my lifelong rival, comrade, and bond, I will cherish and protect him with my whole life. Isn't this better than a girl? He understands me more. Exactly right. According to unofficial history, Madara Uchiha once with Lord Hashirama Senju. Classmate, you have at least 40 more brains than us. So our Konoha village has always been like this, huh? Shiro stood on the podium, expressionless. Let Konoha just perish soon. What slightly improved his mood was that among the girls, after learning he was a boy, the atmosphere became a bit more conversational. But the reaction wasn't enthusiastic. Forget it. Ever since he obtained the female-oriented system, he had anticipated this day. He walked back to his seat, expressionlessly sat down, and once again propped his chin on his hand. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke, that's it. The cool little guy Sasuke said his line, and coolly walked back. Sasuke-kun is so handsome. So cool. Don't fight over him. Sasuke-kun is mine. The girls chattered noisily. TCH, that guy. A guy who likes to act cool. The boys generally held hostility toward Sasuke for stealing the girls' attention. Naruto saw that Shiro was still daydreaming, scratched his head, and decided to space out, as well not paying attention to Sasuke, whom he had met once before. How troublesome. My name is Nara Shikamaru. Akimichi Choji. Haruno Sakura. Inazuka Akiba. Hyuga Hinata. Hey, seems like one was missed. Shiro blinked. Who was it? Can't remember, probably not important. Aburame Shino silently returned to his seat, unnoticed. As the last classmate stepped down from the podium, Irika closed the roster and announced that class would officially start tomorrow at 9 in the morning. The children left in twos and threes. Shiro and Naruto stood up and walked out together, politely responding to a few classmates' greetings as they passed the aisle. See you tomorrow, Shuriken. Shuriken, see you tomorrow. Male and female classmates greeted Shiro separately, and he smiled and responded to each. Shuriken, can I be friends with you? A male classmate suddenly stopped Shiro, his face blushing. Of course you see. No, I don't agree. Naruto glared at the boy, grabbed Shiro's arm, and walked away quickly without looking back. Shiro. A child being too clingy can sometimes be a happy trouble. Shiro ruffled Naruto's head. When they reached the school gate, Shiro's peripheral vision caught Uchiha Sasuke, seemingly anxiously searching for someone. It seemed Uchiha Itachi hadn't come to pick him up. Shiro stopped and mentally calculated the timeline. Uchiha Itachi was 11 years old, promoted to Chunin a year ago, and would soon officially join ENBU. Uchiha Fugaku's expectations for his eldest son and the tug-of war between the clan and the village made Itachi break his promises to Sasuke time and again. Should he actively approach Sasuke? As one of the main characters, Uchiha Sasuke would surely be judged as a task target by the system. The rift and conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan he could do nothing about and didn't want to get involved. But just getting in touch with little 6-year-old Sasuke should be fine. Forget it. Haste makes waste. Better wait 2.5 years before approaching. Right now Sasuke is still at Sundara BrotherCon. Hello. A gentle voice suddenly came from the side and behind. A boy was standing at the boundary of light and shadow in the corridor, half his face bathed in sunlight, half in shadow. His smile was warm and reserved, wearing the gray Uchiha uniform. Excuse me, are you Hoshino Shiro that Itachi mentioned, and also Sasuke's classmate? Shiro looked up, his cat's eye purple irises meeting the boy's black pupils, swallowing silently. Uchiha Shursui. When did you come? Baisheng Naruto. Just as Baisheng's heart tightened with nervousness, Kakashi's warm broad hand pressed down on Baisheng's head, soothing the turmoil within him. School's over, let's go. I'm here to pick you up today. Senior Kakashi, you're so gentle. Kakashi stood behind the two, his silver-white hair swaying slightly, his dead fish eyes still looking as if he hadn't woken up. But when his gaze swept past the boy with the round nose, he paused for a moment. Shursui of the body flicker, Uchiha Shursui. 3 or 4 years younger than him, a super genius who rose to fame at the tail end of the Third Great Ninja War. Also a member of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi knew it was wrong to judge people by stereotypes. That dead last who left him the Sharingan was also an Uchiha, one who deserved the title of ninja more than anyone else. But, on the night of the Nine-Tails rampage, many ninja had seen the three-to-most Sharingan in the Nine-Tails' eyes. It was only a fleeting moment, but enough for every witness to remember. Regardless of whether the Uchiha clan were the culprits or whether the one who controlled the Nine-Tails was a deviant like Obito who had turned his back on the clan, one fact could not be denied. The Sharingan had the power to control the Nine-Tails. That was enough. You're Senior Kakashi, right? Shizui's smile was warm, without a trace of sharpness, like a junior, simply confirming the name of an upperclassman. Before Kakashi could reply, a black-haired boy trotted out of the classroom. Big brother Shursui. Why are you picking me up? Where's Nizan? He promised this morning. Uchiha Sasuke puffed out his cheeks, his black eyes filled with "I'm not happy," looking up, waiting for an explanation. Sorry, Sasuke. Shursui crouched down, reached out, and rubbed Sasuke's forehead with the knuckles of his index and middle fingers. Itachi asked me to do this. He told me to say, "Forgive me, Sasuke." Sasuke was stunned for a moment. Then he lowered his head, the anger on his small face slowly fading. Alright, I guess Nizan is really busy. Sasuke's voice was muffled, but he had already forgiven Uchiha Itachi. Baisheng stood by, taking in the whole scene. Let's go. Kakashi took Baisheng's and Naruto's hands and turned to leave. Wait, Senior Kakashi. Shizui's voice came from behind with a note of seriousness. Kakashi stopped, but didn't turn around. What is it? Itachi once told me he met a very clever child. I'm curious, so I wanted to ask him a question myself. Shursui looked down at Baisheng, a warm smile returning to his lips. You're Baisheng, right? Yes. Baisheng, with his hand held by Kakashi, looked up to check Kakashi's expression. Forgot Kakashi has dead fish eyes. Can't read his expression at all. Couldn't even see his face. Itachi said you told a story about villagers and a bullied little boy. Shursui tilted his head slightly, sunlight filtering through the trees behind him, painting a line of light and shadow on his profile. I'm very curious about that story, so I'd like to ask you something. If the rift between the villagers and the little boy has become irreconcilable with no possibility of ever emerging from the dark forest, what do you think should be done? The conflict between Yi City and the Yuan clan had reached its most intense moment. Even though the high-ranking members of both sides tried to calm their subordinates, the contradictions only grew fiercer. Yuan Ji, as the modern era's strongest assassin of the Yuan clan, loved both Yi City and his clan, yet was torn and tormented between the village and his people. But as the elder brother of Yuan Yu and the strongest of the Yuan clan, he could not show any weakness. He had to swallow all his pain and confusion, always appearing gentle and reliable to reassure those who trusted him. By chance he learned of your story from you, and so mixed with hope and confusion, he asked you this question. You choose. Option 1, boring. I want to see blood flow. Since the villagers and the child cannot coexist, help one side eliminate the other. Reward, golden finger. Innate alluring bone, male attraction 100, female attraction 100, appearance 50. Option 2, believe in the power of belief. Find a third party trusted and recognized by both sides, a bridge to let them sit down calmly and get to know each other again. Reward, golden finger. Heirloom, fortune averting death. Jade. You can find this jade by rummaging through the storage room. It absorbs the holder's surplus luck, forming crescent moons. You can hold up to 3 crescents. One crescent can avert death once. When the holder encounters an opportunity but lacks the luck to obtain it, 1 crescent can be consumed to summon good fortune. Option 3, run, brother, run. Help the child flee north, stage a victorious advance, and establish a foothold in the land of waves far from the villagers. Reward, golden finger. Mo baby Konoha. You will gain a cute baby who recognizes you as his mother. The baby is gifted and has a strong background. When he grows up, he will dote on his mother. Innate alluring bone. Mo baby Konoha. Bai Sheng's mouth twitched, and he nearly burst out laughing. Every time he thought he had adapted to the absurd operations of this female-oriented system, after rolling his mental wheels, it would immediately open his eyes wide. What would a man do with innate alluring bone? Become a little sissy. Even if he became a little sissy, it wouldn't be so bad. He already was one. Bah. But the male attraction already had a 50 from icy skin and jade bone physique. Adding another 100, he might be able to write a book called My Struggle and rally a wave of male ninja to found a second hidden leaf village. Thoughtful, not a bad idea. And Mo baby Konoha. This one was even more pathological. How could a 6-year-old boy become a mother to a child soon? He hasn't earned that blessing yet. Bai Sheng quickly weighed the pros and cons of the 3 options in his mind. Then he frantically chose option 2. In this situation, even if the second option meant helping the Uchiha clan elbow strike the Leaf Village high-ranking officials, he would still think of how to drag the miracle worker Uchiha Obito, who had been farming jungle all along, into the team fight. Having made up his mind, Bai Sheng looked up. His violet eyes met Shizui's gaze, his voice clear and firm. If that's the case, then find someone trusted and recognized by both the villagers and the little boy, a bridge between them, so they can sit down calmly, let time wash away the strangeness and distance, and get to know each other again. Shui was silent for 2 seconds. He looked at the child who only reached his waist. Black hair, violet eyes, a face so exquisite it seemed beyond mortal creation. But what shone in those eyes was not something a 6-year-old should possess. Is that what you think? I see. Shui smiled a smile as if he had finally received confirmation. Sasuke is a very shy boy, and sometimes a bit self-absorbed. He straightened up, patted Sasuke's head, and changed the subject. Itachi has always been worried about this younger brother, afraid he might not make friends at school. He paused, then looked at Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng, if it's not too much trouble, could you look after Sasuke at school? Bai Sheng touched his own soft cheek. So this was about building a good relationship with Sasuke. But he had both parents alive and well. Would that make it hard to find common ground with Sasuke? I almost forgot. Sasuke hadn't yet reached the time when he would have to face life alone. Shui was one of the few bridges between the Uchiha and the village. Every move he made carried deep intent. Placing the youngest son of the Uchiha clan leader beside him. Was it a gesture of goodwill, a wager, or part of a scheme for some distant future? He couldn't figure it out for now. But no matter Shizui's purpose, this request brought no harm to him. Sasuke was a core character of the original story. Getting closer to him meant more opportunities to trigger the system. All right. Bai Sheng extended his hand toward Sasuke, fingers spread palm, facing up with a gentle smile. Then Sasuke, please take care of me. Sasuke folded his arms, turned his head away, and snorted. I'm not going to be friends with someone who always distracts my brother and keeps him from training with me. How arrogant, Sasuke. Bai Sheng narrowed his eyes. He mobilized the strength of a genin, flicked his fingers, and precisely grasped Sasuke's hand before the boy could pull it back. Please take good care of me. Sasuke froze, looking down at his captured hand. He tried to pull it free, but couldn't. You, Sasuke, Itachi is a very polite child. As his younger brother, you can't bring shame to the family. Shui encouraged from the side. That's right, stay spirited, don't lose face. Kakashi stood nearby, watching the scene in silence. Night fell. The lights in the Uchiha compound gradually went out. Under the deep blue sky, the clan's crest cast a silent silhouette on the walls. A youth crouched like a cat atop a utility pole. The crimson of the Sharingan flickered faintly in the darkness, 3 Tomo rotating slowly reflecting the house below where the lights had already been extinguished. You're back too late. Sasuke is already asleep. Shizui's voice came from behind. He stood on the adjacent rooftop, arms folded. Looks like Sasuke won't forgive me tomorrow unless I spend half an hour coaxing him. Itachi gave a weary wry smile. Shursui used the body flicker technique to appear beside Itachi, nudged him with an elbow, then ruffled his head. Don't push yourself too hard. No matter how tense things get between the Uchiha and the village, he'll still be the one taking the lead. Itachi closed his eyes, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly. Thank you, Shursui. After a moment he spoke again. By the way, did you meet Hoshino by Shang today? Shursui sat down on the edge of the roof, legs dangling, looking up at the moon. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is always by his side with Umbu guarding him around the clock. At this sensitive time the Uchiha shouldn't provoke the village's nerves. We can only have simple conversations in public places like after Ninja Academy. Let's out. What did you think after talking with him? Itachi asked curiously. Shursui stared at the moon for a long silence. Alone we can no longer bridge the rift between the clan and the village. His voice was calm and frank, as if stating a conclusion that had been verified many times. What I can do now is suppress the war hawks and the clan, restrain their actions, and prevent them from doing anything irreversible. He paused. Then wait for an elite ninja who is willing to befriend the Uchiha trusted by the village and rises to a high position, or even becomes Hokage. With him as the bridge connecting the village and the Uchiha, we can truly save the clan. Itachi sat down beside him. You mean? Shursui lowered his head, looking into Itachi's eyes. I want to do everything possible to make Hoshino by Shang the Hokage. Among the candidates, he is the one everyone expects. You know, Itachi, the Uchiha clan once had a perfect chance to reconcile with the village. Shizui's voice grew soft. The 4th Hokage was beloved by everyone in Konoha. He had a good relationship with Fugakusama, and his wife was a close friend of Mikitosama. If only that connection had been maintained. With the 4th as a guarantee, the village would have trusted Uchiha ninja. Ordinary squads would have gradually accepted Uchiha members, the Konoha military police force would have welcomed regular ninjas, and the two sides would have slowly built friendship. Generation after generation the rift would have naturally healed. He paused. But the Nine-Tails attacked, but the 4th fell, but the Uchiha were suspected, but that road, just as the first brick was laid, collapsed. So Itachi took over, his voice low. You want to recreate the relationship between the 4th and the clan leader through Hoshino by Shang. That's why you want Sasuke to become his friend. Exactly. Shizui's smile was resolute in the moonlight. I believe in him. He possesses an unparalleled charm. Not his appearance. It's a power that makes everyone who draws near feel warmth like sunlight and gentleness like a flower. It makes people want to gather around him to follow him, just like the 4th Hokage back then. A glimmer of admiration appeared in Itachi's eyes. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The smile of that golden-haired man overlooking the village from the Hokage monument was one of the brightest pictures in his childhood memory. Since that's what you believe, Itachi looked up at Shursui, a faint imperceptible smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Then I will support you, Shisunii. Shursui reached out, made a fist, and bumped it against Itachi's fist. The crisp sound scattered in the night wind like a pebble dropped into water. The moonlight shone quietly on the two youths. The lights of the Uchiha compound went out one by one behind them, but their eyes still held a glow. Root beneath Konoha. The dark, windowless chamber. A flame flickered in the damp air, casting the shadow of the man seated at the center onto the wall, stretched huge and distorted. Shimura Danzo put down the surveillance report. The paper made a muffled sound as it touched the desk. Staking everything on the next generation's Hokage. He closed his single eye, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Bandages covered most of his face, revealing only that sharp right eye and a few strands of gray-white hair escaping from the gaps. From mere fragments of conversation, he had roughly grasped Uchiha Shizui's plan, a testament to decades of studying the Uchiha clan. The mere Uchiha dare to meddle in the selection of the Hokage. As the man who had been undermining Hiruzen from behind every day, Danzo did not consider himself inferior to Sarutobi Hiruzen. But while Hiruzen had stepped forward to become the 3rd Hokage, then Minato became the 4th, and then Hiruzen returned as the 3rd. Danzo had never made it. And now even the Uchiha were backing a candidate for the next Hokage. He himself had never become Hokage. Danzo opened his eye, his gaze falling on the photo attached to the surveillance report. A black-haired violet-eyed child, 6 years old, orphan of the Yuki clan, Ice release Kekii Genkai, suspected, awakened, close ties with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, under the protection of Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Shursui, and Uchiha Itachi, both showed special interest in him, said to possess a charm that warms hearts like the sun. At a glance, he truly resembled Minato Namikaze in his youth. No wonder the Uchiha were willing to bet on him. Hoshino by Shang. He repeated the name. Previously out of consideration for Hiruzen, I paid you no attention. But it's your misfortune to have stained yourself with the Uchiha. Danzo raised his hand instinctively about to summon his personal guard. Fu, he stopped mid-word. Hiruzen's Umbu guarded the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki day and night, and Bai Sheng was also under their protection. That troublesome Hataki Kakashi was often around the child. Sending rude operatives would not only risk conflict with Umbu, but also alert Hiruzen. Never mind. He withdrew his hand, interlaced his fingers, and rested them under his chin. Then I shall go meet him myself. I want to see for myself just how great the charm is of the one Hiruzen cherishes so much. My heart has long been devoted to my teacher Lord Tobarama Senju. I will not be beguiled by you. I shall remain clear-headed. The Shinobi of Darkness declared victory. The next day, on the first official day of the Ninja Academy, the classes were mostly about enrollment guidelines and basic regulations. Yumino Irika spent the entire morning droning on at the podium. Only a few diligent students remained attentive, propping their chins on their hands. Bai Sheng was one of them. Actually, Bai Sheng was daydreaming, pretending to study diligently. Irika led the class to the training ground for a simple physical aptitude assessment, having each child perform a basic fist technique against a wooden post. When it was Bai Sheng's turn, he withheld 90% of his strength. His movements were precise, but not noticeably beyond those of his peers. However, as he withdrew his fist, his body sank slightly, and the tip of his shoe crushed a fallen leaf into fragments. Irika wrote excellent in the roster without further comment. As soon as the dismissal bell rang, the classroom instantly burst into liveliness. Take care, Bai Sheng. See you tomorrow, Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng, please take me with you. May you find happiness when we meet again. Thanks, but it's better if we never meet again. Bai Sheng slung his bag over one shoulder and headed for the door. A row of black lines crept across his forehead, but he maintained an upward curve at the corners of his mouth, returning each greeting with a smile and a nod. See you tomorrow, Bai Sheng. Yamanaka Ino cupped her cheeks in her hands, stars sparkling in her emerald eyes. She turned and quickly waved to the other side. See you tomorrow, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke remained seated, merely nodding coolly at the sound. Ino didn't mind at all. She smiled, picked up her bag, ran to the door, and linked arms with Sakura as they left. Shikamaru slowly organized his bag, stuffing textbooks in one by one with a pace so deliberate, it seemed he was seeing each book off to its final rest. He glanced at Bai Sheng, who was surrounded by classmates, then at Ino bouncing out the door, and let out a long sigh. Honestly, what's so special about that guy named Bai Sheng that everyone likes him so much, even my old man? He stopped mid-sentence and fell silent. He continued sighing. Last night his father Narashikaku had called him into the study and said in a stern tone, starting tomorrow you'll take Ino and Choji with you and get close to Hoshino Bai Sheng. This isn't a suggestion, it's a mission. I know it's hard for you, but it's an order. What a pain. Shikama stuffed the last book into his bag and zipped it shut. He had to obey his father's orders, but execution could be fast or slow. He decided to observe Hoshino Bai Sheng quietly for a while first. A covert watch. He would keep spying on Bai Sheng always. Much. Choji sat beside him, his cheeks bulging, his gaze following Bai Sheng's movements as he chewed carefree. Hoshino Bai Sheng, huh? Aburame Shino completely ignored by Shikamaru, and Choji pushed up his sunglasses, the lenses reflecting two beams of white light of unknown meaning. Nara Shikamaru, the laziest guy in the whole class, was actually paying attention to Hoshino Bai Sheng. A storm of thoughts raged in Aburame Shino's mind. In other words, if he could become friends with Hoshino Bai Sheng and stand by his side, would he also share in the attention others received? Absolutely. It would be easy. He no longer wanted to be ignored like a roadside weed. Uchiha Sasuke stood by the gatepost, craning his neck slightly to the left, his gaze sweeping past students and parents leaving the school, waiting for a particular figure. Sasuke-kun. The setting sun painted Bai Sheng's and Naruto's shadows a golden hue as they hurried toward Sasuke. Are you still alone? Want to walk home with us? Humph. Sasuke turned his head, hiding half his face in his collar. My brother said he'd come pick me up today. TCH. Naruto folded his arms behind his head, his lips pouting so much they could hang a bottle. Brother. Always your brother. If I were him, I'd be sick of you and too lazy to pick you up. Sasuke whipped his head back, his tsundere facade instantly shattered, eyes wide with fury. You want to fight? Ooh, someone's getting angry, haha. Naruto made a face, his 6 whisker-like marks scrunching together with his expression. Huh. Sasuke's instinct kicked in, a low growl rumbling from his throat. Ow wow. Naruto opened his mouth and let out a strange howl. Bai Sheng. What was this? A big dog and a cat hissing at each other. Seeing them about to collide, Bai Sheng extended both hands and grasped their eager fists, one in each. He gently pressed down on Naruto's and Sasuke's wrists, a helpless smile spreading across his face. All right, Naruto, Sasuke. It's only the second day of school. Don't fight. He started it. Both spoke at once, then glared at each other. You, too. Stop copying me, too. Naruto. Ha, wow. Bai Sheng. He narrowed his eyes and quickly delivered a flick to each of their foreheads with both hands. Bang, too. What did you do that for? Ow. Baisheng squinted at them. Naruto sheepishly fell silent and Sasuke let out a heavy snort through his nose, but didn't lunge forward again. Sasuke-kun. Baisheng released his grip and softened his tone. Since your brother said he'd pick you up, we'll be going now. See you at school tomorrow. Naruto's lips split into a wide grin. Just as Sasuke was sulking because he felt Baisheng had stolen his brother's attention, Naruto vaguely felt that this black-haired bratty kid was stealing his big brother's attention. And now his big brother was taking the initiative to leave? How satisfying. Baisheng and Naruto walked along the gravel path from the school gate toward Kakashi's house. It was the third day cleaning day at Kakashi's place. Cleaning Kakashi's room every 3 days. These tasks were etched in his mind, for they were the price to earn Kakashi's swordsmanship guidance. Naruto had followed voluntarily, partly to get guidance, and even if Baisheng didn't ask him, he would have tagged along. Hey, bye Baisheng. Wait for me. A burst of hurried footsteps came from behind. When Baisheng turned around, he saw Sasuke run up to him and stop, his fair cheeks flushed crimson, traces of tears still glistening in his eyes. My brother said he joined a unit called the ENBU. He won't have time to pick me up anymore. He paused, bit his lip, and then bowed deeply as if making a difficult decision. My brother asked me to apologize to you for yesterday and for today. I'm sorry. Naruto stood to the side, about to make another sarcastic remark, but the words died in his throat. He turned away and kicked a pebble on the ground. It's okay, raise your head. Baisheng stepped forward and patted Sasuke on the shoulder, his heart a mixture of emotions. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui were determined to make Sasuke befriend him. Oh well, getting close to 6-year-old Sasuke might be fine. If it was only Sasuke, the affairs between the Uchiha clan and the village wouldn't involve him, and he could still try to trigger system choice to gain an advantage. We're going to clean up at Kakashi-senpai's house. Sasuke, do you want to come along? Sasuke was taken aback. He instinctively glanced at his own hands. The young master of the Uchiha clan had never so much as cleaned a room. The trash bin in his own room was emptied by servants. But his brother told him to become good friends with these two. This was a mission from his brother, and also something Shisunai had said while patting his shoulder yesterday. It was an opportunity. Okay. Sasuke clenched his fist as if making a solemn vow. Let's go together. The three companions arrived at Kakashi's doorstep. Baisheng produced a small bronze key from his pocket and inserted it deftly into the lock. Ever since he had taken on the cleaning task, Kakashi had entrusted him with the spare key. Upon entering, Baisheng headed straight for the storage cabinet, retrieved 3 aprons and cleaning tools, put on one set himself, and thrust the remaining 2 into Naruto's and Sasuke's hands. Alright, let's get to work. Baisheng fastened the pink apron, Kakashi's little joke, and rolled his sleeves above his elbows. Naruto grabbed a rag and charged energetically toward the windows. Sasuke stood with the mop, surveying the room filled with dust and clutter, his expression tinged with existential doubt. Less than 15 minutes passed. Hey, you stepped on me, you idiot, Naruto. Sasuke's roar came from near the window. You're the one who stuck your foot over here, bastard Sasuke. Naruto shot back without backing down. Are you saying I was standing here wiping the window and deliberately stretched my foot under yours? Hard to say. You? I'll kill you, I swear I'll kill you. Baisheng crouched before Kakashi's bookshelf, disappointed that there was no make-out paradise to tease Kakashi with. The clatter of tools and the 2 boys' relentless bickering echoed behind him. He didn't turn around, just continued tidying the shelf, a slight curve touching the corners of his mouth. Busy, everyone busy. Busy is good. By the time the room was fully cleaned, dusk had seeped in through the windows. When the 3 walked out of Kakashi's house shoulder to shoulder, the sun had already sunk behind the Hokage rock. See you tomorrow, Sasuke. Baisheng waved at him. Naruto reluctantly raised his hand too. Sasuke stood still, watching the 2 figures slowly shrink into the twilight. He was tired today, his hands ached, the mop was 100 times heavier than he had imagined. But this was the first time he had done something together with normal peers. It was ordinary, yet he felt fulfilled. That kind of feeling wasn't bad either. After walking a ways, Baisheng Naruto stopped, too puzzled, tilting his head to look at him. Naruto, what is it, big brother? Baisheng turned around, his amethyst eyes narrowing, his expression more serious than usual. He recalled something. In the original story, Naruto chased Sasuke for 700 episodes, and the Uzumaki clan nearly went extinct in that generation. Today at Kakashi, Sasuke and Naruto had argued fiercely, but the intensity of their quarrel was entirely different from any ordinary classmates. With anyone else, they would probably have been at most nodding acquaintances. It seemed the chakra reincarnations of Indra and Ashura were already working behind the scenes. You need to be careful of the Uchiha from now on. Baisheng thought for a moment and added a qualifier, especially the beautiful ones. Never let their appearances fool you. Naruto blinked. Could anyone be more beautiful than Big Brother? I'll listen to you, Big Brother. In the shadows of a nearby corner, a walking stick silently touched the ground. Shimura Danzo narrowed his one exposed eye. Careful of the Uchiha HM, he murmured softly. Just as he was about to move closer, his advancing step was blocked by a white-haired youth. White-haired masked forehead protector covering his left eye, hands in his pockets. His footing exactly sealed off all of Danzo's forward paths. The two locked eyes, right eye glaring at left. Shimura, advisor. Kakashi's voice was flat. Are you out for a stroll on this street at this hour? Danzo did not answer. He looked over Kakashi's shoulder, ignoring the wary gaze, and fixed his sight on the black-haired child still talking with Naruto. He's got some brains, hasn't been fooled by the Uchiha clan's outward appearance. To perceive the Uchiha's danger at the age of 6. This child could be useful. He re-examined that small figure. He was about to take another look. Then he saw Baisheng trip over nothing and fall flat on the ground. Danzo, is he a bit clumsy? Another look. As Baisheng was pondering the matter of the Uchiha clan, his right foot inadvertently caught his left heel. His center of gravity pitched forward without warning, and he landed face down with a thud. Did he just trip over thin air? Realizing how foolish an act he had committed, Baisheng's face flushed crimson from the base of his neck to his earlobes, his voice trembling with mortification. Curse those Uchiha. Hey. Danzo's single eye bulged wide. That expression, that tone, that virtuous habit of blaming every mishap on the Uchiha. That bone-deep vigilance toward the clan. Even a fall is blamed on the Uchiha. Ahem. That aura without a doubt. In that moment he seemed to see the swiftest shade of the dead he had personally buried. The white-haired man in blue armor whose brows and eyes forever carried a cold sharpness, Senju Tobarama. His beloved teacher. Danzo remained silent for a long time. Dusk deepened from navy to ink black, and street lamps flicked on one after another. Kakashi still stood before him, but he no longer cared. He turned around. The tap of his cane on the quiet street felt particularly crisp. After a few steps he called without looking back, Fu. Yamanaka Fu appeared silently behind him. Tell Kabuto Yakushi to cancel the trip to the land of Earth. He has a new mission. Yes. Also, Danzo hesitated for a fleeting moment. A moment so brief that those who knew him would consider it exceedingly long. Have Yakushi Nono return to the village as well. I have a plan that may require her to execute a certain part. Yamanaka Fu's brow twitched. May I ask my lord the specific content of the plan? Danzo did not answer, but the corner of his mouth lifted. Naturally he intended to take this Hoshino Baisheng, so reminiscent of his master, under his wing and personally train him. Hiruzen Sarutobi had the 3 legendary Sannin renowned across the ninja world, Jiraiya Tsunade and Orochimaru. Each had their own extraordinary skills, each possessed unique talents, and his disciple Minato Namikaze even became the 4th Hokage. As the darkness of the shinobi, Hishimura Danzo had done decades of dirty work in the shadows for Konoha, only to find himself without a single disciple to inherit his will. Why should that be? He too would take a disciple worthy of becoming Hokage. Hoshino Baisheng, age 6, potential wielder of the ice release Kekkei Genkai, close to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, possessing a warmth and radiance, as gentle as the sun, and naturally wary of the Uchiha clan. All these traits combined made him an unpolished gem. This way, even if his own plans ultimately failed, even if he never sat in that Hokage's chair, his disciple would defeat Sarutobi's disciples and become Hokage. On that day, Sarutobi would realize that his will of fire had produced 3 legendary Sannin. But Danzo's root had nurtured a true Hokage. I raised a Hokage. Just thinking about it stirred excitement. Danzo unconsciously lifted the corner. In Konoha, at a location where no detection jutsu could ever find it, lay the headquarters of the root organization. Yakushi Kabuto followed 2 root members as they traversed one damp stone corridor after another. Not long ago, he had received orders to be dispatched to another country for a long-term infiltration mission, officially becoming a spy. He had already prepared himself mentally for the orphanage to continue operating, and for Director Nono, who was like a mother to him, to be able to smile. He was willing to sacrifice everything. For that was the purpose of his existence. Regrettably, ever since the director had gone undercover in an enemy nation for that classified mission, the frequency of her letters had dwindled. Now he himself was about to head to the battlefield, and he knew not when he would next be able to correspond with Director Nono. Perhaps a year, perhaps 3, perhaps. Lord Danzo, I have brought Kabuto. The root shinobi knelt on one knee, then silently withdrew. Shimura Danzo sat behind a single lamp. Only a fierce right eye was visible from his bandage-wrapped face. Kabuto, I am very pleased with your performance en route. Danzo's gaze swept from the top of Kabuto's head to his feet, then back up. You are an exceptionally promising spy candidate. Truly you are worthy of being that woman's son. It is my honor to serve Root. Kabuto knelt on the ground, his right knee touching the floor, his head slightly bowed. His voice was submissive and steady, a perfectly appropriate smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Danzo stared at him for a long time, so long that Kabuto's knee began to feel numb. You had better truly... A majestic voice devoid of inflection rang out in the chamber. Your spy mission is to be put on hold. There is a more important task in the village that requires your completion. A shinobi approached Kabuto and handed a document into his hands. As you command. Kabuto lowered his head and opened the first page of the file. The first thing he saw was a photograph. A child with black hair and violet eyes about 5 or 6 years old with delicate features, as if drawn with the finest of brushes. A 6-year-old child. Kabuto's gaze lingered on the photo for an extra second, his expression unreadable. He waited for Danzo to continue. Your next mission is to get close to this child and earn his goodwill. After that I will assign you the subsequent task. Danzo offered no further explanation. His plan was simple. The third Hokage's Umbu guarded the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki around the clock, and Hoshino Baishing had likewise been placed under the highest level of protection. He could not forcibly take him as a disciple, nor could he simply take the boy away. That would only provoke a direct confrontation between the Umbu and Root, and Hiruzen himself might step in. But if Hiruzen could nurture a Hokage candidate with sunlight and gentle rain, he, Danzo, could also cultivate a successor to the Hokage with shadow and infiltration. He simply needed to send someone to plant the seeds of Root beside Baishing, water them slowly, and once the roots grew deep, the child would naturally come to acknowledge his will of Root and accept his invitation to become his disciple. Yakushi Kabuto possessed a perfect talent for disguise. He was the most suitable person for this task. Kabuto turned to the second page of the file and read carefully. After a while, Lord Danzo. Kabuto closed the file and raised his head, his voice still steady. The target is often with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and is under round-the-clock Umbu surveillance and protection. Given my current identity, approaching him would be extremely difficult. State what you need. Danzo's voice was utterly devoid of warmth. I request that you place me within Hatake Kakashi's Umbu squad. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting 2 golden points of light from the oil lamp. Only through Hatake Kakashi, who is something of a mentor, can I reasonably come into contact with Hoshino Baishing. Danzo narrowed his single eye, his thumb slowly rubbing against the back of his other hand. He recalled something. 3 years ago. That experimental subject infused with would release cells, that once most perfect weapon of Root. Through an order from the third Hokage, he had left Root, changed his name to Tenzo, and was no longer under Danzo's control. This moment now was exactly like that moment then. Yakushi Kabuto raising this request at this time. Could it be? Once suspicion arose, the crime was already established. Evidence. Did the shinobi of darkness need evidence to make an arrest? He suddenly found it somewhat ridiculous. Was it not just that when your orphanage was on the verge of bankruptcy, he threatened you to join Root, and made your director mother leave on a spy mission? Though he made you leave your mother and home, you still have me. I could very well be your father as long as you obey completely. Why does everyone want to run away? Danzo let out a soft breath beneath his bandages. It was not yet time to burn bridges. Kabuto was still useful even if this blade had begun to rust. Enough. Once he completed the mission, he would find an opportunity to execute him secretly. Conveniently, the arrangements concerning Nono were nearly complete. Then he would use this mother and son to teach Baishing a lesson. The lesson would be called, Drive the Tiger to Devour the Wolf. Very well. Danzo's voice betrayed no emotion. If you need anything else, go ask Yamanaka-fu. However, Kabuto, I have high hopes for you. Do not forget your identity. You are a shinobi nurtured by my Root. The single eye paused on Kabuto's face for a moment. Yakushi Nono's letters often mention you, you know. Danzo chuckled softly. He rose from his chair and walked toward the other exit of the stone chamber. As he passed by Kabuto, he did not pause, nor did he spare even a sidelong glance at the silver-haired youth kneeling on the ground. Kabuto slowly stood up, closed the file, tucked it under his arm, pushed up his glasses, and maintained a gentle smile, as mask-like as ever. Several days later. Weekend. Baishing stood before the dressing mirror in his room, hanging an archaic white jade pendant around his neck. The jade was unremarkable in appearance, like a broken edge of a copper coin, its surface rough. Only when held up to the light could one vaguely make out 3 crescent-shaped engravings. Fortune-averting death jade. This was the golden finger he had found after a long search in the storage room. According to the female-oriented system description, it could consume 1 crescent to deflect a single fatal injury. It accumulated 1 crescent per year with a maximum storage of 3. Combined with his reversal technique, as long as he was not instantly killed, he could pull himself back. There was also an additional function of consuming a crescent to summon fortune to descend, but he did not yet know how to use it. Right now, perhaps he could dance a few steps with Uchiha Madara and even sneak in a few elbow strikes. Finally got a basic sense of security. Baishing planted his hands on his hips, feeling delighted. If I could get a golden finger like Space Spirit Field, that would be perfect. Trigger the mystic blade, instantly retreat into a turtle shell heel with the reversal technique, then come out to ambush. Under heaven, who could kill me? He hummed a little tune, slung a wooden sword over his back, and pushed open the door. Naruto was already waiting at the entrance, and the two of them headed to the training ground together. Today was the day Kakashi had clearly promised to teach the White Fang sword technique, and Baisheng was very much looking forward to it. That cocky Kakashi is late again. When the two arrived at the training ground, Naruto crossed his arms, looked around, and pouted. Could Kakashi-senpai be? Baisheng felt a little speechless inwardly. Kakashi, as a dedicated amateur teacher, had seemed to perk up as he spent more time with him. He was no longer so gloomy, smiled more often, and his dead fish eyes occasionally curved into crescents. But his habit of being late had also grown as robust as spring weeds. TCH. Who on earth researched this version? T0 Ninja Late Kakashi. Let's train on our own first. Baisheng drew his wooden sword and began swinging it in a disciplined manner. Among the trees at the edge of the training ground, 3 figures landed silently on the same thick branch. Kakashi wore a relatively loose jonin uniform, 1 foot planted on the tree trunk, leaning back against it. He glanced at the black-haired child swinging his sword in the training field, then asked without turning his head, "Why did you two follow me?" A black-haired youth stepped out from the shadows of the trees. He had rather rounded eyes, and his expression was especially lively after removing his umbu mask. Or rather Tenzo. He stood with his arms crossed on another part of the branch, a mischievous grin on his face. Kakashi-senpai, after all our hard work to complete the mission smoothly, shouldn't we find a place to gather? Don't worry about the cost, we'll cover the enormous expense of 100 ryo for you, senpai. No yakiniku-kyu. How about Ichiraku ramen? Kakashi raised a hand and waved it quickly. Next time for sure. Next time for sure. Kakashi said. Another silver-haired youth stepped out from the other side, adjusting his glasses, his tone laced with resignation. I've been in the squad for almost 10 days now, and we still haven't had a proper gathering. Don't you think that's too much? Tenzo followed up, jerking his chin toward the training ground. Senpai, those 2 little ones up ahead. Is one of them your student? I never would have thought that Kakashi-senpai with his asexual demeanor would actually consider taking a disciple. Hey, talk like a human, Tenzo. Seriously. Kakashi covered his forehead and let out a long sigh. It seemed he could not avoid this today, but he had already promised Baisheng he would teach the White Fang sword technique. If he broke his promise, Kakashi quickly simulated the consequences in his mind. Baisheng would certainly forgive him magnanimously and say with a smile, "It's fine, Kakashi-senpai, work is important." Then over the following week he would occasionally and conveniently bring it up. Each convenience would precisely step on his guilt until he voluntarily offered compensation. Last time he was 20 minutes late. The compensation was 3 skewers of dango and a new set of shuriken. The time before that he was half an hour late. The compensation was treating Baisheng and Naruto to a meal at Yakiniku-kyu. He could not increase the stakes any further. His wallet was about to give out. Breaking the promise was out of the question, never in a million years. He could still bluff Tenzo with his seniority, but Baisheng would truly drain his wallet. Tenzo, I have no objections. I'm going to teach him the White Fang sword technique today. If you want to come, then come along. Kakashi straightened up and brushed imaginary dust off his sleeves. His peripheral vision discreetly swept over the silver-haired youth adjusting his glasses beside Tenzo, who was watching Baisheng on the training ground with a look of pure curiosity. Yakushi Kabuto. The secret conversation of the 3rd Hokage floated into Kakashi's mind. It was the day after Do joined the Umbu squad, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had summoned him alone. The 3 great lords candidly stated that Do was a subordinate of Danzo, and he was parachuted into Kakashi's squad to get closer to Hoshino Bison. The Hokage also mentioned that he had some understanding of Do. This child volunteered to join Root to secure funding for the orphanage. He was someone with connections, yearning for brightness and a talent that could be nurtured. He gave Kakashi an order step-by-step guide due to align with the Hokage's faction, to abandon his foolish loyalty to Danzo and to become a true Umbu ninja. Kakashi did not ask further at the time. The 3rd Hokage had always had a keen eye for people. However, Kakashi looked at Do's face, which always bore a gentle smile. Regarding Bison, he did not want to make a hasty judgment. The 3 of them suddenly appeared at the training ground. Kakashi-senpai, you finally made it. Bison sheathed his sword and jogged over to Kakashi. Beads of sweat were still on his forehead, and his breath was slightly hurried, but his deep purple eyes sparkled brilliantly. Suddenly, he tilted his head, glancing curiously at the 2 strangers behind Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai. Hello, I am Do, a teammate of Kakashi-senpai. Do was the first to bow. Aligning his gaze with Basin's, his eyes behind the lenses formed 2 gentle arcs. You must be the student that Kakashi-senpai often talks about, Hoshino Bison, right? Ahem. Kakashi coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. I just mentioned you by accident. Just as Bison was about to respond, a blue light curtain appeared in his sight, visible only to him. Do felt that he had made a mistake. He was too eager, too desperate to distance himself from Root and reach for the light to protect Director Yao Nayu and everyone at the orphanage, which led to suspicion from his leader, Kateo. He now needed to demonstrate his value quickly to make the target of the mission You develop a fondness for him, otherwise the root, buried deep underground in Leaf City, would destroy everyone he cared about, making him lose his value of existence. You choose. Choice 1. Dislike him. Your smile is disgusting. Reward golden finger. Food sage cooking 100 male attractiveness 50 a chance to create food that bursts with golden light. Choice 3. Acknowledge him. Thank you do. A reward golden finger. Female chat group automatically become the leader of a chat group from various worlds. Choice 3. Acknowledge him. Thank you do. A reward golden finger. Female chat group automatically become the leader of a chat group from various worlds. All members male. Note. Due to unknown factors, this chat group recruits members limited to the world of Naruto and its variants. Bison quickly scanned the information provided by the system, his expression serious. Wait, what does it mean to have 10 at a time? You Bison uncle really wants to summon the Mongolian top lane, personally going down to meet the system's old foe. Damn it. Fertile physique, how did you get that? Is this still a male-targeted genre? You didn't secretly change the label behind my back, did you? Ahem. Bison calmed his emotions and began to pick and choose. The 3 options lined up in a row. 1. Ignore do reward food sage, although it was unclear why a chef's golden finger would increase male attraction. But in the ninja world the priority was not on the question of what to eat, so pass. 2. Dislike, do reward fertile physique. Everyone please turn on the voice smile. 3. Choose to acknowledge, do reward female chat group. Let us temporarily ignore the small issue of why a female chat group has only male members. You know this is the world of Naruto, so why insist on being stubborn like a dead duck saying something about the fantasy big world? Rational analysis. Choice 3, without a doubt. At this stage, Du had not yet failed to kill Yao Nayu, nor had he been forgotten by. He was still the aspiring youth who was willing to plunge into darkness to protect the orphanage. Setting aside the system rewards just based on the fact that he was a scientific talent acknowledged by the future Orochimaru, Bison was willing to actively befriend him. However, there was one thing that troubled him. Kakazu, or rather Shimura Danzo. He had joined Kakashi's team for a purpose. What could that be? It couldn't possibly be because he saw potential in him as a future Hokage and planned to take him as a disciple, elbowing out the 3rd Hokage's disciples to take the Hokage position, right? That would be ridiculous. However, none of this prevented him from making a choice now. Hello, Do-senpai. Bison raised his face, revealing a warm, sunny smile, his voice clear and sincere. Kakashi-senpai is my teacher. I really like him, and you are his teammate. So you must also be a very powerful ninja, right? Do's eyebrows twitched. He was about to say a few polite words when Bison suddenly tilted his head, his exquisite eyes fixated directly on his glasses. Those glasses of yours. I think I've seen them in a photo in Director Yao Nayu's office. Do's body trembled, and the fingers supporting his glasses stiffened. The boy with glasses looks a lot like you. I think his name was Do. Bason's eyes widened, his tone filled with pure unadulterated surprise. Hey, you must be the child that Director Yao Nayu was talking about, right? Director Yao Nayu has been very worried about you. I thought you were sad for a long time. Du fell silent for a moment. He remembered. 3 or 4 years ago, after he completed his training en route, he had secretly returned to the orphanage and watched quietly from the shadows. On that day, the orphanage received a couple of chunin who brought their child to donate money. Their child was a strikingly beautiful black-haired, purple-eyed boy who bore some resemblance to Bison. He recalled that he had spoken with Director Yao Nayu for a long time and was very much liked by the director. Du suddenly felt a wave of emotion. En route, Danzo remembered him because he was an excellent espionage candidate. In the Umbu, regardless of whether it was the Hokage Kakashi or Tenzo, they remembered him because he was a talent that could be brought over from root. They all remembered him merely as a useful tool. Only this child before him remembered him because he was someone that Director Yao Nayu cared about, someone whose photo was kept in her office. This was a completely different bond. It felt as if a gentle shadow had suddenly emerged in the world, always waiting for his return. Just like Director Yao Nayu. Thank you. Du came back to his senses, a smile appearing on his face. This smile seemed to lack a bit of precision and contained an indescribable warmth. I understand about Director Yao Nayu. When I see her, I will be sure to express my gratitude for her concern. Du 26, 2450, 78, a person worth remembering. Alright. Half a year passed in a blur. Baisheng stood before the full-length mirror in his room, pulling a white short-sleeved training uniform over his head. Half a year. 6 months. Over 180 days. His appearance score had risen from 108 to 114. The face in the mirror was more refined than half a year ago. The arch of his eyebrows had been subtly trimmed, his eyelashes curled a fraction more at the corners, and the line of his jaw softened. His skin tone remained the same. It hadn't become fairer, but the texture had changed, like a thin layer of porcelain glaze hiding light beneath. He wore a crisp, simple white training uniform. The short sleeves revealed fair, tender arms, and the shorts exposed 2 slender, pale legs like freshly peeled ivory chopsticks. He looked like a delicate, pretty young girl. His masculinity was steadily diminishing. Baisheng stared at his reflection in the mirror silent for 3 seconds and couldn't help but feel a surge of sorrow. Sometimes time traveling into the world of Naruto was truly helpless. Other transmigrators brought divine bloodlines, invincible systems, or started with the Rinnegan. His system diligently added to his appearance points day after day until even he himself fell to days looking in the mirror. He wanted to be a bold, hardy, mighty, powerful man of iron and blood. Even if it meant being a pointy-headed, sharp-headed man destined to ascend to a cholesterol planet with his wife entering the transfer period. Well, maybe not that. He wanted to be a handsome, suave, and elegant young gentleman. But the face in the mirror wouldn't allow it. When he smiled, it was gentle. When he frowned, it was cold and alluring. When lost in thought, it was adorably dazed. Even his grimace came off as a playful smile. His gritted teeth looked like an adorable grinding of molars. He had given up negotiating with his facial muscles. Baisheng sighed and pulled the collar of his uniform to its highest point. At least this face provided a tangible social bonus. His classmates were kind to him, his teachers were patient with him. Even that old schemer Danzo, when he occasionally encountered him on the street, would curl his lips into a chilling smile. The saying beauty is justice might not be absolute truth in the Naruto world, but it was at least a very effective buff. Alright. Baisheng suddenly remembered the golden finger he had obtained half a year ago, the female-oriented chat group system. Since acquiring it, it had always displayed searching for group members, please wait. But half a year had passed, and no one had joined. At first he thought the group members might be native inhabitants of the Naruto world, and he could unlock new golden fingers through them by triggering the female-oriented system options. But now looking at it, he thought let time slow down a bit. He went out and downstairs. His father Hoshino Masaki stood, as usual, at the entrance, one hand holding a briefcase, the other already raised in the air waiting. Baisheng walked over, lowered his head, let the large hand rest on his crown, rubbed against it slightly, then went to the dining room with a blank expression. 2 rice balls and a bowl of soup later, he wiped his mouth, grabbed his school bag, and walked to the door. Naruto was already waiting outside. Big bro, you're so slow today. Naruto grinned. Over the past year, thanks to Baisheng's feeding, Naruto had grown quite a bit. Baisheng had secretly measured with the scratch marks on the doorframe. Naruto had shot up nearly 10 centimeters since the beginning of the year. As for himself, he had only grown a little over 0.2 centimeters. Now Naruto was half a head taller than him. Every time they walked side by side, he had to look up slightly to see Naruto's face. World, I curse you. You came too early. Baisheng stepped over the threshold with a straight face. The two walked along the streets toward the school. When they passed the Haruno house, the pink-haired girl was already waiting at the door. Sakura had brushed all her bangs up, pinned them with a cherry blossom clip, revealing her smooth, full forehead. Baisheng. Naruto. Good morning. Sakura trotted over and naturally took her place on Baisheng's left. Sakura, you've pinned your bangs up again today. Baisheng glanced at her. Yeah, today is the practical exam and bangs would block my vision. Sakura touched her forehead and smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. The three walked a bit further. At the corner of the street, a black-haired boy was leaning against the wall. He crossed his arms, striking a very standard pose of him waiting for you, but I don't care at all when you arrive. What a bodyguard. Baisheng waved at him nonchalantly. Sasuke morning. Humph. Sasuke let out a puff of air from his nose, straightened up from the wall, and naturally walked to Baisheng's right. He tried to squeeze Naruto out. Naruto, displeased, elbowed Sasuke. The two began their daily scuffle. Over the past half year, the four of them had walked to school together countless times. The morning class was the same as usual. Iruka stood at the podium, lecturing on the mechanical principles of shuriken, throwing with several formulas and theorems on the blackboard that looked very familiar to Baisheng. Baisheng sat upright, hands flat on the desk, his gaze focused intently on the blackboard. While he was just thinking, with his adult self-discipline and half a year of self-study, he had finished the entire first-year curriculum within the first month after school started. He had also skimmed through the second-year textbooks, advanced techniques for basic chakra refinement, the 12 fundamental hand seals for common ninjutsu, and the brief timeline of the Great Ninja War in the history of Konoha, and the weighty tomes such as On the Inheritance of the Will of Fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest Hokage of all time, the Hokagesama, is the son the Hokagesama shot down an enemy air fortress with a single shuriken, and so on. Setting aside some things he couldn't understand, these weren't difficult for Baisheng. His exam scores were firmly at the top of the grade, nearly 20 points ahead of second-place Sakura and 25 points ahead of Sasuke. As for Naruto, Naruto's academic scores were also first with Baisheng, just at the opposite end. But none of that mattered. What mattered today was, next class, please gather on the training ground. Yumino Iruka tapped the blackboard, pulling everyone's attention back. The first-year Indofterm practical exam will be held. After the exam, rankings will be announced. Please don't be late. Naruto, I'm talking to you especially. Why are you only calling me out? Naruto slammed his desk and stood up. Because every time you're late you come up with 4 excuses, none of which have anything to do with the road to your house. That's because Kaka. Sit down. Naruto sat back down gloomily. Baisheng glanced at Naruto. Over the past half-year, Irika's attitude toward Naruto had shifted from formal to resigned acceptance, and now to being able to call him out without flinching. This change was actually a sign of a better relationship. A teacher only singles out a student he truly cares. Though it was different from the bond between Irika and Naruto in the original story, which was almost like father and son. After all, in this life Naruto already had Baisheng as his big brother, so the third Hokage didn't need to go out of his way to instruct Irika to look after Naruto. But Irika still cared for the mischievous nine-tailed fox in his own way. As soon as the bell rang, the classroom practical exam. Those two words were like a boulder thrown into a calm pond. The essence of a ninja's profession was combat. No matter how much the will of fire was emphasized, this fact remained unchanged. Could sitting in a classroom all day cramming textbooks, memorizing theories, and drawing parabolas make one a Hokage? No. To become a Hokage, ultimately strength had to speak. After holding back their energy for half a semester today, they could finally release it legitimately. Several classmates' eyes involuntarily fell on Baisheng. Baisheng blinked at them innocently. Nothing he could do. He was the top scorer in the written exam. In this kind of practical exam, the first-place student was naturally the target for everyone. What a pain. A lazy voice came from the back. Shikamaru was lying on the desk, his cheek resting on his arm. His gaze passed over several shoulders and landed on the back of Baisheng's head. After a moment of silence, he reached out and poked Baisheng's back. Baisheng turned around, his violet eyes puzzled. Baisheng Shikamaru's voice was as listless as ever. If you end up against me in the exam, don't take it seriously. Let's just pretend, exchange a few moves, then he'll surrender. It saves time and effort, and everyone's happy. Over the past half-year, Shikamaru had often dragged Choji and Ino to chat with Baisheng. With their seats close by, the group had become friends worth talking to. Shikamaru-kun. Baisheng tilted his head, his eyes curving into sly arcs. If you surrender, you'll lose a lot of points. If we really meet, I'll defeat you first. No pain, it'll be over in an instant. Shikamaru buried his face back in his arms and sighed gloomily. Ah, what a pain. Then I'll make sure to lose to someone else before I meet you. Choji sat beside Shikamaru, stuffing a chip into his mouth. He looked at Shikamaru, then at Baisheng, then down at the half-empty bag of chips in his hand. Burp. Do you guys want chips? You need energy to fight. Choji, that's your lunch, Baisheng reminded him. The difference between lunch and a snack is just the time you eat it, Choji said, with a very philosophical remark, then stuffed another chip into his mouth. Ino rested her chin on her hands, her emerald eyes shining with a girl's special radiance. Her gaze landed on a black-haired boy wearing a dark blue short-sleeved shirt with a ping-pong paddle. No, the Uchiha clan crest on his back. Then she turned her head and glanced at Baisheng. Black hair, violet eyes, fair skin, delicate features. He was tilting his head and talking to Shikamaru, his eyes crinkling when he smiled. One was a handsome secret crush. The other was an adorable male bestie. I want both. Baisheng, when it's my turn, please strike with all your might. I won't cry out in pain. A low, solemn voice suddenly came from the seat behind, less than half a meter from Baisheng's ear. Who was speaking? Startled, Baisheng whipped his head around. There he saw Aburame Shino sitting in the seat behind him, as still and silent as a statue. When had Shino arrived? He suddenly recalled that over the past 6 months Shino had a habit of appearing out of nowhere from corners unnoticed, always startling him. Baisheng felt the urge to startle him back. Shino, are you implying that even if I give it my all, it would only be like scratching an itch for you? He raised an eyebrow, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons, his tone laced with a dangerous hint of teasing. Oh no, that's not what I meant. Shino waved his hands frantically, his voice behind the sunglasses betraying a rare note of panic. I mean, I've already mentally prepared myself. Whether I win or lose, whether it hurts or not, I sincerely wish to have a serious battle with Hoshino. Baisheng looked at Shino's earnest expression and suddenly smiled. Don't worry, Shino. I'm not some delicate boy like Nara Shikamaru. I have plenty of strength and means. Just watch. All right. Shino's voice brightened, noticeably clearly stirred up. Oomph. A loud snort came from the side. Naruto stood with his hands on his hips, grumbling. If you want to fight my big brother, you'll have to get past me first. After 6 months of training alongside Baisheng, Naruto's taijutsu was no longer the crude, reckless flailing in the class, if only taijutsu were considered. Ignoring ninjutsu and clan secret arts, Naruto firmly ranked among the top. Oi, dead last. Sasuke strode over with the quintessential Uchiha airs, gate chin lifted slightly, a smirk of provocation playing on his lips. Who are you calling dead last? Naruto instantly bristled, his hair standing on end. Whoever takes the bait, I'm talking about them. Sasuke stopped beside Baisheng, his tone dripping with the Uchiha clan's inherited superiority. That's because I didn't bother to learn. Naruto's face flushed crimson. A ninja relies on strength, not memorizing books. Can a ninja's affairs really be settled by memorizing? Then came incomprehensible mutterings about slipping hand-stuck keys and being too absorbed. The classroom was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Alright, let's head out now. Baisheng stood on tiptoe and reached out to ruffle Naruto's hair. Not bad, you know. The texture was quite nice. Naruto's anger mostly dissipated, and he snorted before making a face at Sasuke. Sasuke responded with a dismissive raise of his eyebrow. Baisheng stood between them, one on the left and one on the right. He noticed that the top of his head came just up to Naruto's eyes, and he was also slightly shorter than Sasuke. Damn it. Noon. The training ground. The first-year final practical exam was about to commence. 2 standard-sized combat zones had been marked in the center, their boundaries clearly drawn with lime powder. The spectator area consisted of temporary wooden benches that could accommodate 200 to 300 people. Usually opening and graduation ceremonies were held here, but today's atmosphere was distinctly different from those. Because far too many people had come. Students from other grades crowded the front 2 rows, chattering excitedly about who would win. The students' parents occupied the middle section. Further back sat active duty ninjas who had graduated years ago. Some came to watch younger generations, some were sent by their superiors, and a few were simply taking a break from leave to enjoy the spectacle. At the very top of the bleachers, a few seats were deliberately left empty, guarded by assigned ninjas. The head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, arrived with his wife Mikoto. Fugaku sat in a middle row seat on the left, arms crossed, his deep blue clan uniform immaculate. He scanned the children on the field with an expressionless face. The head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, also came. His pure white eyes were almost translucent in the sunlight, his expression serene, betraying no emotion. The heads of the Ino Shikacho families sat in the same row. Nara Shikaku rested his elbows on his knees, chin propped on his hand, looking utterly languid. Akimichi Chozo was opening a new bag of chips, his movements utterly natural, completely oblivious to the surrounding gazes. Yamanaka Inoichi sat with his hands on his knees, back straight, wearing a polite smile, occasionally nodding at nearby parents. Further up, Kakashi leaned against the back wall of the last row, flipping through a small, orange-covered book. Tenzo stood beside him, while Yakushi Kabuto sat quietly a short distance away. The murmurs around the field rose and fell. One question kept being brought up repeatedly: who was the strongest first-year new student? This semester-end practical exam for the first year was arguably the most competitive in a decade. The son of the Uchiha clan head, the daughter of the Hyuga clan head, the children of the 3 Ino Shikacho leaders, elites from the Inuzuka, Aburame, and other secret technique clans. Not to mention the one conspicuous special existence, the nine-tailed demon fox, as the villagers called it, or rather the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. And then there was Hoshino Baisheng, personally trained by Hatake Kakashi, whom many privately said bore the likeness of Namikaze Minato. Yet the conclusion people reached was strikingly unanimous: Uchiha. It's Uchiha. It's Uchiha. It must be Uchiha. It's definitely Uchiha Sasuke. After all, he's from the strongest clan in Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku, listening to the discussions around him, curled his lips into a faint smile. As an excellent parenting expert, he was certain he highly valued his child's performance. He looked down at Sasuke, who had come to his side. He carefully inspected the ninja tool pouch and combat uniform, his movements meticulous and focused. Sasuke, Fugaku spoke, his voice low and imposing. You've spent 6 months with Hoshino Baisheng, so you must have some understanding of him. Do you have confidence in surpassing him? Sasuke looked up at his father. Then he turned his gaze to the other side of the field. Baisheng was standing with Naruto, a wooden sword in his hand, his profile glowing white under the noonday sun. He's strong, Sasuke said without hesitation. If he truly has awakened the ice release Kekii Genkai, it will be quite troublesome. Fugaku's brow furrowed slightly. Ice release. The Kekii Genkai of the Yuki clan. Rumors said that some distant ancestor of Hoshino Baisheng hailed from the Hozuki clan of the Hidden Mist village. But whether the ice release had truly awakened had never been definitively proven. If the child had indeed awakened it, then his strength assessment would have to be completely rewritten. A child with a Kekii Genkai personally trained by Hatake Kakashi, at the first-year level, that was indeed quite troublesome. Will you lose? A child with a Kekii Genkai personally trained by Hatake Kakashi, at the first-year level, that was indeed quite troublesome. Will you lose? His voice was not loud, but it was firm. I will win. The first match was kicked off by Baisheng and Lu Wan. The audience was packed tightly in the stands. Baisheng, we agreed beforehand to just put on a show, and I would surrender when the time is right. Lu Wan spoke in a low voice. He thought he was being cautious enough, keeping his voice just low enough for only the two of them to hear. In the audience, a man in his 20s who bore a resemblance to Lu Wan visibly darkened in expression. You have quite the style, Lu Jio. Shan Zhonghai, with his signature high ponytail, patted Lu Jio on the back. Then he laughed loudly. Don't say that, Hai. Lu Jio's voice was muffled as he helplessly replied, Lu Wan is good at everything, even his intelligence slightly surpasses mine, but he is just too lazy. Have a bit more faith and tolerance for the kids. Do Weitai Chodao Dingzhua sat beside them, holding a bag of large potato chips. He gestured towards the stage. Besides that, Baisheng kid doesn't look like the type to play along with Lu Wan. The referee stood at the edge of the stage. With his right hand raised high, his voice boomed over the noise of the crowd. In this assessment, the use of bladed weapons and ninja tools is permitted, and certain injuries are allowed. Medical ninjas and emergency examiners are on standby at the scene, so there's no need to worry about casualties. Baisheng's eyelid twitched. The use of bladed weapons is allowed. This year's final assessment is set at a higher standard than in previous. This is probably because a certain prominent figure in the audience wants to thoroughly understand this so-called strongest new generation of Konoha in 10 years. Fortunately, Kakashi had already informed him. Thus, he brought the small bladed knife he purchased with his entire allowance during school. Now the assessment begins. Lu Wan assumed a defensive stance, ready to find an opportunity to comfortably give. Lu Wan. Baisheng did not draw his blade. A misty purple gaze looked directly at him from beneath his bangs, carrying an expression that Lu Wan could not. Have you fallen? Baisheng unsheathed his steel blade, the edge reflecting a dazzling silver light. It was indeed the starting stance of the white fang blade technique. No one is born seated upon the throne. Baisheng's voice was not loud, but every word fell clearly upon the quiet stage, yet you have chosen to abandon it yourself. Is it because you are confident in your own intelligence, believing you can rely on it, and live leisurely and freely in this ninja world? Huh. Lu Wan looked confused. You are too arrogant, Lu Wan. Baisheng exerted force under his feet, transforming into a white shadow. The steel blade traced a simple yet perfect arc in the air. This strike cautions against arrogance and impatience. Wait, I admit. Before Lu Wan could finish his word for lose, the back of the blade struck his neck, and he fainted, beautifully lulled to sleep. The whole arena fell silent for 3 seconds. This strike. An elderly ninja with graying hair slowly stood up in the audience, his tone astonished. That blade light cannot be mistaken. Kikuchi Sakomo. The white fang blade technique, the famous sword art of Konoha's white fang. I never expected to see the grace of that strike in a junior during my lifetime. The younger ninjas in the audience exchanged glances. The name of Konoha's white fang was merely a record in their memories, a failure that caused significant losses to the village. However, for the older generation of ninjas who experienced the Second Ninja World War, this name was etched in. They had once listened to this name to inspire their fighting spirit enduring the brutal ninja wars. In their hearts, white fang was hope, a symbol, the brightest blade in that dark era. After White Fang's death, that day Kakashi discarded his blade. Many older ninjas guilty for not being able to speak for White Fang thought they would never witness that pure and extreme swordsmanship again. But unexpectedly today they could see it in a 6-year-old child. This child probably already possesses the strength of a genin. I heard he often receives guidance from Hatake Kakashi, so he is considered a half-disciple. I see the son of White Fang has passed down White Fang's sword techniques to the next generation. It can be considered that there is a successor. But this child is exceptionally talented, otherwise he wouldn't have caught Kakashi's eye. He's just a bit too pretty. It's hard for girls to become strong. Actually, Hoshino Baisheng is a boy. The referee opened his mouth, ready to call the next contestant from the list. A shadow agent suddenly appeared beside him, whispered a few words into his ear, and vanished in an instant. The referee's pupils dilated slightly before swiftly regaining their composure. He stepped forward, his voice louder than before. The assessment rules have been temporarily modified. It is now a tournament-style format. Anyone may challenge the reigning champion until the champion is defeated. Scores will be based on individual performance regardless of victory or defeat. The arena erupted in murmurs. What kind of assessment rule is this? Does that mean if someone is strong enough they can defeat an entire grade single-handedly? Probably the Hokage's idea. Shinya Baisheng. This last-minute rule change has never happened before. Seems like an extraordinary genius. The shinobi exchanged meaningful glances, their excitement palpable. Whispers rippled through the villagers. To witness the village's future engaging in such thrilling battles. Even if it meant delays, it was worth it. Kakashi-senpai, your little apprentice has truly learned your style. At the back of the audience, Tiansong folded his arms and chuckled. Tiansong adored the little one who always addressed him as Taian-kang-senpai every time they met, because Yaoshido stubbornly refused to call him that. Just childish antics, after all, he's at that age. Kakashi's words were dismissive, but the smile in his eyes was unmistakable. I think it's confidence. Yaoshido pushed up his glasses, the lenses glinted, hiding his gaze, but the gentle smile on his lips was genuine. Below the platform, the students were in an uproar. Baisheng is so cool, but isn't he overdoing it? Even Nara was defeated in one strike. Does Baisheng believe he can take on all of us? It's a rare chance to be alone with Baisheng. Even if it's just getting beaten up, it's still quality time. They'll go first, don't steal my spot. Rib bit. In the first. I spoke to Baisheng on the first day of school. By seniority, it's me. You call that speaking? You said your eraser fell. That counts as speaking. Xuanhuang stood at the edge of the crowd listening to the clamor, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. That Baishang doesn't see me at all. He'll go first. Just as he was about to step forward, a foot had already landed on the boundary line of the platform. Yunujinai. Next match, Yunujinai versus Xingye Baishang. The examiner raised his hand to announce. What the hell? When did Jinai get up there? Xuanhuang froze. Didn't even see him. Such speed. Wait, haven't we seen him around much? Does he skip? Is there even a person like that in our class? The students scratched their heads. At the end of the semester, it was apparently their first time learning of Yunujinai's existence. On the platform, Baishang and Jinai stood facing each other, forming the seal of confrontation. Zinai's movements were so slow that every finger's bend was visible. He was truly savoring this moment. Standing at the center of the platform, watched by everyone as Xingye Baishang's opponent. Baishangsen. Zinai's voice was deep and earnest. The parasitic insects within me urge me to keep away from you. They tell me you are a fearsome opponent. But still I wish to stand at this stage's center. As your opponent, sharing this platform with you. He paused. A rustling sound came from his sleeve. Because you are the only one who in a classroom where everyone ignores me looked precisely in my direction. Please continue to watch me closely. Baishang gripped his blade, feeling a chill run down his spine. He suddenly recalled the countless times over the past half year he had turned around, but found no source for the gaze. Recalling the subtle chills that crept over his back like ants crawling on his skin, in the corridors on the training grounds on the way home. So it was you, Yunujinai. Brother, you're a bit creepy. I probably won't forget you for the rest of my life, Zainazen. Baishang's mouth twitched slightly as he pushed off the ground, transforming into a blurred afterimage. The wooden hilt struck Zainai's nape precisely. Excuse me. Zainai's body swayed and fell forward. Defeated in a single strike, nothing more to say. Xingye Baishang wins. The examiner's hand had barely fallen when a black-haired boy stood firmly on the platform. He wore a dark blue short-sleeved shirt with the Uchiha clan's crest on the back, a wooden sword slanted in his hand, his gaze blazing as he stared at Baishang. Without a moment's mourning for Yunujinai's fall, the next to ascend the platform was the strongest clan of Mai, the prodigious genius of the Uchiha. Uchiha's Zuozhu. Baishang. Zuozhu's voice was half a tone higher than usual. Baishang, who was about to adjust his breathing, paused at the shout. Mai. Maybe these past exam results where you've consistently outranked me have given you some misconceptions. Zuozhu lifted his chin, his black eyes staring straight at Baishang. Baishang tilted his head. What? So arrogant, Baishang. Zuozhu gritted his teeth, each word seeming ground from between them. Our Uchiha clan is born the strongest in the village. Every Uchiha before me was the top of the grade. Zishuadij was. Nissen was too. I will be. You are nothing but a commoner who temporarily stole my throne as grade top. In other words, you are the challenger. Baishang paused, then smiled, his eyes curving, his violet irises reflecting Zuozhu's small face. Little brat, you sure have a big mouth. Seems like clear weather's Zuozhu. No choice but to give him a thorough thrashing. Don't get my hopes up too much, Zuozhu. Zuozhu's mouth curled, revealing a small fawn. Same here, Baishang. Two figures stood facing each other on the platform. The wind swept across the training ground, carrying the crisp sound of both blades drawn simultaneously into every audience member's ears, igniting countless passions. Their gazes burned with excitement, voices loud as they chose their sides and placed their bets. The strongest bloodline clan heir versus the strongest civilian prodigy. The strongest versus the strongest. Who would emerge victorious? Suspense filled the air. Amid the debates, one conclusion echoed repeatedly. It's the Uchiha. Definitely the Uchiha. I choose Uchiha Zuozhu. He's the rightful winner. The entire audience chanted the same name. Perhaps Uchiha Zuozhu wins. Baishang longed for a worthy opponent. Not a slacker like Shikamaru, nor a brooding introvert like Shino, but someone who could truly let him swing his blade to his heart's content. He had been drifting around Konoha for so many years, playing cute, all this while just so that one day he wouldn't have to eat beef. He wanted to stop living off his looks. He wanted to stand proudly at the center of the world and protect his ninja world. But the system panel rated his strength as the peak combat power he could achieve by using every means. Ice Release Cursed Energy Hitaki's swordsmanship reverse technique was evaluated as inferior to a Chunin. It was still the disadvantage of being only 6 years old. What one learns from books is shallow after all. He urgently needed a real duel to verify where his strength truly stood, so he could plan the future more steadily. Sasuke was the best whetstone. On the arena, the two faced each other. The midday sun fell directly on the shoulders of Baishang and Sasuke, and the blades of both short swords simultaneously reflected a piercing cold gleam. Begin. Bam. The two short swords clashed in an instant, sparks flying. Sasuke used the starting stance of Uchiha-style swordsmanship, his blade slanting upward from below to slash at Baishang's ribs. Because he often played with Baishang, Sasuke also picked up sword practice. His swordsmanship was learned from an elite Uchiha ninja passed down from the great swordsman ancestors of their clan. The art was called Uchiha-style swordsmanship, characterized by parry counter and dodge counter, using the opponent's attack to strike back. Finding an opportunity, it's a got your opening katon. Ahem. Baisheng sidestepped his steel blade sweeping across, but Sasuke parried with the hilt. The blade light wove a silver web under the sun, each collision sparking a burst of fire. Baisheng. Sasuke swung his blade, his voice as urgent as his strike. I've always been jealous of you. Baisheng said nothing, tilting his body, slightly dodging the blade by a hair's breadth, severing a few black strands of hair. You're an outsider, yet my big brother is always talking about you. Sasuke's tone dropped, and he thrust his sword forward, the tip aiming straight at Baisheng's chest. Baisheng blocked horizontally, the two blades locked together, edges grinding, with a teeth-grating metallic screech. Every time Big Brother returns from a mission, the first thing he says to me is, "How did you play with Baisheng-kun today?" His voice suddenly rose. Why? Why has my big brother given all his care and attention for me to you? Why? Baisheng's forehead broke out in a row of black lines. What a line from a loser's second daughter of a great clan. As if he wanted Uchiha Itachi's attention. He was desperate too. Every time he ran into Itachi in the village and saw the affection value above his head shooting up, he was so scared that he went to sleep in his parents' bed for several nights in a row. Who knew if Uchiha Itachi would suddenly figure it out one day and make him experience that special kind of love? He didn't want to become bosom friends with the Gotham Bat and the boy who lived happily sharing experiences of survival. Baisheng's silence became an admission in Sasuke's eyes. His emotions grew more intense, his sword strokes more savage, like a wild dog tearing madly. I was here first. You can't treat me like this. I am your little brother. Your little brother. I am the only one you should cherish. Sasuke brought his sword down on Baisheng's blade with such force that Baisheng stepped back half a pace. While Sasuke struck again. Big brother. A cold sweat dripped from Baisheng's forehead. I am not your big brother. Sasuke's body suddenly froze, remembering that they were on the Ninja Academy playground. He maintained his sword-raising posture, turning his neck toward the audience like a rusty gear, click by click. His father Uchiha Fugaku was covering his forehead with his hands, shoulders trembling almost imperceptibly. His mother Mikoto covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes crinkled, clearly laughing. The expressions of his classmates were even more hilarious. Several boys' mouths formed O shapes. Ino cupped her face, eyes shining, muttering words like taboo, brothers, Baisheng-kun's intrusion. Even Shikamaru, who had been lulled to sleep, sat up from his cushion, squinting toward the stage. In that moment, Sasuke's brain completed a leap from quantitative change to qualitative change. He finally realized that in front of the entire grade and their parents, he had loudly declared his possessiveness over his brother and his jealousy of Baisheng. A person can be destroyed, can be defeated, can be killed, but must never suffer social death. No, having a meltdown in public. Not this. Suddenly a pair of crimson eyes ignited in his sockets. Black Tomo slowly spun in the blood. A chilling power surged from the depths of his eyes through his entire bodis meridians. Sasuke felt the entire world suddenly become clear. He could see the shape of every bead of sweat on Baisheng's forehead, every tiny notch on the blade edge, and the frequency of a small insect's wing beats in the air. The world had slowed down, or rather he had become faster. Sasuke, your eyes. Baisheng's gaze sharpened, a hint of genuine surprise in his tone. Sharingan. The bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. Almost all possessors are elite ninja. Initial awakening grants extremely strong dynamic vision, and the enhancement in mental energy drives a comprehensive increase in chakra and taijutsu. Once awakened, one leaves mediocrity and steps onto the threshold of elite. There is even a rumor in the ninja world that in an Onionon fight, an Uchiha is unbeatable. In the original story, Sasuke only awakened a single Tomo Sharingan after his entire clan was slaughtered. Now he had awakened it simply because someone else heard him having a meltdown over Uchiha Itachi. Hakazu, you actually managed to do this. The audience's atmosphere instantly changed. The murmurs among villagers and ninja suddenly rose by several decibels. Yamanaka and Oichi put away his smile. Akimichi Chose stopped chewing his chips. Kakashi closed his little book. Just a Sharingan. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly in the last row, tapping his cane on the ground. Hiruzen Sarutobi had a crystal orb floating before him, reflecting Sasuke's crimson single Tomo Sharingan. He took a puff of his pipe, white smoke blurring his expression. Uchiha Fugaku's lips curled into a restrained smile, but after holding it in for so long, he couldn't help it, and broke into a silent wide grin. 6 years old. His youngest son had awakened the Sharingan at 6. Where did this record rank in the entire history of the Uchiha clan? My son Sasuke has the demeanor of Lord Madara. Stop. My son Sasuke has the demeanor of Lord Kagami. New power. Sasuke looked down at his hands. He could feel that the amount of chakra surging through his meridians had at least doubled. The world was incomparably clear. Awakening the Sharingan requires a mental shock. That wave of shame, just now enough to emigrate to Mars, had exactly triggered the switch. He was still in a dazed excitement, like someone who had just gulped down a large sip of strong liquor. His head was a bit dizzy, but his whole body was full of energy. Images of his big brother's praise, his father's approval, and his mother's delight kept flashing in his mind. Sasuke, the match is still going on. Baisheng reminded him calmly. The Sharingan was strong. But with a single Tomo and 6-year-old Sasuke, he was confident he could still win. After all, he hadn't used cursed energy yet. During the fight with Sasuke, he had only used chakra to enhance his body, keeping the power of the Jujutsu sorcerer system suppressed. Ah, is that so? Right, that's how it is. Sasuke raised his head again, his crimson Sharingan fixed on Baisheng. 1 second later. He'll defeat you. Bam! A fine crack appeared in the stone slab under Sasuke's feet. His speed suddenly increased by a level, steadily stepping into the realm of a genin. The blade became a blurry afterimage, slashing toward Baisheng's shoulder with the speed of thunder. The blade cut into flesh. Blood seeped from the fair skin, spreading rapidly along the path of the blade into a red line. A shallow wound appeared on Baisheng's fair arm, drops of blood trickling down his forearm, dripping onto the boundary line drawn with lime powder. His little face twitched slightly. A collective gasp sounded from the audience. Several people close to Baisheng simultaneously furrowed their brows. Ino covered her mouth, Sakura clenched her fists, and Naruto jumped anxiously under the stage, wanting to rush up and take the blow for his big brother. The balance of victory tilted towards Sasuke. After awakening the Sharingan, Sasuke had completely overwhelmed Baisheng, who was only using chakra enhancement in speed and reaction. In other words, that's right, Uchiha Sasuke had won. The record of the strongest top student in the 1st grade engraved in the Ninja Academy. How strong is Baisheng? In the courtyard of the Uchiha clan, the night was quiet. The candlelight in the stone lanterns swayed gently. Uchiha Itachi reached out his 2 fingers, lightly tapping Sasuke's forehead. Super strong. Sasuke's eyes lit up, but he awkwardly turned his head away. Recalling the edge of that sword, his cheeks flushed slightly. But I feel he didn't use his full strength. I gave it my all. Uchiha sword-style fire release, great fireball. The Sharingan even used trash talk to distract him. He clenched his fists, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It was a really good fight. He paused, his voice turning more serious. Baisheng is like a gentle teacher. He patiently accommodated my every rough move. Every time I pushed my limits, he caught me steadily. Every whimsical technique I tried, he easily neutralized. I had to show him everything I had. My sword, my fire, my eyes, my everything. But his expression suddenly flickered, and in his eyes appeared Baisheng's smile from that moment. A smile that seemed to say, it's okay, small things are cute too. 2 minutes is also impressive. Then he smiled with relief. I'm sorry that I couldn't make Lord Baisheng go all out. Time returned to the present. Sasuke's Sharingan was still spinning, but his body no longer obeyed commands. The sky, the audience, Baisheng's face. All images spun, then dissolved into a blur of white. Then, he collapsed onto the arena, one hand falling limply before him, his index finger pointing forward. Truly remarkable, Sasuke. Baisheng's voice came from above, soft and sincere. I think he'll remember you for a long time. In truth, Sasuke's strength was not to be underestimated. After initially awakening the Sharingan, Sasuke's raw power had already surpassed Baisheng's, when Baisheng only used chakra enhancement. After all, Baisheng had awakened the ice-released bloodline a few months before Sasuke, giving him a head start in physical conditioning and swordsmanship. But once the Sharingan's kinetic vision activated, those advantages were largely neutralized. If not for calling upon curse energy to reinforce his body at the critical moment, granting him an extra multiplier, he wouldn't have been able to win so cleanly. The Uchiha clan Sharingan is indeed formidable. A single Tomo could allow a 6-year-old child to touch the threshold of a genin. Not to mention the later Mangekyo, Eternal Mangekyo, and Rinnegan. Aside from the Tenseigan, these eyes have almost no equal in the ninja world. The shock in the audience was even greater than after Nara Shikamaru's match. The speed Uchiha Sasuke had just unleashed was definitely at genin level. What he lacked was merely some combat experience and accumulation of ninja knowledge. Such a genius who awakened his eyes at 6 years old was defeated by Hoshino, Baisheng, also 6, and a commoner's son. This could no longer be summed up by the word genius. Uchiha Fugaku rose from the audience, his expression emotionless as he walked down the steps. Mikoto could feel her husband's hand, which held her arm, trembling slightly. Several undercover ninjas subtly moved closer to Baisheng's side. Their positioning was clever, forming a loose human shield between Baisheng and Fugaku. You are an unparalleled genius. In you I see the shadow of my good friend the 4th Hokage Namikaze. Fugaku stopped at the base of the arena, bent down to pick up Sasuke, and his gaze, piercing through those undercover ninjas, fell directly on Baisheng. I will look forward to the day you become Hokage. Baisheng blinked his large purple eyes. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Fortunately, Fugaku, having said his piece, carried Sasuke, held Mikoto, and walked away without looking back toward the medical team. The next match. The examiner stepped forward ready to announce the next challenger. Wait! Baisheng suddenly raised his hand. The examiner paused. He knew that the protagonist of today's examination was none other than this 6-year-old boy with black hair and purple eyes. Let him say what he wanted. The sky wouldn't fall. If it did, the Hokage would bear it. Baisheng stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping over the eager classmates. But should he let them all come at once? The ninja world was a strange place that both respected and disrespected. The 5 Kage always brought elite guards when they went out precisely to avoid being overwhelmed by numbers. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, like a bunch of mascots, dared to claim they could kill a Kage. But from another perspective, the ninja world also greatly disrespected group fights. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were basically invincible against an army. The third Raikage could fight 10,000 alone. Although he could now use reverse cursed technique to heal injuries, it wasn't convenient to expose that trump card in public. Moreover, a person's curse energy had its limits. Unless he could consistently land black flashes to reverse the meter, wearing him down through attrition would eventually overwhelm him. As he was thinking, he suddenly spotted someone in the second-year section. Long black hair, pure white eyes, a stern expression. Hyuga Neji. As a member of the Hyuga clan's branch family, Neji witnessed his father being taken away to save the main family in his youth, was branded with the caged bird seal that restricted his freedom and soul, and harbored deep resentment toward the elders and the system of the main family. But merely showing a hint of dissatisfaction brought severe punishment through the caged bird control from the main family. Even if he was the strongest genius of the Hyuga clan, even if he trained relentlessly, the boundary between branch and main family was as unbreakable as fate. Now he sees you, a commoner without bloodline, relying on talent and effort to defeat the Uchiha genius, and a ripple stirs in his heart. Your choice. Choice 1. Your head is raised too high. Defeat Neji using only taijutsu and swordsmanship. Reward Golden Finger. Spiritual Spring. Gain a space that continuously produces spiritual energetic spring water with 1 acre of land. Choice 2. Ice Release Versus. Byakugan. Defeat Neji using Ice Release Bloodline. Reward Golden Finger. Heavenly Sound Heart. Your voice naturally carries a healing buff. It subtly increases affinity, lowers defenses, and inspires closeness. Choice 3. Who's this random nobody? Ignore Hyuga Neji. Reward Golden Finger. Love, Luck, Charisma, 10 Male Attraction 50. Excuse me, are you Hyuga Neji, the strongest genius of the Hyuga clan? Baisheng's voice was clear and confident, carried far by the wind across the quiet training ground. His gaze passed over the crowd and landed squarely on Neji's tightly drawn young face. I would like to challenge you. Please come up. The examiner looked up at the Anbu ninja beside him. The Anbu nodded slightly. The examiner cleared his throat and announced loudly. Hoshino Baisheng has defeated Nara Shikamaru Aburame Shino and Uchiha Sasuke. His record is sealed. The defense ends. The next arena match will take place in half an hour. During that time, students may freely challenge opponents. The meaning was clear. Those in charge also wanted to see Baisheng and Neji fight. Neji stood silently in place, his gaze crossing the crowd to the Hyuga clan leader. Hyuga Hayashi's expression remained unchanged. Neither approval nor opposition, he left Neji to decide. He had heard the name Hoshino Baisheng before. A commoner by birth, talented, very hardworking, taken as a disciple by the son of the White Fang. That was all. From birth, people were divided into ranks, with no bloodline at all, relying solely on diligence and effort for this little head start. Even if he temporarily defeated a Uchiha genius who had just awakened the Sharingan, what of it? Once the other party got familiar with the Sharingan and practiced a little, his strength would skyrocket. And what about Baisheng, who had no bloodline limit? His progress would be slow, perhaps even stagnating with age. That was the fate of those without bloodline. Effort. Just a laughable self-hypnosis of the mediocre weak. Senior Neji. Baisheng's voice rang out again, louder than before. The sunlight struck his wounded shoulder, yet his posture on the arena remained as straight as a drawn blade. At this point, silence is no longer an answer, is it? Neji remained silent for a long time. Long enough for whispers to start in the audience, long enough for the girl with the bun hairstyle to tug at him several times. Then, he raised his pure white eyes and stared directly at the black-haired, purple-eyed child on the arena. He should have refused. A second-year genius attacking a first-year junior was dishonorable if he won, and even more shameful if he lost. But those purple eyes held something that made him extremely uncomfortable. A natural, unshakable certainty, a fervor full of hope. As if saying, I will win. Huh. A commoner with no bloodline, what right did he have to wear such an expression? A weakling without bloodline should just obediently submit to fate. Genius. Effort. No matter how high the talent, no matter how intense the training, the cage bird's fate could never be escaped. In that case, He might as well teach him to be more restrained and realize his own insignificance. Just this once. On the arena platform, Bai Sheng and Niji formed the hand seal of confrontation. Suddenly a blue light screen that only he could see unfurled before his eyes. Ding! The female-focused chat group has invited a new member, Yuzibo Daitu 0. 5 strips to join, 0. 5 strips Dido. What is this thing? A chat group? An illusion? 0. 5 strips Dido. Kakaxi Lin, wait for me to heal my wounds and bid farewell to the old man. Then I'll come find you. You must wait for me. Bai Sheng ignored the superfluous information, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, as he looked expectantly toward Rixiang Ning Ci, ready to launch an attack at any moment. As for the chat group, Daitu, no concern. Unknown, unheard, unimportant, forgotten. Ning Ci stood with his hands behind his back on one side of the arena, his expression indifferent, his posture steady. His snow-white pupils were almost transparent under the noonday sun, exuding an inexplicable pressure. Bai Sheng stood on full alert, the tip of his blade slightly lowered, assuming the starting stance of the white fang blade art. He had just fought a hard battle with Zhuizhu. The wound on his shoulder had been partially repaired using the reverse technique in secret, but he pretended his breathing hadn't fully steadied. The opponent before him was different from Zhuizhu. Zhuizhu was a young tiger whose eyes had just opened, while Ning Ci was a lone wolf that had paced within his cage for years. Bai Sheng knew Ning Ci was formidable. In the original story, when 13-year-old Ning Ci participated in the Chunin exam, his strength had already approached the threshold of a special jonin. The branch family's caged bird had sealed his upper limit, but not his pace of progress. Under resource constraints, he had independently comprehended the main family's secret techniques, the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, and the rotation. Such genius was rare in the entire history of the Rixiang clan. Now Ning Ci was 7 and Bai Sheng was 6. With a 1-year age gap, Ning Ci's immersion in the gentle fist was more than double Bai Sheng's training time in the blade art. But this was precisely the main course he craved. The system had popped up 2 options, and he had already set his priorities in his mind. He promptly passed on choice 3, ignoring Rixiang Ning Ci for a reward of romantic luck. Too lazy to comment, choice 2 and 1's Spatial Spirit Spring and Heavenly Resonance Voice, he favored Spatial Spirit Spring. This was a golden finger similar to Spatial Spirit Field, even better. Such a golden finger generally pointed toward the path of cultivation. Kirich Spring Water. How did it compare to the natural energy of the shinobi world? The problem was that Spatial Spirit Spring required defeating Ning Ci, using only blade art and taijutsu, which was somewhat difficult. Perhaps aiming for the other golden finger, Heavenly Resonance Voice, would be a good choice. But that was the thought of a coward to him. Stop overthinking, just fight first. Here I come. Ning Ci suddenly moved his entire body like a bowstring released. Bai Sheng's pupils caught the trajectory of the white blur, but his body hadn't fully kept up, losing the initiative. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Ning Ci's palms fluttered the gentle fists off and sweeping like quicksilver, each strike aimed directly at Bai Sheng's joints and meridian points. 2 palms. For palms. Bai Sheng parried horizontally with his blade. But Ning Ci's snow-white eyes had already activated their X-ray vision, seeing clearly the flow of chakra within his body and the rhythm of his muscles. Every time he prepared to exert force, Ning Ci's attack would anticipate and intercept, gaining the upper hand. 34 palms. Ning Ci struck Bai Sheng's flank. Bai Sheng felt a sharp chakra drill into his meridians, immediately stagnating the flow in that small region. He gritted his teeth and retreated, but Ning Ci followed like a shadow, delivering 3 consecutive strikes to the same spot. Bai Sheng was forced back repeatedly, the stone slabs beneath his feet cracking into fine fissures. His shoulders, arms, and flank were hit successively, with several acupoints partially sealed of chakra. His breathing grew more ragged than before, his violet eyes fixed on Ning Ci. Ning Ci did not pursue. He stood still, exhaling a puff of white vapor slowly. His eyes held no pride, only a calm bordering on pity. Do you see the gap now? Ning Ci's voice was steady, tinged with a lecturing tone, his steps as firm as a victor. A true strong man cannot be defeated through cunning or by the early bird catching the worm. Bai Sheng. What a nagging Ning Ci. Why does everyone talk so much when fighting? Was this some kind of custom in the shinobi world? Was the fight actually a war of words? The early bird, senior Ning Ci. Are you referring to yourself? Bai Sheng adapted to local customs and teased him. After all, Ning Ci was 1 year older with an extra year of development and training time. A huge advantage. Frivolous talk. Ning Ci snorted coldly, the veins near his temples faintly bulging as his Byakugan activated. He suddenly thrust forward, closing in on Bai Sheng, his double palms crossing in front of him. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Ning Ci's palms turned into a blur of white. Faster and faster, heavier and heavier. Bai Sheng parried defensively, the steel blade deflected repeatedly by the palm force. With much of his chakra sealed in multiple body parts, his steps visibly slowed. He was about to lose. Some spectators in the stands had already started shaking their heads. Hoshino Baisheng had won in streak, but he was still too young. A 6-year-old's stamina couldn't sustain a second high-intensity duel. Rixiang Ning Ci can indeed be called the strongest genius of the Rixiang clan. Pity he's from the branch family. At the highest point of the audience, Xuanqin Xiaochun's voice was hoarse and calm. She glanced at Danzo, who stood beside her leaning on his cane. Next to them was the equally aged Mitokado Hamura. The two high-ranking Konoha elders had appeared in the stands at some point, flanked by several ENBU plainclothes guards. If he were from the main family, he'd probably be a disaster by now. Danzo snorted coldly and tapped his cane on the floor. Danzo, the Rixiang clan is not the Uchiha. They still hold the Hokage in high regard. Mitokado Hamura pushed his glasses, his tone calm. I won't trust that easily. Danzo said no more, his lone eye still fixed on the arena. Xuanqin Xiaochun and Mitokado Hamura exchanged a glance. They couldn't understand why Danzo seemed so unusually hostile toward the Rixiang clan today. It couldn't be because they had bullied his junior, could it? On the arena, Ning Ci completed his final palm, retracting both hands before his body as his white robe rustled in the wind. Baisheng staggered back several steps, dropping to one knee, the tip of his steel blade propped on the ground, his body trembling slightly. 70 to 80% of his chakra had been sealed, the power flowing through his meridians reduced from a great river to a small stream. Give up, you cannot surpass me. Ning Ci looked down from on high and said, as a weakling without bloodline, you cannot defeat the strong, nor should you dream of defying fate. Stinky white-eyed wolf. What are you so proud of? You're just a year older than us. Just you wait. When my big brother grows up, he'll beat you to a pulp. Naruto jumped and fumed under the arena, while Sakura and Ino each grabbed one of his arms, afraid he would charge up. Humph. Ning Ci glared coldly at Naruto without speaking. His gaze returned to Baisheng. Baisheng, leaning on his blade, slowly stood up. His breathing was heavy. His violet eyes lifted again from beneath his bangs to meet Ning Ci's white eyes. Heaton. Senior Ning Ci. Baisheng's voice was low. I don't know exactly what you've been through, but the Byakugan could indeed seal chakra within the acupoints, but curse power was a different system, unbound by the chakra meridian network. In his mind, he silently activated his innate technique. The power deep within his dantian, different from chakra, slowly awakened, surging along a path entirely different from the meridians toward his entire body. Impossible. You say that word too many times. Uncle here is getting angry. Ice release, great snow mountain technique. Baisheng exhaled, his gaze sharpening abruptly. A chill radiated from his feet, white frost spreading outward from him in all directions, the stone floor cracking with a crisp sound under the low temperature. Simultaneously, he secretly invoked spell power, layering another force atop the ice release. Ice coagulation spell, frost calm. The temperature on the arena plummeted. Massive icicles like small mountains erupted from the ground. Sharp ice spears thrust upward from the earth, condensed from the air, growing from all directions, covering the entire training ground in mere moments. What is this? Ice. Damn ice. Ice. It's the ice release blood. I heard long ago that the Hoshino clan once married a commoner from the Snow clan during the Warring States period. I thought it was a rumor, but I never expected. A 6-year-old genin plus the ice release bloodline limit. This child's future is boundless. The audience erupted into chaos. Several quick-witted ninjas instantly used body flicker to enter the training ground, carrying away the younger students who stood in the path of the spreading ice spikes. Fortunately, Baisheng's control was far more precise than anyone imagined. The ice spikes stopped exactly half a meter inside the boundary of the training ground, and no student was harmed. On the arena, the ice crystals refracted blinding light under the sun. Niji took the full brunt of the Great Snow Mountain technique. Half of his body was encased in frost as he stared blankly at the sky, a thin layer of ice covering his body, each breath producing a puff of white mist. Baisheng sheathed his steel blade. Stepping over the scattered icicles, he slowly walked toward Niji lying on the ground. Moshi Moshi Daijubu Deo. He bent down, thrusting his head into Niji's vacant field of vision. His violet eyes curved into two beautiful crescent moons, his smile radiant. Niji's pupils refocused, clearly seeing the face hanging upside down above him. He was silent for a moment, his lips moving slightly. Then he spoke earnestly. I misjudged you. The ice release bloodline limit. You are no one without lineage. He lifted his gaze, his expression growing respectful and distinctly addressed. Isn't that right, Miss Mizunatsu? Baisheng's smile froze on his face. The air was silent for a full 3 seconds. How rude, I'm a boy. Niji formed a question mark. Baisheng coughed, tapping his own cheek with a fair finger, and readjusted his smile to a normal state. Do you think I defeated you because of my bloodline limit? Niji snorted derisively, turning his head away, unwilling to look at Baisheng. What else? He had once seen in Baisheng the same self who stubbornly pursued effort, wanting to break the shackles of bloodline through sweat and talent. But in the blink of an eye, Bai Sheng had awakened his own bloodline limit and defeated him with the power of lineage. This made Niji feel as if his nose might turn red. So be it. This was entirely consistent with his belief. This ninja world was indeed determined by birth. The weak should simply bow to fate. Moshi Moshi. That pale finger poked Niji's cheek again. Niji snapped back, glaring at the smiling face too close to his. What are you brooding over again like a little widow? Niji's tragic, cold, and proud expression shattered completely in that moment. What? Who's brooding? So you admit you're a little widow? Bai Sheng's smile faded, his eyes growing serious. He looked into Niji's eyes, his tone becoming steady and sincere. The bloodline limit of the Snow clan that I awakened, what you call lineage, is actually extremely thin. For several generations of my ancestors, not a single one awakened the ice release. My ice release has reached where it is today entirely through my sweat and talent. It has nothing to do with the lineage you speak of. Niji frowned. What are you trying to say? Bai Sheng reached out his fingertip, gently touching the headband that covered Niji's forehead. What I mean is, no matter what binds you, as long as you keep striving and break through a certain limit, perhaps you too will awaken the power to shatter the fate you speak of. The midday sun shone on Bai Sheng's profile. His face in the reflection of the ice crystals bore an almost translucent texture. His violet eyes curved slightly, reflecting Niji's still stunned face. I believe in you. The girl. Oh no. The boy extended his right hand. His voice was soft, but every word seemed to strike Niji's heart. After all, one must rely on oneself. Niji was silent for a moment. Then slowly he grasped Bai Sheng's hand. That hand was very soft, delicate, as if it had never been injured, not the hand of a swordsman. But it was this very hand that had defeated him and then pulled him up. Be proud. Bai Sheng looked at him seriously, a soft curve lifting the corner of his mouth. You are strong. I am strong. I can do it. The moon climbed over the willow branches. Bai Sheng curled up in bed, hugging the big bear plushie his mother had bought him, his eyelids already heavy with fatigue. The day's physical exertion had been extreme. He turned over in his blanket, draping an arm over the bear's belly, about to drift into sleep, when a thought suddenly occurred to him. The chat group. It seemed a new member had arrived. He turned over again, closing his eyes, and opened the chat group panel with Rajabito Rin. Rajabito, is this? Hell. Rajabito, I want to create a world with Rin. Ding. Emergency mission. Group member Uchiha Obito is facing a major crisis that can overturn his entire life. Please have group members cross worlds to assist group member Uchiha Obito in fulfilling his current wish. Create a world with Rin. Mission time 5 hours. Mission slots 05. Mission reward, can summon group member Uchiha Obito to fight for you for 5 hours. Group leader privilege, if the group leader participates and completes the mission together, they can increase the time of the save group member by 10 minutes each day. Our time can accumulate. Note the chat group is for chatting only. No points, no shop, no red packets, no crossing. Only when a group member encounters a major crisis will the crossing door be temporarily opened. Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng hugged the big bear plushie tighter. Half of Obito. That's interesting. Just didn't know how many magic pills were left. Bah. It was night. Warm yellow light glowed from the second-floor window of the Hoshino house. Bai Sheng sat on the edge of the bed hugging a teddy bear and stealthily lifted a corner of the curtain to peek outside. The alley was silent. But he knew. Someone must be hidden in that silence, secretly watching him always. Or rather protecting him. They were either Umbu ninjas or his beloved teacher Hatake Kakashi. Both were possible. This evening his father and mother took him, Naruto and the Haruno family, to Yakiniku-Q to celebrate his awakening of the ice release Kekkei Genkai. Throughout the meal he faintly felt a familiar gaze clinging to his back. It was even more intense and meticulous than before. Bai Sheng let the curtain fall, sat cross-legged on the bed, and propped his chin on the teddy bear's belly as an armrest. What he had displayed on the arena today was indeed too much, too astonishing. The inheritance of the white fang blade technique, combat ability no less than a Genin U, and finally, that ice release Great Snow Mountain that froze the entire training ground. The white fang blade technique was one thing. The younger generation of ninja were no longer very sensitive to that name. But ice release was different. Kekkei Genkai are not cabbages. In the eyes of the outside world, ice release had vanished for years. Even its existence was questionable. Now Hoshino Bai Sheng was the only Kekkei Genkai user who had awakened on his own and taken root in the village since Konoha's founding. As long as he grew up safely, in a few decades Konoha would gain another Kekkei Genkai ninja clan bearing the ice release banner. That value could not be summed up by the word genius. The higher-ups probably no longer saw him as a talented child, but as a strategic asset that needed to be firmly grasped. But this also meant risk. After all, not long ago the dark-skinned men from Kumogakure had kidnapped the Hyuga clan head's daughter, and before that they had kidnapped the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Kushina. Perhaps the news of Baisheng's ice release awakening reached Kumogakure this morning. By afternoon your Raikage uncle might be charging into Konoha with his thunder elbow. He believed that even if he were in Kumogakure he could thrive. He'd fiercely elbow his way to victory over the Raikage and become the new boss of Kumogakure. But he came to the ninja world to be a great savior, not a great farmer for sure. Baisheng took a deep breath and hesitated no longer. He quickly formed hand seals, and a palm-sized chibi Baisheng emerged from his palm. It was round with a head almost as big as its body, and its two purple beady eyes blinked. Then the chibi Baisheng slipped under the covers curled up beside the teddy bear and produced a steady breathing sound exactly like a real person's. Having done all this, Baisheng called up the chat group panel, hovered his fingertip over the transmission button, and pressed it. Ding! Dear chat group owner, you are about to travel to the Naruto world. As the group owner, you have a privilege to confirm. When traveling to another world to perform a mission, you can obtain one near-death return, which heals all injuries upon activation, and then teleports you back to the original world. As the supreme group owner, you can also choose the teleportation effect. Great. Baisheng still had a fortune-averting death jade on him, which stored a full crescent moon. 2 layers of life-saving mechanisms stacked together were enough for him to go a little wild in this world. Outside the window, an Umbu ninja stealthily lifted the curtain. He stared at the small bulge on the bed formed by the teddy bear and the chibi shadow clone. The breathing rhythm was steady, the blankets outline normal. The Umbu ninja turned and made a hand signal to the white-haired jonin on a nearby treetop. All clear, sir. Kakashi flipped a page of Ika Paradise, keeping watch on the surroundings, and nodded slightly. Aerg! A piercing scream exploded in the dense forest outside the hidden mist village. A ninja in mist Umbu uniform was viciously stomped into the mud by a foot wrapped in wood-release vines. Then everything fell silent. Uchiha Obito withdrew his foot and stood still, panting heavily. The left half of his body was covered by white Zetsu's spore tissue, and one Mangekyo Sharingan, with bizarre patterns, was spinning wildly. Behind him, Rin Noara lay beside a large tree, the blood from her chest having soaked the entire grass. Young Kakashi lay collapsed farther away. Rin. Obito crouched down and lifted Rin's upper body into his arms. Blood seeped through his fingers, no longer very warm. His voice trembled. I will definitely. Hello. Suddenly a child with black hair and purple eyes stood 3 steps away, wearing white pajamas. The child's expression was calm, his small nose twitched slightly, as if trying to adapt to the smell of the scene. Obito's mind was already filled with rage. He raised his hand, and a sharp wooden branch shot from his palm straight toward Baisheng's face. I can save Noara Rin. The wooden branch stopped less than 10 centimeters from Baisheng's nose, its tip trembling slightly. Baisheng's expression didn't change. His speech was a bit faster than before, but if we delay too long she might really die. In the real world, when an ordinary person's heart is pierced, the brain loses consciousness within 10 seconds due to lack of blood. If blood supply is not restored within 4 to 6 minutes, irreversible brain damage begins. 10 to 15 minutes, basically, it means death. Ninja are super athletes with tens of trillions more cells than real humans, so this window might be extended a bit. How long had it been since Rin Noara fell until now? He didn't know, but he thought she could at least be revived. What? Obito's single eye widened, the murderous intent in his gaze completely gone. My name is Baisheng, the chat group owner. You can recall the extra information yourself. Now lay Rin Noara flat on the ground. Obito stared at the child in pajamas for 0.3 seconds. Chat group. There really was such a thing in his consciousness. He had thought those messages were hallucinations before. Now he didn't know if his mind had gone crazier, making the hallucinations worse. But he gritted his teeth, gently laid Rin's body flat, and forced the words from his throat. Please. You must save Rin. You must save her. Onagai. If you can save Rin, Watashi will do anything. Baisheng didn't answer. He pressed his left hand over Rin's chest wound and grasped the fortune-averting death jade at his chest with his right hand. Fortune-averting death, Jade, let me see my limits. A full crescent moon in his hand dissolved into starlight. This was the second effect of the fortune-averting death jade. Summoning fortune. Rui. Bah. Fortune, I need to awaken reverse, cursed technique, external release. Hurry up and use your invincible fortune to think of a way. Immediately after, a strange warm current surged from the jade, rushing along the meridians of his arm into his brain. His consciousness became exceptionally clear in that instant. Then he saw it, the core of cursed energy. Reverse cursed technique, external release. Reverse cursed technique. As Baisheng spoke these words, the cursed energy in his palm began to reverse. As negative energy, cursed energy multiplied by the negative sign of the reverse cursed technique became the purest, most life-rich positive energy. Then like goo goo goo, ga, he output the positive energy outside his body. Revive my. Ahem. A golden light shone from Baisheng's palm, covering the shocking wound on Rin's chest. The heart tissue pierced by the Chidori slowly and steadily repaired in the light. The ventricular wall closed again, blood vessels reconnected. The heart muscle that had been silent for several minutes suddenly trembled once, then began its first contraction. Thump. Cough. Cough cough. Rin Nohara's body arched suddenly, then fell heavily back to the ground. Her eyes were still closed, but her lips had begun to regain color. Rin. A drop of blood tear slid from Obito's Sharingan eye. He rushed to Rin's side and lifted her upper body back into his arms. Baisheng crouched beside them. Disgustedly, he wiped his blood-stained hands on Obito's clothes. Uchiha Obito, 21 2950, somewhat familiar 100 the best person in the world, you have successfully raised the affection of raging Uchiha Obito to 100 the best person in the world, rewarding you with a cheat. Substitute literature: the more your appearance, personality, and actions resemble someone else's idealized white moonlight or red mole mark, the more that person will merge you with their white moonlight and red mole mark until you stand alongside them, or even replace them. Baisheng stared at that line of text, silent for a moment. Stand in literature. Was this golden finger going to combo with the previous white moonlight? He felt as if he was increasingly becoming a dangerous character who specialized in playing with others' emotions. First Naruto, then Kakashi, then Uchiha Shursui. Now even the enraged Obito's 100 affection level had been obtained by him. He shook his head. Baisheng revealed a relieved smile. How rude, I can't think that way. This is clearly a pure bond of the ninja world. To protect my ninja world, these are necessary sacrifices. Also, since young Obito could obtain the golden finger by raising affection to 100, could other characters do the same? Well, 5 hours is still too short. To obtain the golden finger, I still need to play something big. Lin. Obito. Young Kakashi's voice came from not far away. He propped himself up with his exhausted body, struggling to stand, staring at the girl who had been pierced by his own hand, but was now breathing again in Obito's arms. His expression shifted from shock to stupefaction. I see. Kakashi's eyes curved into a smile, the smile appearing particularly feeble under the moonlight. This is hell. Being with you after death. He lifted his head. I have no regrets anymore. Shut up, Kakashi. Can you think better of Lin and me, you bastard? Obito's tears were still on his face, but his tone had regained some of his usual frenzy. He wiped away blood, tears, and snot with his sleeve, then pointed at Baisheng and said, It's this group master, Lord Baisheng. He healed Lin's heart. If it weren't for him, Lin would. Obito suddenly stopped. His face slowly turned from excited flush to coldness, and his voice dropped. Kakashi, I entrusted Lin to you, asked you to protect her. But why did you? Kakashi, why? Kakashi lowered his head. He offered no explanation, no defense. It's a curse seal. Baisheng stood up from the side, brushed the grass clippings off his pajama pants, looked at Kakashi and Obito. A curse seal that prevents suicide was implanted in Rin's heart. At the same time, the Three Tails Isabu was sealed inside her. The Mist Umbu's plan was to have her fully release the Three Tails inside Konoha village, turning her into a human bomb. He paused, looked at Kakashi. So to protect Kakashi, to protect the village, Rin chose to die at Kakashi's hand. She impaled herself on the Chidori. This. Obito's face went pale in an instant. Rin. Kakashi closed his eyes, his body trembling uncontrollably. Don't think weird things, Kakashi. Obito quickly pulled himself together, and noticing Kakashi's desolate expression, fiercely grabbed his shoulders, his voice firm. This is not your fault. But it's not Lin's fault either. He released Kakashi the Sharingan in his single eye, spinning faster and faster, the three tomo melting, warping, and recoalescing into a brand new pattern in the scarlet pupil. His voice crawled out from his throat. This ninja world is wrong. I will create a stop. Baisheng quickly waved his small hand in front of Obito, interrupting the spellcasting. Do you think that old man who saved you is a good person? He also implanted a curse seal in your heart. And it's exactly the same as the one in Lin's heart, you know. Obito was stunned. He looked down at his own chest, then up at Baisheng. Then an expression appeared on his face that Baisheng found hard to describe. You old bastard, I swear I'll kill you. Obito's roar shook the leaves down in a shower, and he said urgently, Kakashi, quick, use your Chidori to destroy the curse seal in my heart. What? Kakashi looked up in shock. But Obito doing that will. Don't worry, it will heal. Baisheng raised a hand. I believe in Baisheng. Obito said resolutely, without a shred of hesitation. Kakashi looked into Obito's eyes, silent for 2 seconds. Then he sighed, and the blue-white light of the Chidori flickered back to life in his right hand. I really can't do anything about this reckless guy. The cry of the Chidori echoed across the battlefield. Then Kakashi thrust into Obito's body. At the same time, deep underground, far from the battlefield, in a chamber constructed from white Zetsu bodies and the vines of the demonic statue of the outer path, Madara Uchiha abruptly opened his eyes. He felt that the cursed seal implanted in Obito's heart had shattered. Obito's plan has encountered a change. Trying to escape. Madara straightened his aged body, pulling the conduit that was inserted into the demonic statue of the outer path from his back. Vitality rapidly drained from his body. The chill of death crept back into his limbs. Expressionless, he severed his own arm, took a severed arm of a white Zetsu, and pressed it onto the wound on his shoulder. The white Zetsu cells surged into his meridians and abundant vitality refilled his body. Only about 10 odd minutes. Enough to teach this rebellious junior of mine a lesson. He strode toward the chamber exit. He would go fetch Obito right now. On the bloody battlefield outside the dense forest, Fancheng's chest suddenly grew hot. The lucky death-avoiding Jade was burning, causing his heart to skip a beat. For this golden finger to proactively warn him, it was definitely not ordinary danger. At this moment, who else could make him face mortal danger, even under the protection of Obito, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Madara Uchiha. Obito, quickly take Lin and Kakashi into the Kamui dimension. Fancheng's tone suddenly became urgent yet calm. A somewhat strange and risky idea occurred to him. Perhaps he could try to raise the affection level of this world's old Madara. Fancheng spent some time stopping Obito, who wanted to stay and protect him, and waited alone on the bloodstained battlefield. Moonlight poured through gaps in the canopy, painting mottled patterns on the ground. The surroundings fell silent for a moment. Then Fancheng felt the ground beneath his feet tremble slightly. He took a deep breath and formed hand seals. The smoke of the transformation technique flickered and vanished under the moonlight. In his place stood a black-haired boy, deep blue short sleeves, the Uchiha clan crest, a wooden sword held at an angle in his hand. Sasuke Uchiha, or rather a young Uchiha Azuna, who looked exactly like Sasuke Uchiha. Fancheng assumed Sasuke's most iconic opening stance from the arena, the Uchiha-style swordsmanship posture. The blade tip, slightly raised, center of gravity lowered. He even had the phrase, "the glory of the Uchiha clan," ready. He was sure any Konoha villager would find it familiar. White moonlight, stand in literature. It would surely bring Madara Uchiha endless surprise. Suddenly a gust of wind ceased. The treetops stopped swaying, the grass blades stopped bending, the moonlight seemed weighed down by something, and the air became heavy and viscous. A tall figure walked silently out of the shadows of the trees. Aged, gaunt, but his spine was still as straight as a long sword thrust into the ground. His white hair gleamed with a cold silver luster under the moonlight. The eyes that had lost their sight now rekindled with blood-red, 3-tomo. Precisely locking onto Fancheng's location. Then, "Yo, long time no see, big brother. Yo, long time no see, Nizan." Fancheng maintained his transformation technique, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he softly spoke, embodying the deep admiration and reverence Sasuke held for Uchiha Itachi. Madara's movements halted. His aged head tilted slowly at an angle. No way. He stared at the black-haired boy before him. The familiar Uchiha clan crest, the familiar stance of the Uchiha-style swordsmanship, and that voice. Just like decades ago, when his little Azuna affectionately called him Nizan. A Jinjutsu. A transformation technique. He stopped 3 steps away from Fancheng. "No, it's real." Madara's voice shifted. "It's the shadow of Azuna. You carry the shadow of Azuna. This appearance, this voice, the way you stand." Then his voice hardened again, as if suppressing rage. "But my soul denies it. You are not Azuna. Who are you really?" You and Ban, one of the only 2 founders of Leaf City, a supreme powerhouse who had suppressed an era. Yet due to a clash of ideals with his sole close friend Qin Senjujin, he left Leaf City. Father, mother, brother, close friend, clan members. All that he once possessed had been stripped away by the relentless tide of time. Thus he grew to despise this rigid world that endlessly repeated its tragedies. He sought to create with his own power a beautiful new world free of war, estrangement, and suffering. A world where all understood one another, the infinite Tsukuyomi. But at the critical moment of executing his plan, he encountered the softest part of his heart. Fancheng understood in his heart. He had made his choice. He looked up. His jet black eyes, lustrous like obsidian, met Madara's 3-tomo Sharingan directly. "Nizan, I am Azuna." Silence. Madara snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a blade of fire instantly tore through the boy's body. "Nizan, you're still as decisive as ever." Fancheng's voice was weary. His body began to disintegrate. White translucent fragments started peeling from his fingertips like ashes of paper scattered by the wind, drifting one by one into the darkness beyond the moonlight. This was precisely the special effect of the female chat group system's near-death teleportation. Fancheng had deliberately chosen this effect, called reanimation jutsu release. This is reanimation jutsu. Madara's voice exploded. His aged fingers clenched tightly, knuckles cracking. So that was it. He understood everything now. Those bastards of Konoha must have somehow dug up this forbidden technique and used it on Azuna. Damn you, Tobirama Senju. You despicable defiler of souls. He now fully believed the boy before him was Izuna. The more he looked, the more it seemed like Izuna had returned to life. The caster must have desecrated Izuna's soul, allowing the sharp-witted Izuna to seize an opening, eliminate the caster, and come find him. He had pieced it all together. Nizan. Bai Sheng's body fragments scattered more and more. He let his voice become intermittent. He tilted his head slightly, lips barely moving. I never went to the Pure Land. I've been watching over Nizan all along. I saw everything. Madara's body stiffened. That stone tablet. It's been tampered with. Someone deliberately altered it, wanting Nizan to walk into fire, so they could reap the benefits from behind. Bai Sheng's voice grew softer, and Madara had to bend down, bringing his ear close to the boy's lips. Don't go through with that dangerous plan, Nizan. Please don't die. Izuna. Madara lowered his head eyes. His face looked especially aged in the moonlight. Only at this moment did he truly seem like an old man. Nizan. Bai Sheng's fragments had now scattered to his shoulders. He made his voice even softer, so only Madara could hear. Go to Konoha. Become the Hokage. Protect the Uchiha clan. They are our legacy. Don't worry about your lifespan. There's a man in Konoha named Orochimaru who has researched a forbidden technique to transfer one's soul. Those white Zetsu are the perfect hosts. With his last ounce of strength, he gently, tremblingly touched Nizan. Do it for me, okay? Become the hero of the Uchiha. My soul will watch over you from the ninja. Madara's atoms apple-bobbed once. His hands, gripping Bai Sheng's shoulders, trembled, as if holding a petal about to be blown away by the wind. Why isn't it at 100 yet? I can't stall the teleportation much longer. I need to push it further. Bai Sheng made his eyes go hollow, pupils unfocused, as if chasing an ever-distant shadow. Nizan. Nizan. I can't see you anymore. Nizan. His voice suddenly became very, very soft, as if it had traveled back many, many years. Ethereal, fragmented, as if it would disappear in the next instant. The Uchiha compound is so vast outside. It doesn't matter. Following Nizan when he secretly sneaked out to play everywhere made me happy, so I could keep going. This is the freest and happiest time of my life. It never was before, and it never will be again. We are both evil Uchiha. One day we'll be killed by the righteous Senju. The ninja world is gentle. I really like this ninja world, but the ninja world doesn't like me. His voice grew even lower. I love Nizan the most. Mom and Dad are coming for me. No, I don't want to leave. I want to keep watching over Nizan. 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 In that moment, Bai Sheng's body completely dissolved into fragments. White specks like fireflies drifted above the dense forest. Some melted into the moonlight, others sank into the soil. The last few circled around Madara's fingertips once, then extinguished soundlessly. Madara stood alone in the forest. The cold moonlight spilled onto him, casting a long, thin shadow. He lifted his head, clenched his teeth, and from deep within his chest a roar that had been suppressed for far too long finally broke free. Aerg. Tears streamed from his creased eyes, flowing down his cracked cheeks and soaking into his clothes. He hadn't dared to cry before. While Izuna was still before him, he didn't dare let his brother see his tears. But now his brother was gone. Once again he had witnessed it, turning into fragments and scattering from his hands. After an unknown span of time, Uchiha Madara had shed his last tear. Izuna, watch me well. Nizan will become the great hero you always believed in. He turned around back to the moonlight, facing the direction of Konoha. The former evil villain Uchiha Madara was dead. What remained was ahem. What remained was the hero of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. You successfully raised Yuan Ban's affection to 100 Quan Nai and received a cheat. Jaja's Bizarre Adventure Stand Red Magician obtained Stand Red Magician, which possesses the ability to control flames and thermal energy capable of instantly erupting 3,000 degrees that melts steel with excellent long-range and close combat performance. Bai Sheng returned to his warm bed. He hugged the big teddy bear, dismissed the shadow clone, and then stared at that line of text on the system panel. Stand Red Magician. Finally, it was no longer one of those strange cheats that get him surrounded by men. He was moved to tears. Bai Sheng was moved. System, I'll let you resurrect old Feng for a day. As for Red Magician, looking at its settings, it's quite powerful. Control over flames and thermal energy, 3,000 degrees, both short-range and long-range combat. But it seems inferior to the strongest physical attack in history, Amaterasu, with 5,000 degrees of the sun's surface temperature. Even Tianzhao had become a merciful death. Merciful flame in the ninja world. Red Magician, will it be strong? Oh well. There are no weak stands, only weak stand users except for Hermit Purple and Silver Chariot. He believed that with his intelligence and wisdom, he could unlock the true potential of Red Magician. He had gained a deeper understanding of reverse cursed technique, and it wouldn't be long before he could develop ice coagulation curse technique, reversal, and master flames. Perhaps by then he could combine it with Red Magician to unleash a combo move. Left ice and right flame, he would also perform the ice fire sword cold hot flow. Bai Sheng's consciousness swept across the chat group panel. Several new messages were flashing. Comdai to group leader Lin and Kakaxi have already used my pupil technique to transfer to a safe place and met up with teacher Shuimin. Comdai to group leader, are you okay? Comdai to teacher Shuimin is coming to rescue you right away. He seems to have something to say to you. Daida's title changed from fury to calm. Probably reconciled. He guessed correctly. With Lin alive, Daitu would not become dark. That young man whose soul was crushed by despair in the original work was now standing by his teacher's side. Both feet on the ground, Xian Air's intelligence had reclaimed the high ground. Group leader Bai Sheng, am fine. I've returned to my world. Group leader Bai Sheng, by the way, Daitu, if possible, I suggest you take back the eye you gave to Kakaxi. Group leader Bai Sheng, his Sharingan evolved into Mangekyo, just like yours, possessing the Kamui pupil technique. Group leader Bai Sheng, only by gathering both Mangekyo can you unleash its full power, and you will also awaken its third power, Susanoo, achieving a qualitative leap in strength. After typing that, he paused briefly. Making Daidu stronger was selfish. After all, a super summoning beast was also part of his combat reserve. 5 hours plus an increasing 10 minutes per day of summoning duration. As long as he encountered danger, summoning Daitu over could at least save his life, if not turn the tables. Greedy summoning. He wasn't some clean official in the arena, why keep it for the new year? Calm, Daitu group leader. I've already given that Sharingan to Kakaxi, it would be embarrassing to ask for it back now. Calm, Daitu, even without that I can still protect Lin. Bai Sheng could almost imagine Daitu scratching the back of. He suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, and continued typing with his mind. Group leader Bai Sheng, it's fine if you don't take it back. As long as you've activated Susanoo, once you can use it later, even with one eye or no eyes. Group leader Bai Sheng, you and Kakaxi can take turns holding the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, try to awaken Susanoo, and swap back once you've learned it. Bai Sheng and Daidu talked for a while longer. He didn't tell Daidu any other plot points. This world, after his meddling, had severely deviated from its predetermined course. Yara Lin hadn't died. Uchiha Ban was about to join the more authoritative circle of the ninja world. The biggest catalyst for Otsutsuki Kagai's revival had been cut off at its source. Heiju, seeing that the hope for his mother's resurrection was about to fail, would definitely do everything to cause an even bigger incident. Stir it up. Stir it up. Heiju, just stir it up. Stir until the ninja world is in chaos, until Konoha perishes. By then Daitu would inevitably encounter more major crises affecting his life. And every crisis was an opportunity for Bai Sheng to re-enter this world and plunder cheats to his heart's content. Plan successful. Bai Sheng closed the chat group panel, hugged the big teddy bear, and flopped backward into his bed. Suddenly he paused, his face darkened. He suddenly realized that when he deceived Uchiha Ban, it was smoother than Dove chocolate. From the choice of transformation technique, to the building of Quan Nai's persona, to the precise control of every line, every expression, every tone word. The whole process was smooth and seamless without any stutter. He wouldn't have been like this before. But now, he could switch identities, fabricate stories, and manipulate emotions within seconds. And he had also landed the most fatal blow on Ban's tear ducts. This must be the work of the female genre cheat. He. It absolutely wasn't that he had awakened some strange attribute, damn it. Bai Sheng gritted his teeth. As long as he followed their rules, he could gain great convenience. Gaze into the abyss, and the abyss will gaze back. Those who use Succubus power will be carved by that power in turn. His thinking was gradually aligning with female genre logic. Not because he was forced, but because this logic was too useful. Emotions, bonds, affection, white moonlight, and red mole. As long as used properly, even the most stubborn people would act as he expected. This was wrong. Bai Sheng moved his hand away from the big teddy bear. He began to trace back to his true heart. Xingye Bai Sheng. Have you forgotten the heavy responsibility of protecting the entire ninja world alone? Not even for a moment dare not forget. He wanted to protect the ninja world, his ninja world. For that he would keep moving forward. Even if he became unrecognizable along the way, he would continue forward. Female genre cheat. Let me see your limits. Alright. Accepting the female genre cheat, accepting female genre thinking. Your uncle Bai Sheng, no matter past, present, or future, is a thorough man. Floating clouds may obscure the moon, but not his eyes. We pursuing the Tao, even to death his heart remains as iron. He would uphold his masculinity. Bai Sheng yawned again, thought for a moment. He climbed out of bed, walked to the window, pulled open the curtain, and waved his small hand toward the dark alley outside. A goodnight gesture. On the opposite treetop, Kakaxi leaned against the trunk, silently watching the small fair hand extended from the window. He said good night in his heart. Then he continued sitting in the tree until the light in that window went out. The next day, the sun rose, warm breeze gently blowing. Bai Sheng finished washing up, changed into his training clothes, went downstairs to eat the breakfast his mother made, and as usual had his hair messed up by his father. When he opened the door, the golden-haired spiky head was not in the alley. It seems Mingren has learned the essence from Kakaxi. Bai Sheng checked the time. Still early. So he decided to walk partway toward Mingren's house and meet him on the way. Good morning, Baisheng. At the corner, a white-haired teenager appeared before Baisheng. He was wearing clean wash clothes, round-framed glasses, carrying a small medical kit, and wearing a gentle smile. Tu pushed up his glasses. From yesterday's arena, those palm strikes from Ningzi probably left some bruises not yet fully healed. Since I'm passing by, let me change your medicine again. Good morning, Senior Tu. Baisheng obediently rolled up his sleeve, revealing several purple bruises on his arm that he had deliberately not healed with reverse curse technique. After a while, Tu finished changing the medicine, but didn't stand up immediately. By the way, looking at the fading bruises on Baisheng's arm, he suddenly spoke. Baisheng, do you think it is worth doing some cruel, cold-hearted, even inhuman things in order to protect the safety and hope of the village? Baisheng looked straight at Yaoshi Tu, blinking his big eyes. That was an unusual remark. He put down his sleeve and looked at Tu. The morning light came from behind, Tu coating his lenses with a white reflection, hiding all his eyes. But Baisheng didn't need to see his eyes. The Yaoshi Tu 81 child must be protected above his head had told him enough. He thought for a moment and said seriously, I think be gentle to comrades like a spring breeze and cruel to enemies like a harsh winter. Only then can we protect the village and the people we truly care about. Is that so? I see. Tu put away the medical kit, stood up, and without another word walked toward the other. Then a middle-aged man with bandages wrapped around his face, exuding a cold and dignified aura, appeared. Treat your comrades as gently as the spring breeze and your enemies as cruelly as the biting winter. Just know who your comrades and enemies are. At least the Uchiha are not. A satisfied smile curled beneath Danzo's bandages. The boy's answer aligned perfectly with his own heart. The time was nearly ripe. He was ready to accept this disciple. He turned and casually waved for Kabuto to leave, then strode out of the alley and into Baisheng's sight. Before Baisheng could speak, a hand suddenly pressed onto his shoulder. He looked up. He saw a mop of silver-white hair and a left eye concealed by a forehead protector. Danzo, advisor Baisheng, is the village's future, valued by the third Hokage, unfit for your rude organization. Please turn back. Danzo glanced at Kakashi. He had no intention of using Baisheng as mere expendable material. This was his heir, the crown prince of Root. He cherished him greatly, having a disciple reminiscent of Tobarama Senju Sensei and the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Whether he personally vied for the Hokage seat in the future or threw his full support behind his disciple to claim it, the success rate would skyrocket. He looked directly over Kakashi's shoulder, fixing his gaze on Baisheng's eyes. Those purple eyes glimmered faintly in the morning light, clear, pure, yet unstained by the darkness of the ninja world. Danzo spoke, his voice low and solemn. Baisheng, I have observed you for a long time. I know you are not a fool who blindly follows the facade of the will of fire. You possess the mindset of a mature ninja. He took half a step forward, his staff tapping a dull rhythm on the ground. I am the leader of Root. Some become leaves basking in the sunlight. Others must become roots dwelling in the darkness. We of Root have no name, no emotions. No past, no future. Only missions in our hearts. The deep roots buried in the earth that uphold the great tree of Konoha. That is our will. Danzo paused. His single eye glinted faintly in the shadow of his bandages, and his voice carried a rare sincerity. You are undoubtedly one who can bear the will of Root. I now formally invite you to visit Root for a look. Perhaps it may give you some insight into your own ninja way. Baisheng was stunned. Danzo had not forcibly taken him, but instead extended an invitation. The radiance of humanity had truly strengthened Danzo for a day. After all, no matter how despicable his actions, his nature was indeed quite wicked. The fact that he was politely inviting Baisheng showed he genuinely held an excellent impression of him. Baisheng secretly checked Danzo's favorability. Danzo Shimura 89, so we are master and disciple. Baisheng, I'm sorry Danzo advisor, but I'm afraid we must decline. Kakashi's hand remained on Baisheng's shoulder, his expression wary and his voice low. Baisheng, Root is a dangerous place. It's not for you. Let's go somewhere safe first. Zayaka Kunzang, one of the chess players hidden behind the veil of the Leaf City. Years ago, due to a moment of cowardice, he was abandoned by his predecessor city master Qiansen Feijian, who passed the succession to his eldest disciple Yuan Zhanri. This became the knot in Zayaka Kunzang's heart for a lifetime. He yearned for his master's approval, wanted to prove that he was the disciple who had inherited all of Qiansen Feijian's will, and that he should have been the third city lord of the Thousand City. Decades passed, his chances grew slimmer, so he set his sights on you. You choose. Choice 1. Uncle, your smile is disgusting. Refuse and mock Zayaka Kunzang. Reward, golden finger. Demonic charm technique. You choose. Choice 1. Uncle, your smile is disgusting. Refuse and mock Zayaka Kunzang. Reward, golden finger. Demonic charm technique. Remnant contains chi refining foundation establishment core formation chapters. Cultivation greatly enhances the practitioner's allure to males. Every move can stir their hearts. Cultivation speed is higher the better the basic appearance and charm. Note, cannot cultivate without spiritual energy and spiritual root. Choice 2, accept Zikakunzang. Let me see what you're really plotting. Reward, golden finger. Void hollow cave, heaven fallen. The cave heaven abandoned for billions of eons. Space shrunk, jade towers vanished, only 100 li of barren land remains, but still produces a trickle of spiritual energy. Choice 3. Old man, let me help you cross the street. Zikakunzang's twilight years are lonely. Care for the lonely elder. Reward, golden finger. Beauty expert, cosmetic skills beyond compare, can adjust target or self's appearance 150. You choose. Choice 1. Uncle, your smile is disgusting. Refuse and mock Zikakunzang. Reward, golden finger. Demonic charm technique remnant, contains chi refining foundation establishment core formation chapters. Cultivation. You are the bond that revived his courage to face the ninja life anew, an important person to protect. He does not wish to see you stained by darkness. But if you insist, he will step into this hell with you. You choose. Choice 1. Feel pain, understand pain. Refuse Kamuxi and insist on entering root. Reward, golden finger. Substitute death doll remnant. 1 doll that can substitute death once activate by injecting blood, can inject a fragment of soul to remotely control the doll, perfectly mimicking yourself for up to 3 days. Choice 2. Don't tell the leaves basking in the sunlight such dark things. Accept Kamuxi and stay away from root. Reward, golden finger. Yin Yang eyes. 5 appearance can see spirits and ghosts. Choice 3. Naruto. Hey Naruto. Kamuxi. Zikakunzang. Not interested, forget them. Go to school with Naruto. Reward, golden finger. Master calligrapher. 10 appearance, master level calligraphy. Baixing. So what exactly is the judging criteria of this female-focused system? 2 choices appearing at the same time. Baixing hesitated for a moment, then began to decide. First, demonic charm technique remnant, a roadside item, cannot choose. Leaving aside the petty gimmick of enhancing male allure when cultivated. Here he had neither spiritual energy nor a spiritual root. Choosing it would truly trap him. Beauty expert, Yin Yang eyes, master calligrapher might all be somewhat useful, but compared to the next 2, they are mere child's play. Void hollow cave, heaven fallen. A hundredly space that can continuously produce spiritual energy. Could it possibly even grow the divine tree? And substitute death doll remnant not only can substitute death once, but also allows remote control and self-disguise. An immense help. Consider this. Baixing was currently under protection, only slightly less strict than Naruto's. If one day he received a crisis mission to Kamabito, and because A and BU were nearby, he dared not timeskip making Kamabito's condition unknown. That would be troublesome. Moreover, with it Baixing could even sneak out of the village in the future. Having made his decision, Baixing chose to accept Danzo's invitation to root and refuse Kakashi's request, both options. He looked up, meeting Kakashi's eyes, his voice very soft. Kakashi-senpai, do you think I shouldn't touch the other side? No, it's just that you're still young. I think you should enjoy a bright and happy childhood. Kakashi's tone was a full beat slower than usual. But Kakashi-senpai, didn't you graduate at 5 and engage in brutal combat against enemies? Baixing's tone was not accusatory, but genuinely puzzled. He tilted his head, those purple eyes reflecting Kakashi's frozen expression. Kakashi was silent for a moment. Then he bent down, threading his fingers through Baixing's soft black hair and gently ruffling it. We stepped onto the battlefield young so that you wouldn't have to. A coward's view. Danzo snorted nearby, breaking the tender atmosphere between them. His single eye blazed as he looked at Baixing, his voice sharper than before. A greenhouse flower can never defeat a weed that survives in harsh conditions. Baixing, do you want to be a weakling ignorant in the sunlight or a guardian wise in the darkness? Baixing looked at Kakashi, then at Danzo. He took a deep breath. Kakashi-senpai, I still want to see the path to see what the other side of the village is like. After all, a sun without shadows is false. Kakashi opened. Danzo curled his lips at the side. Then Baixing turned to Danzo, his purple eyes earnestly fixed on that bandage-wrapped face, his tone respectful. Danzo, advisor, I would like to ask Kakashi-senpai to accompany me. He is the person I trust most besides my parents. May I? Danzo's smile froze for a fraction of a second. He glared at Kakashi and exhaled heavily through his nose. Fine. At the corner of the alley, Kabuto leaned in the shadow of the wall. He pushed up his glasses, suddenly recalling his own past. He sighed, turned around, and swiftly dashed toward the Hokage's office. Kakashi held Baixing's hand, following Danzo down a stone-lined passageway that sloped downward. In truth, Baixing had no strong objection to joining the Root Division or even becoming Danzo's disciple. After all, the Hokage lineage had a notorious tradition of master slaying. Ahem. The favorability value hovering above Danzo's head was clearly visible. Even if he never took him as a student, that old schemer would still treat him as the future core of Root. Within Root, Danzo was the sole absolute authority. As long as Danzo nodded, he would instantly become the second-in-command. As for the sins and karmic debts of Root, simply apply the sacred severance technique. Everything was done at Danzo's orders. I merely obeyed, or he would have killed me. The capable are ever burdened. Perhaps later, when he needed to handle shady affairs, he could conveniently pin them on this cheap master. You've got so many black pots on your head, what's a few more on my behalf? The candle flame flickered sharply at the corner. Bai Sheng's violet eyes gleamed with unusual clarity in the dim firelight. Danzo led them through one iron door after another. This is Root's intelligence analysis room. Every encrypted message intercepted from enemy nations is deconstructed, reassembled, and distilled here, then transformed into the village's decision-making basis. That is the field preparation room. Root shinobi receive missions here. No names, no records, only code numbers and orders. And next to that is Root's training ground. Every new member undergoes special training until they become a qualified. Danzo's voice echoed low and slow against the stone walls like an elder introducing a family ancestral hall. Bai Sheng listened quietly, nodding occasionally. He noticed that Kakashi had never let go of his sleeve the entire time. Danzo walked up to a map, leaned on his cane, and fixed his single eye on Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng. Danzo's tone was solemn. I have already told you the meaning of Root, its past, and its future. I formally extend you an invitation to become my disciple. I will have you inherit Root, inherit the will. He paused, tapping his cane on the ground. You are the only one I deem worthy of bearing this weight. A look of hesitation crossed Bai Sheng's face. Bai Sheng, I don't want you to join Root. Even Naruto, Yamato, and your parents wouldn't wish for it, but I won't stop your choice. Kakashi crouched down to Bai Sheng's eye level, his expression earnest, his tone slightly bitter. In my long life, I've discovered one thing: shinobi have limits. I don't understand. Whether you trust your own strength or rely on the bonds of comrades, the outcome is so. Give it everything and choose the path that won't leave you with regrets. But no matter where that road leads, your master Kakashi will walk it with you. Kakashi-sensei, you're so gentle. Bai Sheng looked at Kakashi's eyes, then at Danzo. He opened his mouth, the word "I" barely forming, when a burst of hurried footsteps interrupted him. Danzo, third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, strode into the stone chamber, his Haori flaring behind him. At least 6 Umbu shinobi followed in his wake. At the very end of the Umbu formation, a white-haired young man stood quietly against the wall. Danzo's mouth twitched beneath his bandages. The unease he had set aside surged back. Trouble was brewing. This scene seemed familiar. When Hiruzen took Ko away all those years ago, it was the same formation, the same positioning. He had stolen his ultimate secret weapon, the wood-style user Ko away, so effortlessly. Hiruzen, this is Root. I don't need to report to you what I do. Several Root shinobi slipped out silently from a side door, forming a standoff with the Umbu. Bai Sheng watched everything clearly from beside Kakashi. Veins bulged on the back of Danzo's hand. The third's brows were deeply furrowed. The air between them felt like a wire pulled taut to its limit. Danzo. The third's voice deepened. Let your dark Root remain buried underground. Don't extend your tentacles into the village's future. Danzo let out a cold snort, but said nothing. He dared not outright defy Hiruzen, yet he couldn't show weakness on Root's home turf. So he turned his head. His single eye, cold and sharp, swept past the Umbu to fix on the white-haired youth in the corner. Can't touch the Hokage. Then I'll take it out on you. Yakushi Kabuto. Danzo's voice carried a piercing, murderous intent. Why are you standing with the Umbu? Don't forget you are one of Root's. Kabuto's body trembled. His expression still wore a gentle smile, but beneath it lay a layer of bitterness. Director Nono was still in Danzo's hands. Thus he could never truly break away from Danzo. Yet to keep Bai Sheng from enduring the same hell he had severed with his own hands his path to freedom. So be it. As long as Bai Sheng could stay in the sunlight, he would shoulder the darkness, Root and all. He took a step and slowly began walking toward Root's side. Kabuto, you've already joined the Umbu. Root is in the past. The third's voice came from behind, tinged with a hint of reluctance. Kabuto stopped, but did not turn around. Lord Hokage, I must respectfully decline. Kabuto. Kakashi's voice was heavy. He clearly understood something. Kabuto wasn't afraid of Danzo. He was afraid that Danzo would harm someone precious to him, just as he himself didn't want Danzo to hurt Bai Sheng. He didn't speak to stop him because he knew Kabuto had already made his choice. Lord Danzo. A clear voice broke the stalemate in the stone chamber. All eyes turned to the source of the voice. Bai Sheng stepped half a pace out from Kakashi's side, tilting up his small, delicate doll-like face, his violet eyes meeting Danzo's single eye. If I agree to your request, can Yakushi Kabuto become a shinobi who follows only me? Bai Sheng. Kakashi looked down at him in shock, his voice rising a pitch. He had already known in his heart that Bai Sheng would make this decision, yet he did not stop him. Who can blame him for having this weakness? Ahem. The third Hokage's gaze fell on Bai Sheng, a complex light flickering in his eyes, one that was hard to tell whether it was relief or concern. Kabuto's body jerked sharply, his eyes behind his round-framed glasses widening to an unprecedented. He looked at Baisheng, that 6-year-old child standing in the center of Root, and the Umbu using a courage he could not comprehend to present terms to Danzo on his behalf. Ha! Danzo curled his lips in a smile, not surprised, as if he had long anticipated that Baisheng would make this request. This child's weakness was too obvious. Comrades, always comrades. Exactly like his teacher, who would rather sacrifice himself to protect them. Alas, the bonds of Konoha. As my disciple, it's only natural to have someone to serve and protect you. Having Kabuto come would be fine. After all, Nono was still in his grasp. Kabuto couldn't escape his palm. Danzo added coldly in his heart. This was Kabuto's second betrayal. He must be punished. But the punishment could wait until later. If that happened, he could always compensate his good disciple Baisheng later. Danzo. Sensei, can I make one more request? Baisheng blinked, his tone suddenly becoming lighter, as if trying out a title he wasn't sure was appropriate. Danzo froze for a moment. All the cold, hard lines on his bandage-wrapped face suddenly softened. Go ahead. Danzo's voice carried a trace of pleasure he himself hadn't noticed. And Director Nono, let her become a ninja who belongs only to me as well. Baisheng made his voice soft. Let himself live, and let others live too. If he could save Nono, he would, as she was a rare good person. Director. Kabuto's eyes suddenly lit up. Danzo's smile froze. No. He didn't want to let go of this person. She knew too much, as she was too dangerous. Moreover, she was his last trump card to control Kabuto. Danzo. The third Hokage's voice echoed in the stone chamber, carrying the unquestionable authority of the Hokage. Kabuto and Nono will all be assigned as Baisheng's guardian ninja, independent of the Umbu route and the normal ninja ranks. Baisheng is still young now, but the matter of apprenticeship can be formalized when he's older. In the future, when Baisheng comes to Root, Hatake Kakashi must accompany him throughout. If any abuse or harm is discovered, all Root members, including you, will be forbidden from contacting Hoshino Baisheng. Danzo's lips moved and his staff scraped against the floor. Losing the card of Nono was indeed painful, and Kabuto's slipping out of control was a fact. But Baisheng had called him teacher. You wouldn't understand if you hadn't taken a disciple. This was a rare obedient student who was 99% similar to teacher Tobarama. When one reaches old age, who wouldn't want to rush through all the work of Root, staying up late, then run 5 kilometers home, eat ice cream made by a disciple's ice release, drink a sip of chilled soda, and start training at home? He wanted it so much, he really wanted to be that teacher. The weight of Baisheng calling him teacher was heavier than both Kabuto and Nono combined. As you command, Lord Hokage. Danzo suppressed the restlessness within, feigning a look of immense grievance, and bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He looked at Baisheng. A smile broke out, radiant as sunshine without a trace of shadow. The radiance of humanity once again strengthened Danzo. Danzo sensei. Danzo responded, feeling extremely gratified in his heart. Let it be. As long as Baisheng became his disciple, nothing else mattered. He could do without Kabuto and Nono, endure Hiruzen's restraints, and even overlook Kakashi following him around like a bodyguard for now. As long as this child stood by his side, what he had waited half a lifetime for would finally be settled. Today he was the happiest. The moment they stepped out of the Root entrance, sunlight poured down from above, and Kabuto unconsciously squinted. As if touching light for the first time, he looked down at the little one standing before him. The 6-year-old was looking up at him, lips curved, purple cat-like eyes slightly tilted at the corners, so clear in the sunlight, they seemed almost transparent, as if waiting for his praise. Then please take care of me from now on. Baisheng curled his lips, tilting his head, his smile spreading under the sunlight, warming the heart. My guardian ninja. Kabuto's gaze froze. He thought of Director Nono. The director, at his most helpless and lost moment, gave him a pair of glasses, bestowed her own surname, Yakushi, upon him, and named him Kabuto, meaning to protect himself like armor, giving his life meaning. And just now, at the moment when his life was about to take a sharp turn for the worse, when everything he had, named family home meaning hope, was about to be mercilessly crushed by Danzo, Baisheng appeared. Let Kabuto and Nono become my guardian ninja. A wandering, drifting soul instantly found peace. As if finding a home, he was Baisheng's guardian ninja. This was his entire meaning. As you command. Kabuto knelt on one knee, pressing his right hand to his heart, closing his eyes. My master. Ahem. Baisheng choked, waving his little hand vigorously in front of Kabuto. Kabuto, you'd better just call me Baisheng or Lord. Having a man call him master felt strange, but calling him Lord was fine. Was he finally about to take the first step toward his goal of being a great Han Succubus? However, thanks to Danzo, Kabuto was completely secured. Thinking of this, Baisheng's mood lifted again. This one was a rough gem whose talent rivaled that of Orochimaru. A medical ninjutsu genius, a master spy, later even ascending to become a dragon, a Bokobiku man. More importantly, he was a rare research-oriented talent. With him, experiments on fusing chakra and cursed energy structural analysis of white Zetsu cells, and even whether the divine tree could be transplanted to Xuanhuang Cave Heavenfall could all be put on the agenda. Maybe he could even play AAA games in the ninja world. Kabuto closed his eyes expressionless, but the slight trembling of his lips betrayed him. As you command, my liege. Not lord. Baisheng pouted. Fine, at least it's not princess. Baisheng's smile froze on his face. Oh no, now joy turned to sorrow. He couldn't laugh anymore. His mood curve had turned into a duh line. System IF profanity censored kids don't learn. Kakashi stood by, arms folded, his dead fish eyes curving into a crescent. Late into the night. The light in the Hokage's office was still on. Outside the window, the village of Konoha was lit with countless lights. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, put down the last document and rubbed his temples. He walked to the window, tapping his pipe lightly. Remembering Danzo's final expression of utter gloom, he almost couldn't help but laugh. As an old friend for many years, if Danzo was unhappy, then he was happy. Ahem. That Danzo, is he reminiscing about our teacher? The third Hokage also recalled that in front of 6-year-old Hoshino, Baisheng, Danzo's single eye had flashed with a soft light he hadn't seen in a long time. At his age, he still can't resist loneliness. He laughed. True, he doesn't have a grandson of his own, haha. Baisheng, a person like a little son, making others want to draw close from the heart. The last person with such a reputation was Namikaze Minato, and Minato was the successor he had placed great hopes in. He was also the one most likely to merge Root and the Umbu into one, becoming true fire and shadow. Teacher Tobirama was that kind of Hokage. He didn't have the power to move mountains and fill seas like the first Hokage, but he could win the most victories at the least cost. He was both the shadow of the first Hokage and the light shining over the entire ninja world. In comparison, I'm not up to it. I still need Danzo as the Root. Hiruzen exhaled a wisp of white smoke into the darkness outside the window. Perhaps Danzo saw the shadow of our teacher in Baisheng, and that's why he spared no effort to take him as a disciple. Will Baisheng be able to achieve this? The third Hokage was silent for a moment. Then a hint of a smile slowly crept across his lips. We'll see. The village's future is still so young. Let this old bone suffer a bit more work for a few. Let Danzo bear the infamy. At the Root, in an underground chamber, the candlelight cast flickering shadows as Shimura Danzo sat at his. Before him lay a scroll with the title pinned in his own handwriting. Disciple Baisheng, from ninja student to Hokage's teaching mission. As Baisheng's prospective master. While at home, he must start the tutoring work. He opened the first page of the scroll, took up a brush, and boldly drew a horizontal line beneath the words wind release. His most proficient wind release technique must be imparted to Baisheng without reservation. Vacuum sphere, vacuum great sphere, vacuum wave. He compiled all the training methods and practical insights for these high-level wind release techniques into a booklet, marking each important note in red ink along the margins. And the Dream Eater, or the Dream Taper. This legendary spirit beast that feeds on dreams can form nearly inescapable area suppression when combined with wind release. Tobirama Sensei's swordsmanship is also exceptional, but unfortunately he had focused only on wind release and political maneuvering back in the day and didn't learn much. Let Baisheng continue to learn the White Fang sword techniques from Kakashi. In this regard, the son of White Fang is indeed stronger than himself. Reluctantly, he acknowledged this point in his heart and wrote White Fang's sword technique in the swordsmanship section. And the Flying Thunder God technique. His gaze flickered. Since Minato's death, no one in Konoha has been able to use the Flying Thunder God for many years. This space-time ninjutsu created by Tobirama Sensei once struck fear into Konoha's enemies on the battlefield, but now it lies sealed away in a scroll neglected. It must be fought for. Setting aside whether Baisheng will be able to learn it as Tobirama Sensei's disciple, he must secure it for Baisheng. What else is there? Danzo's single eye fixed on the densely packed teaching plan on the scroll, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling upwards. This list included the top experts in every field among Konoha's active jonin. From taijutsu to jinjutsu to ninjutsu manipulation, each person's name was annotated with their area of expertise. All these people must serve as coaches for Baisheng. Not a single one can be missing. What a delightful, yet burdensome worry. As Shimura Danzo, when taking on a disciple, the lineup must be spectacular, even surpassing when Hiruzen took in the legendary Sannin. Lord Danzo, there has been movement from the Uchiha side. A large number of ninjas are gathering at their clan grounds and the neighboring tavern, which has lasted for several days. According to insider information, they have been frequently holding clan meetings to discuss. The Root Ninja paused, considering his wording. Very radical matters. Danzo's gentle expression vanished in an instant. He set aside the teaching plan and slowly rotated the ring on his thumb. A tavern. Another tavern. Clan meetings, taverns, they secretly gather there every few days. He couldn't even begin to imagine what the Uchiha were discussing. Details of a coup. When to take action? Who would be the one to take the Hokage's head? Danzo let out a cold laugh, the sound echoing against the stone walls. Hiruzen, you are still too weak. The Uchiha would not temper their ambitions because of the Hokage's goodwill. They would only perceive goodwill as weakness. Danzo's thoughts turned in another direction. Sharingan. Baisheng will find it useful later. He silently added this to his plan list. Was this the feeling Tobirama Sensei had back then? Danzo stroked his chin, the corners of his mouth rising. It seemed quite nice. The brilliance of humanity, robust. Cough, cough. 1 year later. Morning light squeezed through the curtains, painting a golden line across Baisheng's face. He opened his eyes, yawned, and padded down the hallway in his slippers. As he passed by the full-length mirror, he paused. The reflection in the mirror was increasingly dazzling. His black hair was longer than last year, cascading smoothly over his shoulders. The pair of purple eyes beneath his bangs shimmered with a mesmerizing brightness in the morning light. His facial features were slightly more refined than last year, making him feel a bit excessive. Due to the effect of the golden-fingered delicate and soft body, he had no muscle tone at all, appearing soft and squishy, making people instinctively want to protect him. 138 points of attractiveness. That's 22 points more than last year's 114. He had given up struggling. If he looked good, then so be it. At least when sparring with Kakashi using swords, he could call out "Shallow." It would be enough to hold Kakashi for half a second, seizing the opening. He withdrew his gaze and quickened his pace down the stairs. The height marks on the wall were lined up from low to high. Baisheng held his breath, measuring the position of the latest mark with his fingertip, then slowly turned around. 111 centimeters. Oh, finally. Baisheng has finally surpassed the 1 meter milestone at the age of 7. 111 centimeters rounded up to 150, and if you go a bit further, you would be a 2-meter tall giant. Meanwhile, Naruto next door, at 123 centimeters, barely rounds up to 1 meter. 200 centimeters is greater than 100 centimeters. The advantage is mine. Baisheng, don't worry too much about your height. You must believe in yourself. Father Hoshino Masakatsu walked over from behind, his large hands settling into his soft black hair, brushing the tousled ends as he spoke. You will grow taller. Baisheng elbowed his father in displeasure, eliciting an exaggerated grunt, but the smile at the corner of his eyes betrayed him completely. Dad, I'm not worried about my height at all. I don't mind at all. You are mistaken. All right, right. Father clapped in agreement, though his face still held a loving expression. I'll measure. Forget it. That's not necessary. Baisheng walked helplessly toward the dining table. Over the past year, Naruto and Baisheng's families had grown closer, evolving from occasionally sharing meals to becoming regulars. Now, before his mother cooked, she would directly set out 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Sometimes when Naruto got tired from playing, he would just fall asleep there. His mother specifically cleared out the storage room on the 2nd floor for him to have as a small single room. Speaking of which, there's something rather hard to maintain. Baisheng's father has been promoted to the director of the ninja school, and Baisheng himself is a prospective disciple of the root leader. Yet the villagers of Konoha have still not forgiven the Hoshino family for their association with the Nine-Tails Fox. They truly do not fear the dark hand of the ninja. One must admit this is a form of confidence. Yo, Naruto. Baisheng glanced at Naruto, who was wolfing down his food across the table, a cup of steaming milk before him. An idea struck him, and he lifted his own cup, downing it in one go. Then he reached for Naruto's cup and gulped it down in a single breath. The icy milk slid into his stomach, bringing with it a wave of satisfying coolness. I secretly drank all your milk. Let's see how you grow taller. Big brother, big brother. Naruto trembled, pointing at the empty cup, 6 whiskers standing on end. This cup of milk. He had already drunk it. It's just a cup of your milk. Why are you being so stingy, you little boy? Baisheng set down the cup, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, his expression bold and justified. Baisheng, don't bully Naruto. His mother came out of the kitchen with a freshly poured cup of milk, shooting him a humorous glare as she placed the cup in front of Naruto. Tis. Baisheng glanced at Naruto's new cup of milk, rubbing his small belly. There was hardly any space left. After finishing breakfast, Baisheng and Naruto bid farewell to their parents and headed out to school. As they passed the riverbank, he saw 2 white-haired figures randomly appearing under the cherry blossom tree, each holding a book. Kakashi held the latest volume of Intimate Strategy with an orange cover. Beside him, Kankuro held a thick book that could serve as a brick biology. How long has biology lost humanity? He watched as they took notes with a pencil along the margins, occasionally lifting their heads to adjust their glasses and exchange a few words with Kakashi. Kakashi replied without looking up. Kankuro chuckled and continued to read. Baisheng breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his Kankuro had not been contaminated by Kakashi's progressively awakening little yellow person traits and was diligently studying to better himself. Baisheng nodded in appreciation, pulling Naruto along as they continued to walk to school. Until the bell rang for the end of the first class, Sasuke finally appeared at the classroom door. Irika was tidying up the teaching tools on the podium, glanced up at him, and allowed him to return to the classroom. Sasuke walked into the classroom with his backpack, his steps heavy, cramming his bag into a drawer before lying down on the desk without moving. Fancheng sat down beside Sasuke. "What's wrong, Sasuke? This seems to be your first time being late. Did something happen at home? Could it be that his butterfly effect has kicked in? Has he enabled Sasuke to enjoy the blissful life of having a full meal while the whole family doesn't go hungry?" Sasuke was silent for a long time, his voice muffled. "Brother Shursui has gone missing. It seems he is in a lot of pain." Fancheng was silent for a moment. Uchiha Shursui, the boy with the round nose who had stopped him in the corridor, crouched down and earnestly asked, "What if we can never get out of the dark forest?" That seemingly ever-confident figure, always yearning for the future and hope. He took his own life. Everyone understood his situation well. Mental collapse, a very human reaction. Even the strongest can be broken by life. "Ahem. May you rest in peace," he murmured inwardly. Fancheng raised his head to look at Sasuke. Shizui's passing meant that the coming timeline would lead to the part he least wanted to face. Within half a year to a year, Sasuke would achieve the feat of one person, a whole family photo, and no fear of mom's anger no matter how late he came home. So then, should he intervene in the tragedy of the Uchiha clan's annihilation? The class bell rang. The teacher entered the classroom and the students returned to their seats. Fancheng returned to his seat and summoned his personal panel visible only to himself. Name Fancheng, gender Fancheng, looks 138, 114, 1210, stunning beauty, rank C, special jonin, also known as half-step jonin, half a jonin, half-cut jonin, fakeholder jonin. Bloodline, ice release, chakra, physique, curse user, physique, stand user, skills, stand red magician, Hataki sword art, 126, 5000, perfected, innate technique, ice coagulation, cursed method, reverse cursed technique, wind release, vacuum sphere. Cheats, promised king, delicate and soft body, sacrificial substitute body, remnant, void realm, cave, heaven, fallen substitute, literature, stand red magician, heavenly sound, heart, sound, lucky, death avoiding, jade, female frequency, chat group, past life, reincarnation, Otsutsuki, Fancheng, affinity, moonlight, ice muscle, jade bone body, powerful rebirth, lame, evaluation, absolute female, lead, hence the self-appreciation that blossoms in solitude, what teaches you love is. Over the course of a year, thanks to his kind mentor Shimura Danzo's relentless dedication, Fancheng received an abundance of precious resources. His tongue grew numb from dietary supplements and herbal baths, soaking in physique tempering medicinal ingredients listed as roots, confidential formulas. Elite teachers from various fields took turns instructing him, supplementing his theoretical knowledge. Danzo even personally taught him wind release. Fancheng lived up to expectations, steadily grasping everything. A large number of basic ninjutsu could now be flexibly combined in combat. Hataki sword art had advanced from beginner to perfection, leaving only the final stage peak. He would stand on the same level as the former White Fang of Konoha, Hataki Tsukumo. His current raw ninja strength was roughly at the Chunin level. Coupled with the solid ice control of the ice coagulation cursed method offering both offense and defense, the scorching flames of reverse technique ice coagulation cursed method, and stand red magician, the sustained endurance of the reverse cursed technique, his overall combat strength while at the special jonin level firmly broke through to the age of 7. Even without adding any more cheats, by the time he graduated, he would surely and steadily step into the so-called 5 Kage level of combat power. With such strength plus his array of bizarre cheats, and the super summoning Kamabito whose summoning time in the chat group had accumulated to 70 hours, did he have the right to save the Uchiha clan? Fancheng thought seriously. The answer was he could try, but success was not guaranteed. His void realm, cave heaven fallen, had a full 100 li of land complete with mountains, rivers, and streams. Enough to stuff the entire Uchiha clan inside, letting them grow precious crops there, and live an isolated, but at least surviving, agrarian life. But this meant exposing one of his most important trump cards. It could also cause the original storyline to completely collapse, rendering his few advantages of foreknowledge useless. Was it worth it for the Uchiha? Fancheng thought it over. Unless he could turn these Uchiha into exclusive fighters who only obeyed him. Otherwise, he would at most save Sasuke's parents as a kindness to his friend. Let's take it step by step. Fancheng shrugged, curling the corners of his lips. Being able to participate in such a major event at the age of 7. Strictly speaking, he could be considered a dragon-conquering hero. Could other transmigrators do that? Proud. JPG. In the afternoon after school, Fancheng smiled, gently, politely declining the persistent invitations from classmates who wanted to play with him. He took Naruto's hand and quickly left the school gate. The two passed through low shrubs, walked along an abandoned stone path, and arrived at a secret base ringed by several large trees. This remote training ground was built by them. Fancheng put down his school bag and was about to start warming up when the warm, ancient jade on his chest suddenly emitted a noticeable surge of warmth. This is, Bai Sheng's pupils contracted slightly. Lucky death-avoiding Jade has automatically triggered a fortune's arrival. Is there some opportunity around? He immediately stopped all movements, his gaze quickly sweeping across the training ground. Big trees, shrubs, stone floor, abandoned wooden stakes. Naruto was crouching on the ground, tying his shoelaces. Everything seemed normal. His thoughts leaped rapidly among several possibilities, then settled on one name. Uchiha Shursui, alive or dead unknown. In the original story, his body was never found until the very end. Could it be? Naruto, maybe you should head back first. Bai Sheng glanced at the sky and spoke to Naruto. There were at least 3 Umbu operatives shadowing Naruto at that moment. If the sensation from the luck-averting death jade was truly pointing to Uchiha Shursui, then the fact that Shursui was still alive would be exposed before the 3rd Hokage and Danzo. Danzo had just gouged out Shizui's eyes. If he knew the man hadn't completely died, he'd likely send Root to finish the job immediately. Though there was an odd sense of cognitive dissonance, probably just his imagination. As he was pondering how to send the Umbu away, a figure suddenly landed at the edge of the training ground. Naruto, the 3rd Hokage has urgent business with you. Kakashi still had his forehead protector covering his left eye, but his expression today was different. His gaze was tighter than usual, and he radiated a deliberate sense of urgency. But big brother. Naruto hesitated, looking from Kakashi to Bai Sheng, clearly reluctant to leave. Bai Sheng patted him on the shoulder, his tone leaving no room for argument. If the 3rd Hokage wants to see you, then go, Naruto. It's not like we won't see each other again. We'll meet at dinner. Okay. Naruto cast a reluctant glance at Bai Sheng before following Kakashi as they vanished in a series of body flickers. From the canopy came a faint rustle of garments. The Umbu had departed along with Naruto. You understand what I mean. As he left, Kakashi exchanged a look with Kabuto. Kabuto nodded slightly, adjusting his glasses. The lenses reflected a warm glow in the setting sun. I understand what you mean. Bai Sheng. Understand what? He shook his head and turned towards several corners. Those corners held neither sound nor shadow, but he knew Root operatives were still lurking there. His teacher Shimura Danzo had forcibly assigned 3 elite Root members to keep a tight watch on him, just in case some Leaf civilian accidentally hurt him. It could only be said. When Danzo genuinely tried to be decent, he could almost pass as human. All of you leave as well. With Kabuto by my side, there's no danger. Several Root ninjas emerged from the shadows. They exchanged glances, then turned in unison toward Bai Sheng, dropping to one knee in a standard Root withdrawal. From now on you will obey Bai Sheng as you would me. Those were Shimura Danzo's exact words. Root ninjas never questioned orders. They silently retreated into the depths of the dense forest, vanishing completely within a few breaths. The training ground fell silent. Only Bai Sheng and Kabuto remained. Bai Sheng trusted Kabuto deeply. After all, even in Kakashi's heart, the village was just slightly more important than Bai Sheng. For Kakashi, the people he knew had all died for the village. But for Kabuto, Bai Sheng was undoubtedly more important. The setting sun filtered through the leaves, sprinkling golden specks over the two. Without saying much, Bai Sheng simply nodded at Kabuto, then raised a hand to feel the temperature of the ancient jade on his chest. He began walking in the direction of the warm current. The two passed through a low thicket and followed the branch of the Naka River downstream for about 15 minutes. Bai Sheng stopped at a bend. The jade on his chest suddenly grew much warmer. He followed the sensation toward the bank. A dark, lumpy shape was being pushed slowly ashore by the current. Kabuto moved faster than him. The white-haired youth dashed to the water's edge in a few bounds, waded into the ankle-deep shallows, and dragged the dark shape onto the bank, laying it flat on the grass. The figure had short black hair, wore a Konoha forehead protector, and the high-collared short-sleeved shirt of the Uchiha clan, with the clan's crest embroidered on the sleeve. It was none other than the one who soared like an eagle, swam like a fish, elbowed concrete, and ascended to immortality, Uchiha Shursui. So it really is Shursui, Bai Sheng murmured under his breath. He crouched down and reached out to feel Shizui's neck. There was still a pulse, but it was as thin as if it could disappear at any moment. This made him ponder. Bai Sheng didn't really want to get involved in Uchiha matters. First, his current strength wasn't enough to suppress the entire Uchiha clan. Second, the Uchiha truly produced a lot of eccentrics. And ironically, the crazier they were, the stronger they grew. The stronger they grew, the crazier they became. If one day he drew a wild SSR like Uchiha Hikari, or a super Uchiha Itachi, who decided to cleanse the planet for universal peace, the shinobi world would be doomed. So he originally planned to respect the Uchiha's fate and let go of his savior complex. But Uchiha Shursui was different. He was so soft-hearted he barely seemed like an Uchiha, more like a Senju than the white-haired old geezer Tobarama Senju. Shursui held 2 Mangekyo Sharingan, with Kodoama Tsukumi, the strongest mind-control genjutsu in the shinobi world, yet he had never used it on anyone. That alone showed how kind he was. If it were a limitless version of Shursui. Activate Kodoama Tsukumi, turn the 3rd Hokage into a puppet in seconds, then stage a root extermination night. Right and root grab Danzo's oversized root and refine it instantly. He could even spare time to make Danzo star in some unspeakable historical anecdotes. But Shui chose the most foolish path, placing his hope in his beloved little brother Uchiha Itachi. Baishin couldn't harden his heart towards such a person. Besides, Shizui's affection level hadn't reached max, yet his dying state might trigger a system option. Worth a try to save him. Reverse curse technique emission. Baisheng extended his small hand and pressed it against Shizui's chest. Positive energy surged from his palm, enveloping Shizui's cold body. The blood vessels depleted by excessive bleeding refilled, the failing organs resumed function, a layer of color spread across his ashen cheeks. Baisheng deliberately held back. He only kept Shui alive, not restoring him to full strength nor repairing the sunken eye sockets where the Sharingan had been. Cough. Shui coughed violently, his back arching before he fell heavily back onto the grass. Baisheng withdrew his hand and took a small step back. Kabuto subtly moved half a step forward, shielding Baisheng. Is this? Hell. Shizui's voice was hoarse. He turned his head, gazing blindly around with his hollow eye sockets. My eyes. It's all black. Brother Shui, are you alright? Baisheng stepped forward. Shizui's ears twitched, recognizing the voice. Are you? Baisheng. He let out a bitter laugh, tried to prop himself up, but collapsed again. Did you save me, little Baisheng? Baisheng crouched down, keeping his voice in a pitch that carried concern without being too heavy. Brother Shui, today Sasuke said you disappeared, and Itachi was really sad. What happened? Why are you? Well, Shui turned his face toward Kabuto's direction. He sensed another person's presence. Kabuto is my exclusive shinobi. He's not an outsider, Baisheng said quickly, his tone matter-of-fact. The corner of Kabuto's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but smile. Is that so? Shui didn't press further. He was silent for a long time. The river water rushed past the three of them. Since I'm already a hopeless cripple, I'll tell you if you want to hear. He began to recount his version of events, from the increasingly frequent clan meetings to the coup plans being put on the agenda, from how he and Itachi tried in their own ways to rein in the runaway rains to Danzo's ambush when he was alone by the river. He also spoke of Itachi. He entrusted his remaining eye to Itachi, and with it the future of the Uchiha. Then he leaped into the river. Water rushed into his nose and throat, draining all his strength. Teacher Danzo. I never thought teacher would do such a thing. Baisheng's voice trembled slightly, his tone sincere, revealing just the right amount of shock and a hint of deep self-reproachful guilt. Though blind, Shizui's ears were still sharp. He caught the genuine tremor in Baisheng's voice. Didn't sound like acting. It was the genuine reaction of a child learning that his respected teacher had done something unforgivable. So he dismissed the last shred of doubt in his mind. This wasn't an agent sent by Danzo. It was just a child who truly wanted to save him. In truth, he had told Baisheng these things partly hoping the message would reach Danzo and the village, making them wary. He had finally thought it through. The third Hokage genuinely wanted to appease the Uchiha, trusting him, and Itachi as moderates, hoping to rub off the edges over time. Kohara Udatane and Hamura Midokado advocated handling it by the book. Deal with the rebels according to regulation without implicating the rest of the Uchiha. Only Danzo. He advocated fight. Drive every last Uchiha out of the shinobi world. Others appease, handle by the book. Danzo, kill and silence. Just, the Uchiha's only enemies were Danzo and the internal radicals. But what good did clear thinking do? His eyes were gone, his body broken, he might not even survive the night. All that remained was to pity Itachi. He would have to face the Uchiha and the village alone. Without me, can he succeed? Baisheng. Shizui's expression suddenly became resigned, as if he had finally decided to stop struggling. Could you do me a favor? What is it, brother Shui? Baisheng's voice was low and soft. Don't be so sad. This isn't your fault, Baisheng. Shui pulled at the corner of his mouth, trying to smile, but could only manage a strained twist. He had always held great affection for Baisheng. This child was one of his hopes for the future. Even now, as Danzo's disciple, he had not been tainted by Danzo's emerging from the mud unstained. That made him even more precious. It was all Danzo's fault. Baisheng was innocent. The future of the Uchiha is in jeopardy. Itachi alone can't hold the line. Under internal and external pressure, he might choose the most extreme, most terrifying, darkest path. Wipe out all Uchiha ninja, leaving only civilians, and let them repopulate a new Uchiha generation. Baisheng blinked. Extreme? This was actually pretty mild. Shui was still too young, not as seasoned as I, but I think Danzo won't stop until the entire Uchiha clan is annihilated. Shui sighed, turning his face toward Baisheng, his voice growing weaker. Baisheng, if possible, could you try to leave a little hope for the Uchiha? Even if it's just one clan member, don't let the bloodline die out. That is my final wish. With that, Uchiha Shui folded his hands over his chest and closed the eyes that were no longer there, waiting to ascend to the crash-landed planet of man. Yu Wenzi's life had reached its final moment. His Mangekyo was taken, he was bleeding out, his organs failing, on the verge of death at any moment. Yet his worry for Itachi and the Uchiha kept him alive, forcing him to beg for your help. You choose. Choice 1. The extinction of the clan is trivial, but loss of honor is grave. Refuse, Shisui, root out the evil, and clear the name of the loyal Yuan clan in Yi City. Reward, Golden Finger. Beauty is justice, 50 appearance. Higher appearance lowers enemies' attack desire, even causing them to develop self-crushes and actively assist you. Choice 2. Playing with kids is more fun. Accept Shizui's request, promise to spare Sasuke. Reward, Golden Finger. Overbearing master falls for me, heavens will 100 attraction to all males who have taught you. Choice 3. I want a happy ending. Accept Shizui's request, promise to bring peace between Yi City and the Yuan clan. Reward, Golden Finger. Companion spirit, dreamy cloud, concealing immortal veil, your consciousness space, gives birth to a veil, can be taken out with a thought. Wearing it 10 attraction to males, 10 appearance. Others can see your face through the veil, but will never remember it, and no external medium, camera, painting, sculpture, text, description, can record your appearance. Baisheng. He fell silent for a moment. Then he forced himself to ignore the option titled, Overbearing Master Falls for Me, Providence. Otherwise, many ninjas in Konoha would have their teaching qualifications shining. Moreover, Kakashi hasn't taught him Chidori or Raikiri yet, so he can't electrocute that many people. Then there is option 1, uproot the evil Sasuke. Must die 2, reward cheat skill, beauty is justice. Use beauty to seduce. Ba. Use beauty to command the strong. Combined with his heavenly beauty cheat skill that enhances his appearance without limit, he could probably solo the ninja world right. But unfortunately, this option is the one he must not choose. His dear big brother, the Six-Path Sage, is probably watching Sasuke and Naruto from the Pure Land every moment, right? If he tries to lay a hand on Sasuke, as soon as Sasuke dies, big brother Hagoromo's eyes that pierce the 3 realms will open, and he will storm into Konoha to play the role of a sister killer, strike through brother killer without regret. Moreover, as a little succubus determined to learn from Lord Liu. Ba. As an ambitious youth determined to learn from Lord Liu, he needs to display benevolence and righteousness to win over talents. Attacking his own classmate and friend is out of the question. Then, only the third option remains: achieve a harmonious ending between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Reward, cheat skill, companion spirit item, clear dream, concealing immortal veil. Achieving a century-level reconciliation between Uchiha and Konoha is somewhat difficult, but not impossible. The clear dream, concealing immortal veil, is also very useful. Baisheng's current appearance is too high. His temperament and figure are also dazzling. He doesn't know what's so noteworthy about a 7-year-old brat's figure, but that's the reality. Even if he wears a fully covering bamboo hat, his every move on the street still draws frequent glances. Unbearable. This veil is very useful. He needs a face that cannot be recorded by others. In the future, when carrying out missions or doing shady things in secret, no one will know it was him. Probably. Brother Shisui. Baisheng spoke again, using the reverse technique, external release. Don't think about reincarnation. Shisui felt an extremely gentle warmth, like the first ray of spring sunlight falling on his face. He opened his eyes and then saw the light. Baisheng crouched in front of him, his hands hovering over Shizui's chest, golden warm light radiating from his palms. That exquisitely, overly delicate little face appeared exceptionally radiant in the glow. Purple irises curved into 2 gentle crescent moons, a soft smile lingering at the corners of his lips. Smile? He could see a smile. The eyes that had been gouged out by Danzo were now perfectly intact within his eye sockets. 3 tomo spun rapidly in his pupils. The edges of the black tomo began to elongate, distort, fuse, as if coalescing into a brand new pattern. Immediately, intense pain exploded from deep within his eye sockets. Shisui covered his eyes and curled up into a ball. The newly restored Sharingan spun wildly in an unconscious state. 3 tomo blurred, then restored to 3 tomo, then blurred again. After a few breaths, those eyes calmed down, settling back into 3 tomo. It seems even if the eyes are restored, the dojutsu power doesn't recover along with them. Baisheng stroked his smooth little chin deep in thought. He was pondering a question: can cursed energy replace chakra to restore dojutsu power? After all, the dojutsu power of the Sharingan is essentially the accumulation of emotional energy within the brain's meridian network. And cursed energy is precisely negative energy born from emotions. If he could find a conversion method, then in the future what he holds in his hands would be more than just an ordinary pair of 3 tomo Sharingan. But this issue can be left for later. Now he had more important matters. Brother Shisui, are you okay? No. I'm fine. Shisui let out a long breath, shock and confusion in his 3 tomo. Baisheng, this is just a weird little ability I awakened. Baisheng waved his hand, curling his lips into a soft smile. Then he retracted his smile, his expression shifting to guilt, and sorrow a hint of genuine tremor in his voice. Brother Shisui, I feel extremely sorry and ashamed for what my unworthy master Shimura Danzo. If winning over Naruto, Kakashi, and Kabuto required pure love the bonds of Konoha, then dealing with Shisui required great righteousness. Shisui instinctively wanted to reach out and tap Bai Sheng's shoulder. But before he could raise his hand, Bai Sheng had already shifted to another expression. Gentle, unwavering, like a lighthouse standing firm on the sea amid a storm. Then the sins left by my teacher shall be borne by me, his disciple. Since the Uchiha and the village cannot escape the dark forest, then I shall be the torchbearer. Since the ninja world is filled with chaos and conflict, the people displaced, and hatred never ceasing, then I shall restore the broken land. Bai Sheng looked at Shisui gently. The setting sun spread out behind him, the entire Konoha burning into a sea of gold behind his silhouette. His voice was very light, very soft, but every word was as clear as if carved into Shisui's heart. I sincerely hope. I hope to build a home that embraces all who are rejected. I hope to build a world where everyone can smile. I hope to end all strife and suffering. I hope to sever all sin and hatred. I hope to bring a new law to the ninja world, a law named gentleness. He paused, then took a step forward. A 7-year-old child bent down and reached out a hand to a 14-year-old youth. Shisui, are you willing to embark on this journey called gentleness with me? Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan began to spiral out of control. 3 tomo spun violently in his pupils. The tomo began to fuse, split, and fuse again. Those eyes reflected Bai Sheng's smile. Kind, gentle, pure, without a trace of impurity. The tomo finally stopped splitting. They coalesced into 4 curved Fuma shuriken quietly embedded in the blood-red pupils. Shisui lowered his head, propped himself on the ground, and stood up inch by inch with his newly restored legs. Then he knelt on one knee, his right hand over his heart. With those Mangekyo Sharingan that had seen the light again, he looked up at the 7-year-old boy, before him divine-like radiating golden light. If such a world really exists. He lowered his head, his voice filled with longing. I am willing, my lord. No, no, no. Bai Sheng quickly reached out his small hands to cover Shisui's mouth. Brother Shisui, if you are willing, just call me master. He breathed a silent sigh of relief. Fortunately, Shisui was kind-hearted and easily believed. If Shisui had refused, he would have had to swear by the Naka River. Ahem. But this was fine too. Shisui became his most steadfast general. And this general held a pair of newly reawakened Mangekyo Sharingan. Although it's unknown whether the dojutsu power has recovered. But as long as he finds a way to convert cursed energy into dojutsu power, or simply transplant Hashirama's cells, or even Yamato's cells, these eyes will be able to rekindle Kodo Amatsukami sooner or later. Kodo Amatsukami becomes a permanent skill. Uchiha Shisui 100 Devout Believer. You have successfully raised Uchiha Shisui's affinity to 100 Reward Cheat Skill. You have successfully raised Shisui Uchiha's affection to 100, and the reward is the Golden Finger. Jade Foot, Earth Heart Talent, Jade Feet. Like lotus bearing the power of the earth's veins, when standing barefoot on the ground. Charm, 10 Male Attraction 50, all superhuman system energy cap, increased by 50, recovery speed, increased by 50, cultivation speed, increased by 50, walking barefoot untouched by dust. The wind by the river swept up a few fallen leaves. Kabuto waited quietly under the tree and Shisui was still lost in a daze. Bai Sheng stared at the line on the panel, silent for a moment. Damn it, is this a meme invasion? He suddenly let out a relieved laugh. He was truly exhausted. In the past he had been so cautious. For what? To avoid the 2 evil attributes of charm and male attraction. But now the system didn't even bother pretending. Jade Foot, Earth Heart, slapping the words Jade Foot right in his face. It was treating him like a Japanese woman, wasn't it? The key point was that he could hardly refuse. Chakra and Cursed Energy Cap increased by 50, a recovery speed increased by 50, all purely tangible numerical boosts. And the cultivation speed increase of 50 was the most significant of all. Bai Sheng had a clear understanding of his current talent level. At 7.5 years old, his ninja strength was at Chunin level. This growth rate was roughly equivalent to 1 Kakashi. Now with an additional 50, he was like 1.5 Kakashis. Don't look down on Kakashi. Some people only remember the scenes where he casually showed off his lightning cutter. They remember the indescribable widowed fragility on his face when he saw Obito's mask break. But it cannot be denied. A non-Lazino Sharingan full Kakashi. Theoretically, he was a super statistic monster capable of simultaneously mastering Sage Mode, Lightning Transmission, and the 8 Gates. Shatter the mask with thunder. With 1.5 times Kakashi's talent, Bai Sheng felt he could even overcome his innate lack of spatial perception talent and stubbornly learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Sai Wheelchair. You don't understand the power of stats. Forget it, he'll use it. Anyway, he now felt like a debtor who had too many debts to worry about. Just for the sake of strength. After all, it was polluting others' eyes, not his own. He didn't think his feet were anything to look at. And besides, being able to grow stronger just by standing barefoot on the ground was something others would beg for. Why should he complain? But there was a small price to pay. He had no aerial combat capability. Serious. The cost of becoming a land god of war was that he couldn't leave the ground. If he left the ground, that 50 all-around bonus would immediately drop to 0. Like some ninjas who leap into the air or stand on giant trees. When he stood on the ground, the long-range anti-air means he possessed were hard to hit them. Suddenly feeling like singing. What to do? Fancheng shook his head, shaking off the thought. The Nanga River flowed quietly under the setting sun. The water surface shimmered occasionally, drifting a few fallen leaves from upstream. Fancheng walked to the riverbank and stood on a smooth stone. He bent down and untied his ninja sandals. His fair little feet stepped into the cool river water, the soles touching soft, fine sand. The water just reached his ankles. The lingering sunlight passed through the water surface, casting ripples of shattered gold on his jade-white feet. The moment his soles made contact with the ground, a warm, gentle current surged upward from the center of his feet, flowing along the meridians, passing through various parts of his body, and finally, settling slowly in his head, turning into a cool sensation. Fancheng could feel his wisdom wildly increasing, ragingly increasing, explosively increasing, turning into an astonishing, unparalleled light of supreme wisdom. Startling wisdom. In that moment, many difficult problems in cultivation were simultaneously enlightened. One after another, the questions that had troubled him for weeks were knocked down. How many degrees would the wind force deflect if the thumb of the ram seal for wind release vacuum sphere was pressed slightly lower? In the third form of the white fang blade technique, when sheathing the sword, could the trajectory of the turning slash be compressed by another 2 inches? How many steps does LeBron take to the basket? How many steps does Kobe take to board the plane? Was Hashirama Senju born decades earlier just an early bird, or was he avoiding Fancheng's edge? Why does life sleep? Why do birds fly? Questions appeared out of thin air, and soon new inspirations surged up, stacking together to form a tower of cognition. No, not enough. Fancheng's eyes glowed. He left the river channel and stepped barefoot onto the slightly warm grass by the bank. Without the water's barrier, his feet connected more intimately with the ground. The warm current surging from the earth's veins became more abundant and stable. The startling wisdom recaptured the high ground. He drew the short sword from his waist. The blade reflected a warm light in the sunset, and he began to practice the white fang blade technique. With all my comprehension, with all my martial arts in this life, with my startling wisdom, with my supreme dominance. System add points. The sunset crept over the mountains. The clouds in the sky showed orange and deep purple, and the river's surface reflected the colors of the sky. A delicate, exquisite, soft, fair maiden, who seemed not of this world, danced gracefully on the grass, his small face flushed with a thin layer of pink from the exercise, his small hand, holding the short sword, his delicate fingers nimbly adjusting the grip on the hilt. Jade-like little feet stepped barefoot on the grass. His body was supple, and between each sword and blade movement, there was an inexplicable allure. Kabuto stood under the tree watching the figure swinging the blade on the grass. He adjusted his glasses, and a hint of indulgence he himself didn't notice appeared in the smile at the corner of his mouth. Shursui sat cross-legged, not far away, leaning against an old tree. He raised his hand to touch his nose, forcing his gaze away from Fancheng's jade. He forced himself to stare at the blade. Staring at the blade was the right thing to do. This blade is so white. I know this hilt is so jade-like. Every swing of the blade seemed measured with a ruler, yet the transitions between the forms were incredibly free-spirited, not following any predetermined pattern. He didn't understand blade techniques much, but he understood another thing. Following a person like Fancheng, who was like a deity, would surely lead to the world of his dreams. Evening. The sun sank below the ridge, leaving only the last trace of afterglow. Fancheng sheathed his blade, breathing slightly heavily with a thin layer of sweat on his forehead, his white training uniform soaked through. He called up the panel and glanced at it. Hataki Sword Technique, 131-5000 Perfection. Proficiency had increased from 131 to 151, a gain of 20 points. Don't be fooled by the small number. But when a blade technique reaches the realm of perfection, it is no longer something that can be improved by closed-door training alone. The Hataki Sword Technique was a killing blade forged by Succubus from countless life-and-death battles. It required ample combat, seeking breakthroughs on the edge of life and death to gain a deeper understanding of the blade technique. Fancheng, relying on his startling talent, managed to boost his proficiency by 20 points in just one evening, without an opponent, without threat, without any external stimulus, simply by standing barefoot on the earth's veins. This was already an astonishing feat. Even if he encountered bottlenecks later at this rate, he could completely grind the proficiency to 5,000 like grinding tofu, before graduating at age 12, reaching the peak realm. That was the level of Konoha's white fang in his lifetime. By then he would be the second Hataki Sakomo, the only one now. After sheathing the blade, Bai Sheng walked up to Shui. Shui, the outside world, is now saying you've been missing for a long time, your fate unknown. Sometimes the dead are more useful than the living. You should stay out of sight for now. Use this information gap to extricate yourself from the vortex of the Uchiha clan and the village. Hide in the shadows and observe, looking for a breakthrough point. His breathing hadn't fully calmed, yet his small face flushed with post-exercise ruddiness. He sat cross-legged, and his two little feet naturally overlapped. Understood. Shui began the challenge of not looking there. Bai Sheng paused, narrowing his violet eyes. I suspect there has been an unidentified mysterious figure secretly instigating, even supporting the radical faction of the Uchiha clan. Otherwise they wouldn't be so arrogant as to launch a coup with only the strength of one clan. Either they've lost their minds, or someone has been feeding them reassurances behind the scenes. A mysterious figure. Shui pondered, his Sharingan slowly rotating in the twilight. Suddenly his expression shifted. The Nine Tails incident. That night, he was one of the first Uchiha ninjas to arrive at the scene. He saw it then. In the giant beast's enormous pupils, the reflection of a three-tomo Sharingan pattern was etched. Afterward, the Uchiha were suspected as the masterminds behind the Nine Tails incident. All clan members felt wronged at that time. He also felt it was unjust because no one in the clan admitted to having done such a thing. But if Shui merely knelt on one knee, pressed his right hand to his heart, and lowered his head. I understand, my lord. Bai Sheng's soft lips curved slightly, emitting a satisfied hum. It hadn't been easy. After 7.5 years of time travel, that is 3 times 2.5 years, he had finally accepted a beloved general willing to call him my lord. With that one address, all the hardships of receiving the female-oriented cheater system were worth it. Kabuto Yakushi was his strategist, science development expert, chief, secretary, personal bodyguard, and nanny all rolled into one. Uchiha Shui was the general and supreme military commander. 1 civil, 1 military, a 1 in the light, 1 in the shadows. Good times were about to roll. Say it a few more times, Shisua bro. Bai Sheng's violet cat-like eyes sparkled. He leaned forward, both small hands resting on his knees. He wanted to savor it a few more times. 7.5 years, a full 7.5 years. He had struggled through this damn ninja world, and finally hearing a proper my lord was something he needed to hear repeatedly to make up for all the suffering. My lord. Shui responded promptly. My lord, my lord, my lord, my lord, my lord, my lord, my lord. Bai Sheng. Something fell off, didn't it? Hajime Mizu, you brat, you didn't secretly give your uncle, Bai Sheng, any strange titles, did you? The moon rose over the treetops. The streets of Konoha grew quiet. A night breeze blew, carrying a hint of chill. Bai Sheng and Kabuto Yakushi walked shoulder to shoulder along the empty street, their footsteps distinctly audible. The streets are so quiet. Bai Sheng sighed. Shui had been temporarily stored in his void blissland fall. That independent space spanned over 100 li with mountains and water, undulating terrain, and even a few naturally formed streams. But there were few plants. Large expanses of bare loess and rocks gave it an especially desolate look. Over the past year, using sacrificial substitute body to disguise himself, he had sneaked in several times to plant some grains, vegetables, and precious medicinal herbs. Perhaps because the blessed land continuously produced spiritual energy, the plants inside matured extremely quickly and grew vigorously. Now the stockpiled food was enough for Shizui's use for quite a while. Once the outside world had fully anchored the news of Shizui's uncertain fate into he is dead, he would don the Qing Ming hidden immortal veil plus several more hoods to conceal his identity and secretly observe the movements around the Uchiha clan compound. As for Shizui's current combat power, that Mangekyo known as the Mirror of the Heart's Reflection had reopened. Perhaps because the state of mind at the time of awakening differed from before the new dojitsu was no longer Kodoame Tsukumi. It was still unclear what the dojitsu was, or even if it existed at all. But even without considering the dojitsu, the basic abilities of a Mangekyo were astonishing enough, not to mention the iconic Susanoo. With such power, even if he unluckily ran into the loitering Obito near the Uchiha compound, he could at least defend himself. Dinner is already prepared. The two arrived near the Hoshino residence, and Bai Sheng's small nose he looked up at Kabuto, his eyes curving into 2 beautiful arcs in the moonlight. Kabuto, come eat with us today too. Then he'll gladly accept. Kabuto smiled gently. Nominally, he was a ninja who only followed Bai Sheng's orders, but Bai Sheng treated him like a companion or an older brother. He often shared gifts with him, complained about trivial life matters, and confided things that made Bai Sheng unhappy, for instance many classmates giving him chocolates. Gradually, Kabuto had transformed from a habitually masked spy agent into an adept caretaker of children and a science-loving nanny-cum-secretary. Bai Sheng trusted him deeply. He had even revealed some of his extraordinary abilities to him. He had no way to repay that except by taking even more attentive care of and protecting this child, his lord, his highness. The first floor of the Hoshino residence was pitch black, the curtains drawn tightly. Baisheng reached out and pushed open the door. No sooner had he stepped inside. Pop! Streamers burst like fireworks inside the room. The living room blazed with light, and a dozen smiling faces simultaneously turned toward the entrance, shouting in unison, "Happy birthday! Baisheng, happy birthday! Happy birthday!" A crowd of people held party poppers beaming at him. At the center of the room stood a three-tiered. A flicker of surprise crossed Baisheng's face. In his past life, as an ambitious young man striving outside, he himself had lost track of his own birthday. But now, he looked around the room at everyone: Naruto, Kakashi, his father, mother, uncle Sakura, and also Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, even Hinata and Kiba Inuzuka had come. There were also several classmates who had good relationships with Baisheng, all dressed festively, crowded into the not very large living room. It seemed all his classmates had arrived. No, that wasn't right. A chill ran down Baisheng's neck. Something felt terribly off. He seemed to have forgotten something. "Shino Aburame, you're hiding in my house, and I ask you, where are you?" His pupils shifted, his brows furrowed, and he followed a gaze that pressed on him, like gravity, locking onto a corner of the ceiling beam. Finally, he spotted a boy in sunglasses. "Shino Aburame. Baisheng, you are the first person since I entered school to actively look at me." Shino's tone was unhurried, but a crystal teardrop, slowly sliding from the corner of his eye, betrayed him. Baisheng's mouth twitched. He paused for a second, then decided to ignore Shino. He turned to Naruto and Kakashi on the other side. "Big brother." Naruto rushed up to him, his blonde hair disheveled, scratching his head and laughing boisterously. "You didn't expect this, big brother? It was me who remembered your birthday, so I asked Kakashi-sensei to take me away this afternoon and secretly organize a birthday party for you." "Good going, Naruto." Baisheng felt both gratified and amused. Who said Naruto was an idiot? This level of scheming intelligence was far higher than the straightforward Sasuke right. Naruto put in a lot of effort. He personally invited almost everyone in the class. Kakashi stood by, arms crossed, one eye curving into a gentle crescent. Hee. Naruto puffed out his chest, his nose stuck up high. "Thanks, Naruto." Baisheng reached out and stroked Naruto's golden hair, feeling like a father seeing his son finally grown up enough to honor his parents. A faint doggy scent. When Baisheng withdrew his fingers, a few shed golden hairs clung to his palm. He stared at the strands for a moment, silent. Then he nonchalantly extended his villainous little hand and wiped them on Kakashi's clothing as if nothing had happened. Kakashi hummed a tune and took a large step forward, deftly foiling Baisheng's sneaky plan. Suddenly, a figure wrapped in black cloth appeared at the entrance. Danzo Shimura, wearing an exquisite black velvet robe and leaning on a cane, walked toward Baisheng with a stern and rigid demeanor. Baisheng looked up. Danzo strode quickly before him, looking down at him with a straight face. The old face, covered in wrinkles and bandages, slowly forced out a smile. A smile that Danzo believed to be affable, but was actually extremely frightening. A ferocious and terrifying, benevolent grin. "Happy birthday, Baisheng. Your master has also come to join in the fun." "Wow. Wow, mama. Is this a human?" The consequences of that terrifying smile were undoubtedly. Several classmates were so frightened that they stepped back repeatedly, and one timid girl had already reddened eyes. Baisheng was also struggling to maintain his composure. "Shimura, Danzo came to celebrate my birthday. Am I dreaming? But after all, he is a dog master with a year of affection. Danzo's investment in him was genuine. This is true investment. After all, a disciple doesn't mind a master's flaws." Baisheng smiled, playfully, slightly squinting his eyes, and greeted. "Thank you, Teacher Danzo. Do you have a gift for me?" "You could guess that. It seems we master and disciple are quite in tune." Danzo smiled mischievously and pulled out a long box from behind. He solemnly presented the box to Baisheng and slowly opened it. "This is a chakra-conducting weapon crafted for you by a master craftsman from the land of iron, a blade that can change its length that the users will name Ice Fong. I can't provide you with more help in the sword techniques you like, so this Ice Fong is my birthday gift to you." Baisheng took the long box and opened it. Inside lay a simple-looking short blade. The blade was slightly narrower than a standard ninja short knife, with a smooth flowing curve. The hilt was engraved with a small character for Bai. The blade emitted a silvery blue cold light, without chakra input. Baisheng's mouth dropped open, and his eyes nearly sparkled with astonishment. The light of humanity, cough. Danzo, this person, he didn't even know how to describe. He was truly bad, but he was also genuinely kind to him. Well, from now on I'll try to make sure Danzo doesn't make the same mistake repeatedly, leaving a decent conclusion. After all, he is a good friend of humanity. Crossed out. "Danzo, you're here in person?" Baisheng's father, Hoshino Saikaku, finally snapped back to reality from his shock and hurriedly approached to converse with Danzo. In his year as the dean at the ninja school, he had no connection with the roots, but Danzo's name was known to everyone. Having such a revered figure become half of his son's mentor, and even personally attend his son's birthday, made him both proud and nervous as a father. Danzo was also friendly towards Baisheng's family. He was invited by Hoshino Saikaku to take the main seat. Believing he had solidified his status as a mentor, a carefree smile unconsciously appeared on his wrinkled face. Big brother, quickly make a birthday wish. Naruto pushed over a 3-tier cake with 7 colorful candles already lit. We're quite curious about what wish Fancheng will make. Sakura and Ino leaned in with the 2 girls lying beside the cake, their eyes filled with anticipation. Of course, more cake. Choji had already placed his little stomach on a nearby table to save effort. Why not wish for world peace? It could save a lot of trouble. Shikamaru-yan stood up from the sofa and walked over to the cake. How about raising a puppy? Inuzuka Kiba suggested, with Akamaru barking twice in his arms. I think. Shino saw that it was finally his turn to speak, coughed lightly, and prepared himself, feeling a thrill of excitement. He had rehearsed at least 5 blessing phrases in his mind, each word carefully considered down to the choice of individual particles. Just as he was about to speak. Alright, what wish big brother makes is his own freedom. Don't drag things out. Naruto's boisterous voice suppressed all opinions. Everyone present laughed and shifted their gazes. Dozens of eyes were fixed on Fancheng, and the candle flames danced warmly in his eyes. Fancheng looked at the lively crowd, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. After spending so much time together, he had developed deep feelings for his family in this world, and everyone he had come into contact with. Having painstakingly used his golden finger to gain power, part of his wish was also to protect those he cared about. May such days never end. Fancheng closed his eyes, placing his hands over his heart. He solemnly made his first wish in his heart, then opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and blew with all his might. All 7 candles extinguished. Applause and cheers erupted simultaneously in the living room. Fancheng smiled, suddenly struck with inspiration. So he closed his eyes again, making a supplement in his heart. May I grow taller when I grow up. May I become a handsome and dashing man in the future. Swoosh. 1 candle suddenly reignited. Fancheng paused for a moment. He took a breath and blew forcefully again. Swoosh. The candle extinguished for 2 seconds, then reignited, the flame larger than before. Fancheng's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and blew once more. Swoosh. The candle extinguished and then continued to burn, even swaying left and right as if shaking its head at him. Oh world, I test your QR code, pure smile. Wind release. Happy birthday. Seeing that things were going awry, Shikamaru sensed trouble was imminent, and swiftly dashed forward, accurately snuffing out the candle that was in a battle of wits with Fancheng and throwing it out the window. Happy birthday. Everyone shouted together, their voices nearly lifting the roof off. Sakura and Ino took the chance to smear cream on each other while Choji had already started cutting the cake. Naruto snatched the strawberry from the top of the first piece of cake and eagerly handed it to Fancheng. Fancheng took the strawberry, took a bite, and felt a bit better. Alright then. This result is also somewhat satisfying. As night deepened, the lively atmosphere receded like the tide, leaving only a floor strewn with streamers and a pile of empty plates. Fancheng propped up his slightly swollen belly, having been fed cake by Naruto, Kakashi, and others he couldn't refuse. Returning to his room, he hugged a soft, fluffy teddy bear, sinking into the covers. Outside, the moonlight was cold, and a distant bark of a dog echoed before falling silent. He turned over, burying his face in the teddy bear's belly, his eyelids growing heavy. Then a flash of white light appeared before him. Who threw that flash? Fancheng abruptly opened his eyes, scanning his surroundings, his pupils slightly dilated. Beneath his feet lay a desolate silvery white ground. It resembled an ancient pockmarked mineral surface covered in dust. Above him there was no sky, no clouds, only a massive blue-green celestial body, quietly suspended in the pitch-black universe, slowly rotating. Earth. He was standing on the moon. What happened? Fancheng felt somewhat bewildered. He looked at the system only to see the text King of Contracts on his personal panel pulsing slightly. King of Contracts, when you were young you once saved a dying natural-born king who remembered your violet cat-like eyes and vowed to become your sworn king. Suddenly another figure appeared. A black-haired boy stood at a distance of less than 20 steps from him, looking bewildered on the silvery white wasteland. The boy appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, with long black hair cascading to his shoulders and an odd pattern on his forehead. He wore a high-collared white uniform of the Hyuga clan with a slender figure, but at this moment, he seemed lost. Hello. Fancheng raised a small hand in greeting. The Hyuga boy looked down and glanced over. Hyuga Habarashi Otsutsuki Habarashi 34, what a cute child. In that moment, he seemed to see a lion hidden in the boy's eyes. Fancheng, so, whose unfortunate child is this? So is he now following a little demon script? Why has his King of Contracts turned out this way? Hyuga Yukimura felt extremely unfortunate. As a child, he was actually a scion of the main family, a branch in the eyes of the branch family. He was one of the small elite at the pinnacle of the Hyuga clan. However, he did not enjoy this glory alone. For when he was 3 years old, his father, an elder of the main family, and the branch family's commanding officer, was assassinated in the Land of Water. Only one white eye was saved while the other was taken by the Umbu of the Mist Village. His father's death, his lineage was stripped of its status due to the loss of the white eye, and their name was erased from the family tree, reducing them to a branch family. 3 months after his father's death, his mother followed him into death, unable to bear the grief. The family assets were retained. However, considering his young age, these assets were assigned to his father's brother, his uncle who adopted him. This allowed his uncle's family to move into a large house, dressing in luxurious clothes and indulging in extravagance. Yet life as a dependent was far from easy. His aunt scolded him as a worthless being, claiming his father was a criminal, and he, a son of a criminal, was a waste of air in life and land in death. His uncle would silently sit beside them, smoking occasionally, shaking his head with a sigh. Every clan member deliberately ignored him. No one greeted him while walking through the clan grounds, and no one looked at him. He became a pillar of shame. Simply existing made everyone uncomfortable. He had thought about retorting, but his mom and dad were no longer there. No one would stand by his side, no one would listen to him, and no one would comfort him with a gentle touch on his head saying it's okay. No one would treat him better. So he slowly, bit by bit, began to accept this reality. Hyuga Yukimura was just a sinner, a worthless being lacking presence, an unnecessary person. In the future, he would likely join some mixed team from a foreign clan, being used as cannon fodder for the most dangerous missions. Then he would encounter strong enemies and die alone like a maggot in some stinking ditch without a name. No one would remember him, and no one would cry for him. This was fine too, at least he wouldn't trouble anyone. Holding on to this self-evident, yet nearly numb thought, he arrived in this dreamland. The ground beneath his feet was a silver-white, endless desert. Above him hung a massive blue-green planet. A child appeared before him. With violet eyes and long golden hair reaching the ground, his skin was as pale as if molded from moonlight. He wore a white robe, his small, delicate feet bare, stepping on the lunar dust without a speck of dirt. That small face was exquisitely beautiful to a degree that was difficult to comprehend, so enchanting that it made one forget to breathe, almost supernatural in its allure. Hyuga Yukimura was uncertain whether this child truly existed. At the moment he laid eyes on the child, the loneliness that had permeated his heart since he could remember suddenly melted away in silence. He even had an inexplicable thought, as if they were meant to be siblings. Baisheng stood still, quietly watching the black-haired boy before him. Hyuga Yukimura, Otsutsuki Yukimura, 34. What a cute child. 65. But for the sake of my sister. But for the sake of my sister. What is this situation? His king of contracts, the system-designated brother position, the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Yukimura, should theoretically be a being at the pinnacle of the ninja world. How did he become such a pitiful sight, corrupted by Jiangnin's will? Is there no superior will to help the blue-faced beast? This is so disappointing. The king of contracts with such prestige, yet still a pitiful child. This is simply outrageous. How could there be such a king? Baisheng took a long time to suppress his urge to scoff. With his small white feet on the lunar soil, he put his hands behind his back, took a step forward, tilted his head, and said with a sprightly smile, "Hello, brother." Hyuga Yukimura's body visibly trembled. He took a half step back and then forced himself to stand still. His white eyes scanned Baisheng's face several times, his lips moving. "You. Who are you?" Baisheng smiled slightly, his mind racing. "My name is Hyuga Yui. I am your little brother." Yukimura was momentarily stunned at these words, then laughed out loud. "You mean the son of my uncle? He's just a guy whose body is developing into a square shape. If you want to trick me, at least choose someone better." Baisheng was silent for a moment. Is there really a person named Hyuga Yui? It couldn't be the Otsutsuki Yui, right? Yes, could it be? No, it can't be. After hearing this, Baisheng felt like dying, but death wasn't scary. It was a refreshing summer night. So he quickly became angry and laughed. It must be that evil Otsutsuki Yui noticed the abnormal reincarnation of Otsutsuki Yukimura, so he personally went to the scene, transforming into Hyuga Yui, lurking beside Yukimura to observe closely. However, the theory of reincarnation is mysterious and profound. The reincarnation body of Hyuga Yukimura clearly has no memories of his past life, not even knowing who he is, just a pitiful child bent by reality. Otsutsuki Yui may not have genuinely reincarnated his complete soul into Hyuga Yui. It's more likely he merely crafted a similar flower, placing a camera beside Yukimura to monitor his younger brother's situation. As for himself, his original soul likely still sits deep in the Pure Land, gazing down upon the entire ninja world with those Rinnegan eyes. Thus, when dealing with Hyuga Yukimura, he could train him recklessly like Shursui. It must be done quietly. His goal was clear: to use this original character who had remained dormant and never directly engaged in the history of the ninja world, the ancestor of the Hyuga clan, the second son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the first person under the Sage of Six Paths, his good brother, Otsutsuki Yukimura. There's no rush for other means. Tonight, let's properly introduce ourselves and cultivate feelings. Let's unleash all sorts of peculiar and strange female-oriented golden fingers. Deceive you. Brother. Baisheng looked up slightly at Hyuga Yukimura. His eyes glistened with tears, the violet orbs glimmering with a layer of moisture, his soft lips trembling gently, a sorrowful expression crossing his face. You truly do not remember the past. His tone was soft, as if reciting a long-forgotten nursery rhyme. The flames of water, the ice of the earth, the sands of the snowfield, the myriad rivers and mountains, and the boundless ocean. Enough. Hyuga Yukimura suddenly covered his head, crying out in pain. The non-existent memories seemed to have increased. You have even forgotten the promise. But I remember. Baisheng's voice came from a head trembling slightly, like a small cat abandoned and shivering. A single tear quietly slid down, resting at the corner of his mouth. You said as long as we can survive, you would be willing to accompany me to see the myriad rivers and mountains. I still remember. Brother. Wait. Hyuga Yukimura abruptly lifted his head. He saw Baisheng's body starting to fade, color peeling away layer by layer. I still remember. He hurriedly reached out his hand, stretching toward Baisheng. Yui no bai. No. Don't die, don't die. Just as his fingers touched Baisheng, the entire world shattered. The night was as dark as ink. The small courtyard of the Hyuga clan fell into silence. Hyuga Yukimura suddenly sprang up from the tatami, one hand reaching toward the pitch-black ceiling, fingers still extended. Moonlight seeped through the gaps of the old window. The room was quiet, filled only with his heavy breathing. His face was wet. Tears were streaming down his cheeks, dripping onto his knees. Bye. His lips moved, voice hoarse. Who exactly are you? Good morning, Konoha. Last night's Uchiha clan massacre lottery. The event hasn't started yet. Sunlight seeped through the curtains. Baisheng yawned as he descended the stairs with bare feet. In the dining room, Naruto was already seated at the table, wrestling with a bowl of miso soup. Baisheng sat down across from him, taking the freshly served rice from his mother and eating in small bites. There was no rush to advance Hinata Yumura's matter. He needed to observe first. For now, he could only interrogate him through the dreams of the king of contracts. Any other abnormal real-world contact would likely draw the attention of his prisoned elder brother Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Baisheng had no intention of exposing himself to Six Paths level surveillance, just to recruit Yumura early. Fortunately, once Hinata Yumura, this king, was fully developed, he would be guaranteed to become a Six Paths level combatant with the Tensigen. Even if it took until the late game to graduate, at least he wouldn't fall behind the meta. After breakfast, Baisheng and Naruto changed into light training clothes and began jogging along the village's main road. As a shinobi, taijutsu training was the foundation of foundations. When on a mission against ordinary bandits who weren't even ninja, fists and elbows were the best weapons to conserve chakra. Baisheng had a clear understanding of his current taijutsu. A body at chunin level combined with the perfected foundation of Hitaki Kenjutsu meant he feared no chunin in close combat. But physical stamina had no upper limit. A little more saved was always good. The morning breeze threaded through the alleys, carrying the aroma from several breakfast stalls. The streets gradually filled with people. A few early rising uncles and aunties shopping for groceries noticed Baisheng. Good morning, Baisheng. Good morning, Uncle Auric. You're out running early, Baisheng. The passers-by saw Baisheng and naturally also saw the golden-haired demon fox following behind him. On one side was a deep-rooted prejudice. On the other, Baisheng's face was simply impossible to dislike. Their left brains began warring with their right brains. In the end, the adorable thing won out, and they selectively ignored Naruto, greeting only Baisheng. Baisheng responded with a smile, his voice clear and gentle. His handsome face, plus the affinity cheat, which added a base 50 points of goodwill, had always made him popular among the villagers. Bullying from ruffians. I'm also a part of Konoha, one of these hundreds of thousands. How come I don't feel it? Just then an uncle named Yul, whom Baisheng remembered, waved at him. Baisheng, remember this. What you love is... Well, he felt it now. Yo, Sasuke. Why are you everywhere, you stinky Sasuke? Naruto folded his arms behind his head, pouting. After completing a lap around Konoha, Baisheng and Naruto turned a corner and collided with Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi, who were heading toward the training ground. You're the one who's haunting me. Sasuke gritted his teeth and shot back at Naruto, then turned to Baisheng, staring at his bare feet with curiosity. Baisheng, why aren't you wearing shoes? I'm just training my control over the ice release. Baisheng walked with bare feet, each step conjuring a thin layer of ice crystals that formed like transparent ginkgo leaves. It insulated him from dirt and gravel. The cold layers stimulated his tender soles, making him involuntarily curl his toes, but his pace did not slow. That ice layer was also considered surface under the judgment of Jade Foot Earth Center, so the 50 bonus from the Earth Vein to his talent did not disappear. Thus he had prepared a perfect explanation. From now on, if anyone asked why he was barefoot, he would say it was to practice fine control over the ice release Kekkei Genkai. Barefoot. It's a matter of ice release Kekkei Genkai. How could it be called barefoot? You wouldn't understand if you don't train ice release. Is that so? Sasuke scratched his head in confusion, then lowered his voice slightly. Baisheng, sorry about yesterday. Something came up at home, and I couldn't make it to your birthday party. It's fine. Your own matters must be more important. Baisheng waved his hand with a sincere smile. He might not remember exactly how many people came to the party or who they were, but he remembered perfectly who didn't show up. But he wasn't going to use that as a prank. That was too childish. After all, his magnanimity matched that of Tang Xuanhuang proudly. All right. Sasuke's tone suddenly rose, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. I feel like I've improved a lot recently. Want to have a rematch? That hilarious battle for the top spot a year ago still stung. Sasuke had sworn to bide his time and wait for the right moment. Now, relying on the increased chakra and perception from his Sharingan, he had mastered a large number of low-level practical jutsu. But however gratifying his own progress was, Baisheng's advancement made him far more anxious. Under Shimura Danzo's genuine cultivation, Baisheng's strength had not only soared but advanced swiftly. In truth, every time Sasuke felt he had improved and was terrifyingly strong, he would challenge Baisheng confidently to erase his past shame, only to be utterly defeated. But fortunes change. 3 years on the East Bank, 3 days on the West. Shouldn't he get to taste victory once? Not this time, not next time either. Baisheng smiled reluctantly. A mere Genin-level Sasuke. Could you please stop using your face to elbow your Uncle Baisal's? He was barefoot now. All right, Sasuke, don't interrupt Baisheng and Naruto's training. Let's go to the training ground too. Itachi gently patted Sasuke's head. Then he looked up at Baisheng and Naruto, a warm smile curling at his lips. Baisheng, Naruto, see you later. Talk another time. See you, brother Itachi. See you. Both Baisheng and Naruto waved. Baisheng noticed that Itachi's expression was as grim as if he had lost his elder brother, which he indeed had. Oh no, Shui wasn't dead yet. He was now settling in Baisheng's Void Realm blessed land. But Itachi didn't know that. From Itachi's perspective, Shui had already jumped into the Naka River, leaving behind only one Sharingan and his final wish. To forge a good ending for the Uchiha, Shui was patiently waiting for his opportunity in the blessed land, bearing the weight of both the village elders and the entire Uchiha clan. Thousands of people, all on his shoulders. The fact that he could still find time to play with Sasuke was already a miracle. The two continued running. They passed through the back alley of the Ninja Academy and circled the small plaza at the foot of the Hokage Rock. When they approached the Hinata clan's estate, Baisheng saw a grand procession stopped at the main gate from afar. 10 servants carried an exquisitely decorated palanquin, the curtains embroidered with a noble family crest that glittered. At the front of the procession, a middle-aged man who looked like a steward was speaking with a few Hinata clan members. You are here to decline the engagement. Indeed, the Lord considers the previous betrothal between the young lady and Yumurasama somewhat inappropriate. So we asked the Hinata. No, you've come at the perfect time. This coward fears death. As a descendant of a criminal, he dares not take his own life. He needs you to give him a push. Baisheng caught most of the conversation. In his heart, he silently lit a candle. This second brother of his really was a bit too unlucky. Xuanhuang World felt even more unfortunate. Inside the main hall of the clan, several white-haired elders of the main family sat at the head with representatives from various branch families lining both sides. Even Xuanhuang World, who rarely showed himself, was seated in the master's seat. The crowd extended from the hall to the corridors on both sides, all turning their gazes toward him in unison, as if watching a play. Because he had been jilted. The engagement his father had arranged before his death. Today the other party had come to call it off. Xuanhuang World felt a pang of shock and indescribable bitterness. Shouldn't they have asked for his opinion first? Shouldn't they have sent a secret letter, arranged a quiet place, and discussed it privately? Why had they brought him before the entire Hyuga clan and turned this into a spectacle? And why did they ignore him? Why had they brought him out again to humiliate him publicly, to let others take amusement? He stood in the center of the hall, the surrounding gazes piercing him like countless needles from all directions. Some covered their mouths and snickered, some shook their heads and sighed, some simply averted their eyes, as if even one more glance at him would stain their white pupils. He had fantasized countless times. One day a beautiful, adorable young lady of noble birth would descend from the heavens with a large retinue of ninja subordinates whose icy auras could terrify people to death. She would firmly tell him and everyone present he was actually a great celestial being from above. As long as he wished, with just a little push, he could break free from his shackles, leap over the dragon's gate, and become a colossal being who cherished life. Damn it, with his own strength, he could invigorate the entire world. He had only become ordinary because he descended to the mortal realm. Now the world needed him to be saved, and they wanted to take him back for this and that. But it was impossible. Each time the fantasy dissipated, the cold reality only made him shudder more. He was still that detestable Xuanhuang World, loathed by everyone. Clan members both wanted to step on him and feared they might actually tread on him. He was that pile of dog shit. Suddenly, business. Seal off the entire hall. A sharp shout cut through all the whispers in the hall. Several ninja wearing umbu masks and standard black armor surged into the hall from all directions. A stifling murderous aura spread through the air. What? The umbu have stormed in. Calm down. We Hyuga are not the Uchiha. We have always been law-abiding, fully supporting all the Hokage's decisions. The umbu will not trouble us. The clan members chattered in disarray, but most remained composed. The Hyuga were different from the Uchiha. Since the founding of the village, the Hyuga had been steadfast supporters of the Hokage, never participating in any political games. This was the greatest foundation of their position as the second most powerful clan in Konoha. Xuanhuang furrowed his brow. He sat upright in the master's seat, his gaze piercing through the masks of those umbu members. These were not umbu. This was Root. As the clan head of the second most powerful family in Konoha, he knew that there were actually two umbu in the village. What was Xuanhuang doing here at a time like this? Just as he and the others were filled with uncertainty, a figure stepped out from among the Root ninja. His black hair reached his waist, his bangs parted to both sides, revealing a smooth, full forehead. A pair of purple eyes shimmered with moisture, his features exquisitely beautiful beyond description. He was barefoot, his small feet like white jade. With each step, a thin layer of frost formed beneath his soles, imprinting a fleeting icy leaf on the floor. The Root ninjas naturally dispersed on both sides of him. He met everyone's gaze traversing the hall. He passed through those startled, confused, incredulous white pupils and walked straight up to Xuanhuang. Let's go. The divine child looked up at him earnestly. His smile was pure and warm as if bathed in a gold. He reached out his hand to Yutsuin, his tender 5 fingers slightly spread, and said softly in a voice audible to all, Yutsuin. Brother. What? Yutsuin was stunned. He looked down at the child who only reached his chest. Let's go. The child spoke again, his tone gentle and resolute. Come with me. But Yutsuin involuntarily swept his gaze around. Those clan members who usually looked at him coldly were now all trembling in silence. Stop wasting words. The child, like a holy light, blinked his eyes, the golden glow quivering faintly. Didn't we make a pact? When all the dust settles, you shall become my blade. My king's mount. Fancheng silently added the last 2 words, in his heart a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The title King of the Covenant was too lame, making him sound like some princess. In comparison, King's mount was far better. At least it sounded like he was the one riding others. He just hoped that Yutsuin wasn't a steed that would bring disaster. He took Yukin's hand, gripping it firmly, then turned and, facing all kinds of stairs, stepped out of the Hyuga ancestral hall one by one. Stop! Xuanhuang could no longer bear it. He stood up from his seat, a flicker of anger in his white pupils. No matter whether these were umbu or Root. To take away a Hyuga clan member in public during the clan's assembly was a direct trampling of the Hyuga's dignity. Was this Hyuga clan ruled by you or by me? He took a step forward, about to speak. Humph. A barely audible cold snort came from a corner of the hall. Xuanhuang's footsteps halted. There stood Xuanhuang in the corner, his single eye fixed. The fear once instilled by Xuanhuang's immense Root organization resurfaced. Xuanhuang was silent for a moment, then sat back down. However, another white-haired elder of the main family was not so calm. As one of the representatives of the main family's conservative faction, a faithful feudalistic warrior, what he valued most in life was the absolute control of the Hyuga main family over the branch families. Rebellion. Rebellion. A Hyuga branch member dares defy the main family. This old man will. A hint of ferocity flashed in his white pupils, and his hands rapidly formed seals, the control technique of the caged bird. Red magician. Fancheng glanced back at him. A red-robed youth, unseen by everyone, appeared behind him. His figure was slender, his face delicate and beautiful. Amidst a wave of dancing heat, he stepped lightly and flew before the main family elder. Extending a small, fair, and exquisite hand, he gently placed it on the elder's hands that were still forming seals. Hiss! A blaze of fire instantly ignited those hands. The main family elder let out a scream and fell backward onto the ground. But no one looked at him. All eyes were on the doorway. Yutsuin stared at the small hand holding his. He looked down at the back of the black-haired child, who only reached his waist, at the long hair, dyed golden brown. He wanted to say something, but his throat felt blocked as if by something. Your favorability with Yutsuin Daitanya Yutsuin has increased to 100. Your blade rewarding cheat. Substitute Death Body Remnant. Obtain a false body that can replace death. Once bind by injecting blood, a fragment of soul can be infused to remotely control the false body, perfectly simulating the original, for up to 3 days. Detected possession of 2 Substitute Death Body Remnant. Initiating cheat fusion. Obtain cheat. Realm Substitute Death Body Remnant. Realm Substitute Death Body Remnant. New function. No matter the distance, the original and false body can swap positions once per day. Each swap counts as 1 recharge, extending the disguise duration by 3 days. The system panel's prompt faded. Baisheng narrowed his amethyst eyes, a smile uncontrollably curling at the corners of his mouth. Realm Substitute Death Body Remnant. After the fusion of the two cheats, a new function emerged: remote control and distance ignoring spatial swap. Though the spatial swap could only be triggered once per day. But once a day was more than enough as a life-saving trump card. He had never intended to use it as a regular mobility skill. No, wait. Hold on. The smile on Baisheng's small face suddenly froze. A thought struck him. Since the cheats had a synthesis function, and since Substitute Death Body Remnant could make a comeback, didn't that mean those options he had abandoned before the cheats, whose names alone made his scalp crawl, could they perhaps reappear before him one day through some method? 10 at one birth. Wifely Saint Constitutions. Overbearing master fell in love with me. Each and every one was a severe malady level, their grotesque effects stunning, all their terrifying little quirks making his very soul tremble. Are you kidding me? Please system, no comebacks. Even if they must return, at least give me a function to uninstall. Please. System busy, try again later. Baisheng. Baisheng stared at that line of text, silent. He suddenly felt a little wistful. His life was like treading on thin ice. When he reached the other side, would he still be a good boy? A good man? Baisheng expressionlessly flicked the system a mental middle finger, then closed the panel. Firelight cast shadows on the stone walls, and the scent of earth mixed with rust greeted him, as always. Baisheng led Rishiang Yuzuan to root. He glanced up at Yuzuan, whose expression was dazed. The black-haired youth followed half a step behind, his white eyes still lingering in bewilderment, like a fledgling eagle at a loss. Seeing his good second brother so unhappy, Baisheng suddenly felt much better. Sin. Aim. But truth be told, this second brother of his was really pitiful. He was snatched by the system to be reincarnated into the ninja world, and had to endure all the frustrating cliché plot lines, the backdrop of any power fantasy, each one tailored solely for him. And the world's plot couldn't be skipped. He truly had eaten sure to his heart's content. But no matter. Now his good little brother, namely him Xingye Baisheng, had brought him to root, a place full of sunlight, cheer, and ease. Wasn't life getting better now? Yuzuan. Bro. Baisheng stopped, his amethyst eyes glinting in the candlelight. Yuzuan was a full 2 heads taller. He had to look up to meet those unfocused white eyes. Is there anything you want to ask? Do we know each other? Rishiang Yuzuan scratched the back of his head, black hair slipping through his fingers. Why did you help me? And in the shrine you said promise. I don't remember. Can't I help if we don't know each other? Baisheng tilted his head, his tone as flat as if he were stating the weather. Everyone needs help sometimes. I used to be teased for being called a girl, so I know how it feels to be ignored and bullied. Because he had been caught in the rain, should he hold an umbrella for others? Yuzuan looked at the child who barely reached his abdomen. Amethyst eyes cat-like, clear as water in the candlelight. A face so exquisite it surpassed the most beautiful porcelain doll, adorned with a gentle smile. His bare jade-like feet stood on the stone floor, a thin layer of frost gathering beneath them. Suddenly, all the questions themselves seemed unimportant. He didn't need to know why, he only needed to know someone had reached out. At his most helpless and desperate moment, pulled him out of the mire. That was the answer. Wait. He caught a disturbing detail. What do you mean by everyone said you were a girl, so you felt bullied? Is that right? Yuzuan opened his mouth. But seeing Baisheng's face full of naturalness, he swallowed his words. From now on you'll live en route. Someone will arrange a room for you. As for the future, Baisheng called up Yukin's exclusive panel that unlocked after binding with the Pledge King, scanning it quickly. Name Rishiang Yuzuan, awakened. Gender male. Rank E legendary genin. Bloodline immortal, body sealed Tensigen sealed. Evaluation body of the 6 paths on par with the genin. Note immortal body and immortal eye are unsealing. The stronger the strength, the faster the unsealing. The faster the unsealing, the stronger the strength. Baisheng stared at that evaluation again and again. The stronger, the faster the unsealing. The faster the unsealing, the stronger the strength. Wasn't this the 9 dragons pulling a coffin? No, the 9 dragons' sacred body of the bodybuilding world. Hey, I have an idea. Baisheng stroked his small, smooth chin, raising one index finger. Yuzuan bro, give me your notebook. Oh, Yuzuan happened to have a notebook and handed it over. Your physique is too weak. He'll give you a dietary supplement list. Have someone fetch it later and use it all tonight. Baisheng took the notebook, flipped to a blank page, grabbed the brush on the table, and started writing furiously. 1,000-year-old wild ginseng, wild royal jelly, human-shaped fleece flower root, cheese, snow, leopard, massive protein powder. All melted into one pot. This is a bit too valuable. Yuzuan leaned in to glance at the list. There's more. Baisheng didn't look up, continuing to write. Add anadrol, trenbolone, winstrol. I don't worry about the names. Basically a bunch of drugs that make your muscle fibers tear and rebuild at maximum speed, all injected. Body refinement, 3 parts training, 7 parts diet. The remaining 90 parts rely on drugs. In short, it was a full set of drug combinations that could explosively stimulate physical growth, but would severely damage liver and kidney metabolism. Even Danzo wouldn't dare to abuse his root cannon fodder like this. After all, recruiting for root had costs. If someone broke down from drugs, they were done for. If any of these promising agents infiltrated the regular forces and during a mission had a sudden inspiration, accidentally or intentionally, to help the enemy wipe out their own squad, the losses would be huge. But Baisheng dared. You ask if he fears Rixiang Yukin's lips turning purple, blood pressure spiking, and eyes rolling back as he ascends to cholesterol planet. Then I ask you, does an ordinary root member have an immortal body? Is an ordinary root member a reincarnation of the Six Paths level? As long as Yutsuin gets the shots, his body will be forced to break through limits by the drugs. With each increase in strength, the immortal body automatically unseals a step. With each unsealing, recovery improves. With better recovery, he can withstand stronger drugs and harsher shots. With harsher shots, strength increases again. This was a perfect shortcut, like stepping on the left foot and then the right spiraling upward. As for whether this process leaves behind some trivial minor ailments, that didn't matter. Compared to a Six Paths level combat power with a fully awakened Tensigen, this price was barely a drizzle. After all, the sharp end wasn't on Baisheng's head. Evening. Rixiang Yutsuin returned from the root underground training ground to the room assigned to him that day. He watched as the items on the list were brought before him one by one. Instinct told him, this child, named Baisheng, would never harm him. At his most helpless, desperate, and wretched moment, this person descended from the sky, took his hand, and dragged him out of hell. So even if Baisheng toyed with him like a dog, he would savor it. Besides, he believed Baisheng couldn't possibly do that. He was different. First, belief. Belief required no reason. Yutsuin picked up a bowl of mixed medicinal paste and downed it in one gulp. A scorching stream of energy exploded, surging through his meridians into every limb. He could feel every muscle fiber being torn apart by that power, then stitched back together. Every breath was accompanied by the faint crackling of bones. Then, he picked up a syringe and a glass tube, without hesitation drove it into a vein in his arm. A surging hot current rushed through his bloodstream, spreading through his entire body. His heart pounded twice, then steadied like a recalibrated engine. The swelling ache of muscles and the stretching itch of bones erupted simultaneously. He gritted his teeth, but the corners of his mouth curled upward. What a rush! He grabbed another handful of pills, stuffed them into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. A fiery sting shot straight to his brain. He shook his head, feeling a slight itch in his skull. Must be an illusion. Never expected this drug taking to be such a delight. But the top of my head feels a bit itchy, though that's unlikely. Yutsuin looked down at the remaining bottles and jars on the table, his white eyes blazing with unprecedented heat. He only regretted being born over a decade too late to meet Baisheng. That day, the Konoha bodybuilding circle gained a newcomer. Unbeknownst to all, several more months slipped by. The incident involving Hyuga Hizashi had long subsided. Some members of the Hyuga clan had initially intended to appeal to the third Hokage, even making a scene at the Hokage Tower to demand an explanation. After all, Root's outright seizure of individuals from within a ninja clan, regardless of how one looked at it, violated established principles. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen, the very embodiment of those principles, declared Hakusei and Root are doing quite well. I have no objections, children. With the Hokage himself expressing no objections, what else could the Hyuga clan do? They could hardly storm the Hokage Tower and seize the throne for themselves. After all, it was merely a worthless branch family. They conceded. Within the Uchiha clan grounds, the twilight hues of dusk enshrouded the entire compound in a veil of darkness. 13-year-old Uchiha Itachi, clad in the standard ANBU uniform, crouched atop a utility pole. Slowly, he opened his blood-red eyes, his gaze piercing across the rooftops to settle on a few Uchiha clansmen chatting below. Don't you think? Uchiha Itachi has been growing increasingly brutal lately. At the last clan meeting, he looked at us as if we were already dead. He's been the Hokage's lapdog for ages. ANBU squad leader, what a grand title. He treats the Hokage with more reverence than his own father. I'm convinced that Shursui was murdered by his own hand. How else could it be such a coincidence? The moment Shursui vanished, he silently continued his role as ANBU squad leader. Keep your voice down. Don't let Uchiha Itachi hear you. Even if he does, what then? The Uchiha compound is the safest place in all of Konoha. Surely Uchiha Itachi wouldn't commit murder within the Uchiha grounds. He is after all an Uchiha. That's a terrifying thought. Still, Uchiha Itachi is a member of the Uchiha clan, the biological son of clan leader Fugaku. He is the Hokage ANBU today, and he'll be the Hokage ANBU for life. Deep down, he's no longer an Uchiha. Sai the Hokage. Sai the third. One by one, the clansmen dispersed, leaving the alleyway to fall back into silence. Uchiha Itachi clenched his fist, his nails digging into his palm. He closed his eyes and let out a When one truly desires to change the world, only then does one realize how insignificant an individual's power truly is. He had tried at clan meetings to warn his father of the direction events were taking with the most tactful of words. He had tried in ANBU meetings to buy the Uchiha time, using the most restrained of phrasing. None of it had worked. The clan did not trust him. The village did not trust him. Both sides regarded him as the other's man, and both sides saw him as a traitor. Time had run out. Ever since Shizui's death, the Uchiha's rebellious sentiment had grown ever fiercer. His father's speeches at clan meetings grew shorter and more silent. Even some of the previously moderate neutral clansmen were swept along, leaning toward the radical faction. They began to hold frequent secret meetings, even in the beer hall. They discussed when to strike, who would take the Hokage's head, and how to deal with the other villages after controlling Konoha. Every one of these plans was built upon the illusion of the Sharingan's invincibility. Little did they know the village had long been on guard. ANBU and Root's covert operatives were already stationed near the Uchiha compound. Should conflict erupt, even if the Uchiha by some miracle succeeded in a surprise attack using the Sharingan to defeat the village's high command, the other villages would then ignite the flames of war across the entire land of fire. When that happened, the Uchiha included, everyone would cease to exist. Within the entire Uchiha clan, not a single person except him saw this clearly. His capacity for tolerance had been utterly exhausted by this clan. For the sake of the village, and for Sasuke, and for the name of the Uchiha clan, to be reviled by future generations as traitors, he had no choice but to do this. Tonight. It was the night he had agreed upon with that mysterious figure. It was also the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre. At the second floor of the Hoshino residence. After finishing his meal, Hakusei placed his chopsticks on the table and let out a small burp. Naruto was staying over tonight. The two had spent a good while fighting over the TV remote in the living room. In the end, Hakusei feigned anger and snatched the remote, selecting a movie titled Hachiko the Ninja Dog. Strange as it was. Even though Hakusei's combined life experience in both past and present was nearly 30, he still found himself quite absorbed in this childish entertainment. Suddenly his peripheral vision caught something outside the window. A figure stood on the roof of the opposite house, clad in the standard black armor of Root. The person was gesturing to Hakusei. It was none other than Shirsue, who had successfully performed his sit-ups and won his resurrection match. He had hypnotized the Root ninja guarding Hakusei. From the gestures, he made it seem that tonight was indeed the night of the massacre. Hakusei withdrew his gaze. He yawned, told Naruto and his mother that he was sleepy, and going to bed, then ascended to the second floor. He closed the door and walked to the bedside. From the system space, he retrieved the substitute death clone. The clone's appearance was identical to his own down to the curvature of his eyelashes, except that its pupils were still a hollow gray. Hakusei infused it with chakra. The clone opened its eyes, their hue clear and soft, and obediently slipped into the futon, pulling the covers up over itself. Hakusei then retrieved the clear dream hermit veil. As soon as this gossamer thin veil touched his face, it adhered automatically, overlaying a blurry halo. Others could see his features clearly through the veil, but would never be able to retain that face in their memory. As a safety measure, he added a fox mask over it. Everything was ready. Now a grand performance was about to unfold. Beneath the veil of night, Shimura Danzo stood on the high platform of an abandoned shrine, leaning on his cane. Behind him stood dozens of Root elites in perfect formation. In his plan, Uchiha Itachi could never single-handedly annihilate the entire Uchiha clan. Once Itachi and the radicals had fought each other to a bloody stalemate, he would lead Root in to clean up the mess. Perhaps he could even spare some civilians, lock them away in Root's underground facilities, and have them continue breeding Kekkei Genkai for the village. Sharingan. The more of those, the better. In a hidden cave, a few candles feebly illuminated the pitch-black stone walls. Uchiha Obito donned the red spiral mask, leaving only his scarlet Sharingan exposed. The Uchiha Konoha. These two words held no weight in his heart any longer. They were merely relics of a bygone era, eliminated by history. Killing either side would be a matter of indifference to him. His attention was more focused on that child named Hoshino Hakusei. Over the years, out of caution toward Black Zetsu, that incarnation of Madara's will, he had never approached him. But 2.5 years had passed, and his curiosity about Hoshino Hakusei had only grown thicker. That guy who made Kakashi wear a smile akin to seeing Rin resurrected. Tonight he would personally witness just how much charm that fellow possessed. Oi, Obito. A half-white, half-black aloe sprouted from the ground, reaching out a hand to tap Obito's shoulder, only to pass right through the moment it touched him. The aloe face withdrew his hand in chagrin. Obito, your intangibility is so annoying. Finally going to Konoha to whisk away that Hoshino Hakusei you've been pining for. I can set up a super romantic. Don't get in the way, Zetsu. Obito cut him off coldly, the Sharingan beneath his mask rotating slightly. I'm just going to send Kakashi back to the hell that belongs to him. Hoshino Hakusei, he will be taken. His figure twisted, shrank, and vanished into a spatial ripple, leaving behind only a lingering distortion. Baisheng wrapped his arms around Shijui's neck, his little feet swaying gently in rhythm with the leaps across the rooftops. The night wind brushed past his ears, and he hummed a tuneless melody in a soft, childlike voice. The dim yellow lamp cannot illuminate the entire street. No matter how hard I try, I cannot step into your heart. Uchiha Itachi. In the end, he would have to represent the Hyuga clan alone and initiate a life-or-death duel for the honor of the Uchiha clan. A sigh echoed in his heart. He shifted his position on Shijui's back, resting his chin in the hollow of Shijui's shoulder. The dilemma of beheading still plagued his mind. Fortunately, the outcome was gratifying. The once cold clansman had transformed into the warm legacy of the Uchiha clan passed down through 1,000 years. This wave was not a loss. You gotta. Sure Sui. I'm here. Sure Sui slowed his pace, allowing the night wind to no longer fill Baisheng's mouth and nose. What if, just a hypothetical, Baisheng lowered his voice. What if Uchiha Itachi intends to ally with that mysterious figure, slaughter the entire Uchiha clan, sparing only his younger brother, and completely resolve the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha? What would you do? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sure Sui rejected the idea almost instinctively, as if hearing a joke, and chuckled. Itachi is a kind-hearted child. I entrusted my eyes and my wishes to him. He will surely lead the Uchiha, at least those willing to coexist peacefully with the village, to forge a new path. As for the radicals who sought to overthrow the existing order of Konoha, Sure Sui and Baisheng had already arranged a plan, putting them to work for their venerable ancestor. Money, blind, dollar. In the shinobi world, even villainous organizations like the Akatsuki, which aimed to rule the world, had to abide by the law while committing some illicit acts to earn funds for their schemes. On Baisheng's side, Kabuto Yakushi's research equipment required funding, and the experimental materials also necessitated money. From the Kamabito, he had obtained Hashirama's cells, the physique of a curse user, the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the chakra of the one-tailed to nine-tailed beasts. Could these be synthesized into a miniature Ten Tails and transplanted into the void cavern realm to evolve into an immortal Ten Tails? Moreover, there were super height-enhancing nutrients. This was unimportant, so no further elaboration. All this required vast sums of money to sustain the research. In the original story, Orochimaru had accepted Danzo's file deals due to insufficient research funds. After defecting from the village, he even established a small shinobi village to maintain his daily experiments. Clearly, doing science indeed burns money. With the radicals of the Uchiha clan and the poisonous blood of Konoha village, they could establish an organization, gaining personnel to earn money. The member list had already been drafted. Sure Sui spent 2 years identifying each individual, meticulously more detailed than the AMBU archives. You really do trust Uchiha Itachi, don't you? Baisheng sighed, then yawned. A child's body lacking sleep would surely fail to grow tall. He was already among 7-year-olds. He was on the smaller side. Currently, only 115 centimeters. Every time he stood beside Naruto, he had to look up. If he kept staying up late, he might not even reach 160 centimeters as an adult. 160 centimeters. For a man, that height was practically crippling. I've always believed in Itachi. Sure Sui showed a gentle smile. Moonlight fell on his profile, making it seem incredibly soft. Because he is my little brother. Ah, the Uchiha brothers. Baisheng sighed inwardly. The Uchiha brother filter was still too thick. It was like Liu Bei and Zhang Fei in the Three Kingdoms. Even if little brother Zhang Fei was a burly, round-faced, bearded man in big brother Liu Bei's eyes, he was still a handsome, jade-faced, fair Zhang Fei. Hey, I recall the Shu Kingdom was in Shang. Baisheng shook his head, pulling back his straying thoughts. Under the moonlight, they silently infiltrated the depths of the clan grounds. Before approaching the core area, Baisheng caught a faint, elusive scent of blood. Shijui's expression changed. He leaped onto the eaves and looked down. There Uchiha Itachi stood in the center of a courtyard, his 13-year-old face utterly devoid of any expression. The short blade in his hand was being drawn from a lifeless boy's body. 2 more corpses lay nearby, a man and a woman appearing to be an elderly couple. They were ordinary civilians with no traces of resistance. Itachi, what are you doing? Why? Why would you attack your own clansmen? Shijui's body trembled violently. He set Baisheng down and shot forward like an arrow from a bowstring. Uchiha Itachi turned around. His Sharingan shimmered with a blood-red light under the moonlight. When he recognized the approaching face, a violent disturbance stirred for the first time in his eyes, which had been calm as still waters. Sure Sui, big brother. You're not dead. Uchiha Itachi's voice was hoarse. The tip of his blade quivered slightly. His eyes held a dazed look tinged with shame and fear. Yes, I'm still alive and kicking. I crawled out of hell. Sure Sui laughed in extreme anger, yet the corners of his eyes glimmered with tears. He looked at the blood-dripping short blade in Itachi's hand at the corpses of his brethren in the courtyard. Itachi, why did you kill your own people? Answer me. Because the Uchiha are beyond redemption. Uchiha Itachi lowered his head, his voice obscure, each word wrested out with difficulty. They wanted to overthrow the Hokage and establish another Konoha. For the sake of the village and the Uchiha name, I had to do this. And what about them? Shursui abruptly pointed at several Uchiha civilians trembling in the corner. They wore no ninja tools, no forehead protectors, and hadn't even awakened their Sharingan. They were ordinary Uchiha clansmen, so ordinary they weren't even shinobi. Do you think they also planned to overthrow the Hokage? Do you think this child who can barely speak properly is also a mastermind of the coup? When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. Uchiha Itachi spoke with increasing certainty, his last flicker of hesitation replaced by cold ruthlessness. The Uchiha Sharingan gains more power with greater emotional stimulation. If I let them go, harboring resentment, hatred will drive them to grow stronger until one day they become enemies of Konoha. Evil must be eradicated completely. This is justice. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Shursui threw his head back and laughed, laughing so hard, he bent over laughter, squeezing the tears from his eyes. Justice. Justice. Uchiha Itachi, what do you take the lives of your clansmen for? Raising the sword of justice, yet turning it against unarmed civilians. In the end, it's nothing but your own arrogance and selfishness, yet you call it foresight and devotion to the village. Hypocrisy. Shursui, I believe your foresight would not be confined to the narrow scope of a single clan, thereby overlooking the village's stability. Itachi stepped forward, a hint of pleading, even entering his tone. He hoped Shursui would understand him as before, but all he saw was endless disappointment and a strangeness he had never seen on Shizui's face. Uchiha Itachi's mind shook violently. He stood dazed for a moment. Then his gaze turned cold and resolute once more, and the last shred of emotion in his voice was extinguished. Forget it, I won't bother reasoning with you. You are not Uchiha Shursui. Bro Shursui died that night. The Uchiha must perish tonight. Uchiha Madara Danzo's root have already begun to act. You can't do anything. You can try. Shizui's eyes instantly transformed into Three-Demo Sharingan as he drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. The next moment, he vanished in a flash of white light from the body flicker technique, the kunai thrusting straight at Itachi's throat. Itachi simultaneously activated his body flicker. His black hair traced an afterimage in the night breeze as he narrowly evaded the kunai. Amaterasu. Then, black flames gushed from Itachi's left eye. Susanoo. Shizui's body was enveloped by a framework of emerald chakra. The black flames of Amaterasu crashed against the ribs of Susanoo. The green chakra surface scorched a gaping black hole almost instantly, but Shursui used that opening to body flicker again and appear behind Itachi. The kunai slashed across Itachi's back, but struck only a flock of scattering crows. Caw! Suddenly one crow separated from the swarm, flying straight towards Shizui's face. Embedded in its left eye socket was a Sharingan with a four-leaf pinwheel pattern. Kodo Amatsukami, the Uchiha clan's ultimate Jinjutsu ability. It could permanently and forcibly alter the targets while rewriting a person's soul without their knowledge. Itachi, you dare use my Mangekyo technique against me. Shizui's Three-Demo instantly shifted to Mangekyo. The two ocular powers collided in midair, canceling each other out silently. Then he reached out and grabbed the crow. From its eye socket, he retrieved the Kodo Amatsukami Mangekyo Sharingan and placed it into a culture bottle he carried. Uchiha Itachi, gritting his teeth, appeared atop a nearby utility pole. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his left eye, trickling down his cheek. He knew Shizui's strength well. Shursui also knew his. Their sparring sessions had never ceased since Shursui was alive. Especially now that Shursui had somehow returned from death and even gained a new pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Too many variables. No choice. He sighed inwardly. With Shursui here, he couldn't kill all the civilians. As such, he had to cooperate with Madara and prioritize eliminating the radical faction of the police force. Though it was only a temporary fix. Trust the wisdom of later generations. Uchiha Itachi vanished with body flicker speeding toward the police force headquarters. Don't think you can run. Shursui turned into a white streak and gave chase. In front of the Konoha military police building, night was as dark as ink. The moon was completely obscured by thick clouds. Uchiha Obito, wearing an orange spiral mask, stood among the scattered bodies. These police members were beyond saving. Even though ninja physiques far exceeded ordinary people and their cells still held a flicker of vitality, not even the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade, could save them if she were here. Yo, Obito. Suddenly a tall, mysterious, hooded man appeared beside him without warning. A pure white mask concealed his face. Ripples of space-time distortion accompanied his arrival, silent, and eerie as if a ghost had seeped in from another world. Beside him stood a child wearing a white fox mask. The child's bare feet shimmered with a jade-like luster under the moonlight. Then, a clear, pleasant voice that was instantly forgettable, leaving no trace in one's mind, came from behind the fox mask. "Hello there. Hey." Startled by the word Obito and the two sudden apparitions, Uchiha Obito hastily stepped back, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His Sharingan locked onto the mysterious hooded man. What an unsightly silhouette. The way he had suddenly appeared beside him must have been a space-time ninjutsu. What a cheap and shameless ability. Fancheng pointed at Uchiha Izumi on the ground. The red magician silently emerged from behind him. The red-robed youth lifted Izumi from the cold ground and moved her to a safe area behind. Obito silently observed the red-masked mysterious figure across from him. He wore the same kind of body as the old man, the one who had run away from the cave. Using its transformation ability, he had disguised himself as a tall man, nearly 2 meters in height. Not long ago, he had also borrowed another Kimui Mangekyo Sharingan from Kakashi. The moment both eyes were reunited, he felt the entire world was in his grasp. A surge of dominance and ambition arose from within. At that moment, he could easily beat Kakashi to his knees, force him into slavery, make Rin look at him with new eyes. It was all possible, easily possible. This person before him must be the enemy of the group leader. Truly, what an unsightly silhouette. The group leader said he also knows space-time ninjutsu. What a cheap and shameless ability. Otto. Fancheng looked up, casting an envious glance at Obito's sturdy, near-ideal height physique. Otto was their agreed code name. After all, identities couldn't be revealed. Obito, replaced by with T, nice to pronounce and pleasant to hear. There's even a wheelchair bonus. You block him, he'll go rescue those Uchiha. Fancheng pointed toward the police. Dozens of bodies lay scattered there. Oomph. Red-masked Obito let out a cold snort. Are you ignoring me, little girl? Don't underestimate me. A boulder didn't crush you flat. Even Belika from that cyberpunk world couldn't do it. I wouldn't dare underestimate you. Fancheng silently retorted, turning back to the wounded. Obito stepped forward, blocking Fancheng's path. His nearly 2-meter-tall silhouette cast a heavy. His voice came through the mask, low and forceful. Your opponent is me, old man. Cool. Cool. Fancheng gave a thumbs up behind the fox mask. He glanced at the local Obito. Uchiha Obito 61. Interesting little one. Actually, regarding this current Uchiha Obito, he didn't really want to engage deeply. Because Kenji's IQ was too unpredictable. That guy might seem sweet and naive, but he could suddenly stab you in the back. Shaking his head, Fancheng, carried by the red magician, quickly approached the scattered wounded area in front of the Uchiha Police Force building. He crouched down and placed his palm on the first wounded person's chest. The golden light of reverse curse technique shone from his palm, casting a warm hue over the pale face. Just then, 2 terrifying auras erupted simultaneously not far away. Uchiha Itachi, your actions will only breed new hatred. Then I'll kill them all. As long as I sever the chain of hatred, there'll be no more hatred. You're impossible. Boom. 2 giant martial deities, one green and one orange, manifested in the night. Shursui stood within his Susanoo emerald chakra skeletal framework, spreading around him like a divine descent. Itachi's Susanoo was a deep orange, not fully formed. Only the upper body and arms of the skeleton, but its suffocating pressure already rivaled Shizui's. The fists of the 2 martial deities collided violently in midair. The shockwave snapped trees around them and sent tiles flying in all directions. The terrifying aura swept through the entire Uchiha compound like a tidal wave. Even some perceptive jonin in Konoha detected it. They all asked the piercing question, what happened? Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Shursui. That giant figure. Is it Susanoo? Shimura Danzo, who had been stationed outside the Uchiha clan grounds, arrived with his root operatives at the forefront. Dozens of root ninjas behind him dispersed silently. And an unknown ninja trespassing into Konoha's vital area. He first spotted the 2 colossal Susanoo deities locked in combat, then noticed 2 unfamiliar masked ninjas confronting each other nearby, as well as amidst the pools of blood everywhere. A petite figure floating in the air like a spirit. She wore a white jade fox mask, and in her hand glowed a radiance he had never seen before. Danzo frowned. The situation tonight was far more complicated than he had anticipated. Danzo, what is the meaning of this? Sarutobi Hiruzen, his robes somewhat disheveled, had clearly rushed over upon receiving an urgent report. Behind him followed a large group of elite Umbu operatives. Leading them were Kakashi and Tenzo. Kakashi's Sharingan was already exposed from under his forehead protector, 3 Tomo spinning rapidly in the moonlight. Lord Hokage. Lord Danzo, your advisor. As the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku arrived at the scene with several clansmen behind him, seeing scene after scene before him. Fugaku's brain nearly froze in that instant. Danzo shot Fugaku a cold glance. Fugaku first go and stop the battle between Itachi and Shursui. The third Hokage softened his tone. As you wish. Fugaku took a deep breath, suppressing all chaotic thoughts, and led a few clansmen dashing toward the direction of the clashing Susanoo. The third Hokage turned to Danzo, the wrinkles on his forehead locked together tightly. Uchiha Itachi intended to massacre the entire Uchiha clan and asked Root to cooperate with him. Uchiha Itachi intended to massacre the entire Uchiha clan and asked Root to cooperate with him. Coincidentally, I had the same plan. Danzo tapped his cane lightly on the ground. Hiruzen, this is not the time for accusations. There are also third-party ninjas from other villages. Ninjas from other villages? Sarutobi Hiruzen followed Danzo's gaze toward the nearby security force building. He saw the blood-stained corpses of the security force and 3 unfamiliar figures. Yar. Uchiha Obito shrugged his Sharingan, scanning the surrounding Umbu and Root ninjas. Looks like the show's over for today. Well, I've already gotten what I wanted. He suddenly looked toward the other side of the village in the direction of Hoshino Shiro. His form twisted layer by layer in spatial ripples, just before completely disappearing. He glanced back at the small figure wearing the white fox mask, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. He felt something might be off, yet perhaps it was unlikely. Meanwhile, several Umbu and Root ninjas surged onto the scene, charging simultaneously toward Obito and Shirao. Get back! Shursui descended like a flash of light from the sky, repelling several Umbu and Root ninjas at once. He landed before Shirao, eyes sharp as his emerald Susanoo unfolded once more. Shirao paid no attention to this. With unwavering focus, he healed the wounded unhurriedly, from left to right one after another. The light of the reverse cursed technique flickered in his palm. However, with his current reserves of cursed energy, strictly speaking, he couldn't heal so many severely wounded patients at once. Even if he only treated fatal injuries, he couldn't save everyone. He had done his best. After all, that masked man's power far exceeded expectations, and he moved too quickly. Perhaps selectively saving only a few of the strongest security force members would have been a better approach. But that was the mindset of a coward. Shirao curled his rosy lips. The improvement of a sorcerer's strength was never linear. A single accident, a single coincidence, or even without reason. Once the barrier constraining the soul is broken, a sorcerer's power will leap forward. The fortune-averting death jade hanging on Shirao's chest ignited with white light. One of the crescent moons silently transformed into a halo, beckoning fortune to descend and bless him. The next second, when you have a cheat code, use it. That's my ninja way. I sense it. I found the spot. The gears of fate are engaging. Cursed energy, I command you to emerge. Shirao slammed his palm onto the wounded man's chest before him. A black light that warped space flashed and vanished beneath his palm. Black flash. When the physical attack of a sorcerer and the impact of cursed energy converge within a millionth of a second, this space-distorting strike is unleashed. Not only does the damage multiply by a factor of 2.5, but the caster also enters a state of no-self akin to a flow state. Performance at 120E, cursed energy efficiency greatly enhanced, consumption drastically reduced, and it can even restore cursed energy reserves. Shirao felt his entire being invigorated. The efficiency of the reverse curse technique's external release surged. Injuries that previously required enormous cursed energy to repair could now be perfectly healed with only 30% of the original power. More importantly, many vague and half-understood problems suddenly became clear and distinct in that moment. Even countless fleeting ingenious ideas surged continuously in his mind. He entered a state of complete absorption. His eyes were fixed only on those wounded awaiting treatment. Muscle soreness. Tear apart the fatigued muscle fibers with cursed energy in an instant, then repair them with the reverse curse technique. Running low on cursed energy. Black flash. Focus and strike again with a black flash. The black flash itself restores cursed energy. Then use the recovered cursed energy to heal the wounded and his own body. A perpetual motion machine was completed in an instant. Physics ceased to exist. The Nobel Prize was his. Itachi, what exactly happened? You, what kind of look is that? Uchiha Fugaku finally reached his son, who was half kneeling and gasping for breath. Seeing the stubbornness and killing intent in his eyes, he couldn't help but raise his voice. Are you trying to fight your own father? Uchiha Itachi remained silent. In his plan, his father was undoubtedly the most troublesome enemy. To personally send his father and mother on their way rather than leaving them to that ban was the deepest love he could show them. Let me tell you, Uncle Fugaku. Shursui stood within the Susanoo, his voice suppressing immense disappointment, but his tone had regained calm. Uchiha Itachi, for his so-called greater good, abandoned the Uchiha clan and allied with that masked man, intending to slaughter the entire Uchiha clan tonight. From civilians to ninjas, not one spared. Even stray dogs passing by would be kicked a few times. What? Uchiha Fugaku was startled. His expression shifted from shock to a complex, dawning realization, and his voice lowered. Itachi, are you on the village's side? Fugaku. Shimura Danzo's cold voice came from the side. Behind him followed several root members, his expression displeased. What do you mean by on the village's side? Aren't you standing on the village's side? The Uchiha never understood the village's difficulties. On the night of the massacre it benefits Konoha above and you, the villagers below. He just couldn't understand. Why couldn't such a great thing be pushed through? Uchiha Itachi has allied with Root to purge the radical faction of the Uchiha clan that attempted rebellion. You as the clan head have been completely inactive. Even if you were unaware, you cannot escape blame. Danzo, shut up. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Danzo and sighed. Was it because he coveted the Hokage position again? Sigh. The roots underground only need to do their best to draw nutrients for the tree, but was it because he coveted the Hokage position again? Sigh. The roots underground only need to do their best to draw nutrients for the tree, but those basking in the sun have many more things to consider. Danzo had gone to extremes. The massive roots buried deep underground must be firmly held in his own hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and walked between Itachi and Fugaku, his Hokage robe fluttering gently in the night breeze. He first looked up at Itachi, who was silent and whose expression could not be read. Then he turned to Fugaku and to the other ninja clans, and even civilian ninjas who were arriving, his tone weary. 1,000 mistakes, 10,000 faults, they are all the fault of this Hokage. If I had listened earlier to the advice of Koharu and Hamura, and dealt with the radical faction that intended to rebel according to the rules, perhaps such fratricidal tragedy would not have happened today. He paused for a moment and looked around at the faces of everyone present. Then he raised his voice, speaking to Fugaku, and also to all the Uchiha clan members and other ninjas present. Now that all radical Uchiha clan members have been executed, let the past be turned over. The Uchiha will still be Konoha's Uchiha. Lord Hokage. Fugaku was silent for a moment, then knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse and solemn. The Uchiha clan accepts your orders. Uchiha Itachi opened his mouth, his Adam's apple bobbing several times. He looked at his father's kneeling back and at Shizui's eyes that were filled with disappointment, yet had not completely given up on him. In the end he said nothing, simply closing his eyes slowly. Lord Sarutobi Hiruzen. An Umbu with a white fox mask appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen via teleportation, his voice carrying an incredulous urgency. Those killed security force members seem to have been revived. What? Everyone simultaneously looked towards the security force building. There those Uchiha security members who had been lying scattered on the ground were slowly rising one by one from pools of blood. Just as everyone was in shock and uncertainty, a small figure wearing a white jade fox mask was steadily delivered to the center of the crowd by a pure white masked man. Moonlight spilled through the gaps in the clouds, gilding his entire silhouette with a silver edge. Fancheng slowly opened his small fair hands, facing everyone with soaring ambition. Following the established plan, now was the time to make their organization famous. Since all of you see these good children as poisoned blood and want to expel them, this old man will take them in. His tone carried a deliberately aged authority, as if some monster that had been in seclusion for years had finally waited for the opportunity to act. This old man. Humph. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, truly two old codgers, snorted simultaneously. Danzo even stomped his cane heavily on the ground. But for some reason he suddenly thought of his good disciple Baishang. His disciple was good after all. This was a filial, polite, and respectful child who honored his teacher. This fellow before him was absolutely inferior. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, his tone carrying the authority of the Hokage. You trespass into the sacred grounds of Konoha and want to take away clan members of Konoha. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Danzo had worked with Sarutobi Hiruzen for many years. He knew what Hiruzen was thinking as soon as he made a move. So he turned to Shisui with tacit understanding. Uchiha Shisui, what are you standing there for? Quickly subdue this insolent fellow. Do you want to betray Konoha? Shu. Baishang raised his index finger, interrupting their words. A concentrated vortex of cursed energy silently gathered at his fingertip. Bingning curse technique, jutsu, reversal yin naji. Red magician crimson power. Fusion temporarily unnamed technique. Treat elders with respect. He curled his lips into a smile, his tone relaxed and carefree. Immediately a fiery red blade shot out like an arrow from a bowstring, arcing towards all the standing high-ranking members and Umbu present. Everyone either ducked, leaped, or dodged sideways. Do you truly wish to be an enemy of Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding his hat, stood up again and glanced at Shisui. Shisui remained silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly understood in his heart that Shisui had already chosen the child with the white fox mask behind him. In the end, his own indecisiveness had pushed him away from Konoha. He sighed, a flash of guilt passing through his heart. After governing for so many years, was he a good Hokage? Enemy with you. Baisheng spread his hands, his tone relaxed. Don't you not want these Uchiha descendants? My subordinates just happen to need some hands, so I've come to take over. And you claim to be the #1 ninja village, don't you? Tonight, I shall borrow the great name of Konoha to serve as the stage for our organization to make a name in the ninja world. A hint of excited smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He lightly clapped his small hands together. Come offer a gift for the day we return to the ninja world. As you command. Receiving the order, Bido first placed his right hand on Shizui's back. Afei immediately extended countless white tendrils from Abido's body, attaching to Shizui's back. A vast amount of pure yang release chakra surged along the tendrils into Shizui's meridians. Shui gritted his teeth, enduring this immense energy infusion. He gripped the culture bottle containing the Kodoame Tsukumi Mangekyo in his hand. Opening his newly acquired Mangekyo Sharingan, two completely different, yet homologous ocular powers converged, merged, and swelled in his eye sockets. Thus, Susanoo complete body. In an instant, a giant emerald-green warrior god over 100 meters tall rose from the ground. It enclosed Shui, Baisheng, Abido, and the bewildered Uchiha security members on the ground into the core area at its forehead. The giant spread its wings and soared into the sky. The gale swept up rubble and fallen leaves from the ground, sending them flying everywhere. The Umbu and Root ninjas all retreated. Baisheng took a light breath and called out in a clear, pleasant voice that everyone present could hear. Let our infamy resound throughout the ninja world. We are. Wow, strong wind, slick back hair. The Konoha people looked up at the soaring green giant, and all gasped, making a small contribution to global warming in the ninja world. This form. No doubt about it. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo suppressed their shock and exchanged a glance. After Uchiha ban, the ninja world has given birth to such eyes again. Using infamy as the organization's name, I suppose the ninja world will be stirred up again. Sarutobi, Hiruzen sighed. On the other side, Substitute Death Clone was in a miserable state. At the Hoshino residence, a spatial ripple slowly appeared. The red-masked man stood silently beside the bed of a child who was sleeping peacefully while hugging a bear plushie, a soft smile on his face. He extended his sinister uncle hand. Hoshino, Baisheng got him. Gua. Inside the complete body Susanoo. Baisheng sensed movement from the Substitute Death Clone's side. Somewhat confused, he used his consciousness to remotely control the clone and slowly opened his eyes, then froze in shock. Is there no one in charge? A weird uncle is kidnapping a child. High above under the night sky, the complete body Susanoo streaked through the clouds like a shooting star. The members of the Uchiha police force crowded inside the diamond-shaped core area of Susanoo's forehead. The Uchiha were still in a daze after being resurrected from death. They looked up at this 100 turtle war god, then turned their gaze to Shui, who stood at the forefront controlling Susanoo, and unconsciously felt a surge of pride. Even the Uchiha who had just awakened their Sharingan puffed out their chests proudly at the thought of this Susanoo towering over 100 meters high. The Uchiha clan revered the strong. And Uchiha Shui, as the nominal strongest of the clan, his wild desire and domineering thoughts made every Uchiha police force member present feel a sudden weakness in their limbs, awakening the feminine side within them. Even if Shui forced them to kneel, humiliated them harshly, and made them lick the little feet of that child who called himself this old man, it would be absolutely acceptable, easily acceptable. Fortunately, Shui was usually quite normal. He simply told them the whole truth about how Uchiha Itachi had colluded with the mysterious masked man and Root, intending to slaughter all the Uchiha in the world to restore a clear sky over Konoha. They, the so-called radicals, had undoubtedly ended up on the hit list of Uchiha Itachi, the mysterious masked man, and even Root and the Umbu. Rather than remaining scattered across Konoha, it was better to become his princess. Liege Lord's subordinates serve the gentle law and become the guards of the new order. After hearing this, the radicals exchanged glances for a moment. Then one after another they knelt on one knee, pressing their right hands over their hearts. Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha Tetsuka, Uchiha Nabi, Uchiha Azumi, Uchiha, willing to offer our hearts to the Lord. Loyalty, all in all in. The glory of the Uchiha clan would henceforth be carried forward and glorified by them and Lord Shui. Baisheng turned his head and glanced at these excited, fervent Uchiha members who seemed ready to lightning strike the land of rain the next second and surround the 5 great nations with the power of a single clan. He felt a slight itch in his philtrum. He rubbed the tip of his nose and made no comment. Uchiha Azumi. If I recall correctly in some versions, she's Uchiha Itachi's true love, right? Maybe she'll be useful someday. Baisheng pondered silently. Then through the soul link of his boundary death substitute, clay figure, he switched his consciousness to the substitute body left behind in Konoha. In the bedroom on the 2nd floor of the Hoshino residence, the substitute, clay, figure lay peacefully under the covers, breathing evenly, chest rising and falling slightly, no different from a truly sleeping 7-year-old child. Uchiha Obito stood by the bed looking down at the innocent, beautiful sleeping face under the quilt. Obito thought 78 somewhat like Rin. What the hell is Kenji doing? Standing by a 7-year-old child's bed in the middle of the night, just staring like a bedside table. Say something, man. I'm scared. Baisheng thought for a moment and decided to personally meet Obito. After all, he had the fortune-avoiding Death Jade as a life-saving treasure, the Void Cave Heaven as a safe zone to retreat into any time, and the summoned Kemuiser Kam Obito to strike down from the heavens at the critical moment. With triple insurance stacked, why not have a bit of fun? Boundary Death Substitute, Clay Figure Space Swap, activate. The power of space completed in an instant. Baisheng's main body silently exchanged positions with the substitute clay figure on the bed. The posture, the folds of the clothes, the breathing rhythm, even the curvature of the lips were perfectly identical. Even Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan's dynamic vision could detect no flaw. Baisheng furrowed his little brows and slowly woke up from the bed. Hugging his big bear plush, he sat up from the quilt, rubbed his eyes, and yawned. Lifting his head, he looked at the strange visitor with the red mask beside the bed with curious, innocent, and utterly unguarded eyes. He blinked his purple eyes and said, "Hello, are you Santa Claus?" Santa Claus. Obito clearly hadn't heard this term. He tilted his head, not quite understanding what it meant. Santa Claus means one remaining testicle, Baisheng silently added in his mind. A little one, you're called Hoshino, Baisheng, right? Obito folded his arms, deliberately lowered his voice, and sneered, I see you're quite close with that brat Hitaki Kakashi, huh? I've been wondering, that guy used to be gloomy all day, but in the past 2 years, he's become really cheerful. So it's Baisheng blinked, his purple eyes exceptionally clear, his voice soft and tinged with confusion. Seeing Kakashi-sensei happy, does that make you very unhappy? Obito fell silent for 2 seconds. How could that be? He suddenly laughed, the sound buzzing behind the mask. What adult would get angry over their juniors? So Kakashi-sensei, being happy really does make you very angry? Baisheng nodded firmly. Obito's laughter stopped abruptly, and he said coldly, you little fellow sure talk interestingly. Little fellow? Now it was Baisheng's turn to be annoyed. Your uncle Baisheng here has the mind of a mature adult. Psychologically, I'm way older than you. He held back the urge to roll his eyes. Yawning, he forcibly squeezed out a misty teardrop at the corner of his eye, then slipped back under the covers, feigning sleepiness, burying half his face in the fur of the big bear plush. Santa Claus, who's jealous of Kakashi-sensei, if you have nothing else, please leave. I want to sleep, I have school tomorrow. Kakashi-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Kakashi-sensei. Obito finally lost it, the words sounding squeezed. He took a step forward, a red light flickering in the holes of his mask. You keep prattling on about that useless Kakashi as your teacher. I wonder what kind of brainwashing he's done on you. Obito suddenly stopped. A flash of cunning lit up his twisted mind, and he came up with a wicked idea. He tilted his head, looking over the child clutching the plush with a new strangely expectant gaze, and sneered, your Kakashi-sensei is nothing but a useless loser who watches everyone around him die one by one without being able to do anything. What can you learn from following him? Ninjutsu. He has a few lightning techniques, but beyond that, Kenjutsu. He abandoned White Fang's sword style long ago. Even if he teaches you ITLL, be Halfist. Why not leave Konoha and let this old man be your teacher? Stop insulting Kakashi-sensei. Baisheng's little face flushed with anger. Obito remained unmoved, even crossing his arms. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Possessiveness. Or revenge. Or perhaps the impulse to take that ray of sunshine around Kakashi for himself. He didn't know. But when he imagined Kakashi's expression upon learning that his beloved disciple had long since secretly become his own most intimate disciple, a face twisted with jealousy. He got so excited he almost. Ninjutsu, Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, Kenjutsu. There's hardly anyone in the world who can surpass this old man. Even if you want a Kekkei Genkai, just say the word, and he'll find a way to transplant it to you. He narrowed his single eye, the 3 tomos slowly rotating in his pupil. So are the terms generous enough? No. Baisheng refused flatly, a rosy flush of anger on his little face. He held the big bear plush in front of him, as if to block Obito's temptation. You're definitely Kakashi-sensei's enemy. I won't become your disciple. Besides, my father, mother, elders, and friends are all in Konoha. Naruto, Sakura, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Hinata, Kibashino. And Kabuto-senpai and Danzo-sensei. I won't betray the village. After speaking, he quietly glanced out the window. For you wondering why those root ninja protecting you haven't shown up. Obito laughed, evilly, his voice tinged with a certain pleasure. He waggled his index finger. Too bad, they've been hypnotized by my Jinjutsu. Right now, they see you sleeping soundly in bed, maybe even drooling. They won't notice anything wrong until dawn. Just obediently become this old man's disciple. No, I won't. Baisheng jumped up from the covers and turned to run toward the door. His bare feet had just touched the floor when a spatial ripple enveloped his entire body. In an instant, he was drawn in. Obito stood there, a satisfied curve forming at the corner of his mouth. From his Kamui dimension, he summoned a white Zetsu. The thing's pale white body emerged halfway from the vortex, a sinister smile fixed on its face. Oi, Abito. You know that kid Hoshino by Sheng, right? Disguise yourself as him and sleep here. Keep the root guys outside steady. He paused, adjusted his collar before dawn. He'll definitely fix his mischievous ways. He'll make him obediently. The zealous messiah had declared his victory. Bai Sheng sat on the cold floor clad in a white nightgown, hugging his knees. He looked up at the geometric blocks of various sizes, cuboids and rectangular prisms, and felt utterly speechless. Where had this place brought him? Was this still the ninja world? There was no sky above his head. As far as his eyes could see, there were only gray-white cubes and rectangular platforms. He rubbed his sore little bottom from the fall. Looking around, he saw no sign of Dai Tu. Yuan Run, also known as the Grand Strategist, the heir of Yuan Patriarch Yuan Ban. Together, they possessed 800 cunning schemes, with Ban alone holding 798. Because his beloved died, he came to hate this world, dreaming of creating a new world brimming with vitality and flourishing life. But he grew jealous that Qi Mushi had found new bonds, seeing it as forgetfulness and betrayal of him and Lin Jilin. Thus he plotted revenge, intending to take Yu as his apprentice, so Qi Mushi would be thrown into the same hell as him. You choose. Choice 1, Cloud's dispelled heart, enlightened from now on, disciple, will follow master steadfastly, expressing utmost willingness and even delight in becoming a disciple. Reward, cheatability, gentle aura, 50 male attraction with a maternal aura of tenderness, care, and healing, making people involuntarily want to call you mom. Choice 2, it's out of helplessness too. Submitting under threat, forced compliance. Reward, cheatability, fortune teller, able to divine information you wish to know based on scraps of information and related objects, but remember, do not be superstitious. Using divination may bring a tiny bit of insignificant misfortune. Choice 3, old scoundrel, how dare you deceive me? I am sworn against you. Saying no to bad temptations, successfully refusing apprenticeship. Reward, cheatability, Desert Eagle, unlimited ammo, obtain a Desert Eagle with infinite bullets. The long-absent system choices had finally arrived. It was only by coming into contact with these high-profile characters with the potential to be male leads in female-oriented stories that the female-oriented system would trigger its choices. Bai Sheng's mouth twitched. Yuan Run, Qi Mushi, Lin Jilin. The little things had rather unique names, but he was already too lazy to correct them. Anyway, using this filter to understand interpersonal relationships was quite accurate. Uchiha Dai Tu was jealous that Kakashi had found new bonds, seeing it as forgetfulness and betrayal. So he wanted to take away the little son by Kakashi's side, making Kakashi fall back into the same hell as him. The logic was quite childish. And also heavy. Was this the ultimate form of Konoha bonds? Truly a pair of star-crossed to him. He continued, scrolling down quickly, reading through the 3 options. Choice 1, willingly become Dai Tu's disciple. Reward, cheat ability, gentle aura, become a glorious little Nanliang mom. Bai Sheng found it hard to contain his laughter. Other male transmigrators' cheat abilities, Heaven and Earth's Tyrant, Divine Selection, Tensigan, and Rinnegan. His cheat abilities, Jade, Feet, Crossdresser, being called mom. It was just, he was already too exhausted to measure the system's perversity. If they let others call him daddy, uncle, Bai Sheng might reluctantly accept it. But calling him mom, that would be the end of him. And the description of this aura kept getting weirder and weirder, a maternal temperament that makes people involuntarily want to shout mom. With this aura on him, if he encountered some perverts, they might even step on his head, and he would consider it a reward. The harder the step, the closer they'd call him mom. Anyway, choice 1 was undoubtedly unselectable. This was a matter of dignity. Choice 2, submit under threat, forced compliance. Reward, cheat ability, fortune teller, become a fearsome existence that governs misfortune, fate. Bai Sheng, hugging his knees against a cold stone wall, calculated silently in his mind. Destiny. In the ninja world, it did exist. The famous author of the ninja world who once wrote the bestseller, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. No. The pervy sage Jiraiya who wrote the ninja world bestseller, Make Out Paradise. Just because the great toad sage of Mount Mayaboku uttered a prophecy about the child of destiny, he searched the entire world for the prophesied child, dedicating most of his life. He almost became the reverse summoning beast of Mount Mayaboku. And that great toad sage was a contemporary of the sage of 6 paths, even having hugged him before. Nothing to be underestimated. It was clear that destiny truly existed in the ninja world. If he could use the fortune teller to lift the skirt of the goddess of fate, this cheat ability was worth choosing. However, the description, a tiny bit of insignificant misfortune. Knowing the system's nature, this bit was probably literal. Choice 3, refuse Dai Tu, reward, cheat ability, Desert Eagle, unlimited ammo. A gun. This was a gun. Bai Sheng's heart burned with excitement. Any hot-blooded man who didn't love guns could be diagnosed with depression. He almost chose the third without thinking. Without a gun, how could he become a generation's grandmaster, strike-through god of shinobi? Imagining future iconic scenes, the enemy crossed countless ice peaks and endless wind blades rushing frantically to flank and cut the core. They fully expected to take down this squishy little mage up close, only to be shot into a writhing maggot by his desert eagle. Fast, accurate, and no need to aim. Within 8 steps. He couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Yo, you can still laugh in this situation. Little one, you've successfully piqued my interest. A ripple of space unfolded a few steps away from Fancheng, and Dai too stepped out. The red spiral mask was strikingly conspicuous in the space. He crossed his arms, his stance deliberately relaxed, his head slightly tilted, as if appraising an amusing kitten. Fancheng's smile froze on his face. Even for someone like him who prided himself as a tough and iron-willed manly man, hearing those words made him sweat profusely. Bro, that was way too cringe. It was hard to imagine that a goof like Dai, too, could have once won over Rin. Can you send me back, mister? Santa Claus. Fancheng cast aside all emotions, looked up, blinked his purple eyes, his voice soft and innocent. I refuse. Dai too lay down slowly on the ground. His posture was leisurely, as if sunbathing. This old man has made up his mind, and you, a little runt, not even fully grown, certainly have no right to refuse. Fancheng tilted his head, his expression innocent. If I let you see whether I'm fully grown or not, could I? Dai Tu's hair stood on end, he shot up from the ground, as if electrocuted, his face under the mask already green. I never said that. You're slandering me. Don't defame me. He faintly heard the chirping of 1,000 birds explode in his eardrum, as if Kakashi was chasing him into Kemui's space. This little one really didn't understand the rules between men and women. Alright, he was a boy. Dai too just remembered that Xingye Beisheng's gender column said male. He had judged by appearance and had always regarded him as a girl. But he glanced at Fancheng again. His exquisitely crafted features like pale skin molded from moonlight, and those purple eyes shrouded in a thin mist of anxiety. His slightly pursed lips. The whole person curled up into a small ball against the stone wall, appearing very aggrieved, evoking an instinctive desire to cherish and protect him. For some reason he thought of Lin. Not because of their resemblance. Lin had the gentle look of a neighbor girl, completely different from Fancheng's androgynous beauty. He inexplicably began to reminisce about the past, remembering the moment he was crushed under the large stone. Lin's gaze upon him was filled with the same sorrow, heartache, and reluctance. If Lin were still around, she would definitely adore this little guy. She would bend down, ruffle Fancheng's hair, and say in her soft voice, Kakashi finally has a friend and is no longer lonely. Suddenly Obito felt a surge of guilt and remorse. How could he as an adult have abducted a child from a happy family due to his youthful rivalry? Committing such an act, wasn't he just like those scumbags from the Mist Village who used Lin as a human bomb to retaliate against Konoha? He was nothing but a beast. A beast. The brilliance of humanity forcibly awakened a flicker of his long-dormant compassion. Of course he did not regret instigating the Nine-Tails incident, so that Naruto could feast while his family went hungry. Obito remained silent for a long time. He sighed, his voice tinged with self-mockery. Forget it, since you are so unwilling to take me as your master, let's leave it at that. Heh, I am not the type to trouble a child. Fancheng blinked his big eyes upon hearing this. He clearly hadn't said it like that just now. But this was fine. He turned his gaze towards option 3. He was ready to beautifully wield the Desert Eagle, giving the old timers of the ninja world a little shock with some modern firearms. Just as Fancheng sighed in relief, Obito began to speak as if to himself, I'm sorry, little one. Today I truly lost my mind. I was even thinking of accepting you as a disciple, nurturing you for a while, and then sending a 7-year-old to disguise himself as a spy among Nagato's group. Sending him to disguise himself as a spy among Nagato's group. Wasn't that akin to putting a vacationing student in the same room as the New Year's goods? His eyes brightened. What if he could negotiate between the Akatsuki and Konoha? Both sides would be his people, allowing him to steer the course of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Perhaps he could even snatch victory from Naruto and Sasuke at the last moment. But he really wanted the Desert Eagle, especially one with infinite bullets. Fancheng felt an intense inner conflict. Fine, it was just a gun. Let it go. He bit his little hand and suddenly made a grimace. Ouch. That hurts. He bit down too hard, leaving a faint mark on his delicate finger, and his eyes immediately filled with physiological tears. He wiped away the moisture from his eyes. A man does not shed tears for mere blood. At worst, once he unifies the ninja world with his gentle laws, sits upon the golden throne, and leads the ninja world into a grand era of expeditions aiming for the realm of the Otsutsuki clan. He could always play with guns later. By then, the scientific leader Orochimaru would presumably have climbed countless technological trees, let alone the Desert Eagle. He could probably whip up a laser cannon. Mr. Santa Claus, I suddenly feel. Fancheng's eyes shimmered with anticipation, but before he could finish his sentence, Obito suddenly looked at him. Hoshino. Fancheng, I must have frightened you by forcibly bringing you to this place in the dead of night. He took out a scroll from his pocket, as if weighing something. This was originally a gift for you containing some basics of yin-yang release and a small jar of my specially made nutritional supplement, which should last about half a month and is very beneficial for growth. Consider it my apology for disturbing you in the middle of the night. He handed the scroll to Bai Sheng, then paused in that position observing him. He intended to see what expression would gradually reveal joy in those tear-filled eyes, wondering if it would be even cuter than Lin's. Of course, he didn't think Lin was unattractive. Rather, the exquisite and ingeniously crafted Bai Sheng showing such a smile would undoubtedly be more vibrant. He planned to open his eyes, feeling he somewhat understood Kakashi's feelings. In contrast, Bai Sheng across from him was stunned. He stared intently at the scroll in Obito's hand, his mind consumed by one thought: the specially made nutritional supplement that is very beneficial for growth. Uchiha Obito, from being crushed by a rock into a half-paralyzed state to celebrating Naruto's birth with Minato and Kushina, took no more than 2 years. Yet in those 2 years he grew from a boy just over a meter tall to nearly 1.8 meters tall like Minato. Even if part of that height might have been due to the body of White Zetsu, it was still a terrifying growth rate. Bai Sheng had always found this puzzling. It was hard to imagine how abundant the inheritance left by Madara was and how well Obito's meals had been. Now he understood everything. It was all thanks to those specially made nutritional supplements. Bai Sheng swallowed hard. If he could also get his hands on those supplements, could he replicate Obito's miracle and change his short stature? Absolutely. Easily. Completely possible. A certainty. His height issue had troubled him for a long time since his arrival. The nutritional supplements were his definitive answer. Forget the Desert Eagle and infinite bullets, nothing beats the allure of real height. Bai Sheng suddenly felt enlightened, as if clouds had parted. He took a step forward, hugging the scroll tightly. The scroll was a size larger than his hands, requiring him to use both arms to hold it. Then he looked up with those tear-streaked purple eyes, eagerly gazing at Obito. Mr. Santa Claus, if I become your disciple, will those nutritional supplements be abundantly provided? Of course. Obito raised an eyebrow as if realizing something, the corner of his mouth already curving upward. When I was young, I used to eat one jar and toss another. It was definitely enough. What do you think? If you want them, just call me master, and I won't shortchange you. Master, master, master. Bai Sheng raised both hands, smiling with squinted eyes. The scroll was held high above his head, swaying in the grayish-white space. The system panel quietly popped up in his vision. You raised your hands high, exuberant and excitedly, calling for you and Run to be your teacher, rewarding you with the golden finger. Gentle aura, male attractiveness 50, accompanied by a nurturing quality akin to a caring, healing mother, making one involuntarily want to call mom. Bai Sheng's bedroom. Uchiha Obito leaned against the wardrobe, his stance relaxed. Since he had decided to become this little one's teacher, he had to start making the teaching plan. Since it's teaching, it must be Hansen, word by word, teaching by example. He raised a finger, his tone brooking no argument. Every so often I'll have White Zetsu substitute for you in Konoha. You yourself will follow me, and he'll personally train you. Then after 10 o'clock at night, they'll come pick you up and bring you here for special training. Bai Sheng heard this and immediately knit his brows into a knot. Nighttime teaching? Are you kidding? He was at a critical age for growing. If he failed to reach 1.99 in the future, it would be all your fault. I protest. Bai Sheng raised his small hand, his tone serious and extremely earnest. Nighttime teaching will severely occupy my precious sleep time. I'm only 115 centimeters now. If I stay up late, I'll never grow tall. Protest denied. Obito refused coldly. Christmas master. Bai Sheng sat cross-legged on the platform, his small feet overlapping. He lifted his face and stared at Obito with his moist purple eyes. Slowly a thin layer of mist gathered in his eyes, and his lips pressed together slightly. Obito was stared at by this look for 5 seconds, then his gaze began to drift. 10 seconds and he coughed. 15 seconds and his Adam's apple moved under the mask. Alright, don't look at me with those eyes. He waved his hand, his tone resigned. The teaching session will be shortened to half an hour. If you get sleepy, well, stop immediately. Okay. Bai Sheng blinked, a soft smile immediately spreading across his small face. Christmas master is the best. Obito nodded, the single Sharingan eye in his mask spinning slightly. He recalled a question. I'm curious, why do you keep calling me Santa Claus? What does it mean? Bai Sheng blinked, beginning to fabricate without changing expression. It's actually an abbreviation for the birth of the saint who saves the world. Don't you think this title suits you perfectly, teacher? Humph. Obito curled his lips, the arc under his mask, quite pleased. Bai Sheng, you have insight. The entire ninja world. Who else is worthy of this title but me? I permit you to call me that. To use the power of half a man to create a new world without strife, without separation, without pain. Isn't that the act of a saint? That's totally me. Bai Sheng's mouth twitched upon hearing this. A Dauntlot challenge. I accept. Wait, he suddenly thought of a problem. His grandmaster, Uchiha Madara, known as the Lone Testicle Ninja. His jail master, Uchiha Obito, who claimed to be Santa Claus. Then what about him, the disciple? Stop, don't think about such terrifying things. Baisheng obediently raised his face looking at Obito, his purple eyes filled with just the right amount of admiration. Christmas Master is brilliant. That delicate, cute little face, paired with an admiring gaze, was stunningly powerful. Obito felt his mood become carefree like a spring breeze brushing over a frozen lake, stirring a long-lost warmth. Huh, so this is how it feels to be a master. No wonder that guy Kakashi kept babbling, Baisheng, all day long. He was already tired of hearing it. Joy here not thinking of, no? He shook his head, forcefully forcing that dizzying intoxication out of his mind. Uchiha Obito, you cannot degenerate like this. You still have ideals to fulfill, a beloved to redeem, sins to cleanse. How can a trivial happiness of being a master shake his? He glanced again at Baisheng's sparkling, admiring eyes, and his throat clogged. I fought all my life. What's wrong with relaxing a bit? This matter is known only to you and me. Don't tell anyone or else. His single eye narrowed slightly, his voice lowering. I will imprison you in the other dimension forever, and you will never return to Konoha in this life. Baisheng, you don't want to make your teacher Kakashi sad, do you? I definitely won't tell anyone. Baisheng rolled his eyes inwardly, but his expression was earnest and reassuring. He even extended his pinky finger to make a pinky promise. This is a man's promise. Very good. Obito nodded in satisfaction, then turned to look at White Zetsu, which had returned to its original form. White Zetsu, your task is to turn into a spore and attach to Baisheng's hand, observe his daily words and actions, and complete a perfect disguise as quickly as possible. During the time I take Baisheng for training, you will act as Baisheng's substitute, dealing with the people around him without revealing any flaws. Hey huh! White Zetsu let out a loud shout, its body rapidly contracting into a jade green seed bracelet, landing with a snap in Baisheng's hand. He picked it up, examined it, and satisfied clipped it onto his delicate little paw. Hua! Baisheng suddenly. The night deepened. Baisheng had spent most of the day treating the wounded in Uchiha territory and performed a two-man show with Obito. His 7-year-old body was about to give out. Obito glanced again at Baisheng, who was yawning non-stop, and frowned. Alright, go to sleep now. You're 7 and still this short. Do you usually pick at your food, not eating meat, eggs, or milk? He crossed his arms and spoke in the tone of an experienced person. When I was a child, it was the Warring States period. Being able to have a mouthful of hot rat meat would have made me happy for a long time. Kids nowadays are really pampered. Baisheng, you're deluding again. Deluding that you are the dominant Uchiha Madara, not the Joker of the ninja world, Uchiha Obito. Obito finished speaking, his figure gradually fading into a spatial vortex like a drop of ink falling into the night, leaving no trace. Baisheng's bedroom returned to silence. He lowered his head, his gaze falling on the white Zetsu seed on his wrist. Perhaps he could have Shursui come and use Jinjutsu to control this white Zetsu, turning it from Obito's monitor into his own transmitter. Before he could act, a small bulge suddenly appeared on the seed on his wrist. The bulge rapidly expanded. A black round little head emerged from inside the seed, staring at him with expectation and excitement that seemed about to overflow from its eyes. Baisheng, my good little sister, after so many years have you missed your big brother? You are the reincarnation of Siming Baisheng, the fourth daughter of the moon goddess, Siming Yuewa. Since childhood you were raised by your third brother Siming Xuanhuang, who painstakingly trained you. To realize the dream of your most beloved older brother and resurrect your mother Siming Yuewa, you willingly sealed your memories and reincarnated in Leaf City, getting in touch with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and even the reincarnated bodies of your two nephews. Now several years have passed. Siming Xuanhuang couldn't bear the pain of longing, so he found an opportunity to acknowledge you. You choose. Choice 1. Who are you? So ugly. So smelly. So disgusting. Scream in terror, frightened by Siming Xuanhuang. Reward, golden finger. Future vision, permanent 10-second future sight. Note the future is unpredictable. This golden finger can only provide the 10 most likely futures. Choice 2. Sorry brother, it's already in the past. Refuse, Siming Xuanhuang, sternly claiming that you are now Siming Baisheng, who wants to become Hokage. Reward, golden finger. Empress fate, beauty 10, attraction to talents 100, luck 100, automatically obtained the young phoenix body. Choice 3. Although I don't remember, my soul recognizes you. Who are you exactly? Show closeness to Siming Xuanhuang, willing to listen to his explanation. A reward, golden finger. Unknown painting notes, fragment, speech skill 50, charisma 10, male attraction 10. Baisheng. In his past life, he was not a sunny and optimistic young man who firmly believed that knowledge could change one's fate, only to be struck down by knowledge itself and transported to another world. Alright, the soil system on the city wall of the trench also fabricated a previous life for him, as the fourth reincarnation of Otsutsuki Kagaya. So who exactly is he? Baisheng squinted slightly, staring at Heiju, lost in thought. Slowly some familiar fragments began to surface in his mind, memories of him, and Ju relying on each other hiding in the ninja world. What the hell? How did it come to the point where someone else is implanting non-existent memories into him? Bai Sheng's face turned pale, and he hurriedly stopped the train of thought, fearing that he might involuntarily let out a gasp. He forced himself to calm down and began to make a serious choice. 3 options, 3 golden fingers. Bai Sheng actually preferred the future sight because then he could shout, gaze into the future. Ahem. Mainly because future sight sounds really cool, igniting the Chinibyu spirit in this life. And it's also very practical. With it, he would essentially be unbeatable, seizing every opportunity. The other option, Empress Destiny. Talent attraction 100, luck 100. These were all familiar and tempting to Bai Sheng. He had long wanted to recreate the famous scene where his idol De Bao Bei invited the dragon to come out of the mountain. Luck is also a very precious hidden attribute. However, he wasn't sure what the so-called phoenix body actually was and what strange effects it might have. What if this is a female-exclusive physique, very prestigious, allowing him to successfully show off? Even if there is only a 1 in a billion chance, Bai Sheng wouldn't gamble on it. Bai Sheng, dear uncle, certainly does not wish for such a blessing. So now he could only choose one option. Option 3, acknowledging Ju, golden finger unknown, drawing notes, remnant, public speaking skills 50, a charm 10, male attraction 10. Public speaking skills 50. That's quite interesting. Perhaps the owner of this drawing note was once a passionate youth who hosted everyone in a grand gathering to share their ideals. Bai Sheng collected his thoughts, his purple eyes looking at Ju. His expression carried a hint of just the right amount of confusion, and after gently biting his lip, he spoke. I seem to not know you. Ju suddenly collapsed like a puddle of flattened asphalt, his yellow eyes losing their sparkle, staring blankly at the ceiling. He looks like a dog. But Bai Sheng suddenly laughed, his eyes curving into crescent moons, tilting his head as he gently poked Ju's round body. My soul tells me that you are my most relied upon, most admired, and most beloved older brother. Ewed. Ju suddenly bounced to Bai Sheng's feet, the entire mass of black mud rubbing against Bai Sheng's delicate little foot, letting out muffled whimpers. My Bai Sheng, brother knew it, brother knew you would never forget me. With your words, brother's hardships over the years have all been worth it. Tears. They flowed out. Bai Sheng looked at the round black slime at his feet, crying 2 noodle-like tears, and suddenly felt it was quite cute. He squatted down, extending his fair fingers to gently stroke Ju's smooth black head. All right, I'm here, brother, don't cry. His voice was soft as if soothing a child. Did you not often say that if you keep crying, our 2 fierce and menacing brothers would find us through your wailing? The non-existent memories surged. Ju raised his head, looking at Bai Sheng. That face, somewhat resembling his mother's, was gently gazing down at him. A wave of great grievance suddenly welled up within Ju. This person before him was his only sister, the only family with whom he could let go of all pretenses and defenses, enjoying the pure bond of siblinghood. All the years of hardship, humiliation, and confusion seemed to find an outlet in an instant. It opened its mouth and unconsciously let out a call, Mom. Bai Sheng's smile froze. Not a buddy. I'm not even of age yet, why call me Mom? No, even if I was of age, I shouldn't call her Mom. I call you brother, and you call me Mom. Oh, what kind of calculation is this in our family? Is this a normal sibling? Brotherly relationship? Such familial ethical relations would be useless even with the 6 paths sage at home. Mom. The resurrection plan for Mom has reached a critical moment, my sister. Ju's dignity as the elder brother made it immediately snap back to reality, forcibly shifting the topic, its tone becoming deep and steady again, as if the previous utterance was merely an illusion. Bai Sheng decided to pretend he hadn't heard the recent slip of the tongue. He squatted down again, looking at Ju. Ju quickly changed the subject. That new organization you are, the leader, the little guy wearing the white fox mask, is you, right? That's fame. Bai Sheng's face turned slightly red as he first corrected Ju's inappropriate wording before asking, how did brother know? Don't underestimate brother's intelligence network. Ju's yellow eyes flashed with a hint of pride. Ever since you reincarnated, my dear sister, I have exhausted all my resources to develop a ninjutsu that would allow some white Ju to become my eyes and ears, gathering intelligence, and even temporarily shifting consciousness, just like now. I see. Bai Sheng nodded, suddenly understanding. It was probably when he was nurturing Ji Shui that he inadvertently caught the attention of the white Ju lurking in Konoha. Ju looked at Bai Sheng, his voice turning serious. Bai Sheng, I came not only to reminisce, but also to warn you about some matters. Our brother Otsutsuki Yui, his physical body has died, but his soul and chakra remain in the Pure Land, overlooking all beings in the ninja world. Although he generally does not interfere with the current world if things go too far, and he becomes aware of signs of loosening seals on our mother, he might personally utilize the powers of Azura and Indra's reincarnated forms to strike against us directly. What does brother plan to do? Bai Sheng lifted Ju onto the bed, sitting cross-legged himself. So let your people from fame lie low for the time being as a contingency plan in case something goes wrong with the big brother's plan. Heiju's tone was very serious. Baisheng thought for a moment and nodded. Heiju's judgment was consistent with his previous analysis. Though the Six Paths Sage only has his soul and chakra left, pulling out 2 Six Paths level combatants in an instant is completely feasible. Jishui now possesses an eternal eye. After successfully transplanting the Hashirama cells, he can use the complete Susanoo as a routine skill. Moreover, with the Tenjin and that newly awakened eye, the specific ocular techniques are still unclear, ensuring a solid standing in the Super Shadow tier. But facing Six Paths level is still a different dimension. His female-oriented system also has ample room for improvement. The Akatsuki organization members like Nagato, Scorpion Daidara, and even Orochimaru have yet to be approached. Other village leaders of elite shinobi are still out of sight. Perhaps they could trigger several high-quality golden fingers. He needs to continue to consolidate. Since Heiju is willing to take the lead and help him clear the path, let him do so. After all, time is on his side. Moreover, even if Heiju's plan fails, he still has an escape route. Baisheng can also love the ninja world. He can also embody the bonds of Konoha. In fact, Uncle Baisheng has long been the heir to the Hokage of Konoha. The next day, morning light poured over the rooftops of Konoha as usual. 2 major pieces of news were posted on the village bulletin board, instantly sparking lively discussions among the villagers. Firstly, the Uchiha Guard, an entire squad of elite shinobi, including the deceased strongest Uchiha Jishui, collectively defected from Konoha, joining a mysterious organization called Fame. The news spread, causing an uproar in the village. Everyone shouted, "This is great news." In all of Konoha, the only thing the fearless and defiant can fear is the guard squad, which can casually throw someone into jail with a casual "What are you looking at?" Now that the guard squad is gone, isn't this life looking up? Secondly, the Hokage's advisor Shimura Danzo, the Shadow of the Ninja, will formally hold a disciple recruitment ceremony in the Root's main hall in 3 days. It is said that all the influential figures from the Land of Fire have been invited, and the event will be grand, with not only well-known shinobi from the village participating, but also the legendary Sanin Jiraiya and Tsunade being invited. Once the news spread, everyone began to discuss again. They collectively asked, "Who is Shimura Danzo?" Before long, it was the night before the disciple recruitment ceremony. The streets were bustling, and even a fire-style hot spring shop had opened. The Hoshino family also booked tickets, preparing to take Naruto and some classmates and acquaintances for a good soak in the hot spring that evening. Naruto's academic performance was far from satisfactory. His scores in the national language, mathematics, geography, and history were all disastrously low. To describe Naruto's grades as uneducated would be an understatement, making him seem overly accomplished in comparison. Fortunately, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the village had modest expectations for him, at least as long as he could understand the Hokage's orders. Meanwhile, as the rising and radiant little son of the village, the destined older brother of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Baisheng, had a great deal more to learn. Not only did every teacher take turns questioning him during class, but he also had to endure specialized training from Kakashi and Danzo after school. Even at night, there was no rest. Baisheng had to steadfastly sacrifice half an hour of sleep to accompany the lonely elderly bachelor Runto, playing a game of strict teacher and naughty student that was harmlessly friendly. Every time Baisheng's eyelids grew heavy with sleep, Obito would launch into a lengthy lecture in a tone that implied, "At your age, how can you sleep?" Then Baisheng would blink his moist purple eyes and say, "Teacher, you're so amazing, but he'll fall asleep if I listen a little longer." Obito's belly full of complaints would be choked back. Every week or two, Obito would whisk him away for a few days, wandering around the ninja world, critiquing everything and calling it broadening horizons. Luckily, Baisheng used the substitute sacrificial puppet remnant to play 2 roles, handling everything without being exposed. Days passed peacefully yet fully until the day before the apprenticeship ceremony. Evening fell. The main streets of Konoha were adorned with colorful lanterns. Several large merchant guilds from the Fire Country's capital jointly sponsored a grand lantern festival. Colorful stalls had been set up early along both sides of the streets. The guild clerks shouted energetically, and Konoha's residents and ninjas for once set aside their usual tension and merged into the crowd. The streets buzzed with noise and lively atmosphere. At the Hashiba residence, the perpetually late Kakashi, true to form, was exactly half an hour late as he stepped through the gate. "Kakashi's, tonight I entrust little Baisheng and little Naruto to your care." Mother Hashiba Ruri slightly bowed, her tone carrying a hint of excitement. She had changed into a light blue kimono with delicate little white flowers embroidered on the cuffs, standing beside her father Hashiba Saikaku, who wore a dark gray Matsuki hakama. "Oh, no trouble. Baisheng is a good kid, and Naruto counts as a human too. He'll take good care of them." Kakashi held a skewer of grilled meat in his hand, his tone relaxed. "You two just enjoy your time together." Baisheng stared at Kakashi with a wistful look. He had always been intensely curious about the true face beneath Kakashi's mask, and planned to catch a glimpse the moment Kakashi opened his mouth. The next second Kakashi executed a precise backbend, pulling down the mask with lightning speed, shoving the meat from the skewer into his mouth, then releasing the mask, which snapped back into place. The entire process took less than half a second. He straightened up, squinted at Baixing, and said cheerfully, snooping into others' privacy is very rude, Baixing. Baixing took a deep breath. A calm mind can heal 1,000 ailments. An adult should have the composure of an adult and not stoop to Kakashi's level. Baixing. His mother looked over at him, holding a neatly folded kimono in her hands, a smile on her face. Mom bought you a very pretty and cute little kimono today at the guild shop. You'll wear it to the Lantern Festival tonight. What? Really? No way. I protest. I refuse. Baixing made a large X with his two little hands in front of his chest. Wow. I want it. I want it. I want to see Big Brother in a pretty kimono. Naruto clenched his hands in excitement, his blue eyes sparkling. Being able to witness Big Brother in a kimono would be worth getting beaten up. Ahem. Kakashi squinted, his mouth curving into a smile. Actually, I'd really like to see Baixing in a kimono too. It must be absolutely beautiful. Lord Jiraiya coughed. He accidentally mentioned that person and quickly covered it with a few dry coughs. Lord Jiraiya, is he the author of the books you often read, Kakashi-sensei? Baixing quickly changed the subject. Die teacher, but not father, you brought this on yourself, Kakashi-san. He blinked his pure, innocent, large purple eyes, and added, when you're teaching me you often flip through a book. The cover seems to have a picture of someone without. Whoosh. Kakashi immediately felt two sharp gazes fall upon him, a cold sweat trickling down along the edge of his mask. In that moment he understood his student was a witty on the outside, black and thin side type. He looked soft and adorable, but when cut open he was all cunning. Baixing, don't change the subject. Fortunately his mother saw through his trick and smiling reached out and grabbed the back of his collar. No. We could put it on, and he'll let you go out to play. But the kimono comes with matching platform, get it okay? A dozen minutes later the bedroom door slid open. A luxurious kimono of white interwoven with pale purple was perfectly fitted on Baixing. The sash at his waist was tied into an elegant bunko knot. The hem reached just to his ankles, revealing a small section of white tabi socks. His long black hair was combed into a dignified princess style, with a wisp of hair left at each temple and a small cherry blossom hairpin tucked in. A very light makeup was applied to his delicate little face. But paired with Baixing's small yet utterly stunning features, the effect was nothing short of nuclear. Baixing stood awkwardly at the bedroom door, a blush of shame on his face, biting his pink lips, head down, not daring to look at everyone, twisting the sleeves of his kimono in his hands. Truly my daughter, more beautiful than I was as a child. His mother clasped her hands together, eyes crinkling. I am your son, mother. Baixing pouted in complaint, but the kimono made his voice soft and tender, his protest lacking any force. Haha, our little Baixing will grow up to be a handsome man one day. His father came over, placing a large hand on top of Baixing's head, stroking it gently. Father is absolutely right. Baixing looked up, a glimmer of hope rekindled in his violet eyes. Big Brother. Naruto had also been changed into a casual Haori by Baixing's father. He stood beside the sofa, his face flushed red, mumbling disjointedly, I've never asked you for anything in my whole life, have I? Could you? Wear skirts from now on. This is a kimono, not a skirt, you idiot, Naruto. Can a kimono be? This is clearly a robe. Baixing stepped forward and vigorously ruffled Naruto's hair, adamantly refusing to admit he had worn a skirt. Because tonight he was wearing elevated geta, he could easily reach Naruto's hair without having to stand on tiptoe. Naruto yelped from the ruffling, but a goofy smile lingered on his face. Alright, let's go. Kakashi placed a hand on each of their heads, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The three bid farewell to Baixing's parents, who were preparing to enjoy their time alone, and walked along the lantern-lit streets toward the festival. Baixing's geta made a crisp clack with every step. The night wind swept through the alleys. The entire street was dyed a warm orange by the lantern light. The shouts of vendors, the laughter of children, and the clamor of street performers merged into the very essence of human vitality. Baixing, Naruto, Kakashi-senpai, Baixing-kun. No sooner had they entered the main street of the festival than two small figures came running rapidly toward them. Haruno Sakura wore a light pink floral kimono. Yamanaka Ino wore an emerald green kimono patterned with goldfish. Each of the little girls held a candied apple, their cheeks faintly flushed. Sakura Ino, are you two strolling together? Baixing tilted his head, the tiny cherry blossom on his hairpin swaying along. Mom and Dad are too slow. I told Dad I was going to find Ino, and then I ran out. Sakura's gaze fell on Baixing, and her face turned even redder in an instant. Ino circled around Baixing, her eyes wide. Baixing-kun, why are you wearing a girl's outfit? He's clearly a boy, but when he wears a kimono he's prettier than Ino and Sakura combined. How infuriating. Ino stamped her foot, but her expression was all excitement as if she had found a rare treasure. That's absolutely right. Naruto puffed out his chest proudly. Sakura nodded vigorously nearby, her face even redder. Kids, can we not discuss this matter? Baisheng was assaulted from all sides by the two girls, remarks of vein popping on his forehead, unable to recover. Since we've all met, how about we stroll through the festival together? Kakashi suggested cheerfully. Great. Sakura and Ino replied in unison, and thus a temporary team officially expanded to 5. Hey, not far away, Shikamaru wearing a white casual Haori and Choji holding a bag of potato chips spotted the 3 eye-catching little girls from a distance. Shikamaru stopped in his tracks, rubbing his temples. I feel like that's going to be troublesome. Choji, let's go the other way. I'm fine with that. Choji munched on his chips and nodded. Then he saw Shikamaru change direction, but not walk far. Instead, he secretly peeked toward Baisheng. Choji scratched his head, unsure what Shikamaru meant. After thinking it over, he decided to let it be. So he also squeezed behind the utility pole, starting a tense and thrilling stalking game. Kids, don't try this at home. As Baisheng walked, he suddenly felt a chill. An ominous premonition. He spun around abruptly, narrowing his violet eyes. He precisely locked onto a mysterious man in red festive clothing, wearing sunglasses in the crowd. Shino, when did you get here? No, why are you still here? Shiniken. Baisheng was already helpless against the elusive Aburame Shino, who had become a comic relief. He stepped forward and extended an invitation in a gentle tone. You've been following us for a while. Want to join us? Shino's sunglasses gleamed brightly. Thank you, Ma. Ahem, Baisheng. Baisheng pretended not to hear that, Ma. His heart wall was already built. Big brother, who were you talking to just now? Naruto turned around, tilting his head in confusion. Never mind, forget it. Baisheng shrugged. And so the 5-person team gained one more member. The new 5-person team continued their leisurely stroll. Kakashi walked at the tail of the line, occasionally buying roasted dumplings and snacks to share with the children. As they passed a stall filled with small, orange-covered books, his pace noticeably slowed. The next moment, he formed a shadow clone. The original continued to guide the children as if nothing had happened, while the clones stealthily slipped into the bookstall. The group continued forward. When they encountered a performer showcasing water release tricks, they ran into Niji and Hinata's party. Baisheng, mindful of his reputation within the Hyuga clan, merely nodded politely. Niji returned a solemn nod. Hinata peeked out from behind him, her face flushed as she offered a shy smile, before quickly retreating. The small team moved on. Baisheng's mouth had not stopped since entering the Lantern Festival. Many acquaintances, classmates, neighbors, and even complete strangers, upon seeing his adorable little face, could not resist stuffing small snacks into his hands. At first, Baisheng refused each offering, but soon realized resistance was futile and only accepted treats from familiar faces. After a round, his small belly began to swell. He patted his little tummy with both hands, a blissful smile spreading across his face. Then Kakashi felt the weight of countless gazes pressing down on him from all directions. He broke into a cold sweat. Ahem, well, the Lantern Festival mission is complete. Time for the hot spring. Kakashi spoke hastily, his tone tinged with urgency. Yay? Hot spring. The children jumped with joy. Baisheng was also looking forward to it. The group adjusted their course and headed toward the hot spring inn. The lantern lights faded behind them, but ahead lay another sea of brightness. When they reached the fire release hot spring entrance, Naruto's sharp eyes caught something. Hey, why is there a big hedgehog over there? Baisheng followed Naruto's pointing finger. In a corner of the hot spring, in a massive white hedgehog-like shape, was huddled, emitting low, eerie laughter. Hee 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 ha ha. It appeared. The outdoor sampling Jiraiya. Naruto broke away from the group, tiptoed to the giant hedgehog, picked up an empty wooden crate nearby, and aimed for the hedgehog head, bringing it down with a crash. Bang! The white hedgehog slowly turned its head. Light illuminated the face of a middle-aged man, a red bump rapidly swelling in the center of his forehead, lifting the wooden crate. Which brat is so mischievous? Don't you know the great sage is gathering material? Oh no! Naruto's internal alarm bells rang. He stepped back, turned, and ran shouting. He's a white-haired pervert old man, just like Kakashi-sensei. Big brother, save me. Idiot, idiot, idiot. You're yelling too loud, you've exposed me. The white-haired hedgehog shouted back in panic, flailing his hands wildly. Kakashi stood nearby, breaking into another cold sweat. Is that Jiraiya-sama? Oi, it's Jiraiya, hearing the familiar voice, spotted his junior, then followed Kakashi's line of sight to the 3 little girls beside him. His beautiful girl radar instantly activated. With agility entirely incongruous with his frame, he appeared before Baisheng, crouched down, studied him for 2 seconds. Ooh ho ho. A little girl, even more beautiful than young Tsunade. He stroked his chin, clicking his tongue in admiration, then shook his head with a sigh. What a pity she's still too small now. But don't lose heart. Tsunade was also small when she was young, but now. Jiraiya-sama, if you continue harassing my student, he'll have to use Raikiri. Protective Kakashi let a faint crackle of lightning flicker in his palm. Besides, I saw Tsunadesima at the sake shop this morning. She seems to have returned quietly. Jiraiya-sama, you wouldn't want a day's offense against Tsunadesima to reach her ears, would you? Jiraiya's cold sweat streamed down in torrents. The great sage suddenly has an inspiration. It's about a little girl with a motherly, gentle personality. He'll go right at once. See you later, Kakashi. With that, he vanished with a poof, turning into a puff of white smoke. Fancheng blinked. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade had returned to the village. It seemed the collective defection of the Uchiha clan's radicals coupled with Danzo taking a disciple had stirred quite a commotion, drawing these two legendary Sannin who had roamed outside for years back. After the small interlude, the group entered the fire release hot spring inn. A female receptionist sat behind the counter. To the left was the men's bath, to the right the women's bath, and luxurious private rooms were available. Ino and Sakura arm in arm headed toward the changing room of the women's pool. Fancheng naturally walked toward the men's changing room, only to be stopped by an arm. Little girl, the receptionist bent down, her smile, gentle her tone, as if patiently explaining to a child who had entered the wrong restroom. That side is for boys. Girls should come this way. Fancheng's mouth twitched. He looked up, pointing at his own face, speaking with false confidence, but genuine indignation. I'm a boy. Why can't I go to the men's changing room? Even if you really want to soak with your brothers, it's absolutely impossible. The auntie persisted earnestly. Boys and girls are different, and there are other adult men in the men's pool. Come over here quickly, child. Fancheng took a deep breath. The school restroom had already set aside a single stall by Sheng gender for him. Now even the men's bath was forbidden. I'm sick of these formalities. He mustered his courage and charged toward the men's changing room. Today I will go to the men's pool. Let's see who dares to stop me. Whoa! Kakashi, quick as lightning, slipped both hands under Fancheng's armpits and lifted him into the air. Holding him at eye level, he turned to the receptionist. The child is a bit rebellious. Please book a large private room for us. Thank you. A dozen minutes later, Fancheng sullen pushed open the door of the single changing room and stepped into the luxurious private hot spring. He wore a white yukata with white swim trunks beneath, but the top half. That wretched auntie had shamelessly draped a piece of white cloth over his chest, tied into a bow. This was the ultimate humiliation. He was now fully supportive of Black Zetsu's plan to revive Kaguya Otsutsuki and destroy the world. Might as well sink the entire ninja world. Him coming in. He pushed open the door. The hot spring pool was steaming warm lamplight, casting a cozy glow on the water. Several people were already in the pool. Naruto lay by the edge, his hair wet. Kakashi leaned against the stone wall opposite, a white towel draped over his head. Shino sat in a corner. Besides them, 3 unexpected people were present. Uchiha Sasuke in a dark blue yukata sat at the pool's edge, splashing water with his feet. Beside him, Itachi was half submerged, his long hair loose over his shoulders. Shikamaru and Choji were also there. Fancheng stood at the edge, blinking. Had he skipped the life segment? Why was everyone here? Fancheng, why are you in the men's bath? Sasuke inadvertently glanced at Fancheng, his face instantly reddening, as he quickly shut his eyes. You've come to the wrong place. Don't come over. Fancheng's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Sasuke, don't tell me that after 2.5 years of being classmates you've always thought your dear Fancheng uncle was a girl. Wait. Shikamaru's expression instantly changed. He crouched into the water, leaving only half his head above the surface, staring at Fancheng. Fancheng isn't your gender, Fancheng. Why are you coming into the men's pool? Fancheng was instantly exasperated. What did he mean by your gender is Fancheng? Had he become some kind of gender already? Shikamaru, do you even hear the nonsense you're spewing? Hey Shikamaru, can you be a bit more polite? Fancheng stepped into the pool, intending to punish the one who dared question his gender. Boss, let it go. As soon as he entered the hot spring, Ming pounced on him, grabbing the sleeve of Fancheng's bath. Shikamaru is young and ignorant. He blurted out what everyone knows, but shouldn't say. Don't mind him. Fancheng pulled off balance, tilted his head to look at Ming. Ming suddenly sniffed lightly, his eyes narrowing involuntarily. Boss, you smell even nicer. Huh. Fancheng spun around abruptly. The movement was too sudden, and his already loose bathrobe slipped down under Mingren's grip. Whoa. Ming quickly let go, covering his eyes, but a flushed half-face peeked through his fingers. B-boss, put your robe back on. Sasuke, watching from the side, turned around sharply, the tips of his ears red. Shikamaru submerged his entire face in the water, sending up a stream of gurgling bubbles. Choji leaned back and floated on the hot spring. Shino swiftly retreated to an unnoticed corner and vanished. Oh. Seeing everyone's extreme reaction, Fancheng looked down with his violet eyes. Delicate skin glowed softly in the steam, with a slender, fragile waist and clean, well-proportioned thighs. He looked left and right. It was just a normal child's flat figure, still carrying the soft curves typical of a 7-year-old. He couldn't understand why these kids looked as if they'd seen a ghost. But, seeing that he had startled everyone in the pool into turning away, a never-before experienced feeling welled up from the depths of his heart. Could this be? The legendary sensation of a mighty hero exuding kingly aura, making all the great men bow in submission. It felt pretty good. A smirk tugged at Beisheng's lips, and his small hands unconsciously rested on his slender waist. The weak and helpless Beisheng, who could do nothing against public criticism, had stepped down. Hot Spring Warrior Beisheng made his grand entrance. The bully of the Hot Spring Beisheng strutted arrogantly like a demon descending from heaven, truly a god of wrath incarnate. He swaggered toward Mingren, who often provoked him. How to repay 1,000 days of resentment. Otsutsuki Ashura, it was time to settle everything. Mingren had already wrapped his bathrobe tightly huddled at the edge of the pool, covering his eyes, and not daring to. He had tied the sash of his bathrobe so tightly that in his panic he made a knot. Yo Mingren. Beisheng curled his lips into an evil grin, reached out a small hand, and patted Mingren on the shoulder. Mingren's body stiffened instantly like a kitten pinched by the scruff. Your boat is pretty sturdy. Yikes. Mingren yelled frantically, tightening his bathrobe, hurriedly retreating to the edge of the spring until he hit the wall, his voice trembling. Boss, what are you going to do? I'm just checking if you're developing normally. Beisheng strode closer, raising both small hands in the classic pose of a menacing demon. Imagine a spotlight shining behind him, casting a sinister shadow on his face. He must look utterly imposing now, hee. Boss, no. Mingren's face turned pale with fear. Behaved. Beisheng channeled the power of ice, release a wisp of freezing air curling from his fingertips, freezing the sash of Mingren's bathrobe. The sash instantly became stiff and brittle. Beisheng reached out a small hand and gave it a tug. Croak. Boss, don't pull it. Hee Mingren, how do you feel? How do you feel? Kakashi-sensei, save me. Sasuke, Shikamaru, and the others huddled at the other end of the pool, exchanging. Watching Mingren being teased relentlessly by Beisheng, they all breathed sighs of relief in unison. Thankfully, Mingren was the one bearing the brunt of his wrath, who otherwise they might have been the ones wailing under the ice release. Though from another perspective this might count as a reward of sorts. They had to believe Mingren was happy. That was the only thing they could do as bystanders. Only Kakashi remained composed, leaning by the poolside, raising a glass of juice and taking a slow sip. His eyes reflected the lively chaos in the hot spring, a slight smile curving his lips. Beside him, Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly and addressed him with respect. Kakashi-senpai. After the night of defection, Itachi, as one of the instigators, had, despite his initial ill intentions, executed things well. Sarutobi Hiruzen pardoned his unauthorized actions, and his duties remained unchanged. Now Itachi was still a squad leader in the ANBU, on equal footing with Kakashi in rank. But in terms of seniority, Kakashi was second to none among the younger generation. Only Asuma, the man exuding fervent will of fire vibes, could contend with him for a bit. Itachi understood this well. Now that the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha was no longer tense, the security force, the department overseeing Konoha's law and order and often clashing with villagers, had been taken back by the third Hokage. Having lost that banner, and with the most radical Uchiha members taken away by Shisui, the remaining moderates held the absolute majority. Given time, the Uchiha would soon blend in with Konoha's villagers, exchanging sincerity for sincerity, clan greetings for clan greetings, truly integrating into the big Konoha family. There might still be remnants supporting the radicals among the civilians, but ambition without support was but a candle in the wind. As the new generation grew up, all old grievances would be carried away by time. Kakashi glanced at Itachi and gave a slight nod. As a member of the Hokage faction's younger generation, he neither disliked nor particularly liked this junior, who had yet to stain his hands with innocent blood. The village needed Itachi to support the loss of Uchiha power. At least his love for Konoha was truly profound. After a bout of mischief, Beisheng finally felt satisfied and let go of Mingren, whose eyes had become unfocused from the ordeal. He came over to Kakashi, picked up his juice, and gulped down a few mouthfuls. After soaking in the hot spring and fooling around, he was indeed thirsty. Itachi's gaze inadvertently swept over Beisheng's small feet, swaying gently in the water. Those jade feet. Ahem. He looked away, turned to Kakashi, and gave him a subtle glance. On the night of defection, the leader of the Evil Name organization had been a child who looked about the same size as Beisheng and also liked to go barefoot. The only difference was that leader could hover in midair. Itachi didn't say it outright, but he knew Kakashi would understand the meaning of that glance. Among everyone present, Kakashi was the only one who had been in close contact with both Beisheng and the White Fox Mask leader. Kakashi immediately understood. He met Itachi's eyes and gave a slight shake of his head. As Beisheng's daily teacher, Kakashi knew every curve of those small feet even better than Beisheng himself did. Though the leader's small feet were very similar to Beisheng's, his soul denied it. Those were not Beisheng's feet. As for how he made that judgment, that was Kakashi's personal privacy, not to be disclosed. Beisheng held his juice, watching the two of them exchanging knowing glances, and narrowed his violet eyes. You two have a mind link now? An AMBU squad leader and a semi-retired AMBU squad leader exchanging secret signals in a hot spring pool. Are you trading some inappropriate intelligence? Yo Baixing, long time no see. Sasuke had quietly swum over at some point. He stood beside Baixing, arms crossed, brows slightly furrowed. Are you really? A boy, not a girl. As real as it gets. Baixing had just vented all his pent-up anger on Mingren. Feeling refreshed and entirely at ease, he surprisingly didn't mind Sasuke's offensive remark. I see. Sasuke let out a long sigh, then a look of pride appeared on his face. I knew it. There's no way Uchiha Sasuke could keep losing to a girl. Being pinned down by a boy was undoubtedly better than being pinned down by a girl. At least that was how Sasuke thought. Baixing stared at Sasuke speechlessly, as if he could never see the original Sasuke in him. But then he thought again. This version of Sasuke was actually fine. Thanks to his forceful intervention, Itachi had failed in his clan massacre, and Shursui had started anew with the security force. Sasuke no longer had to play that interplanetary robot solo family game. His parents were alive, his elder brother was still an AMBU squad leader, and his family was complete. Sasuke's already strong resilience had been infinitely boosted. He was now completely insulated from being a human firecracker ready to explode at a touch. Barring any accident, Sasuke would never awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in this lifetime, forever parting with the title Sasuke the Big Shot, and just settling down as a single brother guy. But the problem remained. Could this Sasuke in the future withstand the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths and seal away Kagaya Otsutsuki? Oh well, let's cross that bridge when we come to it. At worst, he could stage another night of killing Itachi. That might make Sasuke awaken his eyes right. Not a real kill, of course. Current Itachi wasn't unforgivable yet. The following day, Shimura Danzo rose early. He stood in the shadows leaning on his cane, watching the ceremony venue being arranged. High-ranking officials, daimyo envoys, representatives of trade associations from various countries, and the clan heads of Konoha's ninja clans streamed into the venue. Even Tsunagakure and Kusagakure sent envoys to attend the ceremony. It was the night of the defection. Danzo was stripped of all duties in the route by Sarutobi Hiruzen on the grounds of forcing the Uchiha police force to leave, retaining only the title of Hokage advisor. Root was nominally placed under Baisheng's temporary leadership. However, considering Baisheng was still young, the actual affairs were entrusted to his guardian ninja Yakushi Kabuto and his sword teacher Hatake Kakashi to handle together. Danzo had no objections to this. Baisheng was his most trusted disciple. All root ninjas had been planted with his curse marks, which Hatake Kakashi alone could not shake. With just a glance, all root members would still obey his commands. His root might collapse, but it would not. However, after retiring and having nothing to do, the peaceful and tranquil days weighed heavily on him. Because he had failed to acquire any Sharingan and could not transplant a large amount of Hashirama cells, he clearly felt his physical functions declining rapidly. His strength was draining, his vitality fading, and he was drifting further from the Hokage's seat. An aging hero, he sighed, toward the morning light. Baisheng, dressed in a white haori with root patterns, was standing at the venue entrance gesticulating and talking. Baisheng, dressed in a white haori with root patterns, was standing at the venue entrance gesticulating and talking animatedly with Naruto, his purple eyes shimmering. Baisheng, his disciple, his successor, the continuation of his will. Now at last he could understand the feeling of teacher Tobirama back, then dragging his crippled body to hold the rear, resolutely facing death for his disciples. Some people take flight only to fall. Now he too would become a good master who exhausts everything to pave the way for his disciple. He did not need the Hokage's seat because his disciple would ascend it for him. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. Teacher Tobirama, I've finally caught up to you. He whispered to the portrait hanging in the center of the venue, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Hiruzen, this time I'm one step ahead of you. The Sannin, one defected, one left the village, one set out on his own. Hiruzen's disciples had a full array of gambling, womanizing, and forbidden arts. None of the three were worry-free. How different from his obedient disciple Baisheng. A swift steed is common, but a Xuanhuang is rare. He had lost to Hiruzen throughout his life regarding the Hokage seat, but in terms of disciples, he could proudly say, I feel the Sannin cannot compare to Baisheng. As an old friend of the Hokage and Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen attended this most important day in his old friend's life. Seated in the front row of the VIP section, he watched Danzo smile that was fiercely suppressed, but could not be hidden. He let out a slight smile, and said nothing, his heart as clear as a mirror. He must be fantasizing about having Baisheng inherit his will and ascend to the Hokage's seat. Yes, indeed, none of Sarutobi Hiruzen's three disciples ever became Hokage, but his disciple's disciple was none other than the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. Even Minato's disciple Hatake Kakashi, as long as he maintained his steady upward momentum in recent years, becoming the fifth Hokage was a foregone conclusion. How can you, Shimura Danzo, compare with me? What Hokage do you have? Even Hoshino Baisheng is the disciple of his disciple's disciple's disciple. You think he inherited your will of root. In fact, he has long been twisted and corrected by our lineage's will of fire. Danzo, my old friend. The third Hokage side picked up his wine glass and took a gentle sip, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. I have already defeated Danzo too many times. As another master of Baisheng, Uchiha Obito also attended this ceremony. Of course, he was not sitting in the audience. Instead, he crouched on the bell tower beam beside the venue, coldly looking down at the crowd below. Watching the smiles on the third Hokage and Kakashi's faces, he curled his lips into a mocking arc. He had eavesdropped on their countless conversations before the memorial stone and knew their thoughts perfectly. It was nothing more than using so-called bonds and the will of fire to influence Baisheng, making him an excellent ninja who inherits the will of fire, even a Hokage. But they all overlooked one person. That was him. Baisheng inherited neither the will of root nor but his own will of salvation. To create a new world with no lies, no betrayal, and no Kakashi. I laugh at Danzo and the third for their lack of schemes, at Kakashi for his lack of wit. I am Baisheng's true master. As Baisheng himself, Baisheng also attended. Why does that sentence sound? He followed Danzo in paying respects to the portrait of Senju Tobarama, then stood up, turned around, and looked at the gathering of guests. From today onward, he Hoshino Baisheng was also considered a second generation worthy of the root and shadow of Konoha. In the eyes of ordinary villagers, he might still be that well-behaved and adorable child. But in the hearts of slightly more elite ninjas and nobles of the great nations, his master's reputation as the shinobi of darkness was truly infamous. As the only direct disciple of Danzo, he was considered a figure big or small. After the ceremony ended, Danzo led Baisheng to meet the various connections he had accumulated over the years in both the light and dark sides. Each one was part of the network Danzo had built over decades. He intended to gradually hand these webs, strand by strand, to Baisheng. Yakushi Kabuto followed throughout, as Baisheng's guardian ninja and assistant. At dusk, Kabuto was detained by Danzo to discuss some unfinished matters concerning the root handover, and Baisheng was finally freed. He changed back into his light daily training clothes. He walked along the sunset-lit alley toward the meeting point previously agreed with Kakashi and Naruto. When he reached the alley entrance, he heard a lively clamor. Immediately, he saw two big white-haired ones, a golden-haired one and a black-haired one, surrounding his little buddy Naruto, doing who knows what. Jiraiya, Kakashi, Tsunade, Shizen. Baisheng blinked, unsure if he was seeing things. Was this a big gathering of the Hokage lineage? The sunset was sliced into narrow golden lines by the high walls. In a rarely visited alley, there was where Naruto and the others found themselves. As Baisheng turned the corner, rubbing his eyes, he saw four adults with an intense will of fire bearing the bonds of the great leaf surrounding Naruto. Kakashi crossed his arms. Jiraiya wore a strange smile on his face. Tsunade had her hands on her hips, a slight smirk on her lips. Shizen stood nearby holding a pig. The four adults had excited expressions, their smiles peculiar, their movements strong and powerful. This was clearly the most traditional scene of ultimate bullying in Konoha. Baisheng's eyes lit up. What a surprise. There were even defeat CGs to see. He immediately jogged over his wooden clogs, clacking joyfully. Here comes the fun. As he got closer, he realized that everyone was teasing Naruto as if he were a younger sibling. It was not ultimate bullying. Boring. Baisheng turned to leave. Off he goes. Baisheng, you can't leave. Kakashi reached out his tangible hand, precisely grabbing Baisheng by the back of his collar and lifting him up. Wow. Baisheng looked back at Kakashi, his purple eyes filled with accusatory glances. Kakashi-sensei, do you four adults intend to bully me like humiliating Naruto? Ahem. Kakashi coughed awkwardly, forcing a smile, as he explained, just now Naruto spoke disrespectfully, calling Lady Tsunade an old lady. A terrifying glare shot from Tsunade's direction. A dreadful sense of oppression made Kakashi feel as if the stars of death were flickering above his head, and he forcibly swallowed the second half of his sentence. With survival instincts honed from years in the Umbu, he swiftly changed the topic. Baisheng, you don't know these three, yet let me introduce you. I know Kakashi-sensei. Baisheng's eyes sparkled as he turned towards Tsunade. He deftly slipped out of Kakashi's grasp, landed on the ground, and tilted his face up with an admiring gaze towards Tsunade. You must be one of the legendary 3 Sannin, the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world, Lady Tsunade. Am I right? Tsunade crossed her arms, a satisfied smile clearly appearing on her face. She slightly nodded, a gentle light on her face. Not bad, little guy, you actually know about my achievements. I heard from Yano that you recently donated a large sum to the orphanage. Would you be interested in joining me for a big score? Baisheng intended to get Yaoshi Yano to work for him, as well as to give Yaoshi Do an explanation. The first thing he did after temporarily taking over as the leader of the root was to allocate a large sum of funding to the orphanage. In hindsight, that money was well spent. In the eyes of the others, he probably gained another shining title. I, Hoshino Baisheng, disciple of Shimura Danzo, am wealthy and generous. Lady Tsunade Baixing shook his head with righteous indignation. His small face, serious gambling, drugs, and other vices are the three forbidden things for ninjas. If you try to deceive or lure me, I will have to call Lord Third. The root is the private property of my teacher Shimura Danzo, and my teacher's things will eventually be mine. The money of the root is my money, my money. If it's to be used, it should be spent by me. How could it be used for gambling? Baixing's words seemed to resonate with three people, making Tsunade feel as if she had returned to that time. She paused for a moment, then burst out laughing, praising, "Very good, you girl, truly delighting me. I'm a boy, I know." Tsunade waved her hand casually, "But in your current appearance it's hard for me to call you a little rascal. Let's just call you girl, it's catchy." The expression she wore when saying this was very calm, clearly not intending to seek Baixing's consent. A gentle, yet helpless voice came from the side. "Lady Tsunade, you shouldn't bully the child. He is clearly—" A black-haired woman holding a pig stepped forward. It was Kata Shizun. "Are you Kata Shizun? You're so beautiful." Baixing quickly adjusted his expression, his cat-like eyes sparkling. "Correct, little sister." Shizun's eyes brightened, bending down with a gentle tone. "Your ability to gather intelligence as a ninja is quite impressive." Baixing's smile froze once again. "Clearly you just said not to bully him." His lips twitched slightly. "Forget it, not worth arguing." Ahem. Jiraiya loudly cleared his throat nearby. He had secretly tidied his hairstyle at some point, one hand propping up against the wall in a pose he thought was suave. He was waiting for Baixing to introduce him with admiration. Baixing fell silent for a second, extending his fair finger to point at Jiraiya, taking a deep breath, before loudly declaring, "It's the white-haired pervert who was secretly peeping in the corner of the hot spring shop yesterday. Where are the guards? Come and catch him." Catching. Jiraiya seemed to turn into a gray-white stone statue, clutching his heart, his voice tinged with the bitterness of betrayal. "Little girl, am not some white-haired pervert. I am the sage of Mount Myaboku, known as the Toad Sage Jiraiya. Remember that well?" "Oh, I've remembered." Baixing nodded indifferently, his tone dismissive. "White-haired pervert. Jiraiya, the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, one of the legendary 3 Sannin. He had completed 485 rank missions, 614 rank missions, and 231 rank missions. He had perished once. He actually quite liked Jiraiya as long as this Toad Sage could see him as a boy and not as someone to be leered at while sketching in a little notebook. And let me reiterate, I am truly a boy." Jiraiya was taken aback. This can't be right." He squatted down, scrutinizing Baixing's face for a full 5 seconds, then shook his head firmly. "My beautiful girl, radar has always signaled that you are the most stunning girl I have ever seen. Enough already, little girl, don't shatter my Dao heart." "Your mother." Baixing flashed a brilliantly radiant. The night curtain slowly fell. Baixing and Naruto were escorted home by the arriving Yaoshirdo. Naruto had been tormented by Jiraiya for most of the day, grumbling as he walked along the road. Baixing kicked little stones, his mood still quite good. Though Jiraiya and Tsunade spoke harshly, their concern couldn't be hidden. After all, he was their own junior. Real talk. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizun watched as Baixing and Naruto's figures disappeared at the alleys, and then exchanged knowing glances at Kakashi. Kakashi pulled out his wallet to take a look, swallowing hard. Moments later, the 4 of them sat in a private room on the 2nd floor of a tavern at the street corner. "All expenses for the evening are on Kakashi." Gangsho lifted her sake cup and drained it in one gulp, while Jing-in softly admonished from the side. "That old fellow Danzo actually took in a decent disciple." Yi lounged carelessly against the chair back, unusually dropping his flippant tone. "With Kakashi and him in the village, I can rest easy and continue my travels across the ninja world. An ice-released bloodline limit chakra close to Jonin level, and I heard from Kakashi that he also possesses Hataki sword techniques comparable to a Jonin." Gangsho also spoke, her finger tracing circles around the rim of her sake cup. "I recall among the ice-release secret techniques, there is one that resembles the Flying Thunder God's body flicker technique. Given time, he could become another 4th Hokage." Her voice suddenly paused, and the air in the room stagnated for a beat. "Lady Gangsho." Jing-in called softly, her eyes filled with worry. She knew Tsunade was recalling the Nawaki and Kato Dan had both been on the path toward becoming Hokage. The word Hokage was a scar in Gangsho's heart. Yi glanced at Gangsho and quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Kakashi, that kid has quite a ruthless heart." The old man dismissed Tuanzong. "Why didn't he give any punishment?" "Actually, the 3rd Hokage granted him an indefinite leave of absence." Kakashi set down his sake cup, his voice dropping. "In name it's a leave, but in reality it's equivalent to being confined within Konoha, not much different from house arrest. Whether he'll have a chance to be reinstated is hard to say after all." He paused, then added, "The reason there was no public punishment is to leave hope for the Ujibwa. Although their clan experienced a mass defection and their police force authority was revoked, the remaining Ujibwa can still join the Hokage's direct ANBU through normal assessments. The 3rd Hokage intends to tell the remaining Ujibwa that Konoha hasn't closed its doors to them." Neither Zilai Yi nor Gangsho said anything more. They both sighed inwardly. Yujibwa. As one of the two founding clans of Konoha, they spent decades evolving from being the village's father to its elder brother, then younger brother, then son, and finally utterly reduced to a mere punching bag. It must be said this too is a talent that others cannot learn. Gangsho and I will be leaving the village. Zilai Yi straightened his legs and sat up a bit, pulling two palm-sized scrolls from his robe and pushing them across to Kakashi. These are toads and slugs that can perform the reverse summoning technique. If that infamous organization attacks Konoha, or if any other life-threatening matters arise, have them summon me and Gangsho back to Konoha to support the village. I understand. Kakashi took the scrolls and put them away solemnly. As for Mingren, Zilai Yi tilted his head back, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, his voice carrying a note of emotion. I think he's living quite happily. The old man did well. With Bai Sheng taking care of Mingren, a little girl. Ahem boy, Mingren definitely wouldn't want to travel the ninja world with me. Let him enjoy a few years of peaceful childhood. After he graduates, I'll return to the village to formally take him as my disciple. In the meantime, I'm counting on you to look after him. I will. Mingren's father was also my teacher, Kakashi replied. After all, Mingren has Bai Sheng's mother to take care of him. Kakashi only needed to show up, occasionally lean against a tree and flip through a few pages of Qin Ri Tian Tang and offer a word of advice at critical moments. When he returned home, the lights at the Xingye residence were still on. Bai Sheng was kept talking for a long time by his father and mother. Xingye Zhengju patted Bai Sheng on the shoulder while imparting various workplace tips head picked up from who knows where. Bai Sheng nodded obediently to each one. But these tips were completely inapplicable in Root. Because he was the ruler of Root, it was others who had to curry favor with him. Xingye sat quietly at the side watching father and son talk, occasionally covering her mouth with a smile. Bai Sheng still felt warm inside. Someone cared about him, someone was happy for him. That feeling wasn't bad. The night was deep. Bai Sheng took a bath, changed into clean pajamas, and plunged headfirst into the soft bedding. The new Big Bear plush toy was held in his arms, its fluffy ears just brushing against his chin. He closed his eyes, thinking he should be able to sleep well tonight. Sometimes if he was too tired and fell asleep directly, his jailer master Dai, too, would tactfully give him a day off. Today he was really exhausted, and he believed Run, too, would understand. The next day, an unfamiliar ceiling. Bai Sheng woke up dazedly from sleep, let out a long yawn, and blearily looked at the scene in the room. Half a minute later, he suddenly snapped awake. No, this wasn't his room. The dusty ceiling, rough earthen walls, a shabby wooden lattice window, and the air filled with the smell of dirt and rotting wood. He looked around the dilapidated ancient-style room, again his expression starting to crack. Could it be that this tire female-oriented web novel system, after years of accumulating power, had actually sent him to an ancient-style female-oriented world? Yo, you're finally awake. Suddenly a voice that made Bai Sheng's eyes almost well up with tears rang out from the doorway. The figure of Dai, too, walked through the wooden door and tilted his head to look at Bai Sheng. Christmas Master. Bai Sheng let out a heavy sigh of relief. Seeing that swirling mask at least proved this was still the world of Naruto, not some ancient-style female-oriented continent. Where is this? How did I get here? He threw off the quilt, and as his bare feet stepped onto the dirt floor, a layer of frost automatically formed on his soles. He asked curiously, are you playing some strange imprisonment game with me? Does Konoha's regular curriculum teach such things? I saw it while flipping through Master Kakazai's book collection. Bai Sheng heard an inexplicable sound of teeth grinding. This is a remote little village in the land of rain. Dai Tu's voice suddenly grew heavy. He walked to the window and gazed at the gray, overcast sky outside. The sky of the land of rain was perpetually leaden gray like twilight, even during the day. About 8 years ago, a deeply in love pair of wandering ninja husband and wife moved here. The husband joined a small organization for his dream, returning home once every 10 days or half a month, bringing meager supplies of money and food. Dai Tu paused for a moment, his voice turning colder. Unfortunately, the husband died in a conspiracy while his wife was pregnant. Before his death, he had left a suicide note telling his wife that he had fallen for someone else and gone far away, urging her to remarry and not wait for him. The moment the wife saw the letter, she knew it was a lie. She knew her husband was dead. Overwhelmed by grief, the child in her womb was stillborn and did not survive. But she refused to accept this fact, so she went mad. She used clone and transformation techniques to fabricate an illusion of a child. During the day, she carried it out. At night, she put it to sleep. Ninjas rarely visited the remote village, and so the days passed in a crazy yet mundane way. Until a month ago, she finally found release, going to another world to reunite with her husband and child. Dai Tu turned around. He looked at Bai Sheng, his voice carrying a solemn gravity. Bai Sheng, my unworthy disciple. Your mission is to disguise yourself as the child that was never born to this woman and join the organization for which her husband gave his life. The Akatsuki. Shall we? Baisheng blinked his violet eyes, exhaling a long, relieved breath. He felt as if the game had updated, unlocking a new region for exploration. He had encountered most of the original characters from Konoha Village, yet only a handful triggered the system selection, and all of them had been thoroughly drained of their value. It was time to unlock a new main storyline, new plotlines, and new characters. There was no need to worry about the death substitution body was sufficient for daily social interactions. After practicing for a while, he had learned to split his focus, handling two identities simultaneously. Even in an emergency, he could use the spatial swap function of death substitution body to instantly exchange positions between the original and the clone and deal with it. No more worries. He couldn't wait to bring his talents to the Xiao organization. The Xiao organization, the largest cross-national mercenary group in the shinobi world, every member possessing extraordinary skills with operations covering all 5 great nations. Even the little potato Succubus had tried it and praised it. Such a bunch of troubled children. Weren't they the perfect hunting ground for the female-oriented system? But before that, there was one important matter. Baisheng walked to the window and glanced at the gloomy sky outside. The clouds over the land of rain were thick as a quilt. Whether it was day or night was anyone's guess. He was so sleepy, surely the sky hadn't dawned yet. So Baisheng let out a long yawn, forcing a few tears of fatigue from the corners of his eyes, then turned toward the bed. Master Santa, what time is it that you're waking me up? He'll sleep a little more. We can talk about the mission when I wake up. It's already 8 o'clock. The daytime in the land of rain is just this awful. Dai Tu's tone was laced with exasperation. Your first field mission, and you want to stay in bed. At your age, at this stage, how can you bear to sleep? Is this something you learned from Kakashi too? So it's only 4 in the morning. Baisheng rubbed his eyes, his voice muffled and slurred. Boss, the night view at 4 a.m. is indeed beautiful. I guess I've become a true man. Humph. Dai Tu grabbed Baisheng by the back of his collar, slid open the wooden door, and gently tossed him outside. Then he threw out a bulging bundle that landed right in Baisheng's arms. If you were in Konoha now, the sun would be baking your backside. Go carry out the mission, immediately. I know it's a bit difficult, but this is your master's order. Baisheng stood by the doorway, clutching the bundle, his small face brimming with words unsaid and a pitiful wronged expression. A stubborn tuft of hair stood up on his head, making him look as adorable and helpless as a kitten dragged out of its nest. Dai Tu leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, and stared at Baisheng's aggrieved face for a while. Then he sighed, his heart softening at last, and softened his tone. All right, I can give you some advice. Is there anything you want to say about this mission? Can I swear? No. Then I have nothing to say. Several days later. The sky was overcast, and a fine rain fell like silk. The rain in the land of rain never truly stops. It only shifts from a downpour to a drizzle and back again, like a child who can never stop crying. In a quiet, remote cave, faint fragmentary footsteps could be heard. Someone's coming. Deep inside the cave, a blue-haired woman turned her head. Her palms had instinctively transformed into layers of origami paper, their edges gleaming with a sharp, cold light. It might be a passing ninja. Should we drive him away, pay in? Kill him? From the shadows emerged an orange-haired man. He was tall and slender, wearing the Xiao organization's iconic black cloak with red clouds. His face was expressionless, and his pale purple rippled eyes glowed with cold indifference in the dim light. This is the first base of Xiao, hiding the memories of Mi Yin and all our comrades. Outsiders must not know of it. Understood. The blue-haired woman took a deep breath, hesitated not a moment, then turned toward the cave entrance as paper cascaded from her sleeves. Suddenly, hello. Is anyone here? A soft, trembling child's voice echoed through the cave. Xiaonan's steps faltered. A sliver of gray light from the sky happened to fall on the small silhouette at the cave entrance. It was a child of 5 or 6. His delicate, clean little face seemed cut from a painting. He wore an old garment that had been obviously resized, the sleeves rolled up several times, the hem nearly dragging to his ankles, hanging loosely on his tiny frame. Xiaonan's hand slowly retracted the origami, silently retreating into her sleeves. That robe. It was the first-generation uniform of the Xiao organization. She had sewn several of them herself, items that carried countless beautiful memories. Now a child she had never seen before was wearing it. Ah, are you Lady Xiaonan? The little one, seeing the blue-haired woman emerge from the shadows, quickly pulled a yellowed photograph from his bosom. Turning it over, he read her name from the note on the back. Then he looked up, his clear violet eyes meeting hers, his voice carrying a timid hope. My name is Yugong Lin. I am the son of Yugong Shanxing, a member of the Xiao organization. 8 years ago, he wrote to my mother saying he had found true love and would run far away together. Could you please tell me where he went? Xiaonan was silent for a long time. She gazed at the little one who called himself the child of Yugong Shanxing. That small face gradually overlapped with the features of her comrade Yugong Shanxing from memory. Only it was more delicate, softer. Yes, even if a girl resembles her father, she would be prettier. As for why he claimed to be a son, it must be a disguise forced upon her to prevent others from underestimating her. A faint pang of guilt stirred in Xiao Nan's heart, leaving her speechless for a long moment. She still remembered Yugong Shanxing, one of the founding members of the Xiao organization. Together with her Mi Yin and Chang Min, he had trudged through the mud of the land of rain, believing that peace would one day come. He had entrusted her and Chang Min with a request: if he ever fell in battle, they should deliver his saved silver and a farewell letter to his wife. They had done so. Little did they know that the letter he left behind was filled with lies to deceive his wife. A small doubt that had lingered in her heart for years was finally answered, but only made her feel more wretched. After all, if it hadn't been for saving her, many of the Xiao organization's comrades could have survived. Yugong Shanxing could have gone home, and this child would not have lost his father. Yugong Shanxing went to the land of water. An icy voice sounded behind her. An orange-haired man slowly stepped in front of Xiao, then looking down at the child before him, his tone cold. That place is far from here. The word is that Yugong Shanxing hasn't been doing well these past years, but at least he's still alive. He left some belongings in the organization that he never took, worth a few 100,000 Rio. He produced a sealed scroll from his sleeve and casually tossed it to the child. Since you are his child, you may handle them. Go back and tell your mother don't wait for him anymore. Forget the past and start a new life. The child, who called himself Yugong Lin, hastily caught the scroll, barely managing to hold it with both hands. At those words, a sorrowful expression crept onto his small face, his lashes drooping. But, my mother. She passed away half a month ago. He lifted his head again, blinked hard, and forced the tears back. After taking a long breath, he bowed slightly to the orange-haired man and the blue-haired woman, his voice once again calm and resolute. Thank you, Lord Mi Yin and Lady Xiao Nan. Since I know he is in the land of water, I should set off. I'm not seeking revenge. I just want to see that man, to see if he will shed a single tear when he learns that mother still murmured his name before her death. With that, he turned and walked away. The overly large robe swayed gently in the breeze. The orange-haired man, Pain, watched the figure growing smaller and smaller. His expression remained as placid as still water, yet he was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he raised his palm. An invisible force like a giant hand pulled the child back, grabbing him by the scruff of his collar. A flicker of fear crossed Yugong Lin's eyes, and his body stiffened. Pain. Xiaonan glanced at Pain, then swiftly took the child from his grasp, threading her fingers through his soft hair and gently tousling it. Your father, Yugong Shanxing, and many comrades of the Akatsuki are already dead. That letter was actually a suicide note written long ago. If it weren't for saving me, many people wouldn't have had to die. What? Yugong Lin was stunned for a moment, then a dawning comprehension slowly spread across his young face. So that's how it is. He lowered his head, looked at the sealed scroll in his arms, and pulled out a faded photograph of a married couple, murmuring to himself. No wonder mother never blamed him and told me not to resent him. So, mother already knew. Pain lowered his arm, letting it hang by his side. Watching the dejected Yugong Lin, he reached out a cold hand, gently placed it on the boy's head, and rubbed it in comfort. But his tone remained as cold as ever. The ninja world will be chaotic in the future. As it happens, you no longer have a mother or a father, so you are perfectly suited for the Akatsuki. If you are willing, from now on you can stay as a non-core member of the Akatsuki. When you come of age and have the strength to protect yourself, you can decide whether to leave. Yugong Lin opened his mouth, his mind racing. Obito is one, Nagato is another. Why do all you villain bosses in Naruto have such a fetish for imprisoning little boys? A priest, right? Oh no. Though he wanted to retort, he had to admit that any normal person would see him as a... Looking at it this way, the two of them deserve even more electric shocks. Yi Changfei, as the puppeteer behind the Pain puppet, has always lived in the day when the Dawn sect suffered a catastrophic disaster. He turned his close friend, the Dawn sect leader, Mikai's corpse, into a puppet, vowing to make him the immortal emperor of the new world, to make the entire 9 heavens and 10 lands feel pain, and then to rule alone for eternity, suppressing all enemies in the world. Today in you he sees the shadow of his fellow disciples before the dawn was destroyed. Knowing you are their descendant, he cannot bear to let you face the chaotic and upside-down world alone at such a young age. He wishes to keep you, nurture you carefully, and let you as a true Dawn disciple witness the day he ascends to the pinnacle of the world, fulfilling the long-cherished ideals of the Dawn disciples. You choose. Choice 1. Foreigners come with fine wine, locals come with a shotgun. Yi Changfei must be forcing you to be a slave deep in the Dawn. You must refuse with a tone of fear and disgust. Reward: golden finger. Transmigration martial arts pinnacle female. Gain all martial arts insights of a female martial arts pinnacle grandmaster from a world without magic. Choice 2. Middle-aged man, drop the loot. Accept the resources from the storage pouch, politely decline, reward golden finger. Good little girl attraction to elders, or those who consider themselves older than you 100 and they are more likely to develop goodwill toward you. Choice 3. There's nothing wrong with being a rogue cultivator, but becoming a core disciple of Dawn is even more expansive. Agree with Yi Changfei, reward golden finger. Strong rebirth Kokushibo female, gain all abilities of Upper Moon 1 Kokushibo from the Demon Slayer world, including Upper Moon 1 physique, immune to sunlight moon, breathing marks, transparent world, blood demon, arc crescent moon blades. Baisheng's little head was full of question marks. What does Kokushibo female mean? In his past life, there were apocryphal records that Kokushibo once bore a child from Muzan. Could it be that the intelligence is true? No, wait, it should be Muzan Kabutsuji who gives birth. As expected of a female-oriented system fabricating fake history again and again. Truly fake and phony. Fortunately, from his experience with the Yuram choice, he knew that such options wouldn't actually change his gender. Yuram in Jujutsu Kaisen had a female vessel. After he selected it, he didn't turn into an ice-wielding little chef. Otherwise, he would have truly killed his master, burned down the Kemui dimension, elbowed Obito Uchiha, and staged a classic Naruto master-killing scene, refusing this mission. As for the other two options, Option 1 goes against the plan to stay in the Akatsuki, and the Golden Finger, transmigration martial arts pinnacle female, is incompatible with the Naruto world, so he temporarily gave it up. Option 2 is the same. The Golden Finger, good little girl, can be taken away now he's had enough of it. He's already charming enough, no more. Really? Can I stay? Yu Gonglin, also known as Baisheng, tilted his head, his expression a mix of joy and apprehension. The Akatsuki's purpose is to seek peace. Pain's voice was as calm as rain. We are determined to bring peace to this crying country and to the entire ninja world. Your father died on the path to peace. If you want to understand him, understand the ideal for which he sacrificed his life, and understand the Akatsuki that carries on his will, then stay here. Baisheng looked at Pain's expressionless face, then at the faint glimmer of expectation in Xiao Nan's eyes. I am willing to stay in the Akatsuki. Baisheng raised his face, his voice clear and resolute. You accepted Yi Changfei's suggestion and chose to stay in the Dawn organization. You have obtained the Golden Finger, strong rebirth Kokushibo female, gain all abilities of Upper Moon 1 Kokushibo from the Demon Slayer world, including Upper Moon 1 physique, immune to sunlight moon, breathing marks, transparent world, blood demon, arc crescent moonblades, Pain Nagato 75, a child who must be protected. Yuin Village. Continuous light rain fell incessantly, enveloping the entire village in a grayish veil. A tall tower stood majestically in the center of the village. The tower was covered in pipes, its top lost in the low-hanging rain clouds. Pain walked at the forefront, his black and red cloud robe remaining motionless in the rain. This is the base of the Akatsuki organization. Conan held onto Baisheng's small hand, taking slow steps. Wow. Baisheng looked up at this cyberpunk-styled village, but secretly felt something else in his heart. The strong rebirth Kokushibo female. As the Upper Moon 1 Kokushibo was one of the strongest beings beneath Muzan and Kibutsuji Yurichi in the world of Demon Slayer. In terms of ninja standards, after eliminating the fatal weakness of Sunlight, Kokushibo's abilities were at least at the level of a Jonin. Baisheng could feel that his physical qualities had been elevated by more than one tier. His stamina was nearly infinite, his chakra levels surged significantly, and even his cursed energy upper limit was raised. Now he was frighteningly strong, an immortal body, immortal and ageless. His standability. He had now transcended humanity. It's a pity that the ninja world lacks a steamroller, otherwise his vampire career would be complete. Speaking of which, the demons in the world of Demon Slayer are extraordinarily unique. Not only do they possess physical qualities that differ from ordinary people, but they also have strange blood demon arts, an almost infinite lifespan, and stamina that seems endless. Even more marvelous is that certain special demons can alter their external age, keeping their bodies in peak condition. For example, Muzan Kibutsuji and Nezuko Kamado. Whether the Kokushibo inherited by Baisheng can do this was not depicted in the original work. But as long as he used the demon body to mature his physical development, his strength, previously limited by age, could explosively increase, potentially rivaling the 5 Kages. By that time, he would no longer need to look up at Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, Shisui, Kabuto, Obito, Shikamaru, Shino, Choji, Shimura, Danzo, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and so on. Perhaps it would be their turn to look up at him. Baisheng felt a surge of joy, his lips involuntarily curling upwards. Click. The heavy iron door opened automatically with a low muffled sound. Yo! A man with long black hair, pale skin, and a sinister aura stepped out from the shadows. He leaned against the wall, his long tongue licking his lips, golden slit pupils narrowing. Leader, you've risked your life on missions, and yet you've brought back a child. Or is he an experiment brought to me by you? He is an intern of the organization Amami Rin. Pain cast a glance at him, his tone as cold as ever. Baixing looked at Orochimaru's face, which was pale to the point of being almost transparent, recalling his various deeds, causing a shiver to run down his spine. I heard that calves born in a sheep pen grow up behaving like sheep. You are in Konoha frequently using your ears and eyes, yet you have lost your ties. Yet you have lost interest in the ties to Konoha. Is this reasonable? How are you a lucky charm since you're so young? A muffled voice suddenly rang out from the corner. A strange puppet half squatting on the ground slowly turned its head, its tail creating a harsh scraping sound. Yaha. I'm also an intern of finally I have a companion. The orange vortex-masked man suddenly jumped out from a corner dancing and laughing. Oh, by the way, leader, my clothes have come undone. Can the organization issue me a new uniform? He tugged at the hem of his clothes, a tear exposing half of his shoulder. His pose was exaggerated, as if tempting Kakashi. Cough, cough. Huh. Baixing, who had been somewhat shy, couldn't help but laugh. He was delighted by the self that Obito released. He certainly knew that this quirky one was likely Akatsuki. But now Akatsuki and Obito's relationship was akin to Kobe and Brian, inseparable. Perhaps it was because Obito donned Akatsuki's mask that he could unabashedly reveal his goofy nature. Hey, 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 the masked man shouted, pointing at Baixing hiding behind Conan. Does the little girl understand the noble virtue of respecting her seniors? You must listen seriously when a senior is speaking, no sneaking smiles. Sorry, I've undergone strict training unless I can't help it. Conan slightly shifted, blocking Baixing more securely, then glared at Akatsuki. Akatsuki, what are you arguing with a child for? All right, children are truly troublesome. Akatsuki sighed. Then quickly regrouping, he raised both arms, bending his elbows, striking a muscular pose. Let Uncle Akatsuki show you what a real man is. Immature. Scorpion's red flowing hair let out a low cold snort. Fool. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes didn't even bother to glance more. Baixing envied Obito's muscles, glanced down at his own soft arms, and muttered sourly. I've heard from adults that those with large muscles have fewer ties. I wonder if that's true for you. Ties. Before Akatsuki could respond, Orochimaru sneered, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes. Such ephemeral and fragile things are not suited for us, among us renegade ninjas who has not severed their ties. DUI? Scorpion nodded. As a puppet master, he had long abandoned his physical body. Naturally, he had no ties. Do you still have any ties that you haven't severed? A deep voice came from the doorway. Everyone turned to look, and a burly man leaned against the doorframe, his forearms covered in stitched scars. It was Kakuzu, who had just returned. Do you need me to help you sever those so-called ties? Just at internal prices. No need. Baixing quickly waved his hands. Orochimaru studies biological technology, and Scorpion studies puppet engineering. They are indeed the two leading scientists in the ninja world. Even ties can be severed at will, which shows they have transcended any gender beyond male. Orochimaru high. Scorpion tough. Tentacle-based Kakuzu both tall and strong. Akatsuki stroked his chin, leaning closer to Pain. Leader, the tasks we carry out are quite dangerous. What if he gets hurt? Our organization doesn't have a pediatric department. Should we keep him in the organization? Pain turned around, his pale purple eyes scanning everyone present. Amami Rin, as a reserve member of the organization, will not participate in combat missions. His primary work is to assist Conan in managing the organization's finances. Managing finances. Kakuzu snorted, casting a pointed glance at Orochimaru and Scorpion beside him, his tone tinged with resentment. Little guy, you must understand clearly, money is the most sincere thing in this world. I have a premonition that our organization's funds seem to have been siphoned off by certain people in various ways, but unfortunately, without evidence otherwise. Haha. Orochimaru chuckled softly. Sasori's Hiriko emitted a creaking sound, as if yawning. Baixing raised his small hand, and everyone turned to look at him again. Actually, I'm quite strong. I was born with some ninjutsu that others can't use. A wandering ninja I met before said it's a bloodline limit. Me. Leader, I want to participate in missions and improve my strength through combat. It was rare to join the Akatsuki, who wouldn't want to eagerly put on that stylish black-bottomed red cloud uniform and paint their nails purple, to charge into a major ninja village with a group of strank rogue ninjas to capture tailed beasts. Then at the critical moment leave behind a cool ultimate move quote that had been pondered for a long time. Moreover, whether in Konoha or the Akatsuki base, he was always watched like a little kitten. He desperately wanted to experience the feeling of freedom, and perhaps during the mission he might trigger some special tasks with a popping above his head. The female-oriented system always reacted enthusiastically to new maps. Well, Toby put his hands on his hips, his tone exaggeratedly rising. You're a 6-year-old little girl. First learn how to put on a dress by yourself. Even I, an adult, don't have the qualifications to carry out missions. How many times have I applied for field missions? All rejected. It's miserable. Oi oi. Baixing clenched his teeth, his purple eyes narrowing. I'm 7 years old this year, and I'm alright, this little girl who claims to be a boy. You're a... Enough, Toby. Conan gently placed her hand on Bai Sheng's head, casting a warning glance at Toby. Shaolin says he is a boy, so he is a boy. Don't bully her, Kanojo. The corners of Bai Sheng's mouth twitched slightly, while Conan's use of her basically nailed his gender impression in the Akatsuki to the cross. And Sasori the puppet transcended. Human puppet, male or female, didn't matter, no one cared. In the world of rogue ninja's strength was the... And Sasori the puppet transcended. Human puppet, male or female, didn't matter, no one cared. In the world of rogue ninja's strength was the only gender. After smoothing Bai Sheng's hair, Conan withdrew her hand, her tone turning serious. Shaolin, the Akatsuki's missions are no child's play. If your strength and experience are insufficient, you'll fall into traps and be doomed forever. I'm strong. Bai Sheng puffed out his chest. Even the third Raikage strong as he was fell into Anoki's trap and was surrounded by 10,000 ninjas until he died. Conan frowned, her tone carrying the concern of one who had been through it. Not to mention that you're only... Pain suddenly turned his head, his Rinnegan falling on Bai Sheng, his voice calm and flat. Use your paper clone to test Amamiya Rin's strength. If he can defeat the paper clone, let him join you on missions to gain experience. Very well. Conan nodded, withdrawing the hand that was about to land on Bai Sheng's collar. In her eyes, this was Pain's open strategy to fob off the child. How could a 6- or 7-year-old who might not even have attended the Ninja Academy defeat her paper clone? It wasn't like Amamiya Rin was the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. Outside the Hidden Rain village, a flat ground soaked by rain, Orochimaru leaned against the trunk of a withered tree at the edge of the field. Sasori's Hiriko crouched on the other side. Both of them had no current missions and were somewhat curious about Bai Sheng's so-called bloodline limit, so they came to watch. Kakuzu, on the other hand, was off on his relentless quest for money. Toby brought up the rear, his posture lazy, but his single eye in the shadows narrowed slightly. The mission he had assigned to Bai Sheng was simply to infiltrate the Akatsuki and gain the trust of Conan and Nagato. But this disciple of his was too mischievous. He often came up with startling little ideas that made him sweat. This time was no different. But oh well. This mission was just a random move, giving Bai Sheng something to do. As long as he didn't expose his own true identity, Hoshino, Bai Sheng, anything was fine. On the flat ground, fine rain pattered against the earth. Bai Sheng stood on one side of the field. Conan stood among the others, origami sheets appearing on the back of her hand, folding into a paper clone about the same height as herself, landing opposite Bai Sheng in a combat stance. Come on, Amamiya Rin. Conan's voice pierced the rain, gentle but serious. Let me see your strength. Bai Sheng took a deep breath. He gently opened his right palm, and a strangely shaped long sword slowly grew out of the skin of his palm. The blade was dark purple, covered with fine vein-like patterns. The hilt and body were studded with eyeballs of various sizes, slowly rotating. Shukushinshu. Forged from the blood and bones of Kokoshibo, it could freely extend and retract, and even produce small blades from various parts of the blade, expanding the slashing range to an unpredictable degree. In addition, it also possessed an extremely terrifying ability identical to that of a supremely powerful blade among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The blade regeneration of the executioner's blade. A strange sword. Orochimaru narrowed his golden slit pupils, a hint of interest in his tone. It seems to be a bloodline limit related to physical mutation. Sasori said calmly. Here I go, Lady Conan. This was Bai Sheng's first real combat, and he executed the moon breathing, taking a deep gulp of air. A large amount of oxygen flooded his lungs, activating every cell in his body, boosting his explosive power another notch. Moon breathing, third form, loathsome moon erosion. Whoosh whoosh. 2 crescent-shaped dark purple wind blades shot out from the blade of Shukushinshu. They traced 2 arcs through the air and instantly flew toward the paper clone. The paper clone's upper and lower half split apart, but the next moment, they transformed into countless sheets of origami fluttering in the air, then reassembled into Conan's form. My paper clone is different from other clones. Conan's voice came from the paper clone. When attacked, it disperses into paper and reconverges into a clone. Defeating me is not that simple. After the surprising first strike, Conan had roughly gauged Bai Sheng's taijutsu level. It was somewhere between a chunin and a jonin. For his age, it was outstanding, even worthy of being called a super genius. But an unfulfilled genius was actually more dangerous than a normal adult chunin. She had to dampen his arrogance early so he could settle down and train properly in the organization. Your attack is over. The paper clone extended its right hand, countless sheets of paper surging out to form sharp paper shuriken. Now it's my turn. The paper shuriken shot toward Bai Sheng like a sudden downpour. Bai Sheng pushed off the ground, dodging repeatedly while swinging Shukushinshu to block. The dark purple blade traced arcs of light, slicing the paper shuriken into pieces. But the paper pieces were merely cut apart and reassembled in the air, attacking from behind Baisheng again. Bang! Several explosive tags emerged from the origami, detonating beside Baisheng. Baisheng leaped backward at the last moment. If this is all you've got, you'd better stay in the rear, Shaolin. The paper clone waved its hand again. Dance of the Shikigami paper rain. Dense sheets of origami surged from all directions like a storm, sealing off every possible escape route for Baisheng. In everyone's eyes, at this moment, without a doubt, Baisheng had fallen into a desperate, hopeless situation. There was no chance of victory. In other words, the paper clone had won. See you in the next episode. Towards south. The overwhelming rain of origami was about to descend, seemingly driving Baisheng into a desperate corner. The paper clone had even prepared its victory declaration. But Baisheng took a deep breath, drawing it into his lungs. The air of the rain country carried a mixed scent of mud and metal, perhaps even laced with some strange energies. Yet the oxygen level was indeed high. From beginning to end, Baisheng had only utilized the foundational power of the upper moon one demon body. That was why the battle felt so unsatisfying. Chakra, cursed energy, and the stand. None had been invoked. This was not cutting off one arm, but cutting off one's own younger brother. No, it was cutting off both arms. The ice coagulation curse technique and the ice release Kekiai Jinkai were occupied by the larger version of Xingye Baisheng over there. Using them here would make it too easy to expose his identity. The reverse curse technique, ice coagulation curse art, and the red magician had been displayed in Konoha under the identity of the evil name leader. He wasn't sure if Obito had witnessed that scene in person, but he couldn't take the risk. The bitter wine called betrayal could not be served to his Christmas gift mentor prematurely. At the very least, it should be delivered when he was at his proudest, most brilliant, and only one step away from victory. Extend a treacherous hand. Let them open their hearts and engage in friendly exchange. Now the only cards left were non-ice release ninjutsu, cursed energy, enhanced physique, and all the abilities of Kokushibo. Although somewhat selective, Baisheng still felt terrifyingly powerful. Name Baisheng, gender male, appearance 154, 138106. National beauty, rank be the so-called strongest below Super Shadow. After all, just a 7-year-old girl, bloodline, ice release, chakra, physique, curse, sorcerer, physique, stand user, demon body, upper moon, one sun, immunity, skills, moon breathing, marks, transparent world, blood demon, art, koku, no kyoku, stand, red magician, Hataki, swordsmanship, 869500, mastery, innate. Technique, ice coagulation curse, reverse curse technique, external projection, wind release, vacuum sphere. Cheats, Jade foot, heartland, gentle aura, unknown, painting trace, covenant, king, delicate body, realm, substitute, death body, remnant, void, cave, heaven, fall, stand, literature, stand, red magician, heavenly resonance, heart, lucky escape, Jade female, chat group, past life, reincarnation, Otsutsuki, Baisheng affinity, white moonlight, ice muscle, Jade bone body, strong rebirth, Li Mei evaluation, leaves bring tid. Baisheng expressionlessly ignored the term national beauty as it was unimportant. He cut straight to the point. Thanks to the demon body, upper moon one, the age shackle upon him had been forcibly pried open by a crack. With the various amplifications of the demon body, stacked his chakra reserves and physical abilities soared tremendously. At full power, the profile panel gave a rank evaluation of B. That is the peak of shadow level. Claimed to be the strongest below super shadow. Moreover, he possessed large-scale damage, large-scale control, formidable close combat, swordsmanship, and a health bar so deep it seemed bottomless. Not to mention the world-shattering bug-like mechanism of Black Flash. With masterful control over unpredictable and variable sword strokes, he was truly an ultimate filthy monster. Just like Kagaya Otsutsuki, he was only slightly weaker against sealing techniques. However, with the triple insurance of Void, Cave, Heaven, Realm, Substitute, Death Body, and Lucky Escape Jade. Even if truly trapped by a seal, it would only allow the enemy to seal a bridge or a pair of hands. Give up, Shaolin. You are too young. The world of shinobi holds only darkness, no light. Flowers will only wither. The paper clone descended like an angel, a vast expanse of folding papers blanketing Baisheng, seemingly sealing the victory. Everyone present could see it. Baisheng's condition was poor. Baisheng was trapped in a hopeless situation. Baisheng's defeat was Lady Xiao, and the outcome is not yet decided. Baisheng curled his lips, looking up at the splendid paper rain. I say you can't beat me. Do you believe it? He took another deep breath, pushing the rhythm of moon breathing to its limit. He made a gesture of grasping empty air, laying the sword horizontally at his waist, assuming an extremely steady Iato stance. Moon breathing. Moon breathing pushed to the extreme. Chakra and cursed energy simultaneously enhanced his physique. Transparent world manifested, and the marks open. On Baisheng's smooth and full forehead, fine golden branches and vine patterns emerged like a crown, forming a soft fluorescent pattern in the rain curtain, referred to as fluorescent pattern, or simply war pattern. Baisheng could feel his body temperature sharply rising. The body temperature of a mark user would soar to nearly 40 degrees Celsius, burning life potential in exchange for combat power. For an ordinary person, they would have already been burned into an idiot. But the infinite stamina of Demon Body Upper Moon 1 perfectly counterbalanced this side effect, and at this moment, he only felt an exhilarating sensation throughout his body. At this instant, Baisheng re-entered the realm of a terrestrial immortal. His power was surging. What in the world could still stop him? What in the damn world could still withstand this? Below the stage, Orochimaru stared spellbound at this scene. Baisheng's wild desire, Baisheng's dominion, Baisheng's noble and resplendent fluorescent war pattern like a sacred tree crown. It caused Orochimaru's body to go limp, awakening the feminine within him, almost making him gasp out loud. Such aura, such oppressive presence. His lips twitched, golden slitted pupils reflecting the tiny figure. What the hell, 7 years old? Interesting little one. Xie stopped his already half-turned step. The Hiriko slowly turned back, refacing the battlefield. Humph. Peen's expression remained unchanged, but his gaze swept toward Orochimaru and Xie. A single cold snort was like an invisible gravitational wave. Its penetrating pressure caused the two to simultaneously fall silent. But Peen's own gaze lingered an extra few tenths of a second on the fluorescent war pattern on Baisheng's forehead. Why so scary? Dai Tu made an exaggerated backward-leaning posture, as if so scared, collapsing entirely onto the ground. Yet inwardly, he muttered to himself. Wasn't his strange disciple Xingye, Baisheng, a user of the ice release Kekkei Genkai? How did a bizarre bloodline suddenly appear, erupting with such astonishing momentum? This momentum alone could at least take on several Kakashis. Is this reasonable? The paper clone's expression changed. Before she could control the papers to fall, Baisheng had already moved. 14th form, fierce change, sky full of slender moons. A magnificent blade light slashed upward like a crescent moon, the arc trailing a silver-purple afterimage through the rain curtain. On the blade of Koku no Kyoku, the pupils of those eyes simultaneously contracted, precisely locking onto every piece of the paper clone's folding papers. Where the blade light passed, the paper clone was cut in half. Then Baisheng did not stop. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One magnificent crescent moon soared energy after another flew from the blade like unbridled wild horses. They precisely locked onto every piece of paper, attempting to reassemble. Before they could even draw close to one another, they were sliced into even smaller fragments. The paper pieces were repeatedly cut in midair, from palm's eyes to nail's eyes, from nail's eyes to powder washed clean by the rain. In the past, Baisheng would never have wasted his energy on such a tedious task as cutting every single piece of origami, like grinding an iron rod into a needle. But now, with the infinite stamina bestowed by the ghost body first string of the upper moon, he could keep elbowing all day long. Awesome. Why. I'm so high I can't help but laugh. The situation on the ground was reversed in an instant. Baisheng was not in good shape. Baisheng was cornered. Baisheng was doomed. Baisheng was giving an acceptance speech. He looked down at the last lonely butterfly origami on the ground. A crystal bead of sweat dripped from his delicate chin, and a villainous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. How tedious, the paper clones of Lady Xiaonan. They'll probably forget about you by tomorrow. Slap. Xiaonan's main body appeared beside Baisheng, and a grown-up's firm hand landed precisely on his head. The force was light, just enough to make a crisp sound. Don't let a small victory make you arrogant, Xiaolan. Hop. Baisheng clutched his head and instinctively crouched down. Then after 0.3 seconds, his brain caught up. No. What the hell are you doing, Xingye? Baisheng. Crouching with your head covered. Is that something a man should do? Baisheng's expression instantly turned serious. He stood up abruptly, his back ramrod straight. Bang. Then his head hit Xiaonan's hand that hadn't yet retreated. Ouch. Baisheng crouched down again. His CPU had burned out. Teacher Nin, what just happened? A word from the deity is harder to chase than a horse. Pain agreed to Baisheng's request to carry out the mission, but only on the condition that he accompany Xiaonan. Unless he could prove he had enough mission experience and wouldn't easily fall into traps when facing complex situations. In the following days, Baisheng stayed in the Akatsuki organization as Amamiya Rin. His room was on the middle floor of the tower, not large, but with a window that offered a full view of the hidden rain village. Occasionally, he could even spot the Fashion King, the Divine Master, sitting alone on a large tongue, gazing out at the village. Using his unparalleled forgery skills, Black Zetsu created a set of old clothes and daily necessities that were just unearthed last week for him, along with proof of life with his mother. These items were cleverly scattered among several abandoned villages near Amamiya Rin's hometown. They formed a complete backstory chain, solidifying the identity of Amamiya Rin, the orphan of a former Akatsuki member. It is worth mentioning that in order to hide Baisheng's true identity as Xingye Baisheng, Obito had secretly extended his wicked hand while Baisheng was fast asleep on the day he arrived in the land of rain, using a lump of white zetsu attached to Baisheng's face to reshape his features. The result was quite pleasing. Baisheng's already androgynous face due to his youth was subtly adjusted by white zetsu's skillful hands, becoming even more devastatingly beautiful and more like a girl. That was why after joining the Akatsuki, everyone with eyes mistook him for a girl except Obito. Baisheng could only offer his sincere blessing in return. Master Obito, your old man is gone. Obito also found a private opportunity to ask Baisheng about his Kekkai Genkai. That scene of the crescent moon sword aura filling the sky with patterns on his forehead was simply too explosive. It was an entirely different system from ice release. Baisheng fobbed him off with the excuse that being forced into the mission made me so angry I awakened a new Kekkai Genkai. The explanation was very perfunctory, but Obito was silent for a moment and actually nodded. In the end, Obito wanted to take a sample of his blood for research, but unfortunately once Baisheng's blood left his body, it immediately evaporated into the air, turning into a wisp of white smoke, so the matter was dropped. One day, in a dark secret chamber, a huge map of the ninja world hung on the wall, and the candlelight stretched everyone's shadows long and short. The Deva Path Pain stood before the assembled Akatsuki members, his eyes glowing with a faint purple cold light. Even now our Akatsuki still lacks manpower. We need to continue recruiting members. He looked at a particularly eerie figure composed of black and white halves. Zetsu introduced the recruitment targets you've gathered. Zetsu chuckled and stepped forward. There are currently 2 candidates. The first is Deidara, the top disciple of the 3rd Succubus of the Hidden Stone Village. Because he loves the art called explosion and has severely damaged village property without repentance, he was personally expelled by the Succubus and is currently wandering near the border of the Land of Earth. Explosion art. Humph. Sasori sneered, the tail of the Hiriko puppet twitching. Probably a misguided fellow. True art is eternal beauty, not a fleeting firework. I've heard of Deidara. Isn't he only 12? Hoshigaki Kisame, carrying the Samahata on his shoulder, spoke with some dissatisfaction. Does a kid that young qualify to join us? We're not running a daycare. He then remembered another kid standing in the corner and added, Amamiya Rin doesn't count. He's not even an intern, he's a mascot. Trust me, he'll bring you a pleasant surprise. Zetsu said with a cheerful smile, his face innocent. And the second candidate. Leaning against the wall, Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue, his golden vertical pupils casually glancing at Baisheng, who stood beside Xiao Nan as an intern attending the organization meeting. I hope it's an interesting fellow. Orochimaru 54 interesting test subject. Baisheng's purple eyes narrowed into 2 curved crescents, his mouth twisted to one side, and he stuck out his tongue, making a funny face at him. Orochimaru's expression froze for a moment, then his smile became even more unbridled. Orochimaru 68, a bit like Jiraiya. Baisheng. As expected. Once a leaf villager, always a leaf villager. Anyone Orochimaru takes a liking to, he thinks they're like Jiraiya. He had severed the tangible bond with Jiraiya, but not the bond in his heart. Just it's Sundara who says one thing and means another. Of course the beastly things he did are absolutely unforgivable. The second one is hide inactive in the land of hot water, said to have an immortal body. Zetsu continued his introduction. That'd be a good match for you and Kakuzu as teammates. Since neither of you can die, coordinating should be interesting. Immortal body. Kakuzu snorted contemptuously through his nose, the stitches on his arm writhing slightly. It's just youngsters bragging without seeing the world. Back when I fought Hashirama Senju, his nosial healing. Xiao Nan Sasori. Pain directly ignored Kakuzu's rambling, his Rinnegan turning to Xiao Nan. The recruitment mission for Deidara will be handled by you two. He paused, then added another sentence. His gaze fell on Baisheng, who stood beside Xiao Nan, his tone flat. Amamiya Rin will accompany you. Get the recruitment scroll from Zetsu. It records Deidara's whereabouts and related information. Baisheng's eyes lit up and he raised his hand. Can I have 100 scrolls for recruiting Deidara of the Sozosia? A room decorated with a hardcore aesthetic yet adorned with a few plush dolls. Baisheng stood by the window gazing at the eternal rain curtain outside, closing his eyes to sense the power of the ghost body. After several days of studying himself, familiarizing himself with the ghost body, he had roughly figured out the technique to adjust his external age. Now is the moment to witness a miracle. Baisheng murmured in his heart, Henshin. Armor combined. His body rapidly elongated and stretched. His limbs transitioned from short and round to slightly slender, and the curve of his shoulders changed from soft to slightly angular. The delicate and adorable childlike face became even more exquisite and stunning, as if redrawn by a master artist of unparalleled skill. The jawline became smoother, the bridge of the nose more refined. Those violet cat-like eyes finally found the perfect proportion on the 12-year-old face, exuding a natural flowing brilliance with every glance. Although still appearing young and immature, it had already begun to reveal a hint of unparalleled grace. Not only that, Baisheng felt as if the entire world had become insignificant at this moment. His field of vision rose rapidly. At this moment Baisheng's height was soaring, exploding upward, surging, like standing atop the highest peak overlooking all mountains, breathing in the heavens and earth. All who oppose shall perish. Let even Yao Ming fear you, let Mount Everest tremble before you. The tallest person in the world appears. Baisheng opened his eyes, took a deep breath, slowly turned around, and walked toward the height ruler that had been set up in the corner. Then he stood still, pressed his back against the scale, raised his hand to compare with the top of his head, and slowly turned around. Height, 141 centimeters ultimate. Body age, 12 years old, fully mature. This can't be right. Baisheng stared at the mark that was only less than 30 centimeters higher than before, his mind going blank. 141 centimeters. 12 years old. Was this his limit? Why did his age reach maturity at 12 and could not increase further? He paced back and forth in the room, his mind racing. He activated his world-shaking wisdom to consult his world-shaking ghost body, and the ghost body told him that the limit of his physical form was 12 years old. Even without the ghost body, he would stop developing after reaching 12. He would be a shorty forever, even if he could only remain at 12. But in the original story, Xuanhuang Mingren was 147 centimeters tall when he graduated at 12. Damn it. That Xuanhuang Mingren who ate junk food all day, who lived on instant noodles. 12 years old, 147 centimeters. But Baisheng, who secretly drank Xuanhuang Mingren's milk every day, ate up all the height-increasing nutrition pills given by Dai Tu, and gave up all snacks that might affect growth, had reached a body age of 12. Only 141 centimeters. Case solved. Mr. Sheng E. Ku Dan Dan. Your goods are defective. Woe is me. What kind of lousy world is this? Lousy world. Lousy world. Baisheng stood by the window, the gray sky of the Yuan village reflected in his resentful eyes. This crappy ability that only allowed him to grow to 141 centimeters. Baisheng would rather jump off a tall tower and die outside than use it once in his life. His noble soul couldn't bear such humiliation. But spits. The next day, Baisheng still maintained his 141 centimeters, 12-year-old form, hopping and skipping to the Shao organization headquarters for a meeting. Hey, how delicious. Humans are creatures that cannot even empathize with their past selves. What's wrong with 141 centimeters? Reality is too harsh. As they say, standing high lets you see far. Once accustomed to the view from above, one cannot return to the ground. Baisheng had firmly cut ties with his yesterday's self. He had had enough of the 112 centimeters. Puffed, shrimp-like build. Farewell prison. Now, although he might be a bit short, being short seems somewhat unlikely. He wore the appearance of a little girl of 12, 141 centimeters. No, a little boy. Dressed in clothes that looked a bit small, he pushed open the door and walked down the tower's stone steps toward the hall. The cuffs were a bit short, revealing pale and tender wrists. The hem also rode up slightly, occasionally exposing a line of fair skin at the waist as he moved. No help for it. These clothes were sewn for a 7-year-old size, now forcibly put on a 12-year-old body, barely wearable. Click. Pushing open the iron door of the hall, Baisheng entered and said cheerfully, "Guys, look who's on." The voices inside suddenly stopped. No kidding. Pipa Shirzong was wiping his decapitating broadsword, his expression frozen at a very subtle angle. Jinjutsu. Xies Filiu turned around. Transformation jutsu. Jiao Do clutched his account book. No, it's real. Deshiwan leaned against the wall, his golden vertical pupils slightly widening. He has become more beautiful. Pei En commented calmly. This scent without a doubt. A Fei held a cup of water, took a deep breath of the air, and said with intoxication. This time it was Baisheng's turn to fall silent. If Kakaxi knew about this, Dai Tu would probably have to take another Raikiri. Shaolin held a member photo taken just yesterday. She looked at the tiny figure in the photo that only reached her waist, then at the little form before her that now reached her chest, and turned the photo toward Baisheng. Is this photo you? It's me. Is it a? Xiao Nan's gaze traveled back and forth between the photo and the person once more. Yes. Back then I was still very short. Baisheng said without changing expression. The group fell silent for a moment. Xiaonan put away the photo and carefully examined Baisheng. Her gaze lingered for an instant on his noticeably lengthened features. Is it the ability of your bloodline limit that made you bigger? Baisheng's lips curved upward as he proudly puffed out his chest. That's right. This bloodline limit can change my physical age. Right now I am 12 years old. Sugoi. Pipa Shirzong clasped both hands, his decapitating broadsword casually set aside. The expression on his face shifted from shock to an overly sincere excitement, even his breathing quickened. Yes, that's it, that's the age. That's exactly what we in the Wuyin village go for. Then a faint trace of regret colored his face, his gaze lingering over Baisheng, his tone filled with infinite pity. What a shame. If only Shaolin were a boy, it would be even better. I've already started fantasizing about the days when we work as a duo, sharing hardships and building deep bonds. Bai Sheng coldly turned toward the corner where Jiao Dou was busy calculating. Teacher, did Jiao please shock him for me? Right on. Jiao Dou's palm began to shimmer with dancing electric light. Ahem, okay, I'm clear-headed, very clear-headed now. Pipa Shirzong instantly sat up straight. Silence. Pei Yin walked a few steps from the main seat, his Rinnegan scanning Bai Sheng's noticeably taller form. His gaze stopped on the slightly short sleeves, then swept over the trousers that exposed a sliver of ankle. Shaonan, when you go on missions, buy more clothes for Yugong Lin. Understood. Shaonan nodded, a faint, almost imperceptible excitement curling at the corner of her lip. Afterward, Payne instructed a few more matters. Once finished, everyone gradually left the hall, returning to their respective territories to prepare for the upcoming tasks. Only Shaonan, Payne, and Bai Sheng remained in the hall. Shaonan took out a sealing scroll from her sleeve. She grasped Bai Sheng's hand and solemnly placed the scroll in his palm. Shaolin, the upcoming task is quite dangerous. Her tone was gentle yet firm. Inside this scroll are 60 million explosive tags, all meant for you. Don't worry about wasting them. To me, they are worth no more than a strand of hair. If you run out, just let me know. I won't hold back, Sister Shaonan. Bai Sheng lowered his head and quietly stored the scroll away. The case of Kisame's organizational funds mysteriously disappearing had finally been solved. Kisame worked hard every day to earn money outside, only to return and scold Orochimaru and Sasori for misappropriating funds, while the real financial black hole was right here. Indeed, it was Shaonan who had driven him to this point. But Bai Sheng would not share this discovery with anyone. Suddenly, Payne stepped forward. He held two black ear studs that had appeared in his hand, glimmering coldly under the candlelight. Put these on, Lin. All this. Bai Sheng blinked. Had the fashion of the Akatsuki organization already extended to ear studs? He instinctively touched his perfectly intact earlobes. It wasn't that he was afraid of pain. Well, perhaps just a little afraid of pain. But more importantly, he felt he was not yet at the age for getting his ears pierced. Lord Yahiko, can I not? Bai Sheng said somewhat shyly. Payne fell silent for a moment. For some reason, Bai Sheng felt the temperature in the hall suddenly drop a few degrees. Shaonan turned her face toward the window, her shoulders moving ever so slightly. Payne's fingers holding the ear studs tightened slightly. This was bad. Bai Sheng's heart tightened. Did he feel like a forlorn father being rejected by his daughter? Son, the god of the way, Payne, a forlorn old father. Would he, like a forlorn father, carry rice upstairs? Cough, cough, Lord Yahiko. Bai Sheng quickly cleared his throat, palm up, his tone rapid and resolute. Can this be made into a bracelet? Ear studs are too easy to lose. A bracelet would be safer. Payne's expression remained unchanged, but his response was a beat quicker than usual. All right. He tightly gripped the ear studs, instantly refining. When he opened his hand again, there was a matching black metal ring resting in Bai Sheng's palm. This is a chakra sensor. If you encounter danger, infuse chakra into it to use summoning techniques. He paused as if considering how to phrase his next words. On your first mission, you'll encounter many dangers you've never seen before. Even if you possess a bit of power, do not act recklessly or put yourself in harm's way. You must listen to Shaonan's orders, as she is older than you and more experienced. By the way, on your first trip out of the land of rain, you may experience some discomfort. And one more thing. Meanwhile, at the other end of the Akatsuki Tower, Orochimaru stealthily entered Sasori's territory. This stone room was darker than the hall, lit only by a few flickering yellow candles in the corners. Inside, various puppet parts were densely arranged. The air was filled with the scent of wood shavings and metal powder. Sasori sat at the only clean table, drawing his pen, tracing smooth mechanical structure lines on the paper. His mother once said children who can draw are all kind-hearted. He found it very rewarding. The sound of the brush sweeping across the paper brought him peace, more soothing than manipulating puppets. But the sound of Orochimaru's footsteps disrupted his composition's rhythm. Sasori did not look up, but the tip of his pen halted. Sasori, you and I are of the same kind. I presume you are also curious about the bloodline limit of Rain Palace Land. Orochimaru crossed his arms, his long tongue habitually licking the corner of his mouth. Our goals align, why not cooperate? What do you say? He is the leader's person. Sasori scoffed, continuing to sketch on the paper, his tone cold. Did you not see how Shaonan treats him as if he were her own child? Do you still wish to make a move on him, thinking you have plenty of heads to spare? I only ask that you help me take a bit of his blood during the mission. Orochimaru's expression darkened slightly, but his tone remained amiable. I will be the one executing your plan. Oh, I do not wish to offend the leader due to your greed. Sasori did not lift his head. He was also curious about Bai Sheng's bloodline limit. The kind of power capable of unleashing near shadow-level physical prowess in a 7-year-old child. Any individual pursuing puppet techniques could not ignore that. However, he was not like Orochimaru, who would clone a proportional doll if he couldn't obtain the original. He had patience. Once the human puppet was completed, its strength would be fixed. So to him, Baisheng was still a budding flower, needing careful nurturing and training, waiting for him to bloom slowly under the sun. When the day of maturity arrives, it would be time for him to reap the harvest. By then his Rain Palace Lin human puppet plan would be a grand success. With blood I can clone a replica of Rain Palace Lin. Orochimaru's tone was low, echoing in the stone chamber. Your ultimate puppet art requires a living person as the primary material to create right. You provide me with his blood, and I will gift you 10 different age and height, very realistic clones of Rain Palace Lin for free. You can practice with the clones first, and once your skills are refined you can go after the original. Sasori's brush stopped. After a moment. Deal? In the afternoon, the sky over Yuin village was slightly dim, with fine rain falling like silk. Baisheng, Xuanhuang, and Sasori officially set off. No special car, no earth vein teleportation. Although the Akatsuki organization was already a transnational armed group, they still relied on their 2 legs for travel. The 3 walked unhurriedly along the muddy official road of the Land of Rain, towards the Land of Earth. Xuanhuang held an oil paper umbrella, walking in front, Baisheng in the middle, and Sasori bringing up the rear. At first Baisheng was quite excited. This was an official mission of the Akatsuki organization. He had never even executed a mere level task before, but now he was directly participating in its level recruitment mission alongside 2 level rogue ninjas, skipping over CB and A levels. Surely to others he appeared as a cold, emotionless bloodline limit assassin. Just thinking about it made him Baisheng curled his lips, mimicking Xuanhuang's calm and composed gait, slightly tucking his chin and leveling his gaze. Now he was a perfect high school handsome man. The 3 crossed the border of the Rain country and entered a relatively prosperous little town. The town was small, but it happened to be market day. Both sides of the street were crowded with vendors and pedestrians, and the air was filled with the aroma of roasted chestnuts and dried fish. Baisheng maintained a stern expression, his steps unhurried, trying his best to appear like a veteran who had executed missions 100 times. Hey look, that girl is so cute. An older woman suddenly grabbed her companion. Baisheng's ears twitched slightly. This must be about Xuanhuang, right? His current demeanor was that of an emotionless killer. Look at her face, all scrunched up with nervousness like a little kitten hiding behind her sister. Another person nodded emphatically. Baisheng, who was closely following Xuanhuang, paused for a moment, slowly forming a question mark in his mind, too afraid to look at those people. So cute she even shyly averts her gaze. Baisheng's mouth twitched. His heart began to race, his hands and feet felt lost, he even started having. No. Suddenly a warm hand gently landed on the top of his head. Xuanhuang lowered her head, tilting the umbrella slightly toward him, her voice gentle, as if coaxing a ruffled kitten. Shaolin, it's inevitable to be nervous when going abroad for the first time and being watched by so many people. Take it slow and you'll get used to it. She used her fingers to smooth his wind-tousled hair, speaking tenderly. And as a pretty little girl, Shaolin, you must learn from a young age how to be noticed by strangers. Baisheng fell silent again. First, his name was not Shaolin. Second, he was a boy, and if it weren't inappropriate he would have already given everyone present a kick that sent them into the earth. Third, reject the aesthetic of infantilization starting from you and him. However, I understand, Sister Xuanhuang. Being comforted by a gentle big sister made the grievances worthwhile. A soft smile curled at the corners of Baisheng's mouth. The Akatsuki was truly great, joining this organization was the right choice. Going on missions with the gentle and cool Xuanhuang, what a wonderful thing. Shaolin, there's a clothing shop ahead. Xuanhuang looked across the street. The shop's sign hung a furosode embroidered with floral patterns, and the bead curtains swayed gently in the breeze. A girl your age deserves to be dressed up beautifully. Come with me to try on new clothes. Payne also instructed me to pick out several outfits for you. Hey, wait. Baisheng's smile froze on his face. Being forced to wear girls' clothes? No way. At least wait 10 years. He wanted to escape, but couldn't. Xuanhuang smiled gently and effortlessly lifted Baisheng. With one hand supporting his back and the other pressing his head, she cradled him securely in her arms. And so amid Baisheng's terrified expression, she walked briskly through the door hung with bead curtains. Baisheng's fingers grasped futilely at the air, catching only a few strands of rain. Xia stopped in his tracks. The young puppet body inside Hiriko had a face full of black lines. Shopping with 2 girls in a clothing store would take hours. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared. Xia sighed but didn't walk away. Instead he maneuvered Hiriko to lean against the stone wall by the shop entrance. Inside the puppet, he continued drawing. The lines on the paper gradually transformed from mechanical into the outline of a dress. Actually, he was also curious about what Baisheng would look like in new clothes. As a fellow art lover, a great artist who once single-handedly triggered a war that swept the entire ninja world, he wanted to envision the most perfect form of his work. Inside the clothing shop, Xuanhuang took down dress after dress from the racks. Pale pink, furicode, goose yellow yukata, pure, white sailor uniform, and a floral print dress. There were also many gorgeous pieces as if taken directly from a noble lattice wardrobe. Her face bore a reverent smile that Bai Sheng had never seen before. Shaolin, to choose the most suitable clothes for you, you have to try all of them on. Sister Xiao, and I suddenly can't understand Japanese anymore, let me speak Chinese. Bai Sheng felt a chill creep up his spine. He stepped back. Xiaonan stepped forward. He stepped back again, his lower back bumping against the fitting room doorframe. Xiaonan's figure cast a shadow under the light, enveloping him entirely. At this moment, Shaolin, you aren't joking, are you? A cruel yet gentle smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Take off your ninja gear, your chainmail, everything. Disarm, disarm. Bai Sheng swallowed. Sister Xiaonan, just pick one randomly, no need to go through all this trouble. That's enough, Shaolin. Xiaonan's expression suddenly turned serious, her brow slightly furrowed. In the few days I've spent with you, I've discovered a major problem. I've discovered that you Shaolin have no awareness of being a girl at all. You are a rare beauty in this world, yet you often speak and act like a rash boy. Although that's also charming, it's still a huge waste. In Xiaonan's eyes burned a look that, Bai Sheng was very he had only seen that kind of look in Shimura Danzo's eyes before. If you're not willing to try on these little skirts one by one today, then from this moment on, Xiaonan waved her hand. I will train you to become the princess of our Akatsuki. Know of our Rain country, admired by 10,000, incomparably noble. Just accept your fate obediently, Shaolin. Princess of the Rain country. Should he also buy 2 green? Bai Sheng's lips trembled. These things that didn't kill him might as well just kill him. No matter what, if he really became some kind of foolish princess, had rather die. Now it was a matter of life and death. He had to resist with all his might. Without fighting there was no survival. Bai Sheng took a deep breath, clenched his small fists, and a determination to face death burned in his purple eyes. Fine, I'll wear them, okay? Humph. Xiaonan, having achieved her plan, let out a soft hum. Welcome. After who knows how long, the beaded curtain of the clothing store was lifted by a slender hand. Bai Sheng walked. A pure white long dress wrapped around him, with silver threads embroidering moon phase patterns on the cuffs, and hem arranged from new moon to full moon. Black hair cascaded like a waterfall to his waist, with a few thin braids at the temples wrapped to the back of his head. A pale gold circlet adorned his forehead. Standing in the rain at the center of the street, he was holy and noble, like a cold fairy descending from the moon. Yet his lips instinctively curled up slightly, adding a touch of gentle tolerance, innocent warmth. It was as if as long as you spoke, he would quietly sit beside you, listening to all your grievances. Wow, what a beautiful girl. Some passers-by couldn't help but stop in their tracks. I think I'm in love. Another passerby clutched his chest, voice trembling. To be stepped on by such a girl and looked at with contempt, even death would be worth the price. A young man who had apparently awakened some strange attribute suddenly shouted. Several companions beside him silently moved a safe distance away. Mom, a scruffy adult suddenly burst into tears. Xia looked up inquiringly, staring at the completely transformed Bai Sheng. The puppet body involuntarily raised a hand to cover the core on its chest. A completely different feeling suddenly sprouted in his chest. Like a child waiting alone at home after a long wait, finally hearing the sound of mother's key in the lock. That unfamiliar, inexplicable, tingling anticipation made him whisper involuntarily, Mom. Bai Sheng, whose 5 senses were extremely keen due to his ghost body, widened his eyes. His heart's children, your uncle Bai Sheng has been mistaken for a girl by many people, which was bad enough, but now being publicly called Mom has enraged him like thunder, so he has comprehended the core of criminal law and is about to carry out a movement called Domain Expansion Execution of the Condemned to severely punish you. So Xia, on the muddy path after the rain, Conan gazed at Filiu, who had shrunk into the very back of the group, desperately trying to compress himself into a ball. She hesitated, stopped, hesitated again, and finally could contain herself no longer. Why did you call Shaolin Mom just now? She asked most bluntly, completely ignoring the black lines that simultaneously exploded across the faces of both Bai Sheng and Xia. Forget what just happened. Xia's main puppet's face darkened terrifyingly, his voice grinding through clenched teeth. Were it not for the fact that both Conan and Bai Sheng possessed formidable strength, he would have been seriously considering the feasibility of silencing them. In truth, he himself was astonished. He had actually projected the image of his mother onto a 12-year-old girl. He had believed that over the years eternal art had filled the void left by the departure of both his father and mother. Unexpectedly, an intern whom he had known for less than a few days had caused his core to skip a beat without warning. Sister Conan, if you keep bullying me, you'll tell the leader. Bai Sheng sighed helplessly. Life is unpredictable, a sausage wrapped in cabbage. Was it not that he, the man among men, the alpha of alphas, had been called Mom in public by another man? After all, he was of parental age. Oh, why couldn't he be imagined as Dad instead? Bai Sheng consoled himself thus. When he eventually dominated the ninja world, he would shed his skirt and reclaim everything he had lost. And then he would repay it 100-fold. Why was Bai Sheng so certain he would remember everyone who had wronged him? Because he possessed a book of grudges. Year 56 of Konoha Light Rain. Today Sister Conan forced me to try on over a dozen girls' dresses. This grudge I have recorded. Year 55 of Konoha Sunny. Today Kakashi heard me call him, deliberately looked around, as if he couldn't see me. This grudge I have recorded. Year 55 of Konoha Overcast. Naruto gave me another flower as a gift, but damn it, that's something for a girl, isn't it? This grudge I have recorded. Several days passed. The trio traversed mountains and rivers, crossing the border of the land of Earth, and finally arrived at the abandoned temple indicated on the recruitment scroll. Sia, manipulating Philyu, wobbled at the front. As he stepped into the main hall, he halted. A large hole gaped in the roof, and sunlight illuminated a blond boy squatting on the ground playing with mud. Scattered around the boy were several clay creations already shaped, spiders, centipedes, birds, each one lifelike. So you're the one called Daidara boy. Sia's voice echoed in the empty temple. Daidara turned while sitting still, clutching a lump of unfinished clay in his hand. His gaze first fell upon Sia and Conan in their unusual attire, then naturally drifted to the elegant, lovely maiden guarded between them, Bai Sheng. He wore a floral patterned dress, its hem swaying gently in the breeze. A white sun hat sat atop his head, and his black hair was carefully braided into a side ponytail. His delicate rounded feet were encased in strappy sandals. Coupled with his slightly nervous, youthful 12-year-old face, this appearance was enough to glue the gazes of every strange old man and odd old lady along the way. Yet his expression seemed as if someone had stolen his innocence. Bah! Bai Sheng glared resentfully at the small ceiling scroll at Conan's waist. Inside were stuffed dozens of girls' clothes, furisude yukata sailor uniforms, one-piece dresses, floral dresses, and even a set of junahaido that Conan said shed wear when returning to the village for a festival. Kyuso, how had things come to this? If something looks like a pigeon, sounds like a pigeon, and tastes like a pigeon, Hashino Bai Sheng was not only short in stature and looked like a girl, his voice sounded like a girl's, and even his clothes were a girl's. The only difference from a real girl was, delete this line, delete it immediately. You all have a moist scent about you, out of place in the land of Earth. You must be ninjas from other countries. The blond boy blinked, a bright grin spreading across his face. I didn't realize the fame of my explosive art had spread to other lands, and even such a cute girl hired escorts to come see me. How flattering. I want to kill him. Bai Sheng expressionlessly raised Shukushinshu. The eyeballs on the hilt turned in unison toward Daidara. Hey, you intend for this guy to be my teammate? Sia's tone was odd. Conan stepped forward, placing herself between Bai Sheng and Daidara. Daidara, we represent the Akatsuki organization and invite you to join. Our organization's goal is... Akatsuki. Daidara scoffed. Never heard of it. I refuse. Conan's voice dropped expressionless as she continued. Our organization. Boom. Daidara casually formed several clay centipedes and slammed them to the ground. The clay rapidly expanded from fist-sized to half-person high monsters crawling across the floor with a low rumble kicking up dust. Shut up with your endless chatter. He stood up, hands on hips, impatience written all over his face. This great lord doesn't want to join some weird mercenary group, not even with a cute girl. Then it seems words are no longer enough to settle this. Bai Sheng clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with excitement. When will the fight start? I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Over the past few days, being stuck in those bizarre floral dresses, sun hats, and strappy sandals on the road, each item had viciously stomped on his masculinity, breeding a torrent of resentment within him. He was itching to find some unlucky soul to unleash it all on, to relax. And the way to release it was through combat, fighting, brawling. Ever since his battle with Xiaonan's paper clone a few days ago, Bai Sheng had grown addicted to that feeling. Combat links the mind, fighting replaces thought. Battle, pure ecstasy. Perfect timing. I've just come up with a whole bunch of interesting tricks. Daidara casually tossed several clay creations in front of him, brushed the mud off his hands, and chuckled easily. Let me show you the power I've harnessed from the fleeting beauty of the transient moment. Let my explosive art resound across the ninja world. Explosive art. Sasori sneered cold. The tail of the red secret scorpion scraped across the ground with a grating screech. Ridiculous. Such crude, headlong stuff can hardly be called art. In this world, only eternal beauty that can endure forever deserves to be called art. Everything passes away. Only puppets are eternal. Daidara's smile froze for half a second, then bloomed again. Are you saying that a bunch of soulless iron lumps are more beautiful than my explosions? Sasori's tone grew several degrees colder. At least they don't blow themselves to pieces. As I thought, you and I will never see eye to eye. That's the one thing we agree on. No. Please don't. Bai Sheng watched them with pleading eyes. One of them had already set down his clay clump. The other was flexing the joints of the red secret scorpion. It was me who started this. Uncle Xia. Uncle Xia. We agreed earlier. I get to make the first move in recruiting Deidara. Baisheng wanted to just call him Xia, but recalling the shocking mom Xia had uttered not long ago, he decided to use uncle to drive home the age gap. You're a grown adult now. You can't call a child under 10 years old mom. Especially when that child is a boy. Sorry, Lin. This is the last time. One of Sasori's puppet eyes shifted to Baisheng, the other to Deidara, but Baisheng tried to negotiate, but both of Sasori's eyes immediately fixed on him. He should have refused. Yet beneath the puppet's orbs Baisheng glimpsed a hidden longing. It was as if that human heart encased in layers of puppet mechanisms had finally stirred back to life at the mention of art. Only in moments like this perhaps could the insensible puppet body feel that it was still alive. Baisheng had to consider this might be the most exhilarating bout of combat Sasori had ever had, or would ever have in all the years to come. Cherry blossoms fall at a speed of 5 centimeters per second. So what speed would it take to traverse the distance between the souls of these two aging artists Sasori and Deidara in their lonely pursuit of beauty? Don't let waiting become regret. Just this once. Baisheng sighed and stepped back. Baisheng. Bro, not cool. I've already made my choice. Why are you only presenting the options now? Trying to catch your daddy off guard with a time delay. As Baisheng silently cursed the system's entire family, a chill ran down his spine. Good thing his decision had matched the third option. If Head accidentally chosen option 2's breath like Orchid Head have been screwed. From now on Head have to be careful, even when whispering to Naruto in class. System, you'd better hope I never catch you slipping, or you'll be in for a world of pain. Sasori and Deidara locked eyes, confirming they had found the right opponent. Sasori unsealed several puppets from his scroll. Their mechanical joints gleamed with cold light. Each one was as exquisite as a collector's piece. Deidara crouched quickly and flung out clay creations. Each one swelled and grew larger upon landing, emitting a low hum. Fight! The two began an impassioned battle. Xuanhuang reached out and wrapped an arm around Baisheng's waist as paper wings spread from her back, lifting him lightly into the air. Hey sister Xuanhuang, maybe put me down. Baisheng's face twisted as he clutched desperately at his dress hem. A gentle breeze lifted the edge of the floral skirt. Even though he was wearing shorts underneath, it nearly scared him to death. Lin, it seems we'll need to give you special training to overcome this fear of heights once we get back to the Akatsuki. Xuanhuang's tone was earnest and concerned as she set him down on a high ruined wall at the periphery of the shrine. Baisheng fell silent. Was this about a fear of heights? This was a fear of, well, that stuff. Baisheng observed from a distance, his gaze following the two intertwining figures on the battlefield. Scorpion and Deidara were indeed matched opponents destined to meet. The tail of Fei Liu was swept past, while Deidara maneuvered his clay spider to flank from the side. The mechanisms on the puppet's arm shot out poison shurikens, and the clay birds exploded in midair, sending shurikens scattering. Neither of them had used their full strength. They were testing each other, the puppets and clay bombs, exchanging blows with great enthusiasm. Baisheng seized an opportunity, relying on his ghostly body to withstand the explosions, quietly sneaking up to Scorpion, who was manipulating other puppets with his flower-like hands. Scorpion tried to cut off his main body in the middle. TCH. Fei Liu shifted slightly to the side, dragging his tail and leaving a muddy trace. Kid, don't disturb me. Oh, I need to focus on my micromanipulation. A good chance. Deidara squinted, bringing his index and middle fingers together. A flash of light glimmered at his fingertips. Exploding clay explosive bomb. Kachak. During the battle with the puppets, several inconspicuous clay creations had rolled unnoticed to the feet of Scorpion, and Baisheng concealed by the smoke of the battlefield. Those clays quickly expanded and deformed, their surfaces cracking with countless tiny fissures. Bang! Baisheng felt a jolt under his feet, and the shockwave sent him flying. His vampire body seemed to trigger its underlying code, automatically seeking the best escape route. He adjusted his posture in midair, arms outstretched, legs slightly bent, his hair and skirt creating a graceful arc in the wind, poised to land in a perfect balanced position. Oh no! His right foot slipped on a patch of leftover clay, causing him to lose balance and tumble sideways. Another fall onto the ground. Damn that Uchiha. No, damn that brat playing with mud. Baisheng spat out the grass in his mouth, fist hitting the ground. Shaolin, how can you even fall on flat ground? Xuanhuang gently swooped down to help him, lightly brushing the grass off his hair. Long before in the land of rain, Baisheng had demonstrated the formidable vitality of his ghostly body to Xuanhuang and Nagato, easing their worries about his safety to some extent. Yet despite the reassurance, seeing Shaolin emerge from the grass pile covered in dirt still made Xuanhuang frown. It's really slippery here, Xuanhuang Jia. Baisheng argued without a hint of embarrassment. In the center of the battlefield, the smoke slowly dissipated. Scorpion's Fei Liu had shattered, revealing a red-haired, effeminate young man inside. He looked no more than 15 or 16, a stark contrast to the crooked and rough puppet shell from before. Is this not your true form? Deidara raised an eyebrow, surveying Scorpion's true body from top to bottom. I thought you were some old stuffy man in his 30s. I am indeed 30. Scorpion leisurely retrieved a sealing scroll from behind him. What you call childish explosive art does hold a bit of value. It's worth my slight expectation. He tossed the scroll into the air. So behold, my most perfect artwork. The smoke exploded. The third Kazakage's puppet slowly emerged from the smoke, iron sand swirling around it, a ghostly light flickering in its hollow eye sockets. That is. Deidara's pupils slightly dilated. The third Kazakage of Sunagakure, you turned him into a puppet. As a disciple of the Tsuchikage, despite being somewhat lacking in skills, I still possess the necessary foundational knowledge. The disappearance of the third Kazakage was one of the triggers for the Third Shinobi World War. I never expected him to appear in the hands of a member of this Akatsuki organization. Deidara's face shifted from surprise to joy. He was elated to find a kindred spirit. As a rebellious little blonde who had been expelled from the village for bombing the Tsuchikage's building, he had an innate admiration for such extreme rebellion. Scorpion, right? I never expected you to accomplish this. You who toy with the dead. How rude. Scorpion's lips curled into a playful smile. We are eternal. Then I am but a fleeting moment. Deidara shouted excitedly, quickly thrusting his hands into his clay pouch, crafting several clay birds. The two continued to battle. The third Kazakage's magnetic iron sand pressed forward like a dark cloud, while Deidara's C2 dragon rose from the ground, opening its massive mouth to spew countless clay bombs. The iron sand and explosions intertwined above the ruins of the temple, the shockwaves crashing against the walls, causing the already precarious temple to shake and shed dust. The two battled until the end of the temple. Even the yellowish main road suffered, the path obliterated. In the end, Xuanhuang found it too troublesome, leading Bai Sheng to sneak behind Deidara, who was riding a large bird. She took out an even larger fake, crying God, using the back of the blade to strike Deidara's head, smashing down. Faint and fall. The legendary pilot's career came crashing down. In the evening, at the border of the land of Earth, smoke lazily rose from a makeshift campfire. The sky transitioned from earthy yellow to deep blue, with a few stars twinkling sparsely. Bai Sheng, Xuanhuang, and the true puppet Scorpion and Deidara sat together. In the center was a small iron pot bubbling with steam and emanating a rich aroma. This pot of soup was made by Deidara, who had formed a bond of mutual respect with Scorpion, volunteering to cook personally. He declared he would provide everyone with a mysterious surprise. I don't understand. Scorpion, expressionless, accepted the bowl of soup handed by Deidara, placing it directly on a nearby stone, showing no intention of drinking. What you call those fleeting arts leaves nothing behind except smoke and noise. What is its true significance? In the earlier battle, I already conveyed that to you. Deidara replied with a mischievous expression. Life is as vibrant as summer flowers, and death is as serene as autumn leaves. That should be the meaning. Bai Sheng took the soup made by Deidara. He lowered his head to sniff the aroma, then his face distorted in agony. Xuanhuang took a bowl as well, tasted it, and nodded slightly. The flavor is indeed good. Bai Sheng looked at Xuanhuang with suspicion, then tilted his head back to take a small sip. His face underwent an extraordinarily vivid transformation, and he spat it all out. Tui, what kind of soup did you make, Deidara? Is this even edible? You brat. This is clearly my masterpiece that I've painstakingly researched for over half a year. If you haven't had good food, don't speak carelessly. Deidara waved the soup ladle angrily, almost knocking over the pot. Shaolin, don't waste food. Xuanhuang gently reprimanded. See, kid, there are still people with discerning taste. Put away your childish jealousy and admit that Lord Deidara excels not only in artistic attainments, but also in culinary skills. Deidara puffed out his chest, his face radiating, I am the best in the world. Are you kidding? You think this is a Bai Sheng puffed out his cheeks. I could make something better with my feet than this. Hey. Deidara got angry, banging the ladle against the edge of the pot. You little girl, if you can truly make better food with your feet than mine, I will recognize you as my mom on the spot. All right, you just said that. Bai Sheng also got riled up, rolling up those non-existent sleeves, looking defiantly at Deidara. If it really tastes better than yours, you better not try to back out. A man's word is as good as gold. I never back out. Deidara stood with his hands on his hips, nostrils flared. Two childish brats. Scorpion's gaze shifted between the two bickering kids. Has Shaolin secretly been practicing her culinary skills? Xuanhuang suddenly smiled with appreciation. This child is finally starting to act like a girl. Bai Sheng took out the ingredients from the storage scroll. With the blessing of the special class chef taste of childhood, his culinary skills reached the pinnacle of human history. The flavor he created would make even the Six Paths sage exclaim Mom. The kitchen knife twirled at his fingertips, reflecting the flickering light of the campfire. Although with the enhancement of the ghostly body, he could really wash vegetables, chop them, and stir-fry with his feet. But considering that he would also need to eat, he reluctantly abandoned this plan that could disgust Deidara. What a pity. The campfire crackled. The soup pot steamed, and an indescribable aroma wafted. Baisheng timed himself and set up the pot again to roast a river fish that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, along with a plate of green vegetables and a dish of milk dumplings. Until the soup was ready, all the dishes were completed. All right, everyone, look at me, look at me. He presented all the dishes to everyone and cleared his throat. He stretched out his hand to pinch the edge of the white cloth covering the dishes. Special class Chef Yu Gonglin presents to you all, stunningly delicious. He abruptly unveiled the white cloth. A dazzling golden light erupted from the dishes, shooting straight into the sky. An incredible aroma spread like a tide. What? Why? Deidara retreated a half step in disbelief, trembling as he pointed at the still glowing soup. Why does your dish glow? Because of love. Baisheng crossed his arms, a mysterious smile curling on his lips. Why did he create dishes that emanated golden light? The answer was that it contained uranium-235U. No, it was fluorescent powder. Oh, that was wrong. According to the feedback from Special Class Chef Taste of Childhood, it was because he added love, friendship, magic, and bonds. In short, all beautiful things were thrown in. You ask how these mysterious things were added. The answer is Baisheng opened up. Everyone snapped back to reality, incredulously picking up their small bowls. Xuanhuang scooped a spoonful of soup into her mouth. The moment the soup touched her tongue, her eyes widened in shock. Before her, memories of the past seemed to unfold. That warm old wooden house in the land of rain when Yahiko was still alive and Nagato had not yet become a wheelchair-bound person. Master Jiraiya had caught 3 fish from the river, roasted them over the fire, charred half, yet the 3 of them still enjoyed the meal. Yahiko said he would make the land of rain stop crying in the future. Nagato quietly nodded with a smile. She slowly picked out all the fish bones. This is the taste of Master Jiraiya's grilled fish, Xiao, Nen murmured softly, her voice trembling slightly. This was the ability of Special Class Chef Taste of Childhood. It allowed the dishes created to touch the souls of the diners, evoking the most unforgettable memories of childhood. It was evident that the happiest times of Xiaonan's childhood were undoubtedly those days living with the Frog Squad and Master Jiraiya. Baisheng also tasted a spoonful. The moment the soup slid down his throat, he squinted his eyes, his cheeks puffed out. Yes, this is the taste. Jasmine milk tea with braised beef noodles. 99% a rare delicacy. He never expected to enjoy such a classic culinary pairing in the ninja world. Sonata, you've done well. Baisheng suddenly understood. Just now the soup Deidara made was not unappetizing. It was that after obtaining Special Class Chef Taste of Childhood, he instinctively found hundreds of ways to automatically comparing it with the perfect dishes in his memory, his taste became picky. If that's the case. Baisheng's face turned awkward, his chopsticks suspended in midair. Does that mean I won't be able to eat anyone else's cooking in the future and can only cook for myself? Supplements. He lamented in his heart that his free time had once again shrunk. Deidara beside him had already started to feast. He picked up the bowl as if afraid someone would snatch it away, gulping it down. This taste, it's much better than what the old man makes himself. If I eat this, I might die. I, Deidara, declare you the strongest of culinary arts. There was a gleam in Deidara's eyes, and he chattered incessantly. Mama, you Gonglin, am a fool for not recognizing you. Please take me as your disciple and teach me your culinary skills. Suddenly, he saw Scorpion motionless and thought he was shy. Understanding, he held out a bowl of soup. Drink. This chicken soup is delicious. Scorpion must try it. Scorpion coldly glanced at Deidara, his tone still devoid of warmth. Are you an idiot? My body is a puppet. I have no taste system. Oh, is that so? What a pity, such a delicious dish worthy of art, and Scorpion is unable to enjoy it. How unfortunate. Deidara smacked his lips, filled another bowl, and sang a little tune he heard from Baisheng loudly with wine. Life, how long? Today I. The Scorpion puppet remained silent for a moment. He felt somewhat puzzled. How could Deidara get so tipsy just from drinking soup after only a few dishes? He thought for a moment, then lifted the pot of soup and poured it directly into his mouth. Everyone shouldn't misunderstand. He was not provoked by Deidara's clumsy taunts, but couldn't endure the smug look of that yellow-haired kid. He simply decided to finish the pot of soup, making Deidara regret his earlier provocation. As a puppet, he no longer cared about so-called face or appetite, but to make Deidara regret. Don't say it's a pot of soup. Even if it were Yu Gonglin's foot-washing water, he could drink it down without changing his expression. As the soup flowed into the abdomen of the puppet body, passing through the chakra strings used to control the puppet, something strange, yet familiar surfaced deep within his soul. Not right. He clearly had no taste system, so why could he taste flavor? No, this was not merely flavor. Scorpion's puppet face showed a look of confusion, his gaze becoming vacant. In a daze, he saw a woman with long brown hair. The brown-haired woman, wearing an apron, held a soup spoon and stood in the small kitchen looking at him gently. The wind chimes at the window jingled in the breeze. It seemed Scorpion had returned to his childhood. The young him had just run back from Grandma Kyo's workshop. His father's ninja vest hung on the hook at the entrance. His mother said to wash his hands quickly today. She made his favorite chicken soup. He couldn't remember what the soup tasted like, only that the light that evening felt particularly warm. Mom, he whispered softly. Oh. The brown-haired woman seemed a bit surprised, then squinted her eyes, tilted her head, and smiled gently at him. Mom. Scorpion's voice trembled. The corners of his eyes could no longer shed tears, yet everything before him remained blurry. Suddenly, I'm not your mother. Xia's consciousness suddenly cleared. The illusion before him vanished abruptly, and the person he had mistaken for his mother was none other than Amamiya Rin, standing before him with a face full of black lines and twitching lips. Countless question marks popped up over Xia's head. He looked up again and saw that Conan had already shielded by Shang behind her, staring at him with a wary expression. Deidara stood beside him, patting Xia's shoulder with a pained expression, saying nothing. Well, I meant. Xia's calm mind raced to find a reasonable explanation. His gaze fell on by Shang's face, which was so exquisite it seemed illicit. Remembering the illusion that had overlapped with his mother, he murmured again, Amamiya Rin is a woman who could become my mother. I know that's not what I meant. Can you understand what I mean? I understand. Deidara wiggled his eyebrows. Pervert. Conan hugged Bai Sheng tighter. Your mom. Bai Sheng revealed an extremely kind smile, almost ready to make a peace sign. Being called mom had happened not once, not one, not twice, not two, but 3 or 4 times already. In the ninja world, those who possessed such a precious thing as a mother were extremely rare. And the world of Hokage was one that valued familial bonds and connections. His cooking, imbued with the flavor of childhood combined with the gentle aura was instantly judged by the system as mother's taste. Superimposing white moonlight and body double literature. Damn it. In the foreseeable future, even if Old Ban called him mom, it might just be possible. But who cares about such a thing? Did Bai Sheng come to the ninja world to be everyone's mother? Even if out of high moral sense, certainly, he couldn't become the Homeland Security from the next scene who becomes Superman whenever happy. But he still had the responsibility of becoming the emperor of mankind. He wanted before the arrival of a new 10 millennia to make the ground free of blades and arms, and fill the world with the scent of flowers. A great man like him. A giant in action. A mature adult in mind. Yet he's being chased by a crowd of people shouting mom at him with frantic faces. Is this proper? Is this proper? Is this proper? Let's split the story into 2 branches. Bai Sheng's side was miserable, but the water country side was even more miserable. Daimyo assassinated sealed the scene. The deep night of the water country's capital was torn apart by this cry. The gates of the daimyo's mansion were smashed into pieces. Samurai in armor and ninjas in black robes mingled together. Sharp whistles echoed back and forth. Some shouted, protect the prince. Some shouted, catch the murderer. Others even took advantage of the chaos to break into the nobles' warehouses. The next day, news quickly reached the hidden mist village. The atmosphere in the Mizukage's office was extremely oppressive. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, wore a face full of exhaustion on his childlike features. Chakra fluctuations flickered uncontrollably from his body, and his small palms slammed onto the desk with a bang. Immediately afterward, the desk was out. Amid flying wood splinters, he stood up, his pupils trembling slightly. You mean, the 9 princes of the water country's daimyo fought for the throne, clashed with each other, and caused the daimyo's sudden death? Yes. The Umbu, kneeling on the ground, pressed his forehead against the floor. Then several princes with inheritance rights accused each other of being the murderer who caused the daimyo's death, commanded their subordinates to fight again, and all died along with all other nobles with inheritance rights. Yes. And then those vassals and affiliated nobles searched the genealogical records and only found a commoner, illegitimate son of the Snow clan, using the alias Shigo Hikari, who hurriedly ran to Konoha overnight to respectfully invite him to ascend the throne. Yes. Yagura Karatachi took a deep breath. Damn it, how had the water country become like this? The daimyo's position changed hands in a single day. Wasn't this too ridiculous? It was like a makeshift troop. No, the nobles he knew were exactly a makeshift troop. For the sake of so-called meritorious service in supporting the new ruler, they could temporarily abandon all the etiquette passed down for millennia, as long as they could ascend first and slowly make up for it later. But the ninjas couldn't say anything. After all, without a daimyo, no one would allocate funds to them. If no one allocated funds, what would they eat? Yet in recent years, the relationship between the Hidden Mist Village and the water country had not been harmonious. The infamy of the Blood Mist Village had spread throughout the entire water country's nobility, and the daimyo's envoys had harshly criticized the human rights situation in the Hidden Mist Village for several consecutive years. Now appointing an orphan of the Snow clan who had escaped from the Blood Mist Village as the daimyo. Wasn't this a bit? Suddenly, A flicker of subtle, barely perceptible eerie light flashed in Yagura Karatachi's eyes. Then he calmed down. He sat down again, his breathing returning to steady. I understand. You may withdraw now. This, as you command, Lord Forth. The Umbu members exchanged glances, but still left the room. Wait. Yagura Karatachi suddenly called out to the last Umbu, about to step over the threshold, his tone unhurried. The royal family is entirely annihilated, and the new daimyo, with no foundation, is a weak ruler. If he doesn't want to be controlled by powerful ministers or other nobles, and become a puppet, he will definitely seek out our hidden mist village for strength. The Umbu stood still, not knowing what the Mizukage meant by suddenly saying this. Yagura Karatachi's gaze turned to the fog-shrouded sea outside the window. My intelligence network has discovered that the new daimyo's sister has a daughter named Hoshino Baisheng. You must reach Konoha before the water country's nobles and suggest to the new daimyo that he adopt her as his foster daughter and bestow upon her the title of the water country's eldest princess. We will then use her to extend goodwill to the daimyo and extract benefits for the hidden mist village. How is my cooking? Baisheng leaned against the tent. He looked down at Didala, who was lying on the ground with a round belly, a hint of smugness curling at the corner of his mouth. I ate very satisfyingly. Didala rubbed his belly, his face full of contentment, then frowned slightly. But there's still one flaw. The more I ate, the fuller I got. Baisheng slowly produced a question mark. Are you deliberately trying to pick a fight? Emami Arin. Didala suddenly sat up straight, his expression turning serious. Just now I displayed all my culinary skills to you. While thickening that pot of soup, I poured in all my passion, effort, and essence. Everything except my research on explosions. He looked at the fresh burn on his hand, a reassuring smile curving at his lips. It felt really good to do that. He had thought his culinary path had reached its peak. The loneliness of the lofty heights made him shiver. He had even planned to treat cooking as his second art. Yet reality dealt him a slap, a loud smack, and a mighty kick. Didala was merely a mortal living in a world without Yugonglin. Didala suddenly felt as if he had encountered a wise master. A realization dawned in his heart. This was a great opportunity to latch on to someone and delve into the culinary arts. So he suddenly bowed deeply to Baisheng. Didala has wandered for years, only regretting never meeting a renowned chef. If you do not disdain me, Didala would willingly honor you as my master in culinary skills. Choices outweigh efforts. Though studying dishes alone by recipes is free, following a culinary god opens up even more vast horizons. Huh. Xiaonan covered her mouth with a light laugh, inwardly pleased to see this. Baisheng's childhood was lonely. After all, he and Changmin were nearly 30, with several generation gaps between them and Baisheng. They could give Baisheng shelter, guidance, and resources, but couldn't play around with him like a true peer. And someone like Didala with a simple-minded personality and a clean background was an excellent youth of the ninja world. He was just suitable to be a playmate for Baisheng. Moreover, Didala's strength was not weak, and he could serve as a combat force in critical moments. Hey, CS suddenly spoke with a cold laugh, his tone carrying a hint of schadenfreude. Didala, didn't you say that if you lost the cooking contest you would call Rin Mama? Why are you calling him master now? What's wrong, dare to say, but not to admit? As long as there were two people in the team calling Baisheng Mama, he wouldn't be the sole troublemaker. Everyone's attention would be drawn to Didala, thereby ignoring himself. CS silently gave himself full marks for this move. Ma! Didala shouted as he threw himself to the ground, his knees sliding 2 deep grooves in the mud. Onagai, if only you would teach me cooking, Watashi would even call you Mama. Your mother. Baisheng was about to say something very elegant, when suddenly a system option appeared before his eyes. Didai, a disciple of the city lord of Yanghua Hupa City, was expelled from the city to train by the stubborn and rigid city lord of Yen City due to his rebellious personality and pursuit of art. Didai is Sociology 3. On the path of becoming a wandering ronin, he lived alone, learned cooking, and devoted all his time except for researching art to cuisine. Now, under your cooking skills that are the pinnacle of human history, his taste buds have grasped the core of the culinary way, and he longs for you to guide his culinary path and show him the way. You choose. Option 1. Dedicate everything to Hupa City. Reject Didaya and report his whereabouts to Hupa City. Our reward: Golden Finger. Advanced Succubus Bloodline, Female Charm 50, Male Attraction 200, Gain Succubus Magic Inheritance. Option 2. Once a teacher, let's be master and disciple for life. Agree to Didaya. Reward: Golden Finger. Magical Girl Heart Seed. Obtain a Heart Seed, unique to you, through which you can transform into a magical girl. If the holder is male, transformation difficulty will be greatly increased, and they will change profession to Magical Nyang. Option 3. I never think being a teacher is fun. Reject Didala. Reward: Golden Finger. Overbearing master falls in love with me. Heavens, will your attraction to all males who have taught you increases by 100. After the Imperial Culinary Showdown, Didala triggers another choice. A Tuanon becoming famous in one battle. Daya was indeed generous, really giving an option. Baisheng pulled back from the brink, swallowing the curse that was about to leave his mouth. He roughly scanned the system panel content. He immediately transferred all the withdrawn curses to the system. What the hell were this advanced succubus bloodline female and the returning overbearing master falls in love with me, heaven's will? Is there any humanity? Merlin's lace panties. So these two golden fingers are one for him to show off himself, and the other to make others think of ways to let him show off. System, you'd better not be able to take human form in the future, or else you'll be in for it. Sorting this out, Baisheng revealed a radiant smile and looked at Dala. You want to learn? They'll teach you. In order to keep his pure Konoha bond relationships from going sour, Baisheng had no choice but to accept Dala's apprenticeship request, obtaining the golden finger magical girl heart seed. At least this one wouldn't bless him. Magical Nyang was still a male character. And as it said, if the holder is male, transformation difficulty is greatly increased. He could even directly choose to forget this golden finger. Just pretend it never existed. Anyway, it's better to believe in light and miracles. Those who believe in miracles are as remarkable as miracles themselves. All in, brothers. You agreed to Daya's apprenticeship request. Reward, golden finger. Magical girl heart seed. Obtain a heart seed, unique to you, through which you can transform into a magical girl. If the holder is male, transformation difficulty will be greatly increased, and they will change profession to magical Nyang. Mother above, please accept. Dala's face lit up with joy, and he made a move to perform a grand bow. No, don't call me that, just call me big brother. Baisheng shuddered, crossing his hands in front of his chest. Sure thing, big brother. Dala went along with it, changing his address without any psychological barrier. Good, obedient little brother. Baisheng had taken on another blonde little brother, and his mood eased a bit. He rested his head on his hands and leaned back against the tent, chin slightly raised, tone leisurely. I'm a bit thirsty, little duck. Do you think water will automatically appear in Big Brother's cup? Shh. Early morning Konoha. A gentle breeze and clear skies, sunlight streaming in through the window, painting golden lines on the floor. Good morning, Leaf City. Baisheng yawned, looking out at the bright and dry blue sky, and stretched vigorously. Today it's another day. The sunlight stung his eyes as he squinted slightly. Having stayed long in the U-country, he found himself unaccustomed to seeing the sun. Then he looked down at his short stature, a cup-shaped body measuring 112 centimeters, with two small fair hands. He let out a sigh. What a pity, he thought, to be back in this oversized doll body. Last night, he had switched to his home in my village using the 3-day exchange ability of GTC Jiaxinkan. Incidentally, he replenished the chakra for his substitute corpse, which was now far away at the border of the two-country, sleeping in Xiaonan's tent, extending its 3-day power supply. Under the combined deception of good brother, Hey Ju, poor Dai too was toyed with in the palm of Baisheng's hand. He still believed that Baisheng relied on Ju's mayfly technique to travel between the Akatsuki and my village, disguising himself with Ju's transformation to fool everyone. This annoying cheat, hidden identity long princess of the Shui country, has been in my hands for nearly a day, but nothing has changed yet. Could it be that I need to trigger the quest on my own? Baisheng stroked his chin, narrowed his eyes, and his purple pupil shimmered. I hope that's the case. The cheat, previous life reincarnation, fourth daughter of Datong Mu, Hui, you gave me a ton of brothers for no reason. I don't want to experience such a crude cheat anymore. Baisheng stopped pondering. He changed into the light purple little outfit his mother had prepared for him, then touched the ground with bare feet. The moment his soles touched the floor, a warm and gentle current flowed upward from his little feet along his meridians, and it felt as if a window had been pushed open in his mind. The 50 talent boost activated, and his clever intelligence once again reclaimed the high ground. All right. Baisheng suddenly remembered something. He hadn't yet studied that magical girl heart seed. After all, the system had said that if the user was male, the transformation difficulty would skyrocket. Just a brief look wouldn't cause any problem, would it? He would just take it out and play with it a little, just to satisfy his curiosity. That was all. So Baisheng took that colorful gem from his system space. The heart seed fell onto the table. Inside the transparent gem, a tiny swirling galaxy seemed to be sealed. Its glassy brilliance instantly illuminated the entire room. Baisheng's cat-like eyes widened. A man remains a boy until death. In his past life, he had been very enthusiastic about various transformation anime. Ask any passionate young man when he sees a divine light stick, an armor summoner, or even a rider belt, wouldn't he eagerly grab it and shout, Balala energy, little fairy, full body transformation. Bah! Baisheng stretched out his small hand and grabbed the heart seed firmly. Recalling various fragments of his past life, the corners of his mouth wildly curled up, and he let out a bright and cheerful laugh. GGG. After laughing, he cleared his throat. He lifted the gem with both hands to his chest, striking a pose he thought was very devout. O key that hides the power of darkness, show me your true power before me. In accordance with the contract, I command you in the name of your master Xingye Baisheng, seal release. Baisheng's tone was flippant. He just wanted to talk big, then put the gem away and go eat breakfast. O maiden longing for love and justice, I already know your ambition. I have comprehended your imperial thought. An absolute genius, the capacity born from this. O surging meteor, go answer the maiden's prayer. Ding. Detecting a pure-hearted person holding the magical girl heart seed. The shining wish attracts the world's attention. Magical girl Delta protocol attempting to activate. Do you feel pain? Scenes like this are playing out across the multiverse right now, and the next one might be someone close to you. Unless you can make the most important decision in your life. Show everyone that you have the courage to pursue love and justice. Join. The magical girls become an angel who safeguards world peace. Behold strange new life forms, let love and justice benefit the entire multiverse. Become a hero. Become a legend. Become a magical girl. Baisheng's smile froze. No way. The goods are system. I demand a verification. Detected that the holder of magical girl heart seed has read the 5 protocols for 0.1 seconds without refusal, defaulting to automatic acceptance. Protocol activating. Protocol activated in effect. Activated, discovered as a newborn magical girl, now numbering. Your number is 526,455. Magical girl Delta protocol initialized. In a maiden's form, not inferior to demon lords. With the power of love able to stand equal to saint emperors. In the endless night, alone guarding the 8 wildernesses. Magical girl unparalleled in the present world. Treacherous and wicked parties fear my divine light. Demons and monsters all cannot withstand. Bright lanterns shining eternal radiance. Respected magical girl, no. 526455. Welcome to the magical girl core. A golden holy tree projection emerged from the gem, enveloping Baisheng entirely. The room was flooded with cascading brilliance. When the light faded, a small golden-haired child appeared in his place. That child was exquisite and translucent, with fine soft hair falling to the sides of his shoulders, glowing with the golden hue of dawn. Under long lashes, amber eyes were like pools of warm spring water. He stood barefoot on the floor. A loose light golden silk robe covered his slender frame, revealing his collarbones and a small expanse of his flat chest. 2 lengths of ribbon were loosely tied at his waist, swaying gently with his breathing. Then he curved his eyes into a smile, the corners of his mouth lifting with a childish milk-sweet innocence, and recited his entrance line. I am the blazing sun that will eventually rise. That golden-haired child was none other than Baisheng. His features were a bit more refined than before, and his temperament now carried a touch of divine sanctity. It was like a medieval priest praying under stained glass, suddenly witnessing a deity descend to earth as a little boy. Double shock, double joy. Yet as the person involved, Baisheng's heart was far from calm. He looked down at his glowing golden hands, at the loose light golden silk robe. Through the window reflection, he saw his own face with golden hair and amber eyes. The transformation had succeeded. The incantation he had chanted was wrong, his pose was wrong, and even his lines were a joke. And then he transformed. System, is this what you called a massive increase in transformation difficulty? Where exactly is the difficulty raised, I ask you? Damn it, give me my money back. Suddenly, a wow, I've been defeated. A voice that filled Baisheng with immense dread sounded from the doorway. He turned his head stiffly, like a wind-up doll moving in increments toward the doorway. His mother Xingye stood at the door, squinting with a gentle smile, mimicking being defeated, as if playing a pretend game with her child. Baisheng's brain completely froze at that moment. System, when will your mom die? I want to eat her while she's still warm. Buga. Mingren suddenly appeared from somewhere, having clearly witnessed what just happened. He clutched his chest, stumbled back 2 steps, then slowly slid down along the doorframe to sit on the ground, his voice trembling yet devout. Divine punishment has arrived as promised. At that moment, I wondered what those strange beings saw in their eyes when facing this thoughtless slash. How shameful to die without having made Lord Baisheng exert his full strength. You too, that's enough. Baisheng's face visibly flushed pink, spreading from cheeks to earlobes. Warning, warning. Your uncle Baisheng can tolerate being slandered as a hollow man usually. But if you keep teasing me, I won't talk to you for 3 days. Hokage's office. Since Jitsuin Tuanzang was relieved of his duties, he turned from root leader into a fat, idle old man. After starting his retirement life, he was almost suffocated by the peaceful and serene days. Waking up with no secret reports to approve, no assassination lists to review, no Uchiha clan members to trouble him. His life seemed to have lost its meaning. However, today, he was rarely formally invited into Yuanfei Rizen's office. Entering the office, he saw Yuanfei Rizen frowning and smoking his pipe with clacking sounds, the ashtray already full of cigarette butts. Tuanzang's lips curled almost imperceptibly. Just as expected, without his assistance, Rizen immediately encountered difficulties. Protecting Konoha still relied on him, Jitsuin Tuanzang. Without him could you succeed? Risen, why did you summon me to the Hokage's office? He frowned pretentiously and tapped his cane on the ground. Could it be the Uchiha again? Not the Yuanfei. Risen sighed, picked up a document from the table, and handed it to him. This is intelligence that you obtained through Jinjutsu after the Water Country nobles entered the village. Take a look. Tuanzang took it, squinting his single eye. His reading speed slowed down gradually, his expression shifting from seriousness to confusion and from confusion to an extremely subtle distortion. After a long pause, a question mark seemed to appear above his head. His expression was neither smile nor frown, his mouth twitching twice under the bandage. Risen, what does you mean? My disciple also colludes with the enemy. That he wouldn't dare yet. Yuanfei. Risen puffed his pipe. He already dares. Tuanzang laughed angrily and threw the document on the ground. That report was filled with the life history of Beisheng's uncle Shiyu Cheng. It was detailed with a clear timeline. The last paragraph of the document. You calmly wrote, as the illegitimate child of the Snow Clan and the daimyo's concubine, Shiyu Cheng traveled far and wide across the ninja world for many years, his whereabouts hard to trace. The sudden death of the Water Country daimyo and the demise of all successors allowed him to inherit the throne, which contains many suspicions. If allowed to return and ascend it, may be detrimental to Konoha. The entire report did not mention Beisheng even once. But as the former leader of the massive root organization that lurked beneath Konoha for decades, Jitsuin Tuanzang projected his own thoughts onto others, seeing Yu's sinister intentions between the lines. After all, his disciple Shinya Beisheng was the direct nephew of Shiyu Cheng. Today you dare to falsely accuse my disciple. Tomorrow will you slander Risen's son for betraying the village. You are disloyal. You must be bored out of his mind, daring to bite the hand that feeds him. Jitsuin Tuanzang snorted coldly, his demonic mind beginning to race. Tuanzang. Yuanfei. Risen glared at him and put down his pipe. Yu's ideas may be somewhat extreme, but he is indeed a ninja who loves the village. Cheng is the only daimyo bloodline of the Water Country. As ninjas, we have no right to interfere in other countries' internal affairs. We can only see if he himself is willing to return to the Water Country. As for Beisheng's appointment as the Water Country's eldest princess, the third Hokage's expression suddenly turned subtle, a smile flickering at the corner of his mouth, as if he wanted to laugh, but felt embarrassed. What do you think? Water Country's eldest princess, Beisheng. Huh. Ah, cough, cough. Tuanzang coughed once, covering his mouth with the back of his hand and forcibly suppressing his smile. He sat up straight and said with righteous indignation, this is a good thing. As the Hidden Mist village, which has the best intelligence protection among the 5 great hidden villages, the information we can gather is extremely scarce. Now is precisely an opportunity. His single eye lit up, gleaming sharply in the shadow of his bandage. Shiyu Cheng, as an orphan of the Snow Clan, even if he ascends to the daimyo throne, he will surely be very afraid of Kirigakure. After all, he faces the Hidden Mist village, which annihilated the entire Snow Clan and bears a blood feud with him. Around him is the Water Country daimyo's mansion, which caused the mysterious deaths of his predecessors, dozens of family members. He is alone in the Water Country with no foundation. The only one he can rely on is his nephew Beisheng, that is our Konoha. He glanced at Risen. Seeing Risen's cheek twitch slightly, years of deep bond made him instantly change his words, that is. My root is the only assistance he can grasp. By having Beisheng go to the daimyo's mansion as the Water Country's eldest princess, I can subtly control Kirigakure's intelligence through the daimyo. Even. His eyes grew dark and uncertain, his voice lowering a few notches. We can support the voices opposing the Mizukage within Kirigakure, disintegrating it from within, or taking control of the Hidden Mist. Tuanzang. Yuanfei. Risen's expression suddenly hardened, and he banged his pipe heavily on the table. Konoha, as the hidden village of the Land of Fire, cannot blatantly interfere in the internal affairs of the Land of Water. I forbid you to do this. I am Beisheng's master. Risen. Tuanzang roared, his cane thudding heavily on the ground as he strode toward the door. You will regret this, Tuanzang. Yuanfei. Risen stood up and said sternly. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Meanwhile, on the other side, the living room of the Shinya family. No, I will not become the daimyo. A maiden, with beautiful features and a gentle demeanor, stood in the center of the living room, surrounded by a crowd of nobles in magnificent court robes, refusing resolutely with a clear voice. Your Highness, a nation cannot be without a ruler for a single day. Now that the daimyo has passed away and all the princes have perished, only your Highness remains the sole bloodline of the late lord. Please return to the country promptly to inherit the throne so as to calm the people's hearts. The leading envoy knelt on the ground, weeping and pleading, a red mark already forming on his forehead from kowtowing. No, my mother bore me in humble circumstances. I have never received a day of royal upbringing. How dare I overstep my bounds? Please say no more. Beishing's old uncle flicked his sleeve. He turned around his back, facing the envoy. In that case, Your Highness, please forgive our impertinence. The envoy raised his head and glanced back at the nobles kneeling behind him. They exchanged glances, then produced from behind them the crown and magnificent court robes symbolizing the daimyo's glory. Several nobles rose in unison and quickly walked towards Shi Yucheng. Hey, what are you doing? Shi Yucheng was encircled by several pairs of arms, forcibly restraining him, adding more pressure to the man, making him reluctantly comply. A robe embroidered with golden threads was draped over his shoulders, and a crown studded with jewels was carefully placed on his head. Your subjects kowtow to Your Highness the daimyo. The envoys and nobles knelt down in unison, their voices loud and clear. Shi Yucheng lowered his head to look at the magnificent crown and robe representing the water country's daimyo. He sighed, his voice indistinguishable between distress and delight. Ah, you have truly put me in a difficult position. Baisheng stood at the entrance, sandwiched between his father and mother, watching this surreal scene. In his heart it felt like 10,000 llamas were stampeding across a grassland of grass-mud horses. He had just started class not long ago when his father and mother rushed into the classroom and brought him home just in time to catch the live broadcast of his uncle's enthronement. Well, that was rather sudden. So much for hiding the identity. A large group of people openly came to Mai, and in front of his parents they draped the yellow robe on his uncle. If later news spreads that an elder princess has been in theft, those who know him will instantly recognize it's him. So the hidden identity only works for people who don't know him, right? All right. The leading envoy stood up, turned around, and saw Baisheng standing at the entrance. His gaze fell on Baisheng's small face, and he clearly froze for a moment, taking a while to recover. He turned back to Baisheng's uncle, now draped in the dragon robe, and bowed. Lord Daimyo, the 4th Mizukage of Wuyin Village, Goju Shizong, proposes that you adopt your sister's daughter as your adopted daughter and enfeoff her as the elder princess. What is your opinion on this? Shi Yucheng's expression froze for half a second. Lord Daimyo, no, absolutely not. The royal bloodline cannot be mingled with outsiders. That's not true, Your Highness. Your sister is legitimate and her daughter is also of royal blood. Enfeoffing her as elder princess is perfectly justified. The nobles and ministers began to argue among themselves. Shi Yucheng lowered his eyes. He recalled what a ninja claiming to be an Umbu member had privately told him not long ago. He did not trust the nobles and ministers of Shueiji country, nor the ninjas of Wuyin Village, nor Mai. But he trusted Baisheng. After all, he was Baisheng's own uncle, his beloved family. Have faith. As long as he believed in Baisheng, everything would be fine. Then he raised his eyes again, looked at Baisheng, and revealed a gentle smile. Hey, be my daughter, Baisheng. I don't understand, you know. The front will doesn't turn, the back will turns, you know. Baisheng's smile was radiant, his purple eyes narrowed into 2 crescent moons. But his molars were already clenched tight. He dared not imagine it. If word got out that he was enfeoffed as the elder princess of Shueiji country in the capacity of the daimyo's adopted daughter, would anyone still believe he was a gallant and vigorous man? This was truly like yogurt spilled on the crotch, impossible to explain. The next day, Baisheng's uncle officially adopted the royal surname of Shueiji country Zhongxiang and changed his name to Zhongxiang Cheng. The ministers and nobles of Shueiji country planned to spend half a month recruiting accompanying ninjas and samurai to escort the new daimyo to the Shueiji country daimyo's residence for the official enthronement. This incident caused a huge stir. Overnight it became the biggest news in the entire ninja world. The daimyo of the 3 great countries, Wind, Earth, and Lightning, all sent envoys to pay their respects. Even the country of fire sent a royal descendant to Mai to meet Zhongxiang Cheng. Don't be fooled. The ninja world was a hotbed of conflict among the 5 great hidden villages. The ninjas wished each other dead, but for the nobles and daimyo their relationships were still somewhat amicable. At least compared to those trigger-happy ninjas, they were kindred spirits. Even if one day the 5 great countries truly annexed each other for the daimyo of the swallowed country, it was merely losing the position of daimyo and the territory. They would still be nobles, still have fiefs, and could continue to live a life of luxury under the new kingdom. My village, 2nd floor of an izakaya. Evening. Woo. The tobacco bombs from home are still the best. A young ninja with a thick beard and brown skin sat by the window. Gazing at the familiar night scene of my outside the window, he took a deep drag on the tobacco bomb between his fingers. A slight return. White smoke billowed from his nostrils. Leaning back in his chair, he let out a satisfied sigh. Asama has been absent for these few years today. Help. Kakashi sauntered in from the door. He casually tucked the little book in his hand into his ninja tool pouch and sat down opposite Asama, his tone natural. Agreed. Shiri Hong followed gracefully, her red eyes curving into a lovely arc. I have. Maite Kai laughed heartily, his teeth flashing with dazzling light. I object. Yuan Fei Asama raised his hand in protest. Before he could say another word, Shiri Hong leaned sideways and drove a practiced elbow strike precisely into Asama's ribs. Sunk. Ugh. Asama also had no objection. By the way, Asama, the Hokage asked me to pass along. Kakashi raised his sake cup and took a sip, speaking lazily. What did the old man say? Asama rubbed his ribs and asked with feigned nonchalance. As a self-made ninja who through his own strength had become one of the 12 guardian ninja of the Fire Country daimyo Yuanfei Asama. His father was just an old man who loved to smoke and worked in the surveillance room, of course with some minor side jobs like being the Hokage. Thus he was quite disrespectful to the Hokage whom everyone else revered. But everyone present knew that Asama was a genuine successor of the village, truly treating Mai as his home. So no one reminded him to watch his words. Several of us here will serve as the guardian ninjas for the elder princess of Shueiji country, Xingya Baixing, and escort her to the Shueiji country daimyo's residence the day after tomorrow. When Kakashi said the word her, with a straight face, he didn't even blink. After all, he had undergone professional training and usually wouldn't laugh. Unless he couldn't help it. You've been one of the 12 guardian ninja for several years, so you have rich experience in this area. That's why the Hokage wants you to ask the Fire Country daimyo for a leave of absence and join our team as a temporary advisor. The elder princess of Shueiji country, Xingya Baixing. Asama took a drag, leaned back, and squeezed out a few words through his teeth. How I know exactly what the old man is thinking. It's nothing but showing me the jade he personally cultivated. Far away in the root base, Jitsuan Tuanzang sneezed. Ice-release bloodline friend of the Ninetales, disciple of Danzo, pupil of White Fang. These are all Xingya Baixing's titles and reputations, each one louder and stronger than the last. Asama flicked his ashes tone, carrying a scrutinizing calm. Since I heard of his deeds, countless praises and popularity have surrounded this name. He has the hearts of the people who perhaps only the yellow flash from over a decade ago can be compared. Then he let out a mocking laugh, raised his sake cup, and took a gulp. That yellow flashback then didn't have a shinobi of darkness master to do his dirty work. So Asama, what's your take? Kakashi remained impassive, calmly watching his long unseen old friend. I want to see just what charm this guy has that the old man and you Kakashi treasure him so much. Asama looked out the window, his expression firm and confident. The jade in my heart has already been found in the daimyo. I won't be fooled by those shoddy counterfeits. I will stay clear-headed. One of the 12 guardian ninja Yuanfei Asama declared victory. Nobles from the great nations and their vassals gathered boisterously in Konoha to partake in the grand occasion. A scene of vibrant vitality and thriving competition lay right before their eyes. There were still a few days before Baisheng's uncle would depart to assume the position of the daimyo of the Land of Water. The ministers and nobles of the Land of Water methodically recruited personnel, arranged the convoy, planned the route, and inventoried supplies. At that time, Baisheng, as an adopted daughter, and the recognized eldest princess of the Land of Water by the royal family, would also set off together. Accompanying them were Kakashi Hatake Kurenai Yuhi Asuma Saratobi, and Might Guy, who were temporarily assigned to Root and cannot disclose their names, along with other Root ninjas. They would accompany him as guardian ninjas to protect him on the journey to the Land of Water. This departure might take several months before they could return. Baisheng also had to bid a proper farewell to some acquaintances. Early morning. Baisheng sat up from his bed, yawning. Your Highness, it's time to change clothes. A chief female attendant over 50 years old with meticulously combed hair and a face full of wrinkles stood before Baisheng's bed and bowed respectfully to him. Under the service of this etiquette instructor, Baisheng donned a set of elaborate and gorgeous princess court attire. An inner garment, a middle garment, a pale purple robe embroidered with silver moon patterns, a brocade sash around the waist, and a transparent gauze draped over the shoulders. Finally, he put on the princess tiara adorned with tiny gemstones. The chief female attendant circled him twice before nodding with satisfaction. Baisheng, feeling as if granted a reprieve, arrived at the dining hall. Surrounded by a group of attendants, he arduously completed the simple and easy task of having breakfast. Joyful and congratulatory. After breakfast, he stepped out of his home flanked by a large entourage of ceremonial officials and headed to the ninja school. A grand procession of over a dozen people. Baisheng walked in the center of the formation, feeling as if he were playing the role of a parade mascot. Along the way, the villagers of Konoha found it very curious. They perhaps did not hold much respect for ninjas. After all, in their eyes, ninjas were ultimately just a group of commoners with a bit more power, sharing the same social status as themselves. When encountering ill-tempered villagers, they could occasionally vent their frustrations on a certain blonde kid with whisker-like marks on his face, just for fun. But nobles and daimyos were a different matter entirely. The ninja world did not have the saying, "Are kings and generals born superior?" Once a noble, you stood above commoners for life. In the past, even after Baisheng became the disciple of Shimura Danzo, the villagers still greeted him as if he were a neighbor's child. now seeing Bai Sheng surrounded by a group of haughty female officials and ceremonial officers. Their lips quivered a few times, their expressions becoming respectful, and they clearly called out, "Her Highness the eldest princess." "Oh, screw you all." Bai Sheng's mouth twitched. This was worse than being called Lord. He moved his body wrapped in layers of fabric with what was supposed to be a dignified regal gait. He continued forward. In reality, it was a gait that the attendants had taught him all morning before he barely passed. Fortunately, as the foundation of Konoha village, the Ninja Academy had the Hokage, who was nominally equal to the Fire Country Daimyo, as its principal. The group of ceremonial officials from the Land of Water accompanying Bai Sheng was stopped outside the school gates. He was finally able to escape. Some birds in this world cannot be caged. Bai Sheng suddenly had a glimmer of understanding about the charm of freedom. Bai Sheng, have you finally faced your true gender? As soon as he entered the classroom, his classmates saw him in his gorgeous princess court attire, their eyes lighting up in unison as they surrounded him. What? Isn't Bai Sheng a boy? A classmate scratched his head. Have you ever seen Bai Sheng enter the boy? And can a boy become the eldest princess of the Land of Water? Another classmate spoke with an air of, I saw through it all long ago. I heard from others that Bai Sheng's parents were afraid he would be bullied by boys, so they always claimed he was a boy. A girl with twin tails lowered her voice. So that's how it is. Several classmates simultaneously let out sighs of sudden understanding. That's outdated. Another boy waved his hand. I heard from Bai Sheng's neighbor that it's because Bai Sheng's father values sons over daughters and forcibly raised him as a boy. Think about it, the disciplinary director Hoshino Masayoshi is such a stern person, the type who clearly only wants sons. So Bai Sheng is a boy after all. Somehow I'm a bit disappointed. What should I do? A male classmate muttered softly. No, it's fine. As long as it's Bai Sheng, whether male, female, or even an alien, I still like him to the utmost. Another voice came from the crowd. In the corner, a high-collared boy wearing sunglasses opened his mouth, but before he could speak, he was pushed out of the crowd. Shino out. Bai Sheng was silent for a moment, a surge of impulse to destroy the world rising in his heart. Damn it, how did the world become so twisted? He suddenly wanted to take Kagaya's place and deliver a fierce elbow strike to the entire ninja world. Big brother. Naruto squeezed through the crowd shyly, wearing an inexplicable expression of a sense of mission. He took a deep breath and looked at Bai Sheng with blazing eyes. Actually, I knew you were a girl the first moment I saw you. Although I don't know why Big Brother calls himself a boy, we already have a promise. He clenched his fist, his whiskers twitching, his gaze like iron. I will protect my big brother, who is obviously a girl, but has been pretending to be a boy. For life. For life. Bai Sheng's mouth began to twitch. Naruto's meaning was that he planned to treat him as a big sister who disguised herself as a man for life. This guy's brain usually doesn't work well, but when it comes to imagining things, he even has an outline ready. This is rebellion. Right? Naruto's eyes were firm, a confident smile on his lips. Damn it. Bai Sheng ripped off the elaborate court robe, revealing the relatively thin, simple undergarment beneath. The surrounding classmates all gasped in unison. I've had enough of these formalities. He grabbed Naruto's hand and strode toward the direction of the boys' restroom. Want to compare who is bigger, Naruto? Come on, follow me to the bathroom. Today I'll make you know just how manly I Hoshino Bai Sheng truly am. Big brother, no. Naruto's face instantly turned pale, like a puppy kicking its legs desperately, his voice cracking. Shikamaru, save me. Mom. Bai Sheng. Shikamaru was equally horrified. With agility completely unlike his usual self, he performed a sliding tackle and dove onto the hallway floor. He tightly wrapped his arms around Bai Sheng's bare feet. Don't do this, Bai Sheng. This would dishonor the face of your highness, the princess of the Land of Water. Bai Sheng laughed in anger. Enough is enough. Did he look like someone who cared about the status of the eldest princess of the Land of Water? If it weren't for the Six Paths old man watching from the shadows, he would have dropped the act long ago. He would have directly led Shui and the remnants of the Uchiha to ignite the entire ninja world, bringing to this world a law of his own, unique gentleness. Why would he still be here having his feet held while discussing the dignity of a princess? Let go of me, Shikamaru. In a fury, he lifted his trapped foot and stomped on Shikamaru's face. Then he stomped again. Shikamaru still didn't move. Naruto. Shikamaru's face flushed red. In a moment of crisis, the genius of the Nara family sparked with brilliance. Naruto, you've got it wrong. Bai Sheng is not a girl. What? Naruto turned back in confusion, wondering if he was about to be dragged to the bathroom by his older brother. Is this really the time to discuss this? I'm just correcting your mistake. Shikamaru exclaimed with all his might. Bai Sheng is neither a girl nor a boy. Bai Sheng's gender is simply Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng's movements came to a halt. He looked down at Shikamaru's face, which bore the imprint of a shoe, then glanced at Naruto's stunned expression. He then slowly lowered his foot. To this day, his bottom line had been pushed to the point of, as long as no one directly calls him a girl, it's fine. It truly evoked a sense of subtle sadness. He released Naruto's wrist and bent down to help Shikamaru, who was still clinging to his foot. As long as no one said he was a girl, they could still be good brothers. Seeing that the situation had calmed down, everyone returned to their lively chatter. I didn't expect to part with Baisheng so soon. Sakura stood on the edge of the crowd, gazing at Baisheng's profile, her eyes slightly reddening. I really don't want it to end. Don't cry, Sakura, it will ruin the atmosphere. Ino placed her hand on Sakura's shoulder, sighing, as if speaking to herself. If only my father would suggest to Lord Hokage that we, the Inuzuka Nara and Akimichi clans, be sent along as accompanying personnel to join Baisheng on his journey to the Land of Water. Perhaps we could also have you along, Sakura. That's not entirely impossible. Ino stroked her chin, her emerald eyes narrowing. Days flashed by in an instant. Soon it was the day agreed upon for the ministers and nobles of the Land of Water to depart. In front of the main gate of Konoha village, there was a bustling crowd, horses whinnying and flags fluttering. The ceremonial troops of the Land of Water arranged themselves in formation, with dozens of carriages lined up in a row. Baisheng's uncle, now the new daimyo and ruler of the country, made a grand appearance. Many solemn and fierce warriors formed a square formation, marching in unison to escort his carriage through the center of the procession. Beside Baisheng's palanquin, the ladies-in-waiting stood respectfully on either side. Baisheng, perk up when we arrive in the Land of Water. We are ninjas of Konoha, don't disgrace the Hoshino family. Baisheng's father, Hoshino-sei, felt his eyes redden, trying hard to maintain a stern fatherly demeanor. He struggled to remember that Baisheng was his son and not a daughter. Thus, instead of embracing and kissing him like his mother would, he gave Baisheng's shoulder a firm pat. Baisheng, you must listen to Kakashi Sensei in the Land of Water. Baisheng's mother, Hoshino-ri, seemed to have much to say, but at that moment her eyes were just glistening with a hint of redness. Those people from the Mist Village are very dangerous. If the situation is unfavorable, quickly take Baisheng and return to Konoha with him. I understand, Mom and Dad. Baisheng climbed into the palanquin and lifted the curtain, waving to everyone. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, Baisheng. Goodbye, our princess of Konoha. Take care, Baisheng. Will we meet again? When we meet again, I hope you are happy. How can I live without you, Baisheng? Please take me with you. Baisheng's lips twitched slightly as he silently lowered the curtain of the palanquin. Konoha village should just hurry up and perish. The curtains closed completely. A short-haired boy with white hair exuding a gentle aura was half kneeling inside the palanquin. It was none other than Kabuto. My lord. He adjusted his glasses, a smile on his face. Lord Danzo has dispatched half of the root ninjas to hide in the shadows for your protection. And your swordsmanship teachers Hataki, Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, Might Guy, and Sarutobi Asuma have also been temporarily incorporated into the root ranks. Baisheng, upon hearing this, poked his head out of the window. He spotted a root ninja wearing a white fox mask, leisurely walking and stopping on a branch of a nearby tree, flipping through a small book with an orange cover. Kakashi actually wasn't late. Could it be that this was a trick by Jinsen? At the same time, Kabuto's smile became more genuine. Some of your classmates have also joined this operation as root interns. The specific personnel include Nara, Shikamaru, Manaka, Ino, Akimichi, Choji, Inuzuka, Kiba, Haruno, Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke. Unlike the official root ninjas as temporary personnel, they will appear as your guardian ninjas in the open, currently standing by in the ranks. Kabuto. Baisheng blinked, pulling back his head from the window, his purple eyes turning to Kabuto. Did you forget someone? Who? Kabuto adjusted his glasses, quickly searching his mind for the travel list. Forgotten. It doesn't matter. Baisheng pondered for a moment, sensing a familiar gaze that made the back of his neck tingle, seeping in from some corner outside the window. He decided to pretend he didn't feel it. His good master Shimura Danzo had already communicated with him. This trip to the Land of Water to be appointed as the Grand Princess would serve two purposes. First, to grant him a layer of formal noble identity, allowing him to walk in the ninja world, though anyone except the 5 Kage would have to bow to him in respect. Second, to take the opportunity to investigate information about the Mist Village. If the chance arises whether to weaken the Mist Village or to ally with it would be acceptable, he could even use the identity of Princess of the Land of Water to recruit some ninjas who were at odds with the Mizukage of the Mist Village as Baisheng's personal force. After all, he was a disciple of Danzo. His master openly raised private soldiers right under the Hokage's nose. It was only reasonable for him as a disciple to emulate this slightly. After all, this is how we in Root operate. By the way, Kabuto, where's Naruto? Baisheng remembered that Naruto had been so anxious when he heard that Baisheng was leaving Konoha for a few months without being able to take him along that he was almost in tears, clinging to Baisheng's leg and refusing to get up from the ground. Until the day before departure, Naruto appeared before Baisheng with an expression of "I have a secret, brother, ask me, and he'll tell you." Baisheng gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, managing not to ask him. He held off until today and now finally sought an explanation from Kabuto. It was Jiraiya, who planned to take Naruto to travel in the land of water. Kabuto's forehead broke into a bead of sweat. The corners of his mouth twitched as if the next words were hard to say. But last night Jiraiya was caught red-handed by Tsunade while gathering material at the entrance of the hot spring inn. He is currently in the ninja hospital recuperating and will probably be delayed for a few days before he can join us in the land of water. That makes sense, but it's not surprising at all. Fancheng yawned, lying on the swaying soft bed. I'm tired, I'll take a nap. Call me if anything comes up. Understood, my lord. Kabuto waited for a moment until Fancheng's breathing became steady and long before gently covering him in the land of rain. Akatsuki High Tower. Tears of rain flowed down from the orange-haired Pain into the nostrils, then dripped onto the black robe with red clouds. He stood at the top of the high tower, the Rinnegan, surveying the city shrouded in rain. Pain, I found another exceptionally talented new member. Zetsu emerged from the tower, a look of excitement on his face. Who? Pain did not turn around. From the Mist Village, the wielder of the Sword of the Mist, an elite of the Hozuki clan, Hozuki Kisame. Wuin Village. White mist surged from the sea surface, visibility less than 10 meters, trees reduced to gray outlines. Demon, Momochi Zabuza, stood on a crooked tree. Arms crossed over his chest, he looked down at the village swallowed by fog. His special broadsword leaned against the trunk, several nicks still marring the blade. Zabuza ran a finger over a notch, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. It didn't feel as good as the decapitation sword. As the rising strongest of the new generation in Wuin Village, Zabuza relied on one word: ruthlessness toward others. Back when he was about to graduate from the Ninja Academy, in order to defy the village's unreasonable rule that a student must kill a classmate to graduate, he reluctantly killed all his peers. But it wasn't that Zabuza wanted to kill them. It was the entire Wuin village that wanted them dead. Because of his explosive act of single-handedly slaughtering the entire grade from then on, Wuin's Ninja Academy no longer had the rule that students must kill classmates to graduate. That year he was not even 10, yet the whole village already called him Demon. The young ninja Zabuza yearned for meritorious deeds. Letting sunlight pierce through the darkness and blood mist into this sunless village was Zabuza's ideal and the glory he sought. As long as he had a worthy blade. He even dared to personally assassinate the perfect Jinchuriki and fourth Mizukage Yagura Karatachi, who intimidated the entire Wuin village. Isn't that bold? Unfortunately, his blade was neither large enough nor ruthless enough. It was nowhere near as formidable as a certain nameless ninja sword which deliberately made its blade brittle so you believe it was worth the price all, because it could absorb iron from enemy blood to repair itself. Yes, that's right. Zabuza was a dreamer of the decapitation sword. If only he could wield that blade and become its new master, he would be willing to remain single for life, even change his orientation to fall for a young boy. It would still be worth the price. Pity. The decapitation sword was currently held by the rogue Wuin ninja Hoshigaki Kisame, unlikely to ever return to the village. So Zabuza figured that at least his own life would never be ruined by a young boy. Oi, Zabuza. A white-haired youth emerged from the fog opposite, a lazy smile hanging on his face. A summoning scroll hung at his waist, swaying gently with each step. Oh, it's Mangetsu. Hozuki, the sole future of the Hozuki clan, a prodigy beloved by the ninja blades, capable of wielding all 7 swords of Wuin village. His strength was not to be underestimated. Together with Zabuza, they formed the strongest duo of the new generation. They were also among the rare few who hadn't been left far behind by Zabuza, able to treat each other as companions, comrades, even friends. Here, an invitation from the Water Country nobles for you. Mangetsu handed over a magnificent letter, its gold-embossed crest still gleaming in the mist. They might be trying to win you over. Humph. Zabuza snorted coldly, a nameless irritation rising within him. He took off his coat. Bandages soaked with mist tightly wrapped half his face, leaving only a pair of sharp eyes visible. What's the point of befriending such bloated aristocrats? We struggle for the future of the village and the country, while they hold endless banquets and dances year-round. Just throw it away. But this noble's influence is quite significant. Mangetsu slowly waved the letter, the smile on his lips growing more pronounced. She is the adopted daughter of the current daimyo, newly appointed as the eldest princess of the Water Country. Eldest princess of the Water Country. Zabuza's motion of removing his coat froze midair. He inexplicably shivered, then casually put his coat back on. Ah, well, the eldest princess. One of the most honored figures in the Water Country. He stroked his chin, speculating. A noble of such stature invites only me. Mangetsu, do you think if I showcase a bit of charm at the princess banquet it might benefit our cause? Zabuza Mangetsu gave his friend a very subtle look, struggling to suppress the twitching of his lips. Let me remind you, the eldest princess didn't invite only you. She also invited me, Terumi, Mei, and some other radicals who don't quite see eye to eye with the Mizukage. Zabuza's face flushed red beneath the bandages. He took off his coat again. Forcing a serious tone, wasn't the eldest princess originally a villager of Konoha? Because she has the dual bloodlines of the Yuki clan and the Water Country royal family, she was adopted by the new daimyo on the Mizukage's recommendation, right? Why would the eldest princess show goodwill to the radicals of Wuin village? Isn't that a direct slap in the Mizukage's face? Because the Yuki clan was destroyed by the Mizukage's bloody mist. Mangitsu put away his smile, lowering his voice even more. The mist flowed slowly between them, blurring both figures into gray shadows. And the eldest princess has Konoha behind her. And Konoha wants to use the eldest princess to suppress or split our Wuin. He paused as if checking that no third ear was listening. After all, if two people conspiring were eavesdropped on, that would be unfortunate. The eldest princess was originally a disciple of Hatake Kakashi, the fourth Hokage's protege, but was later intercepted by Shimura Danzo, the darkness of the shinobi, and raised as his successor. If no accident occurred, the eldest princess had a great chance of becoming the sixth Hokage. But the accident came. He became the eldest princess of the Water Country in a sense beyond Konoha's. She could hardly stay in Konoha as an ordinary ninja unless she could convince the entire Konoha High Command that she was still Konoha's ninja, not the Water Country's eldest princess. But that's impossible. Mangetsu shrugged, a smile returning to his lips. So, Zabuza, his mind raced, trying to extract the core information from Mangetsu's long speech. So the mission master gave us is. Mangetsu thrust the invitation into Zabuza's hand, patted his shoulder, and his smile deepened with meaning. Let the eldest princess understand that those from Konoha only see her as a toy to be discarded after use. Only Wuin, only we, the future of Wuin, are her true allies, blades that will never betray her. With the eldest princess support, the new daimyo will no longer curry favor with the Mizukage, the culprit who slaughtered the Yuki clan. By then we will have the power to openly contend with the Mizukage, correct his mistakes, and bring true change to Wuin. Is that so? Zabuza rubbed his bandaged chin, bid farewell to Hozuki Mangetsu, and walked toward his residence. It seemed this approach was a tiny bit smarter than his reckless plan to take on a perfect Jinchuriki alone. Oh well, he would trust Mangetsu and the master behind him for now. If it ultimately failed, there was still time to activate Plan B. The only question was, could they really win the eldest prince's favor? Sigh. Zabuza was troubled by a girl for the first time. If only girls were as easy to understand as a Zaibuzan-senpai, this week Rie and I, are you free? A young kunoichi suddenly stood before Zabuza, asking shyly. Get out of my way. Zabuza gave her a cold glance, brushed past her, and continued sighing inwardly. Women's thoughts were so hard to guess. He had never gotten along with girls since childhood. Hey, I have an idea. His eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't understand women, but he could find a woman who did. If he adopted a little girl and let her figure out the eldest princess' mind, everything would be fine. Zabuza was deeply impressed by his own brilliant wisdom. He quickly reviewed his assassination escape route in his mind. That route passed through the Wave Country and the Fire Country border, along which there were several orphan villages. Finding a little girl there shouldn't be difficult. There was still some time before the date on the invitation. He could first carry out this plan before returning. And so the demon Momochi Zabuza embarked on a spirophtemic journey. 2 flowers bloom. Days later, looking at Xiao and Pai Pa Shirzong and Afei and the team, Bai Sheng would always recall the scene when Luin Tu sought him for discussion in the Divine Might space. Gray and white blocks were quietly stacked. Abito leaned against another platform, his red, swirling mask obscuring most of his expression. The plan to make you the princess of the Water Country was devised by me. A question mark appeared above Bai Sheng's head. It's you who trapped me in the self-justifying dilemma of Bai Sheng's gender. It's just Bai Sheng. Santa teacher, you clearly know I'm a boy. Why do you want me to be some princess? He, cough cough. You're clearly laughing. I've tolerated you for a long time. Bai Sheng could no longer hold back, opening his mouth wide to pounce, but Abito evaded with phasing. Cough cough. Abito coughed seriously. Naming Xingye Bai Sheng as the princess of the Water Country is one of my plans. Although it puts you in a difficult position, this is my order. At the same time, Akatsuki member Amaya Rin must also head to the Water Country to recruit Kisame. The 4th Mizukage Kurama Shikuro is implementing oppressive rule within the village hidden in mist, causing great casualties. The strength of the village has severely declined, leading many ambitious ninjas to feel discontent and harbor rebellious thoughts. If it weren't for the lack of a decisive leader to lead them, the Mizukage might have already been someone else. He raised a finger, shifting his tone from plain to instructional. The true mission of Amaya Rin is to leverage her identity to activate the power of Akatsuki and urge those ninjas in the village hidden in mist who intend to defy the 4th Mizukage to rely on the princess of the Water Country. That is my adorable disciple princess, Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng's forehead twitched. Then split Mist Village and establish a second village hidden in mist. Thus the entire village hidden in mist will belong to us, master and disciple. Obito lowered his head, his single eye fixating on Baisheng with a hint of unyielding delight in his tone. You can only respond with one word. Good or not good? Not good. Baisheng angrily set the cup aside. There's already a me in the water country. If Amaya Rin goes there too, what if the two MEs meet face to face? How would I act if I bumped into myself? You needn't worry about this. Obito's laughter carried a clear hint of mischief. You should have studied the chakra sensor that Nagato gave you. It is a basic creation of yin-yang release capable of transmitting chakra over long distances and controlling puppets for some intricate maneuvers. With your current proficiency in yin-yang release, you just need to push a bit harder and train for a while to master it. As long as you insert the black rod into your white Zetsu puppet for fine control, even if the main body and puppet are face-to-face, others will never notice the flaw. Baisheng fell silent for a moment, letting out a helpless sigh in his heart. His white Zetsu life-size puppet was actually a fake body that could be controlled remotely without the black rod. However, if the child is happy, let him continue to be happy. What adult would argue with a child? Uncle Baisheng's psychological age is much more mature than you, a 20-year-old self-proclaimed old man. With a slightly better mood, he raised his face and revealed a well-behaved smile. Santa teacher, your insights are profound. Strictly speaking, Obito's plan is quite feasible. Over the years, Kurama Shikuro has been controlled by Obito using the illusion of his Sharingan. He has recklessly toyed with and abused the village hidden in mist. As a result, many mist ninjas cried out it should have been a rebellion long ago. The coup initiated by the original work years later by characters like Gunma Turumi Mei and others actually came at a critical moment for the village hidden in mist. Without fighting, they cannot survive. After all, they can only ascend to become the 5th Mizukage if they succeed. If they fail, their clans would be doomed to disgrace. At this point in time, the situation has not yet escalated to the point where they risk being driven out of the shinobi world entirely, but as long as Baisheng, as the princess of the water country, extends a strong and powerful hand of friendship to them, then those who have long been disappointed with Kurama Shikuro might very well use Baisheng's name to establish a second village hidden in mist, splitting the village from within. I must say, although Obito is jokingly called Cien Air, his ability to do bad deeds is absolutely top, especially on the path of destroying the village hidden in mist. He has consistently stood firmly against the masses of mist ninjas, accurately identifying the worst positions to take, inciting mist ninjas to harm each other, and colluding with foreign forces to ruin the beautiful new mist. Heroes in this world are as numerous as fish in the river. One must not underestimate anyone, even if he is called Uchiha Obito. The day before the Akatsuki recruitment team set out, Baisheng wandered around the rain village, experiencing the local culture. The sky of the rain country had rarely cleared, with a few rays of sunlight streaming through the gaps in the clouds. The air was filled with the fresh scent of soil after rain. As he passed a small grove, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Hey, why is there a candy over there? On a distant tree stump lay a lollipop the size of a watermelon. This candy was absurdly large, so much so that it was obvious it was a fake. Baisheng tilted his head and fell silent for a moment. Could it be that someone wanted to use a super lollipop as bait to lure him into a trap? What if he held back? Baisheng was almost amused by the thought. Did the person who set this trap consider him a 7-year-old child? It was simply an insult to him. So Baisheng took 2 steps forward and grabbed the super lollipop. He wanted to see what this mastermind was plotting. Whoosh! Suddenly several phosphorus snakes shot out from the surrounding bushes, instantly binding Baisheng's arms and legs tightly. Keek! Orochimaru strolled out from behind a withered tree. His golden vertical pupils gleamed with excitement in the dim forest. Finally found the opportunity to approach you, Amaya Rin. Pain and Xiao Nin are never far away, and that coward scorpion won't help either. Do you know how long I've waited for this opportunity? He squatted down in front of Baisheng. Using his fingertip, he lifted Baisheng's chin, his vertical pupils reflecting the delicate, unafraid little face. Smirking again, he muttered to himself, I want to know what eternal life is, so I developed a technique that can seize another's body and transfer the soul. Your bloodline limit is undoubtedly more precious than any experimental subject. SAA, he opened his mouth wide, aiming to bite Baisheng's pale neck. Be marked by my heavenly curse seal. Amaya Rin, with your capacity, it's impossible for you to withstand it. At this moment, without a doubt, Baisheng had fallen into absolute despair, a dead end with no chance of victory. All those who could save him were not here. A 7-year-old child entangled by the phosphorus great snake faced one of the legendary Sannin. It was a deadlock, no matter how one thought of it. In other words, that's right, Orochimaru has won. Please look forward to the next episode. The Great King of Stagnation, Uncle Day Snake. Got it. Orochimaru opened his gaping maw, his sharp fangs aiming for the fair, tender neck. He had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Whoosh! The next instant, countless blades suddenly sprouted from Baisheng's body. The Shuku Shinshu burst forth from within him, the eyeballs on the blade, turning toward Orochimaru, pupils contracting into slits. Orochimaru's body was pierced by the massive blade, pinning him midair. How haughty you are, Orochimaru. Fancheng lifted his head, gazing at Orochimaru, suspended in the air, impaled by the blade. A faint smile surfaced on his small face, splattered with a few drops of blood, his purple eyes curving slightly. By now Fancheng had attained what could be called the strength of a cage-level peak. His substitute Red Magician Ice Release, Kekkei Genkai, and Ghost Body. Each possessed unique traits, their mechanisms and numerical values astonishing, while the secret fusion technique brought endless surprises. There was also a series of advanced techniques within the cursed technique system awaiting development. They yearned for a thrilling high-octane clash to master their core and unleash everything. A mere Orochimaru. He was fit only to lick his toes. Ignorant little girl. Orochimaru's grim face suddenly let out a cold sneer. His jaw dislocated abruptly. His mouth opened at an angle impossible for a human, and the torso below his neck suddenly transformed into a massive white serpent. Then with lightning speed the serpent's head struck before Fancheng. It bit down on his neck. Bizarre chakra coalesced at the tips of its fangs. The three Tomo patterns of the heaven curse seals slowly emerged on Fancheng's neck like brands seared by a hot iron. Ugh! Fancheng clutched at the burning seal on his neck. A kind of energy he had never sensed before was slowly seeping into his body through the seal's entry point. Was this natural energy? He could feel the omnipresent power in the air being forcibly drawn in by the seal. Now, Orochimaru released his bite, his body returning to normal, stepping back 2 paces. He licked the blood evaporating at the corner of his mouth. His golden slit pupils reflected the spreading pattern of the seal on Fancheng's neck, as if admiring a handcrafted artwork. What a perfect and extraordinary Kekkei Genkai. I can even see power surpassing immortality within their vibrant life force. Ha. Let me be captivated by you, Amamiya Rin. He rapidly formed hand seals, his 10 fingers moving like snakes. Heaven curse seal fully open. Rip! The seal on Fancheng's neck suddenly turned into a flame pattern, and a violent surge of chakra swept outward. His hair began to lose its black color from the roots. It turned into flowing gold, spreading and growing until it touched the ground. A circlet woven of golden branches and vines formed from chakra appeared on his forehead, identical to the original fluorescent patterns. A white, wide, delicate robe materialized on his body, light as a long dress, solemn as a deity's vestment. He floated a few inches above the ground, his toes hanging naturally, exuding a sacred and inviolable noble aura. Yet that delicate, gentle face reminded one of a wanderer away from home, seeing a mother's smile. It made one want to embrace his small body, rest on his lap, and fall asleep peacefully. Mom. Orochimaru, who had lost his mother at a young age, nearly awakened some very unfavorable genes at this sight. He suddenly felt something was off. Such momentum, such pressure. This was no mere wild Kekkei Genkai that had popped out of some backwater. Forget it. At this point, it's not something that can be resolved by regret and apologies. Devour her in one gulp. Ninja art, impure reincarnation. Just as Orochimaru's soul was about to touch Fancheng, suddenly the entire world transformed. A colossal golden tree connecting heaven and earth stood at the center of the world, its branches and leaves spreading to the edge of sight. You wish to touch my soul, eh? A golden-haired goddess, only 11 or 12 years old, androgynous, looked down upon Orochimaru from above. But let it slide once. But never again. A golden chakra flew from the goddess' fingertip, striking Orochimaru square in the chest. His soul began to dissolve and fade from the edges like paint washed away by water. Orochimaru's consciousness returned to the real world. He staggered violently, his knees weak, half crouching on the ground. Cold sweat seeped from his forehead. His soul, already tattered and riddled with holes after years of impure reincarnation, was now forcibly expelled by the goddess, weakened to an unprecedented degree. A feeling he had not experienced for a long time rose slowly from the depths of his heart. Death. The feeling of being on the brink of death. Truly remarkable. A crisp voice came from above. Fancheng raised his delicate fingers, brushing his golden hair that reached his waist. An epiphany dawned upon him. This must be his sage mode. The near-eternal stamina of his ghost body made his chakra boundless and vast as the sea. Coupled with a talent 5 times that of Kakashi, he immediately mastered his own sage mode. Fancheng nodded inwardly, then looked back at the disheveled Orochimaru, a faint smile playing on his lips. Orochimaru, I hereby dub you the greatest inventor in the ninja world. After all, we were colleagues. So much bloodshed, I truly don't wish to kill you. How about becoming my follower? He extended a hand of friendship toward Orochimaru. His small fair hand glowed faintly like jade against the backdrop of golden hair. If you swear to be my most loyal follower, I will forgive your transgression and allow you to conduct research into the realm of God. Your ambition, your desires, your greed. I can fulfill them all. As long as you are willing to offer your faith. He paused. He closed his fingers, controlling the seal to continue absorbing natural energy from heaven and earth. The circlet on his forehead blazed brighter, his golden hair swaying gently. Of course you may refuse, but the price. You must die to atone for your arrogance. A terrifying aura once again emanated from Bai Sheng's body, causing the entire forest to tremble under his pressure. Bai Sheng's power was surging wildly. Surging. A pillar of golden chakra shot into the sky. It tore a rift through the lead gray clouds above the land of rain. Ga. The majestic presence, like a deity looking down upon the mortal world, made Orochimaru's body go limp, once again awakening the feminine within him. How could Orochimaru not feel Bai Sheng's wild desire and domineering obsession? How could he resist? How could he possibly resist? Even if the maiden knocked him to the ground, humiliated him, and forced him back into slavery. That would be absolutely acceptable. Easily acceptable. At this moment, without a doubt, the legendary Sannin Orochimaru was trapped in a desperate, hopeless situation. Utterly impossible to win. Who would emerge victorious? The suspense was thick. Perhaps Bai Sheng had won. Gazing at the soul-desperate situation in life, Orochimaru felt an unparalleled tranquility within. A desperate situation. I, Orochimaru, have faced far too many desperate situations in my life. Have you not heard? Heaven never seals off all exits. Having long invented the eight-headed serpent technique and reconstructed his soul into the Yamata no Orochi, he was born the emperor of desperate situations. It had always been so, and would always remain so. As long as he wished to leave, the path lay beneath his feet. Orochimaru let out a long howl toward the sky. His body instantly transformed into countless white phosphorus serpents scattering in all directions, each tiny snake darting through grass between crevices and beneath fallen leaves, seeking every possible escape route. Orochimaru, I gave you a chance. Bai Sheng tilted his head, puffed out his cheeks, and spoke with a hint of annoyance. Do you think you are rejecting the friendship of an ordinary man? The friendship of an emperor? He watched the countless white phosphorus serpents weaving through the grass, pondering which ninjutsu could capture them all at once. Just then his body paused slightly. An unprecedented inspiration emerged without warning from the depths of his mind. Wait. Something is about to surface. A smile crept onto Bai Sheng's lips. I sense it. I found its location, the very core of the domain. Another crescent moon within the auspicious jade of evading death dissolved into radiance. Boundless fortune descended instantly. Bai Sheng lifted his small foot and planted it firmly on the earth. Jade foot ground talent activated at once. A 50% talent boost, half of a Kakashi, returned. Intelligent intellect reclaimed the high ground once more. Bai Sheng, without warning, pointed one hand to the sky and one to the ground. Then a small jade-like hand reached out, thumb raised, middle finger placed over index finger ring, and little fingers curled together. The seal of the Emperor Sakura. Right, isn't this correct? This is how it's used. Domain expansion, 3000 Blizzard Prison. A golden throne materialized behind Bai Sheng. The throne was engraved with sacred tree vine patterns complementing the circlet on his brow. Bai Sheng leaned back, gently, his body settling steadily into the throne. Instantly, a boundless polar ice sheet spread out in all directions with him at its center, turning the entire forest and region into a frozen wasteland in a single moment. Black snowflakes drifted in the air, and the icy ground was inscribed with abstruse runes. As if a mysterious female voice echoed through the space, Amamiya Rin's domain, 3000 Blizzard Prison, is not like other domains that use barrier techniques to partition space. It is an open domain that directly manifests the innate domain. Just like drawing on blank canvas without a frame. A godly technique. The domain carries an inevitable hit effect. Anything with the concepts of movement and heat will be frozen. Not only that, but even cursed energy chakra thoughts, and even time itself will be slowed without limit. Bai Sheng, with golden hair sweeping the ground, sat lightly upon the golden throne. Resting his cheek on one hand, his amethystan gold irises gazing down at Orochimaru, struggling bitterly on the ice, felt a hint of expectant smile curled at his lips. Orochimaru, I'm curious. Just how far will you go to survive? Show me your limits. Don't underestimate me, you brat. The permafrost domain spanning 100 meters in radius froze all of Orochimaru's white phosphorus serpent clones. Orochimaru barely managed to reform his human shape, gritting his teeth, his body already covered with a thin layer of frost. His superhuman intellect operated at its maximum, golden slit pupils swiftly scanning the surrounding ice field. 1 second. He needed just 1 second. His body and thoughts would be completely frozen solid, making him a plaything of Amamiya Rin. Even using fire release to melt the ice and raise the temperature could not slow the freezing. Because this freezing did not rely on air or any medium to steal his body heat. It descended upon him from nothingness. Absolutely unstoppable. Unless he used fire release on himself, but the simultaneous assault of ice and fire would only leave him burnt on the outside and frozen within all the faster. Or if he were a ninja with a special Kekkei Jinkai whose body temperature was akin to molten lava, he could endure 3 or 4 more seconds to escape this area. But he was not. Neither method was viable. Am I going to die? Ko no Orochimaru da. The moment of life or death. The figures of Jiraiya Tsunade and Hiruzen Sarutobi flashed through Orochimaru's mind. An unquenchable obsession surged from his chest. No, I cannot die. My ambitions are yet unfulfilled. My truths are yet undiscovered. My bonds are yet unredeemed. So I cannot fall yet. Friendship bonds the village. Countless emotions surfaced one after another in his heart. Conviction, dreams, desires. All turned into fuel for this deadly struggle. Orochimaru formed a single hand seal and slammed his palm against the ground. Second Hokage come forth. He used a forbidden technique that he had not yet fully researched, a technique with less than a 10% success rate, wagering his remaining chakra and last shred of consciousness. A coffin rose from the ice layer. Impure world reincarnation. A forbidden technique that Orochimaru was still studying. Forced use, even if successful, might result in the inability to control the summoned target. Perhaps abandoning this near-mutual destruction approach and seeking another path to survival would be the correct. But that was the thinking of a coward. This was the land of rain, the heartland of the Akatsuki. Rather than slipping away in fear as a snake only to be found by Zetsu and instantly refined, he might as well bet big. He'll go first, you guys carry on. Orochimaru uttered his final words, then was completely frozen, turning into a kneeling statue. Bang! The coffin lid burst open. A ninja in blue armor with silver-white hair stepped out. Senju Tobarama's cold crimson eyes glanced down at his body reconstructed by the impure world reincarnation. A brief confusion flickered across his face, but within 0.1 seconds, he accurately assessed the current battlefield situation. He uttered a short puzzled sound, huh? But before he could ask for the full story, his Bodis instinct had already begun executing commands within 0.5 seconds. He grabbed the frozen Orochimaru. The Flying Thunder God technique activated instantly, and the two disappeared from the spot in a flash. When they reappeared, they had crossed most of the land of rain, finding themselves deep in a forest where no one could find them. Cough, cough. Orochimaru knelt on one knee, forcing a sinister smile on his frostbitten face. Bet you didn't expect this, Amamiya Rin. This is my escape route. Suddenly, impure world reincarnation release. A pair of hands covered in cracks quietly formed hand seals. And then the white-haired reedied old ghost looked down at the chattering Orochimaru, a scrutinizing gleam in his eyes. This rascal seemed to be a rogue ninja, didn't he? Might as well take him back to Konoha. On the border of the land of rain, Orochimaru, who had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Bai Sheng, hurried northward in a triumphant retreat, claiming to have slain hundreds of millions of enemies, and now entrenched himself in a mysterious grove. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief and was about to declare victory, he furrowed his brows, feeling his pants growing damp. He looked down. A pool of sweat had formed beneath his trousers. His expression darkened. Sweat. Orochimaru quickly extended his tongue, tasting the pheromones in the air, then let out a sigh of relief. No, it's urine. I knew it. How could fighting such an opponent make me sweat? He formed hand seals, intending to use the Oro Kimura-style substitution technique to recover. My arms and chakra won't obey me. Is it because my soul was heavily injured? Damn, it'll have to lie low for a long time. Oi, brat. Just as he brooded, a tall, white-haired figure with a stern countenance and cracks running across his face appeared before him. Senju Tobarama stood with arms crossed, looking down at Orochimaru with contempt and scrutiny. You're a rogue ninja of the village. How did you come to master even such forbidden arts that toy with the souls of the dead? How on earth have the younger generations managed Konoha? Orochimaru looked up, a glint of genuine surprise in his eyes. Second Hokage, why are you still here? Didn't I undo the impure world reincarnation? As the caster, don't you know forbidden arts shouldn't be misused? Senju Tobarama sneered. I, the creator of impure world reincarnation, have no need to explain the impure world reincarnation release to you. He clamped his hand onto Orochimaru's shoulder, his 5 fingers tightening like iron pincers. Oh ho ho. At that moment, truly frail and weak Orochimaru let out a low moan, feeling his shoulder blade might be crushed. Come back to Konoha with me. I want to see which unworthy descendant let a rogue ninja like you learn this forbidden art. Yeah, Yami. Orochimaru's face darkened. Returning to Konoha in such a state, as if utterly broken by Yugong Lin. If Jiraiya saw him like this, his image as a cold, aloof genius would be shattered. No, don't. Anything but that. He lowered his head, attempting to once again use the pale art to transform into thousands of small snakes and escape. But in his eyes, the pattern of the four-cornered windmill of the Konoha Tsukumi Mangekyo Sharingan flickered briefly, causing him to abandon that option. Very well. Now he could barely even circulate chakra, let alone escape the grip of the reincarnated second Hokage. He might not even defeat an ordinary Jonin. Returning to Konoha might be a solution. As for his status as a rogue ninja, he had means and methods to talk his way out with the teacher of talk and keep his own skin. He might even earn merit to atone for his crimes and resume his research using Konoha's funding. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, sensing the vial of Yu Gonglin's blood carefully sealed within his body. A barely suppressed excitement flickered in his golden vertical pupils. Yu Gonglin's divine posture, that mysterious and terrifying power. Let me set a trap to trick them. The land of rain. A small forest. Ice crystals slowly. Let me set a trap to trick them. The land of rain. A small forest. Ice crystals slowly dissipated in the air, and black snow turned into drizzle. Baishan closed his domain, raised his small hand to rub his brow. A hint of weariness. Instantly, the abundant vital energy of his ghost body surged like a tide, replenishing the consumption from expanding the domain, leaving him refreshed once more. He sensed the abundant power within him. The technique meltdown after ending the domain had already been repaired, allowing him to immediately unleash a second domain expansion. He nodded in satisfaction. My lord. Shui arrived in a flash from the edge of the battlefield. He knelt gracefully on one knee, adjusting his line of sight to meet Baisheng's eyes, sparing Baisheng the need to look up. Baisheng felt deeply gratified. Not in vain that he doted on Shui so much. Little sister. Black Zetsu emerged from some unknown corner. Its black slime body rose silently from the soil. Its two large yellow eyes gazed at Baisheng's divine appearance. Golden hair cascading to the ground, a ring crown upon his brow. Tears. Spilled again. Finally, I see your true form again. This state, this posture. You're almost exactly like Mother. I can almost see Mother again. It's just a pity there's an extra thing, cough. At the critical moment, Black Zetsu forced itself to stop swallowing the second half of the sentence along with its tears. But its eyes betrayed it. It seemed to be scheming some devious little idea. Baisheng's smile was radiant. Black Zetsu, I fucking. Stop. Black Zetsu, I wish you become a coat for Obito. What does he mean? Is it too much? Not really. A man must have vision, must have style. He has style now. My lord Orochimaru is now under the control of my Konoha Tsukumi, forever obedient to you. Shui raised his head, his four-cornered windmill Mangekyo Sharingan meeting Baisheng's gaze. A trace of genuine worry in his brow. But the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, if he returns to Konoha, so openly won't that affect you? Don't worry about him. Baisheng pursed his pink, delicate lips, letting out a soft hum. In the ninja world, he now had two identities, two highways leading directly to a perfect conclusion. One was the deep bond with Konoha, the other was the mother-child affection and brotherly love of the Otsutsuki Kagaya lineage. He had even prepared two sets of rhetoric for these two paths. No matter who won the fourth great ninja war, he would not lose. But after the baptism of that vast power during Sage Mode, just now something within Baisheng had changed. He no longer wanted to follow behind others. He wanted to stand on the stage and make everyone listen to his voice. He wanted a bigger world filled with different adventures, perhaps just a speech, a gathering, where everyone opened their hearts would make the world a little different. This ninja world where both the destitute commoners and the ninjas who wield power all live miserably. He had long been dissatisfied with it. Everyone needs a leader, a visionary leader. A man with courage who stands with everyone at all times to shatter the corrupt feudal system. An Evangelion of the new century. That person, Kono Baishengda. So to ultimately claim the world and bathe the ninja realm under his gentle Baisheng laws. He needed to plunge the situation into chaos. As the double agent of the Akatsuki's Yu Gonglin and Konoha's Shinya, Baisheng, he could play both sides and develop in secret. Eventually, before anyone could react, he would turn the tables. The arrival of Senju Tobarama would undoubtedly disrupt the original plot and bring new variables to the ninja world. Perhaps this grand inventor of the ninja world might grit his teeth, stomp his foot, and shout, "Revive my big brother," and then summon Senju Hashirama for a cameo. That way, to maintain the balance of power, Black Zetsu might even reincarnate old Madara. Thus, Baisheng's chances to interact with other original plot characters would greatly increase, and his opportunities to grow stronger would multiply. I believe that Big Brother will surely defeat the naturally evil white-haired geezer of the Senju clan. Baisheng half-crouched, his beautiful brows curving as he looked at Black Zetsu. Those golden-violet eyes were filled with sincere, unreserved trust. As if looking at an all-powerful hero. Black Zetsu shyly touched its round head with its little hand, a rare hint of bashfulness in its eyes. His mother Otsutsuki Kagaya had been sealed right after his birth. She didn't even have a chance to speak a word to him. For 1,000 years. Only his little sister Baisheng had ever made him feel the warmth of a family member. Sometimes even. Black Zetsu could draw the maternal love it lacked from Baisheng. Ahem. If it's the scheming Senju Tobarama, he might be a tough nut to crack. It paused, its short little hands clenched into 2 balls in front of its chest, its voice growing firm. But, for mother, and for Baisheng, I will definitely win.